As a prolonged winter of 10 years envelopes the continent of Westeros, one might ponder, what relevance do the games of power or the Song of Ice and Fire hold for me? Reborn as Rhaenyra of House Mormont on Bear Island, he finds himself the brother of the great bear Jorah and the cousin of a young bear lady, relegated to the lordship of a remote and impoverished land. His sole aspiration is to cultivate the land, erect dwellings, and construct fortifications capable of withstanding the decade-long night. Chapter 1. The Division of the House. Westeros. A gust of chilling wind, laden with the scent of death, sweeps forth from beyond the wall, advancing southward, skimming over the frozen shores, swirling in a dance of ice at the Bay of Ice, ultimately reaching Bear Island. Upon arrival, the northern wind softened slightly. The long summer has persisted for 4 years. At this moment on Bear Island, within the stronghold of House Mormont, the Lord of Bear Island resides in the port of Bear South. Your actions have brought shame upon our family, Rhaenyra Mormont. The acting Lady Countess of Bear Island, Maegor, chastised the corpulent boy standing before her in a deep, resonant voice. "Pray tell," Rhaenyra said nonchalantly, plucking a small bear-shaped cookie from the table and tossing it into his mouth, seemingly unfazed by his aunt's reproach. At the age of 15, he towered over 6 feet, with a waist as round as a large ball, weighing more than 500 pounds. Rhaenyra's dark hair was parted in the center, his round face pale as snow, and his expression bore an air of irreverence. "You have publicly perused such indecent literature on multiple occasions, even going so far as to transcribe it with your own hand," Maegor continued, producing a tome titled The Gallant Knight, "My Conquests of 999 Women in Westeros," as if she had prepared for this confrontation. Maegor Mormont, nearing her 50s, was a woman with disheveled, graying hair and a commanding gaze that belied her appearance. This innate authority likely stemmed from her position as the acting Lady Countess of Bear Island and its current de facto ruler. "Is there more?" Rhaenyra cast a glance at the book, casually popping another cookie into his mouth. "You are excessively overweight, surpassing 500 pounds, to the extent that even the tenants and maids look down upon you, privately dubbing you the Great Foolish Pig. You possess the blood of House Mormont, yet exhibit none of the characteristics of a bear. Rather, you resemble a bloated swine." Maegor's voice rose with indignation. "I find this perplexing myself, considering I was in a comatose state for a full decade, from the age of 5 to 15, and only awakened 3 months ago. Thus, I am equally bewildered as to the origin of the additional 300 pounds of flesh I carry," Rhaenyra replied, his countenance serene as he innocently spread his hands. "Recently, you have even shattered the door to the study, merely because I have been regulating your diet, providing you with only double the ordinary portion for lunch. The maester has diagnosed you with hunger rage, indicating that you become frenzied when famished." Maegor's gaze softened momentarily with a flicker of compassion and tenderness, perhaps a remnant of familial love that stirred within her. Yet, swiftly, a chill of resolute determination eclipsed the tenderness that had briefly illuminated her eyes. "It appears I have fallen ill. No wonder I experience palpitations and tremors when famished. I had thought it to be diabetes," Rhaenyra remarked with a contemplative expression. "After all, the realms of psychiatry and endocrinology follow divergent paths in treatment. Of course, any ailment, particularly for Rhaenyra, who has only recently traversed 3 months in this new world, presents a formidable challenge." Meiji continued, "I offer you 2 choices. The first option is to journey to the Wall of Despair and seek my brother, your father, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jorah Mormont. You shall become a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, forsaking marriage, progeny, and lands, to keep vigil over the wall until your last breath. The second option involves a letter destined for Winterfell, to be delivered into the hands of Eddard Stark, the king in the north. Within, I shall beseech him to grant you the title of Viscount, making you the Lord of Bear Island. Furthermore, I will also elevate you to the position of Admiral of the Bear Island Navy." Meiji produced a letter from her bosom, holding it delicately between her fingers, seemingly well prepared for this moment. At this juncture, Rhaenyra comprehended the full extent of the situation. Gluttony, lust, sloth, and wrath. So, all this talk was merely a pretext to sever our familial ties. If separation is the intent, so be it. Though I find it amusing that I must be presented with a veritable list of sins, Rhaenyra mused, a sense of clarity washing over him, even finding the situation somewhat humorous. The Gallant Knight? Shortly after his arrival in this world, Rhaenyra had commenced learning its language, only to discover that his first literary encounter was an exceedingly indulgent romance novel. Was he truly so corpulent? Rayner remained oblivious to the specifics of his predecessor's decade-long coma, during which he must have been subjected to an unwholesome diet leading to such obesity. Anger and hunger? As a minor, ill and neglected, he was not only mistreated but also banished from his home. Rayner felt a pang of indignation, yet he could only endure in silence. Very well, I shall accept the title of Lord of Bear Island and the honor of Viscount, Rayner declared, fixing his gaze upon his Aunt Maggie's eyes. Maggie met his calm stare, her expression unwavering. Rayner Mormont, the son of the previous Bear Island Earl, Old Bear Jorah Mormont, and the younger brother of Great Bear Jorah Mormont. He was the rightful heir to the Bear Island Earldom. In this moment, he embraced the arrangement of becoming a mere Viscount, as well as being bestowed the most barren land of Bear Island, Bear Valley. As for the title of Admiral of the Bear Island Navy conferred upon him by Meiji, it bore the same essence as that of the Admiral of the Mongol Navy in his former life. Bear Island possessed no navy, rendering it a rather laughable honorary title. Excellent. Prepare your belongings. At dawn tomorrow, you shall depart from Bear Castle and make your way to Bear Valley. Viscount Rayner Mormont. Meiji's words were laced with a chilling finality. With that, she turned and exited the humble abode where Rayner resided. Watching his Aunt Meiji's retreating figure, Rayner shook his head quietly. He could not fathom why this acting Countess of Bear Island was so eager to cast her nephew, who had only recently awakened from a decade-long slumber, out into the world. Let the family be divided, but why must it be so confrontational? Murmured Reno, as he absent-mindedly scratched his head with fingers resembling white radishes. He then picked up a freshly slaughtered chicken from the table, which bore a peculiar 12-pointed star array. On the floor of the fireplace, there was also a 12-pointed star array. At the moment he grasped the raw chicken, Reno squinted his eyes, concentrating his mind, and a panel suddenly materialized before him. Alchemy ingredients: Reno, flame, raw chicken. Synthesis progress: 0. Result: roast chicken. Start. As Reno's gaze intensified, the roaring flames in the fireplace instantly shrank in size. The raw chicken in his hand began to sizzle as if it were being roasted over an open flame. Synthesis progress: 20. The surface of the chicken was already cooked through, steam rising. Synthesis progress: 50. The chicken's skin turned golden and greasy, a delightful aroma filling the room. Synthesis progress: 100. A roast chicken, slightly darker in hue and crackling with oily skin, appeared on the table. Alchemy roast chicken completed. With a flash of white light, the alchemical panel vanished. The flames in the fireplace, which had previously flickered weakly, now roared back to life, burning fiercely once more. Simultaneously, a memory of roasting a chicken flooded his mind, as if Reno had personally prepared it. I overcooked a bit, but my roasting skills have improved significantly. There are no charred marks at all. Reno chuckled as he picked up the roast chicken, tearing off a piece to savor. The flavor of the chicken enveloped his palate, the unique taste imparted by the pine wood smoke allowing him to momentarily forget his worries. The alchemical symbol array was something Reno had discovered a month prior while rummaging through the study at Bear Castle. Adhering to the principle that even in a low-magic world, magic exists, Reno had not overlooked a single hidden corner since his arrival. However, apart from this peculiar alchemical symbol array, he had not encountered any other discoveries. Though the alchemical symbol array was extraordinary, it came with many limitations. Take the roast chicken. For instance, there were 3 restrictions. Restriction 1. Required ingredients. Without flame and raw chicken as ingredients, Reno could not conjure roast chicken out of thin air. The notion of kneading bread or magically transforming food is mere folly. Restriction 2. Time needed. Although alchemical synthesis greatly accelerated the cooking process, it was not instantaneous. Time was still required. Restriction 3. Reno himself. The appearance of the finished roast chicken depended entirely on Reno's roasting skills. After inscribing the alchemical symbol array on the chicken, Reno needed to visualize the roast chicken in his mind, the result of synthesis for the alchemical panel to emerge. If Reno had never seen a roast chicken, he would be unable to imagine it, and thus unable to synthesize it. In simple terms, Reno could not synthesize anything he had never encountered, nor produce results he could not achieve. Of course, alchemy was not limited to roasting chicken alone. Upon the pages of the tome, he inscribes the alchemical sigils, envisioning himself having completed the reading of the book, thus forming an alchemical panel. In this manner, he is able to absorb the knowledge contained within the text as if receiving a divine blessing. By drawing the alchemical symbols upon the ground, he He can manifest the essence of myself after 10,000 squats or myself after 10,000 push-ups. In this way, the energy expended during the alchemical process is not that of flames, but rather the vitality and strength of Reno himself. These revelations are the fruits of Reno's month-long explorations following his acquisition of the alchemical sigil. Chapter 2. Transformation. After finishing the roasted chicken, Reno devoured nearly all of the cookies on the table. His hunger finally abated. He felt a soothing sense of contentment, as though he had eaten just enough. At this moment, a soft whimpering from outside the door caught his attention. "Misha, open the door yourself, I've taught you how," Reno remarked, casting a glance at the wooden door of the storage shed. With a creak, the door slowly swung open. A plump, fluffy puppy, entirely covered in golden fur, pushed its way inside. Upon entering, it sniffed the air, circled the table, and finally stood before Reno, raising its paws in a gesture of wishing prosperity, a trick Reno had taught it. This puppy, rescued by Reno shortly after his arrival in this world, had transformed over 2 months into a hefty creature weighing over 20 pounds. It had an insatiable appetite. Were it not for the puppy's cleverness and good nature, Reno might have returned it to the mountains long ago. "Do you wish for a treat? Then tonight, lend me your body once," Reno teased, waving a chicken carcass before Misha's eager eyes. "Oh, Misha seemed to comprehend, nodding in agreement like a child. He placed the chicken carcass and the remaining cookies on the floor. Reno watched as the puppy devoured the offerings, a soft sigh escaping his lips. He was another, commonly referred to as a wolf spirit, capable of possessing the little dog before him. In the original narrative, all 4-star children were wolf spirits, able to command direwolves. Bran Stark was famously recognized as the rare green seer among 1,000 shapeshifters, able to commune with the 3-eyed raven, knowing both the past and the future. Reno, however, was not so fortunate. Perhaps due to a decade of slumber or the soul's transformation following his crossing into this realm. He too had become another. Yet, his ability was limited to possessing the puppy Misha, and only when Misha was in a cheerful disposition and willingly compliant. "Alone in a foreign land, am I to depart on the morrow?" Reno murmured, picking up 2 books from the table. Each tome bore the illustration of a 12-pointed star on its cover. Focusing his mind, 2 panels blossomed before Reno's eyes. Alchemical material. Reno, 300 everyday phrases in Westeros. Combination progress, 98. Result. Reno has mastered 300 everyday phrases in Westeros. Start-stop. Alchemical material. Reno, detailed map of the North. Combination progress, 99. Result. Reno has mastered detailed map of the North. Start-stop. Start. With a mere thought, Reno initiated the process. A wave of fatigue washed over him, as if an unseen force had drained his vitality and mental acuity, consuming his very essence. Upon reaching 100 on the progress panel, a flash of white light enveloped the 2 books, and both panels vanished before Reno's eyes. The overwhelming sensation of cognitive overload and exhaustion ceased. Simultaneously, torrents of knowledge memories, everyday phrases, grammatical structures, and introductions to the prominent families of the North, along with their resource distributions, surged into Reno's mind. He became acutely aware of the numerous families in the North, the locations of various mines, their sizes, the resources available, and the factions that occupied them, all crystallizing within his consciousness. The 2 tomes were now thoroughly mastered, indelibly etched in his memory. "I am utterly exhausted, I long for sleep," Reno mused, his head heavy with drowsiness, tempted to surrender to the embrace of his pillow. Under this akin to a divine revelation, Reno's progress over the past month had been remarkable. Yet, this extraordinary advancement had given others the impression that he was merely eating and sleeping. After a prolonged moment of rest on his bed, Reno rose and lifted the carpet beside his bed. Beneath lay a 12-pointed star formation. Alchemy materials, Reno land. Synthesis progress, 98. Alchemy result, Reno after 10,000 squats. Start-stop. Alchemy materials, Reno land. Synthesis progress, 81. Alchemy result, Reno after 10,000 push-ups. Start-stop. Alchemy materials, Reno land. Synthesis progress, 86. Alchemy result, Reno after 1,000 kilometers of running. Start-stop. 3 panels materialized before him. Reno felt a pang of regret. Until the progress bar reached 100, even at 99, there would be no rewards, only expenditure. Advancing the progress required sacrifices. Unlike the mental drain of studying, the physical exertion extracted Reno's stamina. What a pity. I must depart tomorrow, and it seems unlikely I will complete the running and push-ups. I only have myself to blame for setting my sights too high a month ago, Renault lamented. In a few days, once he left the bear fortress, should have made lift the carpet to clean and inadvertently destroy the alchemical array, all of Renault's efforts from the past month would be rendered futile. Squats commence. Renault thought resolutely. Progress 1. Progress 1. Synthesis progress. 98-100. Alchemy result. Renault after 10,000 squats. With a flash of white light, the panel vanished. A surge of warmth coursed through his legs, muscles swelling and engorging with blood. The memory of performing 10,000 squats emerged vividly in his mind. Yet beneath the layer of his considerable fat, the changes in his leg muscles were hardly noticeable. My leg strength has significantly increased, Renault marveled inwardly. Although his stamina had been depleted by alchemy, his legs were now brimming with power. After taking a few steps, he found his body surprisingly light. Stepping outside, Renault attempted to leap and sprint. He can leap 2 meters into the air and accelerate to astonishing speeds. The strength of his legs is unprecedentedly formidable. It is worth noting that Reynolds, who weighs over 500 pounds, bears a burden equivalent to that of an average adult carrying more than 300 pounds. With such mass, he can still bounce around, and once clad in armor, he will possess immense impact force. The results of alchemy surpass my expectations. They are incomparable to ordinary training, Reynolds mused as he returned indoors, having discovered the limits of his own body. The wonders of alchemy are not merely about reading, it is about achieving complete mastery. Squats are not just ordinary repetitions, they are far more profound than that. Yet, the more he realized this, the more he felt regret. If only he could delay his departure for another 10 days to fully complete the alchemical progress of push-ups and running, he wondered what transformations his body would undergo. Misha, when you go out to play, remember to close the door. I'm going to sleep. Make sure you return before dark, Reynolds said as he plopped down onto the bed, glancing at the plump yellow dog, Misha. The remnants of his meal had been consumed, and at this hour, Misha had likely not yet satisfied its hunger. Typically, this was the time it would venture out to the forest in search of grass to nibble on. Woof. Misha, understanding the words, nodded and then performed a playful gesture of congratulations and prosperity before scampering out of the room. After it left, the door was indeed closed behind it. At that moment, Reynolds, drained of energy and spirit, succumbed to slumber, collapsing onto his pillow. Snore! Snore! The sound of Reynolds' beastly snores echoed from the woodshed of Bear Fortress. A few passing maids outside stifled their laughter. Our big, foolish pig master is snoring again. It's only 10 in the morning, and he's already asleep? He truly is a creature. Have you heard? Our little Count Reynolds is to be sent to Bear East Valley, and he will no longer be the heir of the Count, but will instead be a Viscount. Bear East Valley? Are there even any living souls there? I heard it has long been abandoned. Time flows relentlessly, the days turning as swiftly as the seasons change. That night, the little dog Misha, just having fallen asleep, felt a twitch in its eyelids and slowly opened its eyes. In the darkness, its canine eyes glimmered with a deep blue light. The alchemical array contains not only a synthesis diagram, but also a decomposition diagram. Tomorrow, I must leave, and before I go, I must acquire that decomposition diagram. Reynolds' thoughts thrummed within Misha's cerebral cortex. With deft paws, Misha skillfully opened the door. All the daily practice Reynolds had instilled in Misha regarding opening and closing doors had paid off. The dog's movements were now remarkably coordinated. As Reynolds possessed Misha, he cast a fleeting glance at his own sleeping form on the bed, his canine face betraying a peculiar expression. Then, he set forth on all fours, treading upon the enchanting moonlight that danced across the ground, leaving the woodshed and approaching the courtyard wall, preparing to scale the fortress walls. The alchemical synthesis diagram was something Reynolds had discovered in study. Ever since he had a fit of hunger-induced rage and smashed the study door, he had been confined, forbidden from entering and exiting Bear Fortress. However, the decomposition diagram was not in the study, it resided within the Count's bedroom.
Chapter 3. Pirates. As night enveloped the surroundings, a soul had taken residence in the plump little dog. Renard, having just scaled the wall, intended to traverse the ledge to reach the kitchen rooftop of Bear Fortress and then ascend to the study on the second floor. However, at that moment, his keen beastly eyesight detected unusual movements near the wall. Shadows stealthily approached the fortress. In mere moments, 3 pirates, clad in rough cloth and wielding glinting swords, revealed themselves. Crouching low, They conversed as they climbed the wall. I never expected Bear Fortress to be so dilapidated. It seems Bear Island is as impoverished and backward as the rumors suggest. Have you memorized the map? The Countess's bedroom is at the southernmost part of the second floor. Should we eliminate her? No, we need her alive. A noble can fetch a ransom of 100 golden dragons. Moreover, she could serve as leverage to exchange for the iron mines of Bear West Town. For a lad just 18. Pulling off such a grand deed will surely earn him renown across the Iron Islands. My brothers have already set fire at the port. Once the guards inside Bear Fortress are drawn away, we strike. As the pirates continued their discussion, they successfully scaled the wall. Shortly thereafter, a blaze would erupt in the southern port, signaling their assault on the fortress. Yet, as they reached the top of the battlement, they discovered a pair of twinkling blue eyes fixed intently upon them. Who is that? Why is there a large dog on the wall? It resembles a small bear. The trio of pirates, upon recognizing Renard, appeared momentarily taken aback. Crouching at the edge, Renard mirrored their astonishment. This night marked his final evening at Bear Fortress. He had initially aimed to infiltrate the Countess's chamber and abscond with the alchemical diagram, but fate had led him to this unexpected encounter. Pirates? Iron Men? Were they plotting a night raid on Bear Fortress to capture his aunt? Renard's gaze wavered. After all, his aunt had not treated him kindly. She had sought to cast him out, publicly enumerating 7 sins against him, and even threatened to force him into the role of a night watchman to expel him. Should she disappear, he would naturally ascend to the title of Count of Bear Island. After all, he had yet to formally travel to Winterfell to receive his title of Viscount and lands from the King of the North. His hesitation lingered but a moment. Slowly, Renard turned and retraced his steps along the wall. He understood the principle of mutual dependence. He was uncertain whether he possessed the capability to govern all of Bear Island. Moreover, should he desire the title of Count, he would seek it honorably, rather than contenting himself with the remnants left by these pirates. After a brief interval, Renard, now back in the storeroom, gradually opened his eyes. His spirit had returned to its rightful form. Misha had returned to the room, resuming her slumber upon the carpet. The plump little hand pushed open the door, and the air was now filled with the scent of burning pine from the wooden house. If Renaud could embody an eagle soaring high above, he would surely behold the modest Bear Southport, where 5 separate blazes have ignited. The sky above Bear Southport echoes with the cries for help from the populace, mingled with the distant sounds of combat, anguished screams, and the clashing of metal. A feint to the east while striking to the west. It seems the pirate leader possesses some wit, Renaud mused inwardly. Under the cloak of night, Renaud stepped outside, squinting as he surveyed his surroundings. At the end of the road, he discerned several dozen soldiers of Bear Fortress gathering, before dispersing towards the direction of the fire. The guards had already scattered, and it was too late for Renaud to call out. At this moment, Bear Fortress lay vulnerable. I must find a weapon, Renaud murmured. Choosing not to enter Bear Fortress immediately, but instead making his way to the archery range outside, he pushed open the armory, where an array of weapons lay upon the racks: iron swords, long knives, shields, axes, and bows. The soldiers had rushed to combat the flames, taking only a few standard short swords, leaving a multitude of weapons behind. Renaud was unskilled with knives, swords, or axes. After glancing around, he stepped forward and grasped a shield in his hands. The pirates have breached Bear Fortress. I shall assist my dear aunt if I can, but if not, at least I have a shield for protection, Renaud reflected, realizing that the flames at Bear Southport signaled the pirates' nocturnal assault on the fortress. At that moment, the pirates had likely already infiltrated Bear Fortress. Inside Bear Fortress, 3 pirates had smashed open a window and gained entry. Armed with torches, they ignited anything flammable in their path. Wooden furniture, bed curtains, doors, and windows all succumbed to flames, turning the furnishings and decorations into ash. Regrettably, the walls of Bear Fortress were constructed of marble rather than wood, preventing the fire from spreading entirely. Boss, aren't we going to the second floor? One pirate inquired. No. Let the others handle that. Our task is to set fires on the first floor and loot valuables, as per the captain's orders. Boss, hurry. There are many silver utensils in the dining room. Did you bring a sack? Of course. Once the 3 pirates entered the dining room, their earlier caution dissipated, and they ransacked the kitchen for silverware with reckless abandon. Before long, a large set bulged with 30 pounds of silver items, silver plates, forks, and candlesticks. To their surprise, despite Bear Island's barrenness, Bear Fortress proved to be quite affluent. One pirate grinned widely as he hoisted the heavy sack. Do not underestimate the Mormont family, after all. They have a 1,000-year legacy. As one pirate spoke, he ignited the central dining table with a torch, breaking candles and tossing them atop to intensify the flames. The real treasures must be on the second floor. The first floor is nearly ablaze. Let us ascend and join the others. The leader of the 3 pirates declared. The pirate leader stepped out of the dining room. However, as half of his body crossed the doorframe into the narrow corridor, from the darkness, a shield hurtled toward him with a fierce whistle. Boom! Like a meteor plummeting to the earth, an unexpected shield, infused with overwhelming and tyrannical force, crashed thunderously beside the pirate captain. Taken by surprise, the captain was violently thrust against the wall. Barely comprehending the sudden turn of events before, he heard the ominous crack of his own bones, echoing like popping beans. A surge of blood mixed with internal organs erupted from his mouth, his eyes bulging as he fixated on the foe who had ambushed him. Yet, all he could perceive was a shield. How many pirates are there? Came the voice of Reynald from behind the shield. With the shield braced against the ground, Reynald leaned forward, pressing the pirate against the wall, effectively blocking the doorway to the dining hall. Son of a bitch! The pirate instinctively cursed, refusing to answer. However, this insult only provoked Reynald to apply an even greater force through the shield. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resonated from within the pirate captain as he was crushed against the wall, his protruding eyes bloodshot and rigid, while blood and internal fluids erupted from his nostrils. Reynald's voice filled with curiosity emerged. He released the shield and stepped back, revealing the captain's lifeless body slumped against the wall, devoid of breath. Is he truly dead? Reynald mused, gazing down at the corpse with an expression of mild astonishment. The 2 pirates in the dining hall finally beheld Reynald's imposing figure behind the shield, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a physique akin to a mountain. He had effortlessly reduced their leader to a mere pulp with a single shield. What manner of monster is this? It seems I have underestimated the strength of this body. Reynald contemplated inwardly. The ease with which he dispatched the pirate instilled a newfound confidence within him. Shifting his gaze from the lifeless body at his feet, he addressed the remaining 2 pirates. How many accomplices do you have? I do not wish to hear any words beyond that number. One pirate, paralyzed by fear, instinctively took a step back. The other, drawing a long sword, turned and bellowed, Do not be afraid. His size may afford him great strength, but he must be clumsy. We shall take him on together. Having scolded his comrade, the pirate turned back to face Reynald. In the next instant, a shield loomed rapidly larger within his line of sight. As he spoke, Reynald had already made his move. Boom! The sensation akin to a battering ram crashing into the pirate's consciousness overwhelmed him. Before he could react, his back collided with the wall. With a shield in front and a wall behind, the immense force pressed upon him, and he, like his captain, heard the ominous cracking of his own bones. Splurt! Blood erupted from the pirate's mouth, and in that moment, his soul seemed to detach from his body. Remove the shield, Reynald commanded, observing the pirate's corpse, which slumped to the ground like a flattened pancake. With a cold smirk, he uttered, Am I large? Does my size inherently imply clumsiness? Oh! The arrogance and delusion of pirates. With that, Reynald raised his heavy right foot and brought it down forcefully upon the pirate's skull. Boom! The pine floor, inherently fragile, succumbed further under the formidable strength of Reynald, whose weight exceeded that of an ordinary individual by several times. With a single, forceful stomp, he drove the pirate's head deep into the floorboards, splintering wood chips that scattered into the air. The question lingered for the pirates. How many of you remain? Reynald withdrew his foot, twisting his head like a savage beast, casting his gaze upon the last remaining pirate. There was no need to stomp again. Yet Reynald found himself plagued with anxiety, his hands trembling. Rationality warned him that his rage was once again beginning to surge. Chapter 4. The monster in the kitchen of Bear Fortress. Flames roared fiercely. A young pirate, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, adorned in a crimson robe and sporting an eye patch, seized an apple from the table and took a bite. The apples of Bear Island were notorious for their foul, rancid odor. Todd cursed under his breath yet continued to gnaw at another piece of the fruit. Recently, he had been plagued by nosebleeds. The elders often spoke of this as a curse from the drowned gods, asserting that human legs were meant to stand upon the earth, not the sea. Thus, it was essential to consume fruits that grew from the land to alleviate such a curse. Conversely, the scholars of the Iron Islands claimed it was merely septicemia, recommending an increased intake of apples. Regardless, Tamed mused that indulging in apples could never be a misstep. Coughing incessantly in the corner of the kitchen were 3 guards clad in leather armor, brandishing long swords. They stood as the protectors of Bear Fortress. At that moment, these 3 men were cornered by a single pirate, their adversary, who even had the leisure to savor an apple. Tamed, the one-eyed dragon, a terrifying figure upon the seas, had once decimated an entire indigenous tribe on a remote island, hanging hundreds of natives from the stern of his ship to bait sharks. To his surprise, this infamous one-eyed dragon Tamed was remarkably youthful. However arrogant you may feel now, when my comrades return, your insolence shall be your downfall, one of the guards declared. Comrades? You mean those foolish swine I lured away with fire? Tamed chuckled, brandishing his long knife as he approached the 3 guards. It was you who set the fires at the port, the guard exclaimed, raising his sword high above his head and bringing it down upon Tamed. With a single-handed grip on his blade, Tamed executed a swift upward strike, intercepting the descending sword. The clash of steel sent sparks flying, and the guard felt the tremendous force reverberate through the hilt, causing him to lose his grip and send his weapon flying. The sword spiraled through the air, ultimately embedding itself into the floor 5 meters away with a resounding thud. You ought to grasp your sword with both hands, weakling bear folk. Do not overestimate your strength in my presence. Tamed sneered, his confidence soaring after disarming the guard. In the next instant, his knife transformed into a glimmering arc, striking the guard's neck at an uncanny angle. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The blade had sliced through flesh but became lodged in the spine. The wounded guard, despite his severed neck, gripped the edge of Tad's blade with both hands, resolutely locking it in place, and bellowed to his comrades behind him, "Kill him now." Though half of his neck was severed and blood flowed freely, the guard's fighting spirit remained undiminished. This was a perfect opportunity, one bought at the cost of a comrade's life. The remaining 2 guards, fear evaporated, seized the moment. Seasoned veterans of battle, they raised their swords in unison, thrusting them toward Tamed. "What a sturdy neck you have." Tamed remained unfazed, still grinning with malice. Confronted by 2 long swords aimed directly at him, Tamed relinquished the hilt of his weapon and extended his hands, gripping the incoming blades like an iron vice. With a sudden, forceful pull, he yanked backwards. To his astonishment, both guards stumbled forward, their necks unwittingly drawn toward the razor-sharp edge of his sword. The blade was double-edged, with a swift, chilling slice. The cold gleam flashed across the throats of the 2 men, and their heads fell to the ground with a dull thud. How weak they are! The old bear has become the night watchman, the great bear the fugitive. Has the lineage of bears on Bear Island been utterly extinguished? Ha! Tamed burst into uproarious laughter, then seized the hilt of the sword and yanked it back. A thud had tumbled to the floor. The guard, with half his neck severed, clung desperately to the blade, oblivious to the fact that his grasp was merely the instrument of Tad's slaughter of his 2 companions. In mere moments, Tamed had effortlessly beheaded 3 guards from Bear Fortress. Nonchalantly munching on an apple, he strolled from the kitchen. Navigating through the cramped corridors, Tamed paused at the entrance to the dining hall, where he had intended to ascend to the 2nd floor. There, he encountered the lifeless body of a pirate comrade, his leather armor unscathed, eyes bulging as if he had been brutally bludgeoned to death. Inside the dining hall, another pirate's corpse lay crushed, his head seemingly driven into the floor by some heavy object. A 3rd comrade's body hung grotesquely from the wall, his abdomen punctured, the wound resembling the imprint of a human foot. Had someone stomped through his belly? What monstrous strength is this? In the darkness, Tad's pupils dilated in terror, and he could not help but murmur, "Are there such formidable beasts on Bear Island? Who is this person? Within the fortress, there lurks a beastly adversary. This is perilous." As this thought crossed his mind, Tad's expression hardened, the frivolity of earlier replaced by icy resolve. Meanwhile, within the kitchen, the ravenous and disoriented Reynolds had, after dispatching 3 pirates, wandered aimlessly through the 1st floor of Bear Fortress like a headless fly, coupled with the billowing smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. He finally stumbled upon the kitchen. Upon entering, he immediately stuffed some bread into his mouth. After consuming a bit, his hands ceased to tremble, and his heart settled somewhat. His original composure began to re-emerge. At that moment, Reynolds noticed the gruesome scene in the corner, the bloodied remains of the 3 beheaded guards. What a brutal battle! What a formidable foe! Reynolds could not help but exclaim. Although he was no expert in the art of swordsmanship, he discerned that the heads of the 3 guards had been severed by the same hand, and in an instant at that. Among the pirates attacking tonight, there exists a being of monstrous strength. As this realization dawned upon him, Reynald felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. On the second floor of Bear Fortress, before the Countess' chamber, Knight Heel's Best and his two brothers stood with sword and shield in hand, their backs pressed against the door. The sheer number of enemies filled them with despair. In the narrow corridor, no less than 12 pirates had clambered through the windows. The three brothers, united in their resolve, had just withstood a fierce onslaught from their adversaries. All three bore wounds, and as the enemy prepared to launch another assault, the air was thick with the impending doom that threatened their very lives. "Tom! Dick! Stand tall!" roared Hux, invoking the ancestral motto of House Mormont. "Stand tall!" The two young sword-bearers echoed, their voices ringing out defiantly. Yet, deep down, they all understood that in such dire circumstances, words held little power. No matter how valiant their spirit, they were outnumbered 12-3. Behind them, in the Countess's chamber, the acting Countess Maggie Mormont sat with her 4 daughters. As the rallying cry of the brothers echoed from beyond the door, cold sweat beaded on Maggie's brow. "I made a grave error in judgment. Perhaps the fires at the port were set by those very pirates, and I dispatched all our forces to extinguish them," she lamented hoarsely, regret gnawing at her heart. "Mother, allow me to join the fight," implored Daisy Mormont. She stood tall at 6 feet, clad in leather armor and long boots. Her statuesque figure and striking beauty accentuated by her refusal to adorn herself in delicate dresses. While most girls her age cherished dolls, Daisy had chosen a morning star as her companion. Her extensive combat experience lent her a calm demeanor in the face of danger. "Indeed, there are only bears that die in battle, not those who plead for mercy," Maggie declared, determination flickering in her eyes. "Daisy, take Longclaw." Daisy's expression shifted from surprise to elation. The ancestral sword, forged from rare Valyrian steel, had long been an object of her desire. "I shall fight as well," announced the youngest sister, Lyanna, stepping forward. "You are merely 5 years old. Hurry and hide in the wardrobe with your sisters." Daisy affectionately ruffled her sister's hair. Lyanna, despite her tender age, was known for her fierce spirit, earning her the nickname Little Bear. "Very well. But if an enemy dares to open the wardrobe, I shall stab them in the neck," declared the little bear, Lyanna, lifting her chin and patting the small dagger at her waist, exuding an unexpected fierceness for one so young. As the 3 young daughters retreated into the wardrobe, Countess Maggie drew her sword and flung open the door to the chamber. "Stand tall," Daisy bellowed, brandishing the Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, as she charged out. Upon opening the door, she offered a nod to her brothers before dashing towards the 12 pirates lurking in the corridor. The knights, Hux and his brothers, wasted no time following suit. Rushing headlong into battle, the pirates, taken aback by the unexpected counterattack, found themselves in a narrow corridor where their numbers could not be fully utilized, despite being 12. Only 4 or 5 could engage in direct combat at once. In mere moments, the clash of steel and the cries of battle erupted around them. 3 pirates lay vanquished at Daisy's feet, felled by her razor-sharp Valyrian steel claws, one of whom had his iron sword cleaved in twain. Is this all that the Ironborn are capable of? Daisy's striking visage was stained crimson with the blood of her foes, her voice resonating with a commanding presence, as she single-handedly crushed the might of 12 islands. In the midst of her words, the Valyrian steel claws, having claimed the lives of 3, were now poised to strike the head of a 4th pirate. Is this all there is? What a fierce breed! What a she-bear! Haw haw haw! Behind the pirates, a long howl echoed. As the sound faded, a figure cloaked in red leapt over the heads of the pirates and landed before Daisy, who was wielding her sword against them. Before the shadow could touch the ground, the double-edged blade in his hand transformed into an eerie glimmer, striking horizontally against Daisy's claws. The clash sent sparks flying as the weapon collided with hers, snapping a portion of the blade and sending it spiraling out of sight. The force of the impact sent Daisy's weapon flying from her grasp, embedding itself into a nearby marble wall. In the blink of an eye, as the shadow landed, he delivered a swift kick to Daisy's chest. Though she raised her hands in defense, she was nevertheless propelled backward, stumbling 5 paces before regaining her stance. Unable to hold on to her sword, "Do you still dare to proclaim that I, the Ironborn, am merely all that? She-bear, have my strikes numbed your hands?" Haw haw! The sudden apparition was none other than Captain Todd, the pirate. He laughed maniacally as he retrieved the Valyrian steel claws embedded in the marble wall, feeling invigorated by the weapon's presence. "And who might you be?" Daisy inquired, her expression betraying her astonishment as her weapon was so easily dislodged. Her strength surpassed that of most warriors from Bear Island, yet this one-eyed youth had effortlessly sent her weapon flying. In terms of both strength and skill, The enemy clearly reigned supreme. Moreover, he had now taken her ancestral sword, which could slice through iron with ease. My full name is Todd Greyjoy, the most fearsome debt collector from Bear Island, Todd declared with a sinister grin, slowly removing his eye patch to reveal a scar over his left eye. 5 years ago, at the tender age of 13, I encountered the great bear, Jorah. I sent him plunging into the sea, but he paid me back by blinding me in one eye. 13. This terrifying figure had triumphed over the former lord of Bear Island, Jorah, while still a mere child, though he sacrificed an eye. It was a testament to Todd's formidable prowess. Daisy furrowed her brow. She had witnessed her cousin, the mighty Jorah, in action since childhood. And back then, Todd was just 13. Now, 5 years later, faced with such a formidable adversary, a sense of despair began to swell within her for the first time. A feeling of helplessness she had never experienced before. The Ironborn and the Bearfolk share an ancient enmity. However, I have come here this time with a touch of personal vendetta. Todd grinned wickedly as he donned his eye mask once more, raising his long sword with a menacing claw. He pointed it at the proxy Countess Maggie and sneered, "Eliminate them for me." Chapter 5. The Hidden Blade with the appearance of Captain Todd and the peculiar sword that could slice through steel. Daisy felt like a bear stripped of its teeth and claws, unable to instill fear in the remaining 9 pirates. "Kill! Sever their heads! Skin this bear and present it to the captain!" roared the pirates as they charged at Daisy and her companions. Having lost her weapon, Daisy instinctively took a step back. The 3 brothers, knights of the Shoes family, raised their shields. The sight of the frenzied, roaring pirates sent shivers down their spines. Yet they had no choice but to brace for impact. At that moment, from the staircase at the corridor's entrance, a hefty shadow emerged, shield raised, crashing forth like a battering ram to collide with the foremost pirate. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash. The leading pirate was caught off guard, slammed against the wall. His shield crashed under tremendous force, the sound of his bones cracking echoing sharply in the night. In an instant, all the pirates halted. Todd, wielding his long claws, glared with a ferocity akin to that of a shark, murmuring, "Have you finally shown yourself? The beast lurking within this bear fortress?" Daisy's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty until she recognized the newcomer and gasped, "Cousin." Maggie, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, could scarcely believe that her seemingly inept nephew would come to her rescue in this dire moment. Moreover, how could he possess such formidable strength? The newcomer was none other than Reno. He took a step back, releasing his grip on the shield, disregarding the half-dead pirate he had just crashed against the wall, as well as the remaining pirates, or his cousin and aunt. Reno's gaze pierced through the darkness, locking onto Todd's eyes, as if a bolt of lightning had sparked between them. "Is this the monster that killed 3 guards in the kitchen?" Reno pondered. In the next instant, he slightly bowed his head, raising his shield against the enemy, his powerful legs bending and his body arching, resembling a taut spring ready to unleash its energy. The cramped corridor was the ideal battlefield for Reno. Taking advantage of the enemy's ignorance of his fighting style, he resolved to strike rather than engage in idle chatter. Now was the perfect moment. To oblivion! Reno roared like a beast, then thrust his legs with tremendous force against the ground. The overwhelming power reverberated through the wooden floor, cracking the resilient pine as he left 2 deep imprints. Boom! 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 Weighing 500 pounds, Reno charged forward, each footfall resembling a minor earthquake. "Clear the way!" Todd commanded his pirates, his gaze sharp and resolute. Simultaneously, he snatched a shield from the ground, sword in hand, rushing toward Reno. He intended to confront Reno head-on with the shield. A clash of beast and monster was imminent. The 2 men braced their shields, colliding with all their might in the narrow corridor. Everyone else quickly cleared the path. Anyone caught in this charge would be pulverized to dust. "Die!" Todd bellowed. "Come on!" Reno roared back. 2 figures charged forward with unparalleled speed, akin to 2 meteoric projectiles. Ultimately, their shields collided in the heart of the corridor. Bam! The shields crumpled. They splintered. They shattered. Reno's hands tingled. The alchemical enhancement had fortified his lower limbs, yet his upper body strength remained unrefined. Despite the innate power of his physique, the sheer force of the impact rendered Reno's hands numb, his mind a whirlpool of disorientation. He could no longer grasp the shield. Yet, this was of little consequence. For the wooden shields, under the violent clash, were pulverized into dust, scattering through the air. In that very moment, amidst the swirling wood shavings, a glimmer of cold light darted towards Reno's throat. "Long Claw! Perish!" Todd's eyes glinted with the ferocity of a shark, unleashing another roar. The blade's chilling glow arced menacingly. Mere inches from Reno's throat. Countless experiences of battle whispered to Todd that in an instant, this corpulent beast named Reno would meet the same fate as those he had previously slain, becoming a headless corpse. In the midst of Todd's roar, Reno narrowed his eyes not from the splinters that had struck his side, but because alchemical materials, Reno, wooden stick, dagger. Rope synthesis progress. 99 result, spear start. With a roar, Reno summoned forth a spear, its white light flickering in his hefty grasp, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The spear, propelled by Reno's cry, lunged like a serpent from its lair towards Todd's heart. Though crude, fashioned from the tip of a wooden stick bound with a dagger by rope, it was this very simplicity that drove the spear into Todd's heart, lifting him up at an angle and pinning him to the ceiling. Todd extended his arm, maintaining his sword swinging posture. The long claw he wielded did not sever Reno's head as he had anticipated. The blade's edge was still a coin's breadth from Reno's throat. Gagging! A surge of blood erupted from Todd's mouth, streaming down the spear shaft. Did you think I was oblivious to your sword hand concealed behind the shield? Your cunning was commendable, but your arrogance sealed your fate, Todd Greyjoy. Today marks your demise. Reno's gaze was frigid as he spoke. Both gag. Pinned to the ceiling, Todd coughed up blood incessantly. His right hand, wielding the long claw, could no longer maintain its grip, clattering to the ground. Even unable to hold a sword, it seemed the so-called Ironborn was nothing more than this. Reno pressed against the spear with resolute force, returning Todd's words with a vengeful echo. What trickery is this? Todd's voice was faint, his eyes clouded with confusion. He could not comprehend how Reno had conjured a spear seemingly from thin air. You're on the brink of death, yet still so eager to learn. Reno mocked. The prior clash had been a flash of lightning. Just how formidable Todd was, Reno had witnessed in the kitchen. As Todd resolved to wield his shield and confront Reno with brute force, Reno harbored deep skepticism about his opponent's genuine desire to compete in strength. He was certain that the adversary concealed a formidable advantage, the ancestral sword of House Mormont, Longclaw. However, Reno was not unprepared. The two charged with equal vigor, yet Todd's combat prowess far surpassed that of Reno. Nevertheless, when it came to subterfuge, Reno clearly outmatched him. After all, even low magic is still magic, and Reno was indeed a wielder of spells. Am I arrogant? I perceive you to be no different. With Todd pinned against the ceiling, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he swiftly drew a hand crossbow from his waist, pulling the trigger with a decisive snap. The metallic tip of the arrow glinted ominously in the darkness. Reno's pupils dilated in alarm, yet his lack of battle experience left him momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to respond. Be careful! Knight Cyrus roared, hurling his long sword between Todd and Reno. The flying sword struck with a resounding clang. In the shadows, metal clashed, sparks flying, as a sinister arrow clattered awkwardly to the ground. It was then that Reno regained his composure. Immediately rolling like a large ball towards the direction of Knight Cyrus, the lance embedded in Todd's body lost its force without Reno's push. Todd descended from the ceiling back to the ground, his demeanor unruffled as he extracted the blooded lance from his heart and carelessly discarded it aside. Ha! The arrogant fool! Who told you that everyone's heart resides on the left? After rolling, Reno was aided to his feet by Knight Cyrus. Thank you. Your throwing skills are truly remarkable. Reno expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Todd was treacherous. Who knew if the arrow had been coated with a potent poison? Had it not been for Knight Cyrus's timely intervention, Reno feared for his life that very night. Under the circumstances, I cannot believe my fortune, Knight Cyrus thought. Acknowledging that he was no master marksman, it was merely a stroke of luck that he had managed to deflect the arrow with his thrown sword and save Reno. As they turned, they discovered that the wounded Todd, along with the remaining 8 pirates, had already leapt from the second-floor window. Lady McGee had not ordered a pursuit. After all, she recognized that Reno, their strongest ally, had only one maneuver charging with his shield and further attempts would be futile. With their own safety at stake, should Todd act rashly, it was conceivable that the lives of those at Bear Fortress might be forfeit that night. Cousin! I always knew you would be my hero! Exclaimed Daisy, her tall frame enveloping Reno in a tight embrace, as she passionately kissed his sweat-drenched, plump face, a tenderness she had never displayed in front of others. In their childhood, when Reno had stood up to bullies on her behalf at the tender age of 5, he had incurred lasting animosity, suffering a blow that left him senseless. This event had indelibly etched itself in Daisy's young heart. Thus, throughout the years, She had diligently fed her comatose cousin butter and cheese, striving to nourish his round belly day after day, hoping that he would one day awaken. She persevered in this matter for a full decade. Now, Renaud has awakened. Once again, he has become her hero. Chapter 6. The Great Bear That Night. The guards who had departed from Bear Fortress to extinguish the fire at the port returned one by one. Although the blaze had been quelled, a multitude of pirates continued to ravage the southern port. At the command of the acting Countess Maggie, Daisy took the lead, rallying over 30 soldiers from Bear Fortress to eliminate the remaining pirates at the port. Renaud also joined the fray, wielding a shield. Upon spotting a pirate, he would charge forward, sending them hurtling away and rendering them incapable of further combat. The pirates unfortunate enough to encounter Renaud found themselves in dire straits, as a single collision left them dazed and bewildered. Subsequently, they were either captured by the soldiers or decapitated by the soldiers of Bear Island seeking to claim pirate heads for glory. That night, many came to know the name of Renaud, and he gained insight into his own combat abilities. His charging power was formidable, yet it had its limitations. In expansive areas, without assistance, it proved challenging for Renaud to pursue a nimble and evasive pirate. Simply put, if a pirate turned and fled upon seeing Renaud, he had no means to stop them. As the night wore on, a great number of pirates scattered from the southern port, retreating to their ships in small boats. The clean-up operation continued from midnight until dawn. With the arrival of a new day, as a ray of sunlight stretched from the shoreline to the earth, a pirate ship gradually approached the port, halting 200 meters away. It was that scoundrel Tamed did he dare return. Daisy, standing beside Renaud, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the pirate vessel. Renaud, stationed at the port, did not glance up. He wore 2 strings of sausages around his neck, had 3 long loaves of Bear Island's signature bear sticks tucked at his waist, and held a ceramic jar filled with cheese in his hand. An elderly woman stood behind Renaud at the dock, holding a jar of jam with tear-filled eyes. "Thank you, young Master Renaud. If it weren't for you, my grandson and I would have perished at the hands of those brutal pirates last night. Please accept this jar of jam." Renaud frowned and turned, waving his hands repeatedly. "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept it. I am a noble, after all. How could I take something from a commoner?" As he spoke, he gestured until the jar of jam found its way into his embrace. With bread layered with cheese and spread with jam, topped with sausages, he used the flame of a torch to heat the long claws of his Valyrian steel sword, toasting the bread until the aroma of the delectable sausage sandwich wafted through the dock. After a night of battle, Renaud had eaten sufficiently, though not in a manner befitting his station. Family honor, nobility's pride, such concerns held no weight for him. Having already been cast out by his aunt, he intended to depart from the southern port at dawn, heading towards the Valley of Bear East. As the pirate ship anchored at sea, at the bow, the one-eyed Tamed Greyjoy, bandaged across his chest and clad in a red robe, stood with one foot on the ship's prow. With arms bent and cupped around his mouth, he called out towards Renaud at the port, "Berserker, who are you?" Renaud devoured a sausage sandwich. Hearing Tamed's raucous calls across the sea, he chuckled and bellowed back, "Me? Renaud Mormont, known to all as the Big Fool." Despite their antagonistic positions, Renaud held no disdain for Tamed. The man shared a similar disposition, a kindred spirit in a way. Their fierce life and death struggle had fostered considerable growth in Renaud. He resolved that one day, he must personally eliminate this pirate captain. As Renaud took another bite of his sausage, Tamed's voice echoed over the waves, "Are you a true warrior or merely a master of tricks, like a raging grizzly bear? Come to the Iron Islands and conquer these seas with me." Tamed's voice was resounding, akin to a sea monster's song, laden with temptation. "Get lost!" Daisy exclaimed sharply, suddenly drawing her bow and aiming it at the pirate ship. The arrow was launched from the harbor, floating gracefully through the air before plunging into the waves with a splash, disappearing amidst a flurry of bubbles. 200 meters away, the pirate ship was far too distant. Tamed's voice rang out again from aboard the pirate vessel. "Though you are of the Mormont bear lineage, they call you the Big Fool. Rather than endure humiliation on Bear Island, why not join me and become a free pirate? I, Tamed Greyjoy, swear by the drowned god that if you come aboard, I shall treat you as my own brother." "Might override!" roared a pirate. "Might override!" echoed a chorus of pirates. With her head held high, Daisy drew her claws and raised them above her head. Alongside her, 30 soldiers brandished their weapons, shouting the Mormont family motto. The momentum of both sides clashed amidst the waves. Yet, Daisy understood that her faction had lost. Last night, the mightiest warrior of Bear Island, Renaud, had proven himself. But he was soon to be sent by her mother, the acting Countess Maggie, to the remote recesses of Bear East Valley, like a stray dog. Todd's words pierced Daisy's heart like venomous thorns, embedding deeply within her and the hearts of all the warriors who had fought alongside Renault. A collective sense of injustice for Renault surged within them. Great Bear Renault. A warrior led the cry. Great Bear! Great Bear! The soldiers began to chant Renault's new moniker. In a single night, the big fool had transformed into the Great Bear. Indeed, a reputation is forged through might, Renault mused. Glancing at the warrior who had first shouted his new title, Tamed, one of the two brothers of Knight Rias, who had fought side by side with Renault last night at Bear Castle. I shall return now. You remain here until that cunning scoundrel Todd has vanished completely beneath the horizon. Be cautious, Renault said, ruffling Daisy's hair before turning away from the dock. Cousin. Daisy was at a loss for words, her thoughts swirling. My lord, Tom Best approached Renault instead of returning to the ranks. What is it? Renault halted. My lord Renault. I wish to become your sworn knight. Tom knelt before Renault, bowing his head with sincerity. On the pirate ship, the first mate approached Todd, who stood at the bow, holding a bottle of wine. Captain, you seem quite fond of that rotund fellow. Are you waiting for him to board? Todd removed the cork, took a swig of wine, and chuckled coldly. That fat fool will certainly not set foot on this ship. The first mate, perplexed, asked, if the captain knows the outcome, why linger here? Todd narrowed his eyes. As darkness fell, I discerned his face. That portly lad has yet to grow a beard, indicating he is a few years younger than I still boy. Once he begins his transformation into manhood, his muscles will strengthen, his bones will fortify, and he will tower above others. My struggle with the Mormont family continues. At this moment, it is a battle of wits. After today, I shall leave a scar upon Bear Island. There were unspoken thoughts lingering in Todd's mind. Last night, as he scaled the wall, he passed by the woodshed and noticed Rainer, a plump boy sprawled on a bed, sound asleep alongside a small bear with an oddly enigmatic gaze. At that moment, he regarded Rainer merely as a portly servant of the Mormont family, dismissing him entirely. In retrospect, he felt a twinge of regret for not having dispatched the sleeping boy. Strangely, upon their subsequent encounter, Todd perceived that Rainer's eyes mirrored those of the little bear. Mighty warriors are not to be feared. Even someone as formidable as Todd, when faced with the onslaught of 2 or 3 dozen men, could only relinquish his weapons and surrender. However, the ability to tame beasts, to communicate with them, and even to embody them would grant one the knowledge of every detail concerning the enemy forces from miles away. In the grand theater of war, the significance of a single individual can rival that of 1,000. The shapeshifters, also known as wolf spirits, are legendary beings. Yet, having witnessed Rainer's astonishing transformation of bare hands into a long spear, Todd, upon recalling Rainer and the bear's identical gaze, was filled with dread. Captain, what occupies your thoughts? The first mate inquired, curious. Todd was not one to daydream. I ponder a question I often considered in my youth. If one were to encounter a dragon and could not tame it, what should be done? Todd mused. Simple. If one cannot subdue the dragon, then seek the person who can tame it, thus becoming the master of the dragon's master. If one wishes to witness a lion's performance, there is no need to become a beast tamer, merely become the tamer's employer, the first mate replied without hesitation. Tommy, you are truly a genius. Though you often appear clumsy, you have a knack for pinpointing the crux of a problem, Todd exclaimed with delight, turning to the helmsman. Set sail. We are bound for Volantis. Are we departing again? Weren't we meant to leave a scar upon Bear Island? The first mate questioned. The scar has already been inflicted. Now, I must procure a beast tamer. Todd laughed heartily. Chapter 7, Strength of Arms. Cousin, during last night's battle, I sustained severe internal injuries, and my knee is in considerable pain. Just 2 days prior, my heart endured immense strain, and now it aches subtly. I failed to notice it yesterday, but now I feel as if I am nearing my limits. Cousin, in the conflict 3 days ago, I inadvertently injured the third nerve on the left side of my right hand's main artery. 5 days after the pirate raid, inside the storeroom. Composition progress. 1 alchemy materials. Reno, earth composition progress. 99-100 refinement result. Reno capable of performing 10,000 push-ups. Start-stop with a flash of white light. The panel before Reno vanished, and a surge of warmth enveloped his arms, with a lesser warmth radiating across his back and abdomen. The act of performing push-ups engages numerous muscle groups. Reno's upper body muscles swelled visibly, transforming one's loose flesh into solid form, banishing the softness of before. Should he remove his clothing now, he would resemble a colossal bear even more than previously. After a full 5 days, he had ultimately completed the push-ups. Regrettably, running would have to wait until his return to Bear Castle for completion. Reno beamed with joy, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. What delighted him further was the notable increase in his physical stamina. This latest enhancement, though it consumed a fair amount of energy, did not induce the overwhelming fatigue that had accompanied his earlier attempts. I wonder how my strength has improved. Reno clenched his fist, pushed open the door, and strode toward the training grounds. Within the training grounds, 2 sword-wielding attendants were engaged in a sparring match with their unsharpened longswords. The clanging of metal resonated throughout the arena. These were the Best brothers, Tom Best and Dick Best. Ever since Tom pledged his loyalty to Reno 5 days ago, his brother Dick followed suit, becoming Reno's guardian knight. Thus, the two no longer patrolled Bear Castle but instead honed their swordsmanship at the training grounds. Their oath of protection was sworn to Viscount Reno Mormont, rather than to any other member of the Mormont family. Aside from the 2 brothers, the rest, having gained a measure of admiration and even a hint of reverence for the great Bear Reno following the recent skirmish, harbored no intentions of departing from Bear Southport alongside him. After all, Reno's territory, Bear East Valley, was exceedingly barren, nearly a wasteland. Few would willingly forsake the prosperity of the port to retreat into the wilds of a valley. The Best brothers were equally reluctant to depart. However, remaining at Bear Castle offered no prospects for advancement, as the acting countess already had a guardian knight in their brother, Huck's Best. The 2 understood that perhaps 20 years hence, they would still be mere sword-wielding attendants. The Best family was a minor clan from Bear Island, with the head of the household being merely a minor baron, not yet hereditary. Pledging allegiance to Reno and becoming knights was the only viable path before them. Reno, aware of their situation, recognized his own shortcomings. A lack of agility and speed would accompany him for a considerable time. Venturing to Sheongdong Valley, having a couple of additional allies is always advantageous. Ah, my 2 knights are engaged in sword practice, I see. Count me in, my injuries have healed, and I shall be ready to depart by tomorrow. Renaud greeted the 2 brothers in the arena. Subsequently, he approached the weapon rack, scrutinizing it momentarily before selecting a practice longsword, devoid of an edge. What boy has not dreamt of becoming a graceful and elegant swordsman? Having strengthened his squats, his explosive power was considerable. He chose the shield merely out of convenience at the moment, not out of a genuine preference for using it to strike. At this time, his push-up training had reached completion. Grasping the longsword, Renaud felt a flicker of anticipation within him. Good morning, Lord Renaud. The brothers Dick and Tom paused their sparring to bow respectfully. What sword techniques do you possess in your world? Renaud inquired as he assessed the 2 brothers. Shaking the iron sword in his hand, which felt surprisingly light, akin to a mere wooden stick. A sword that is not well balanced is too light. One can hardly perceive its weight. What do you mean by sword techniques? Tom asked, perplexed. We enhance our combat abilities through practical experience with unsharpened swords, Dick explained. In this realm, methods of offensive combat are invariably discovered through real battles, and one's weaknesses can be similarly revealed. As for victory or defeat, it relies entirely on an individual's strength, speed, agility, coordination, skill, and combat intelligence, that is, adaptability in the heat of battle, along with one's physical condition during combat. The remainder is left to fortune. No sword techniques. Renaud's expression flickered with disappointment. Do you wish to learn how to fight with a sword, my lord? Would you care to spar with me? Tom eagerly proposed. He had previously considered himself one of the finest fighters on Bear Island, second only to his brother Rias and the young Lady Daisy. However, witnessing the astounding duel of 2 extraordinary combatants 5 days prior had made Tom realize the vast gap between himself and true masters of the art. A spar with you? Very well. Renaud smiled slightly. Utilizing a shield as a weapon was merely a last resort, a means of defense to counterattack. Renaud was a man of initiative, whether in battle or other pursuits. With that settled, Tom and Renaud took their stances in the arena, while brother Dick stepped aside to observe. At that moment, Cousin Daisy and Knight Rias emerged from Bear Castle, making their way to the practice range. Daisy, standing at a height of 1.5 meters, donned leather armor and a skirt, her shapely legs encased in brown boots, showcasing her tall and alluring figure. Knight Rias, clad in light armor with a long sword at his side, possessed a prominent nose and sharply defined jawline, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. Both were outfitted in protective gear, seemingly there for practical training as well. Upon spotting Renaud in the arena, Daisy felt a surge of joy yet also concern, asking, "Cousin, was the third nerve on the left side of your right radial artery injured? Why are you not resting in bed?" Renaud chose not to respond to Daisy, focusing intently on his opponent, Tom. To divert one's gaze from the enemy, whether in training or combat, is an act of folly. Beside him, the Night Shield scratched his chin in exasperation. Renaud feigned illness daily, stalling for time and reluctant to depart from Bear Fortress. Everyone perceived this, save for the young lady who genuinely believed Renaud was injured. Contemplating this, Night Shield gently shook his head with a smile and shifted his gaze to the center of the arena. His brother, Tom Best, was rapidly wielding his iron sword, its movements akin to the fluttering of butterfly wings, mesmerizing to behold. In the midst of the arena, his opponent Renaud, dazzled by Tom's intricate swordplay, found himself at a loss for how to counter. "If only I had a shield, I could simply charge at him," Renaud mused internally, yet quickly dismissed the thought. One cannot remain a brute forever, after all. With this reflection, Renaud raised his iron sword high above his head and stepped forward, aiming a strike at Tom's head. Who moved with such grace? Initially, Renaud appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary, hefty individual. However, once he unleashed his attack, a striking transformation occurred. The unsharpened iron sword, infused with a ferocious energy, descended upon Tom like a mountain crashing down. In that instant, consumed by the fervor of battle, Renaud forgot that he wielded a sword. Disregarding all techniques and notions of a skilled swordsman, his singular focus was to crush his adversary. With a clang, the two swords collided, sparking a brilliant display. Tom's longsword spun through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before embedding itself 5 meters away in the ground. One blow, and the enemy's weapon was disarmed. Renaud slowly retracted his vibrating sword, bowing his head in silence. Their confrontation lasted but a single exchange, with Tom's weapon sent flying by Renaud's might. Years of practiced, ornate swordplay, which Tom believed would allow him to hold his own against Renaud, now left him in disbelief. He stood frozen, a look of regret dawning in his eyes. "I should have gripped the sword with both hands. That would have prevented my weapon from slipping." Observing his brother's embarrassment, Night Shield sighed. "It is futile. The manner of gripping the sword is merely a habit. Tom can wield his sword with both hands, doubling his strength. And so too can Renaud. The outcome of having one's weapon knocked away by a single strike will remain unchanged. The disparity in their strength is insurmountable." Daisy then addressed Renaud, "Cousin, why not employ a mace, a flail, or a battle axe as your weapon? I believe that heavier weaponry suits you far better. Even a shield would be more practical than a sword in your hands." "A mace? A flail? What nonsense!" Renaud was contemplating shedding weight and redeeming his reputation, aspiring to transform his title from Great Bear to Handsome Bear. To wield such crude weapons would only cement his identity as a brute. "I shall become an elegant swordsman," Renaud declared vehemently. "No. You are a berserker. Do not deceive yourself," Daisy retorted angrily as she unsheathed her longsword and stepped into the arena. Gripping the sword with both hands, she aimed a downward strike at Renaud's head. Renaud was taken aback when his cousin, in a fit of anger, attempted to strike him. He hastily raised his sword to block, but with a sharp clang, his iron blade was cleaved in twain by the formidable Valyrian steel claws. "Do not force my hand," Renaud exclaimed, discarding the broken sword and retreating in haste. "Cousin, allow me to help you discover your true self. Ordinary swords are no match for the claws." Daisy's gaze was frosty as she lunged at Renaud once more. "What true self? What false self? You mad woman!" Renaud bellowed, continuing to back away. Daisy had lost her senses. It seemed that if he did not intervene, she truly would harm herself. With no other option, Renaud dashed to the weapon rack, trembling hands grasping a spiked mace. With the mace, he would not suffer the same fate as his slender sword, which had been effortlessly severed by Daisy's razor-sharp Valyrian steel. What a commotion! The she-bear and the mighty bear are clashing. A passing soldier murmured to himself. As his words spread, an increasing number of onlookers gathered at the archery range. Captivated by this sensational battle, the hefty mace danced in Renaud's hands as effortlessly as a mere stick, truly befitting the mighty bear he was. How could the young lady be even more formidable than he remembered? Is that the claw? In the arena, Renaud swung the mace wildly, resembling a frenzied behemoth as he struck at Daisy. With both hands on her sword, Daisy's determination was no less fierce than Renaud's. A seasoned fighter, she was able to withstand his onslaught, bolstered by the claws. Yet, this resistance did not endure for long. The sheer brute force of Renault rendered Daisy's hands numb and aching, and holding onto the sword became a feat beyond mere willpower. A few breaths later, Renault's mace struck the claws from Daisy's grasp, sending them flying to the ground, and Daisy stumbled, collapsing. Bending down, Renault reached for Daisy's elegant leg, grasping her boot, and hoisted her upside down. "Cousin, you have lost your mind." Daisy, breathless and flushed, retorted, "Cousin, in this state, I can only feel at ease when you leave the bear fortress." Such a state of mind. After swinging the mace countless times, Renault was exhausted. His broad chest heaved violently. Holding the mace aloft with one hand, he looked as though he could be a pampered young master. Were it not for the wildness that radiated from him, surpassing even that of a barbarian. "You ought to wield the mace with both hands. Then perhaps I wouldn't be able to deflect even a single blow, and the claw would be sent flying," Daisy remarked. "Let me reiterate, I am employing swordsmanship." Renault set Daisy down, ensuring she would not descend into madness again, and turned back to the weapon rack, retrieving another mace. "Moreover, I am a two-handed swordsman. Using the mace is merely a transitional phase." Now, he wielded two maces with ease. Renault casually swayed twice, his movements slicing through the air with an audacious force, stirring up clouds of dust in his wake. The spiked mace, robust and formidable, could effectively serve as a shield against arrows, and wielding it to strike was remarkably effortless. Truly delightful. Chapter 8 Departure 30 pounds of rice, 1 silver deer. A 10-pound bear stick of bread, 10 copper stars. 20 gin of Bear East Valley black radishes. 3 copper stars. The total amounts to 1 silver and 13 copper, my lord Rainer. At the entrance of the granary, the proprietor rubbed his hands together, smiling as he weighed the provisions purchased by Rainer. Without responding, Rainer seized the scruff of Misha's neck and tossed her onto the scale. "Help me ascertain the weight of my dog." "Woo!" Misha eagerly performed a gesture of prosperity towards Rainer, then extended her paw, pointing at the bare stick of bread. "Stay still, you shall receive your treat soon," Rainer admonished, giving her paw a light tap. 25 pounds. "Your little dog is indeed robust. It might as well be a small bear," the proprietor remarked, scrutinizing Misha closely. "Everyone says so. I cannot be certain. Perhaps I will only know its breed when it grows older." Rainer tore off a piece of bread and tossed it to the ground. Misha scampered towards the bread, seizing it in her mouth. Subsequently, Rainer stepped onto the scale and addressed the proprietor. "I have been overexerting myself lately. I believe I have lost some weight. Could you assist me in determining my weight?" With a clang, as Rainer stood upon it, the scales beam tilted sharply under his weight, causing a loud crash as the weights collided, even sparking in the process. The proprietor, somewhat pained, said, "My lord Rainer, this scale can only measure up to 500 pounds. You might want to step down." The reputation of the mighty bear Rainer had become a topic of conversation among the denizens of Bear Southport, his fame spreading far and wide. It was said that Rainer weighed 500 pounds, yet the proprietor, seasoned in his trade, suspected Rainer's weight exceeded that figure by a considerable margin. "Never mind. Your scale is inaccurate," Rainer grumbled, stepping off and tossing some coins before storming away from the market. The Best brothers promptly collected their food and followed closely behind Rainer. Today marked their day of departure. The reason for the rumor of Rainer's 500-pound weight was likely due to the notorious limitation of the scales on Bear Island, which only reached 500 pounds, a tale that would surely spread further today. Damn the unscrupulous merchant for using a 6-ounce scale. "I am clearly only 300 pounds. Rainer muttered in frustration. The Mormont family of the north resides in Bear Southport, their fortress being Bear Castle. The walls surrounding Bear Castle are constructed of stone, with an outer circle comprising granaries, firewood stores, armories, shooting ranges, and stables, encircled by a mud fence. At the main entrance stands a statue depicting a woman draped in bearskin, with a child nursing from one arm, while her other hand wields a battle axe. Bear Island is predominantly forested, with the southern island, where Bear Castle is situated, being the only area of plains. Consequently, most residents of Bear Island dwell along the coast, leading to the presence of several hundred tenant farmers in Bear Southport. During the long summer months, particularly in September, most men of Bear Island venture out to sea for fishing, while the women are compelled to shoulder the duty of repelling invaders. The invaders encompass the self-proclaimed iron-born pirates of the southern Iron Islands, as well as the so-called free folk from the frozen shores beyond the wall. Among these savages, the female warriors refer to themselves as spear maidens, while the women of Bear Island are known as bear maidens, signifying their fierce nature akin to that of a bear. This nomenclature has fostered a distinctive warrior culture among the women of Bear Island. At this moment, beneath the statue of the Bear Maiden, Rayner gazed at the best brothers and declared, "In March of next year, I shall journey to Winterfell, where the king in the north will personally bestow upon me the title of Viscount. At that time, you shall be formally knighted as my sworn protectors." Rayner was not a legitimate Viscount, nor were the brothers proper knights. Presently, he bore only the formal titles of Lord of Bear Eastvale and Supreme Commander of the Bear Island Navy. Of course, there was also the title of Great Bear, a moniker bestowed upon him by others, which had now become one of his recognized titles. Tom, clutching a 20-pound black carrot, beamed with delight. "It matters not, my lord. It is my honor to stand by your side." Clearly, after their encounter at the training grounds yesterday, Rayner had utterly won Tom's admiration. Dick, shouldering a sack of rice and holding a bear stick loaf, shyly nodded, "My lord, I grew up in Bear Southport and have never ventured far. I have always yearned for adventure." Adventure? Did these two truly believe that my journey was merely for leisure? Rayner found himself at a loss for words. The best brothers were of noble lineage, with Tom at 17 and Dick at 14, both of an age comparable to Rayner's, yet in another life they would still be considered mere children. He feared that after a few days of hardship on the road, they would return, weeping and wailing. Rayner sighed gently. "If you find the trials of the journey too arduous, you are free to return. I shall harbor no ill will." The brothers wished to express further loyalty. Yet at that moment, the acting Countess of Bear Island arrived with her 4 daughters before the statue of the Bear Maiden, leading a large horned ox. Maggie Mormont regarded her young nephew Rayner with a complex expression. The boy before her, with his center-parted hair, seemed to embody the 7 deadly sins, visibly exhibiting sloth, gluttony, lust, and wrath. That night when the pirates attacked, 3 of them were slain by Rayner in the dining hall, yet a significant quantity of silverware vanished, presumably taken by him, such a greedy fellow. When I spoke to him, he appeared quite impatient and rather arrogant. I heard that Rayner, upon seeing Daisy walking with night heels, out of jealousy, assaulted her with a mace. The more Maggie pondered, the more she perceived Rayner's character as deeply flawed. He seemed to embody all 7 sins, a veritable corpulent demon who ought to be seized and dispatched to the night's watch at the wall. She felt a lump in her throat, increasingly repulsed by Rayner's presence. Finally, she shut her eyes, choosing to avert her gaze from this thorn in her side, and spoke. "Rayner, I have prepared a great horned ox for you, as I doubt a mere steed could bear your weight." Rayner was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ungracious ant would show such consideration. With a smile and a courteous gesture, he replied, "By the old gods, thank you, ant. If you truly believe in the old gods, you should not act like a demon wreaking havoc upon this world. This child, if free from the affliction of gluttony, could eat less, practice temperance, exhibit humility, and uphold integrity, avoiding theft. How wonderful that would be." Midge inwardly scoffed, choosing to turn away from Rayner. Rayner gazed at his aunt's retreating figure, sighing within. She was a stern, humorless woman of 50, with a rather inflexible mind and a fiery disposition. Perhaps the onset of menopause had clouded her judgment, yet her character remained commendable. According to the original narrative, she would perish in the War of the 5 Kings 5 years hence, dying for House Stark. In Rayner's eyes, this war seemed utterly futile. At that moment, his cousin Daisy produced a clinking pouch, tiptoeing towards him. Her delicate lips brushed against Rayner's ear, her warm breast tickling him. "Cousin, I wanted to give you Longclaw, but mother refused, and we had a quarrel. Here are 20 silver stacks and some copper stars. Live well on the lands, and do not starve. If you encounter wildlings, mountain folk, or pirates, do not hesitate, return to Bear Island, and I shall provide for you. I am not your pet," Rayner remarked, yet he accepted the pouch with gratitude. This cousin, Daisy, also met an untimely fate in the original tale. 5 years later, she would encounter the handsome young wolf lord, Robb Stark, becoming his sworn knight. Not long thereafter, she would meet a tragic end during the infamous Red Wedding amidst the War of the 5 Kings. Such a calamity must never repeat, Rayner silently vowed. His other cousin, Alysanne, was of average appearance, her visage lacking the beauty of Daisy, resembling a horse more than a maiden. She possessed a robust frame, her skin coarse, and at the tender age of 12, she was stronger than most grown men, evidently bearing the genes of the Mormont clan. Alysanne approached Rayner, saying, "Cousin, I have woven a rabbit fur cloak for you. It is already September, and winter approaches. Take care to keep warm." "Thank you, Alysanne." Rayner accepted the pristine white cloak, draping it across his back, feeling a sense of lightness in his heart. With a center parting and a white cloak, His appearance was as peculiar as it could be. Yet Raynor remained blissfully unaware, believing that this white cloak bestowed upon him an air of elegance, reminiscent of a northern gentleman poised to ride south across the rivers. Leaning gracefully against a bridge, his other cousin, Jorah, was a frail girl with pale skin, possessing the most exquisite face among the 4 sisters. Yet fate seemed to conspire against her beauty, denying her the strong physique of the Mormont lineage. Cousin, I thought you might linger at home feigning illness until mother passed away. I did not expect you to truly depart, so I have not prepared a gift. Here is a homing bird. I hope you do not find it lacking. The thought of outliving his aunt struck Raynor as stiffening. She was merely 10 years old. Her words lacking decorum. Mish, overhearing her daughter, trembled with fury but restrained her outburst. Raynor took the cage from Jorah, which housed a parrot adorned with vibrant feathers. Shivering in the cold. Upon seeing Raynor, it squawked, "Hello, Raynor." Renault paused for a moment, instructing the best brothers to stow away the birdcage, gently patting Joel's small head. "Thank you, I truly adore this pet." It seemed that Joel was quite a patient girl, for this parrot must have undergone extensive training to learn to speak. However, the bird appeared to be of southern origin, now trembling from the cold. It was only September, and yet it looked so pitifully frozen. Cousin Lyanna, hands on her hips, confronted Renault. "Cousin, what about the dragon chest thing you promised to make for me?" Renault had come prepared. Retrieving a box from his satchel, the giant dragon devours the brown bear devours the lion devours the snow wolf. The snow wolf devours the puppy devours the kitten devours the mouse, and the mouse devours the giant dragon. Do you remember the rules of the game? 5-year-old Lyanna furrowed her brow. I don't quite understand, but it sounds intriguing. I believe my sisters comprehend it. After expressing this, she turned to glance at her 3 sisters. Renault smiled. Farewell, my dear cousins. He mounted the great horned ox, waving goodbye to the 4 cousins. His considerable weight caused the ox's legs to bend slightly. Goodbye, and farewell, Bear Southport. Renault gazed southward, perched atop the horned ox, raising 2 wolf-toothed clubs high. Ho ho ho. I shall never return. That night, amidst the mountains and forests, the moon hung low in the branches, and the air was crisp. Damn it, I long for Bearfort, Renault grumbled, kicking a branch until it snapped and tossing it into the campfire. Beside him, the best brothers toiled diligently, laboring for an hour before nightfall to erect 3 branches and drape leaves atop them, fashioning a makeshift triangular tent. Inside, they laid down pine needles to create a bed for Renault to rest. They were sweating from their efforts, yet they did not voice their desire to return home. However, Renault was beginning to feel the strain. How I miss my goose feather pillow and woolen mattress. I yearn for the fireplace and roasted chicken. Why must the heavens torment me so? Why must my menopausal aunt look upon me with such discontent? Renault muttered, grabbing Misha, who was grazing nearby, and tossing her into the tent as a makeshift pillow, lying down. "Oh!" protested Misha, feeling quite innocent in her predicament. "What are you barking about?" Renault snapped. Not out of hunger or anger, but simply out of frustration. In all his years, across 2 lifetimes, he had never slept in the wilderness. "Lord Renault, once we reach Bear East Valley, the sleeping conditions will improve," Tom reassured him. The journey from Bear Southport to Bear East Valley is a total of 80 kilometers. We've covered at least 10 kilometers today. 80 kilometers would typically take just half a day on horseback. Even if the brothers were to walk, pushing themselves to their limits, they would reach their destination by nightfall if they set out in the morning. Yet, Renault's pace was undeniably slow. Tom dared not speak this plainly, aware of Renault's famously volatile temper, and instead chose to comfort him with patience. Sleeping in the forest is truly liberating. Uncertain whether a princess, ensnared by the denizens of the forest, weeps beneath the celestial canopy, awaiting the gallant knight to rescue her, young Dick, merely 14, gazes up at the starry expanse, lost in boundless reverie. Has this lad been overly enamored with tales of dashing knights? Mused Reynolds, a grin spreading across his face as he emerged from the modest confines of the tent, directing his gaze towards the 2 brothers by the flickering campfire, Tom and Dick. Would you care to witness a magic trick? With sleep eluding him, he resolved to occupy himself with some endeavor. A magic trick. The brothers' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Just 6 days prior, on the fateful night of the pirate raid, Reynolds, shield in hand and a wooden club slung across his back, had astoundingly transformed the club, seemingly conjuring it into his grasp, morphing it into a lance that reversed the tide of battle, piercing the very heart of the one-eyed dragon. Todd, pinning the foe to the ceiling. Only those who bore witness could fully grasp the magnitude of that moment. We wish to see. We wish to see. The brothers were now animated with anticipation. Reynald approached the great horned beast, rummaging through his pack until he uncovered a bow and 10 arrows, each adorned with a design of 12 starbursts. Subsequently, he seized a handful of charcoal ash and made his way to a towering oak, 10 meters high. Whereupon he commenced inscribing the intricate pattern upon its sturdy trunk. Upon completing this task, Reynald grasped his bow, resting a hand upon the oak, and began to envision the culmination of 100 archery practices. In the next instant, a distortion of the void manifested before his eyes, revealing an alchemical interface. Alchemical materials: Reynald, oak tree, bow, arrows x10 synthesis progress, 0 creation result. Reynald, having practiced shooting 100 times, has shot the oak tree 100 times. Start-stop Chapter 9. The forest alchemy progress, 100. With a flash of white light, the alchemy was complete, and the panel vanished. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. From a towering 10-meter oak, 3 leaves inexplicably detached from their branches and drifted gracefully to the ground. The alchemy concluded, and some of Reynald's stamina was drawn away. This time, Reynald, having learned from past lessons, did not aim too high but instead focused on training in increments of 10,000. A mere memory of 100 shots appeared in Reynald's mind. The oak had only 3 leaves fluttering down, indicating a hit rate of merely 3. For Reynald, who was attempting archery for the first time, this accuracy was already commendable. The bow also bore signs of wear, a testament to the toll of alchemy. With the trick complete, Reynald retracted his hand and glanced at his 2 guardian knights. To the eyes of the two, Reynald merely held the bow and traced a formation upon the oak's trunk, after which 3 leaves fell. It was not awe-inspiring, but it was a small feat nonetheless. Impressive. Tom reluctantly offered his praise, clapping twice out of politeness. What just happened? Dick rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend the spectacle Reynald had performed. Ignoring the 2 brothers, Reynald reflected upon the memory of 100 shots at the leaves and mused. If I could inscribe a 12-pointed star formation upon an enemy and deliver a dose of alchemy, perhaps I could easily dispatch a formidable warrior. Yet, he understood that in direct combat, merely inscribing an alchemical formation on an opponent was as challenging as striking them with a sword. No, 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 he admonished himself. I am a lord now. I must not be consumed with thoughts of reckless bravery. Such matters should be left to my subordinates. I am an aristocrat, not a ruffian. My vision must be broader. Lost in thought, Reynald returned to his humble tent and drifted into a deep slumber. That night, within the forest, the sounds of snoring, akin to beasts, echoed. For 8 consecutive days, 3 companions, a cow, a dog, and a bird, journeyed eastward. During these 8 days, Reynald synthesized shooting techniques 10 times daily, launching 100 arrows each time. On the first night, he had only 3 leaves fall. By the second day, the brothers had collected 18 leaves from the ground. On the 4th day, they found 36 leaves. On the 6th day, they had 61 leaves. By the 8th day, just moments ago, they had gathered 94 leaves. 8 days, 7,100 arrows, and a hit rate of 94 at a 10-meter distance. I wonder if this signifies my initiation into archery. From the thicket, Reynald's imposing figure emerged slowly. With the bow in his left hand and the tails of 5 squirrels in his right, he approached the campfire. During these 8 days of mastering alchemical archery, Reynald not only improved his accuracy but also experienced a slight enhancement in his arm strength and greater bodily coordination. In the past 2 days, he had even succeeded in hunting squirrels. Each day, he traversed 10 kilometers, thus, he had covered a total of 80 kilometers over the span of 8 days. According to reason, the distance from Xiongdong Valley to Xiongnan Port is merely 80 kilometers, so they should have arrived at their destination by now. However, at this moment, Reynald and his companions encountered not a single soul, nor did they catch a glimpse of Xiongdong Valley. They remained lost in the mountains, devoid of any sign of a valley. It seems we have lost our way. I had suggested we follow the coastline, complained his brother, Dick. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, Reynald remarked sagely, but it appears you led us astray. Tom, his elder brother, reproached Dick. He dared not blame Reynald. At this moment, the 2 brothers bore a dispirited gaze. They were no longer the vibrant youths who had eagerly anticipated a spring outing 8 days prior. Now, their leather armor was heavily worn, their boots riddled with holes that exposed their toes. They appeared disheveled, lacking the youthful exuberance they once possessed. Amidst their quarrel, they adeptly skinned and gutted 5 squirrels. subsequently skewering them on branches to roast over the fire. Over the past 8 days, Reno had exhausted his strength practicing archery. He had consumed 30 pounds of rice and the specialty bear stick bread of Bear Island long ago. The remaining 20 pounds of coarse, hard black radishes from Shyongdong Valley had gone untouched by any of the 3, including Reno. Had it not been for Reno's improved archery skills allowing him to hunt, they might have perished in the wilderness. What was initially a venture to become a lord had devolved into a struggle for survival in the wild. With a sigh, Reno retrieved the guide bird, a parting gift from his cousin, Jorah. "Hello, Reno," the parrot greeted him in human speech. "Hello, little bird. Could you tell me the direction to Shyongdong Valley?" Reno inquired. "South, south," the parrot squawked, colliding with its cage, its trajectory indicating south. All 3 understood that south was not Shyongdong Valley but rather Shyongnan Port, from whence they had come. Yet, it was true that the sun rose in the east. They had been advancing eastward for 8 days. Their slow progress was one matter, now being lost was another, driving Reno to the brink of exasperation. This bird could only indicate direction, it lacked navigational capabilities. With a sense of resignation, Reno put away the parrot. At that moment, the 5 squirrels were ready for roasting. Before cleaning, the squirrels had adorably fluffy tails, but once skinned, they bore no distinction from rats. The brothers were reluctant to eat them, yet failing to do so would lead to starvation, thus, each reluctantly consumed one. Reno held 3 roasted squirrels, slicing 2 pieces of meat and tossing them on the ground to feed Misha, the chubby dog. Misha, accustomed to grazing on grass, had merely enjoyed the meat as a supplement, thus remaining plump rather than thin over the past 8 days. As he bit into the squirrel, the crunching sound echoed from Reno's mouth. The aroma of roasted meat filled his nostrils, and he closed his eyes, fantasizing about feasting on 3 roasted squabs, which only deepened his sense of sorrow. When will these hard days come to an end? Even if Reno now regretted his choices, yearning to return to Bear Castle and seek forgiveness from his aunt, he could find no path back. Soon, they finished their roasted squirrels. The 3 individuals did not immediately rise. Instead, they chose to rest in place. After all, being lost and blindly forging ahead would only lead to further missteps. The serene forest was punctuated only by the sporadic crackling of the firewood. The trio exchanged glances, their spirits notably low, and none uttered a word. After a brief moment, a distant wolf howl echoed through the air. Wolves! In a sudden burst of energy, Rainer sprang to his feet, grasping his bow and arrow, and dashed towards the source of the howl. Saliva pooled in his mouth, fueled by anticipation. The stout dog, Misha, hurried after him. The 2 brothers, their eyes alight with excitement, seized the large horned cattle and followed Rainer. In this moment, Rainer embodied the wildest and hungriest beast of the forest. Accompanying him meant the promise of meat. The trio raced towards the origin of the wolf's call. After traversing a kilometer and cresting a hill, the howling grew louder, mingled with faint human cries and screams. It was not just a single wolf, but a pack. And there were humans. Rainer's eyes sparkled as he climbed a slope for a better view, discovering an indigenous tribe below. This settlement boasted over 100 thatched huts, half of which were billowing smoke. Dozens of dark-furred mountain wolves rampaged through the village. Haw haw haw! Is this Bear East Valley? I knew I had taken a wrong turn. Rainer laughed heartily, reveling in the prospect of a hearty meal. My lord, this does not appear to be Bear East Valley. It seems we have encroached upon the territory of the forest dwellers, Tom remarked, furrowing his brow. My lord, Count Jorah harbors a deep-seated enmity with the forest folk, Dick added, shrinking slightly at the thought. A deep-seated enmity? Rainer frowned. His elder brother, House Mormont, had committed grave offenses 4 years prior by capturing poachers and selling them into slavery, leading to his execution by King Eddard Stark of the North. Thus, were the forest dwellers the very slaves Jorah had traded under the guise of poachers? Rainer scratched his head. Indeed, Tom nodded. Since then, whenever the forest dwellers encounter the people of Bear East Valley or Bear North Bay, they show no mercy, killing them and hanging their corpses in trees for the beasts to devour. Dick recounted the terrifying tales he had heard. Do they only kill those from the east and north? What logic is that? Rainer questioned, baffled as to why these natives targeted the inhabitants of Bear East Valley and Bear North Bay. Because we of Bear South Harbor possess fertile fields and a trade port, rendering hunting unnecessary. Bear West Town has mines and craftsmen, posing no conflict with the forest dwellers, Tom explained. In simple terms, the prosperous lands did not require hunting, and there was no direct conflict with the indigenous hunters, leading to rare encounters and thus no opportunity for violence. Do the forest dwellers have a blood feud with House Mormont? Raynor, perched on the hillside overlooking the tribe below, wore a complex expression. It was one thing for his half-brother, Jorah Mormont, to be a sycophant, but it was another to offend so many. Previously, the infamous pirate captain, one-eyed Todd of House Greyjoy, launched a nocturnal assault on Bear Island, driven by vengeance after Jorah had blinded him in one eye. Regaining his focus, Renault observed the marauding pack of mountain wolves within the tribal woods, noting their peculiar behavior. They exhibited organization and discipline. Free wolves formed a unit, engaging the enemy only briefly before dispersing in search of something. These wolves were no ordinary mountain creatures. They were guided by an unseen force, a shapeshifter, commanding over 100 wolves. As a fell shapeshifter, Renault's senses were acutely attuned, feeling as though his very soul were being scalded by boiling water. An undeniable awareness that sent chills down his spine. Chapter 10. The Savior in the Forested Tribe. An elderly man with a long beard shielded 2 children behind him, wielding a wooden staff and shouting wildly in an attempt to frighten away the 3 ferocious wolves before him. Yet, the wolves remained composed, maintaining their distance. The elderly man's frailty rendered his frantic attempts futile against the formidable beasts. The wolves gradually circled, spreading out into 3 separate positions. Has the inevitable finally come to pass? A sense of despair enveloped the old man as he realized that if the 3 wolves attacked simultaneously from their respective angles, both he and the 2 children behind him would surely perish beneath their savage fangs. With a thunderous roar, the lead wolf charged, prompting the others to follow suit. They aimed for his neck, wrist, and thigh. Crippling his wrist would render him unable to hold his staff, while the bites to his neck and thigh could sever his arteries in mere moments. The beasts, driven by primal instinct, lacked the moral compass of humanity. They attacked wherever they sensed vulnerability. Why haven't Lyanna and the others returned? The old man roared in frustration. His son had led over 50 of the tribe's strongest young warriors on a hunting expedition, and they had not returned for several days. It seemed that the wolves had chosen this opportune moment to strike. A profound sense of despair washed over him as he retreated, raising his staff in a futile defense against the 3 wolves leaping towards him. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed from the sky, resembling metallic stars, descending rapidly. In an instant, an arrow pierced the neck of one wolf, crashing it to the ground with immense force. The remaining 2 wolves seized the opportunity to latch onto the old man's wrist and thigh. With swift precision, 2 more arrows fell from the heavens, each striking a wolf, one through the head, resulting in an immediate demise, while the other, struck in the rear, instinctively released its grip on the old man. Seizing the moment, the elderly man swung his staff with fervor against the injured wolf's head, striking it again and again, until the wood splintered under the relentless assault. Panting heavily, he finally ceased his onslaught, observing the wounded wolf spitting blood. He lifted his gaze towards the distant hillside, where 3 figures stood, accompanied by a cow and a dog. The foremost figure, draped in a white cloak and wielding a bow, acknowledged the old man with a nod. Who is this archer, if not Lyanna and his companions? The old man pondered aloud. The archer drew back the bowstring once more, releasing a flurry of arrows that cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour. On the hillside, Lord Reynolds' archery was destined to be etched in history, celebrated for generations to come. Tom had developed a habit of flattering him over the past few days. My lord, why save them? We share a blood feud. Rescuing them may only lead to our own demise, leaving our bones to be devoured by beasts, Dick lamented. Still entangled in the dreadful legends surrounding their past. Everyone is human, including the indigenous. It is unreasonable to think that after saving them, they would repay kindness with malice. Dick, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Let us simply await the feast of meat and drink. Having discharged 30 arrows, Raynor found his quiver empty. He tossed the longbow to Dick and seized 2 sturdy maces, exclaiming with vigor, besides, if you don't speak of it and I don't speak of it, who would know my name is Mormon? The maces, crafted from robust oak and sheathed in a layer of brass adorned with numerous metallic barbs, bore the marks of tarnished copper. A mere scratch could inflict tetanus upon an adversary. At this juncture, Raynor charged forth, his pace unhurried but facilitated by the downhill slope. His substantial frame reverberated with each step, akin to a colossal mountain beast descending, causing the ground to tremor as if heralding a series of minor earthquakes. Using the maces as shields, Raynor swept aside the branches and underbrush with an unstoppable force. The commotion drew the attention of a dozen mountain wolves as he descended. Their crimson tongues lolling, they regarded Raynor as if he were a succulent morsel laid before them. A howl erupted from the pack. Undeterred, Raynor hurled his right mace with unyielding ferocity. Perhaps due to his proficiency with archery, the heavy mace flew forth like a meteor, cleaving the air before crashing into the midsection of one wolf. The copper-headed, iron-backed mace struck the creature's vulnerable spine, and the once menacing wolf was sent spiraling away, rolling upon the ground in a desperate attempt to rise, only to discover its lower half devoid of sensation. One blow had shattered its vertebrae. The remaining wolves turned to witness their fallen comrade in despair. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Raynor lunged at the nearest wolf, raising the massive mace above his head and crashing it down upon the dazed creature. "You have time to dawdle. Look here!" With a resounding crack, the second wolf's skull twisted grotesquely, its neck broken. "Two," Raynor proclaimed, hoisting the bloodied mace upon his shoulder and swaggering toward the woodland tribe. At that moment, another wolf lunged at Raynor. With deftness, he swung the mace as if striking a baseball, sending the wolf soaring through the air, landing several meters away. Bloodied and barely alive. "Free," he announced once more, striding through the pack of wolves, who retreated in disarray, none daring to initiate an attack. Their intelligence was apparent. Raynor had demonstrated his formidable strength, and they understood that any rash assault would lead to their demise. Picking up the mace he had previously thrown, Raynor ambled leisurely toward the tribe. As they approached the heart of the tribe, a wolf that had lunged at an indigenous girl was once again sent flying by Raynor's swinging club, the fifth one. The girl squinted at Raynor, her heart racing with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, mysterious berserker. What is your name?" "I am Stated Sheldrick," Raynor fabricated, casting his gaze over the disarray of the tribe, and bellowed to the heavens, "Everyone, come behind me." The elderly, weak, and infirm, who had been lurking in the shadows, immediately emerged upon witnessing Raynor's formidable strength. After all, he was a man capable of sending a mountain wolf flying with a single blow. Hiding behind him felt far safer than concealing themselves in a pile of grass. "Follow me, and together we shall rescue more," Raynor roared, rallying the elderly and infirm to sweep away the wolf pack. He was no stranger to such endeavors. Merely half a month prior, he had led a group to eradicate pirates throughout an entire night. Though these tribal natives were not as formidable as the soldiers from Bear Southport, they were indeed fierce. As Raynor sent a wolf soaring with his club, they surged forward, resolutely wielding their spears to deliver the final blows. The efficiency of the slaughter against the wolf pack surged remarkably. "Berserker, there's one over there. Please help me, there are 6 wolves here." "Warrior, there are 3 wolves over there too." The cries for help echoed incessantly around him. Raynor continued to roar, "Rest assured, I, Boris, shall not abandon a single comrade." After a brief moment, an elder, whose thigh and wrist bore the marks of wolf bites and who clutched a wooden stick, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young man. What do they call you?" "Stephen Bold," Raynor replied, continuing his charade. His presence invigorated the demoralized forest dwellers, who found a pillar of strength in him. The forest dwellers, already known for their ferocity, now surrounded Raynor, their fear of the mountain wolves dissipating. "Lord Stated, my 3 brothers remain trapped in the cellar. I implore you to save them," the previously rescued girl pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. "Very well. Lead the way," Raynor responded, as he seized a piece of smoked meat hanging at the entrance and stuffed it into his mouth. The elder beside him regarded Raynor with peculiar eyes. Having observed him throughout the ordeal, he noted that Raynor's voracious appetite was equivalent to that of 10 men. The man had called himself Stephen at one moment, Boris at another, and now Stated. The elder had heard at least 5 different tribesmen refer to Raynor by various names. What manner of mysterious berserker, adept at petty theft, possessing remarkable archery skills and bearing many names, has emerged from the shadows? The elder pondered, increasingly perplexed by Raynor's enigmatic presence. Chapter 11. The Mountains Whisper. Half an hour later. The 86th. The 365th. The 1233rd. With a resounding crash, Reno's spiked mace shattered the tailbone of a mountain wolf, and with a swift kick, he crushed its neck. At the cellar entrance, brothers Tom and Dick stood back to back with Reno, their swords drawn, their leather armor soaked in blood. Reno's expression was dark, his disheveled black hair cascading down, and the 2 spiked clubs in his hands were drenched in blood, twisted and deformed. "Tom! Dick! Retreat to the cellar!" Reno roared. "My lord! We vowed to the old gods to protect you. We shall not flee, even if it costs us our lives," Tom declared resolutely. "If you had appeared that fateful night, we would have already perished. I do not regret fighting for you now," Dick shouted in agreement. This was not mere flattery. At a moment of life and death, the brothers spoke from the depths of their hearts. Thank you. If we survive this ordeal, I shall treat you as my own brothers. Reno felt a warm surge of gratitude within him. Half an hour earlier, after Reno had foolishly sent most of the natives into the cellar, the battle between man and wolf took a dire turn. The pack of wolves gathered at the cellar entrance, all their weapons directed at Reno. Tom and Dick, hastily joining Reno, plunged into the fray. Over 100 mountain wolves converged. Initially, Reno wielded 2 spiked clubs with unmatched valor, standing like a war god at the cellar's mouth. However, after slaying more than 10 wolves, he began to wheeze, his earlier ferocity waning. The brothers realized that Reno's physical limitations were becoming apparent. His body could not endure prolonged combat. Without hesitation, they took their positions behind him, swords in hand, and the trio fought as one. After half an hour, 29 wolf corpses lay around them. When Reno began to count to 1,233, Tom sighed inwardly. Their formidable lord had finally reached his limit. His mind becoming clouded, unable to even count correctly. They had dispatched 29 wolves, yet Reno's count had soared into the thousands, a sign of impending collapse. The most tragic aspect was that the cellar of this forest-dwelling tribe lacked a door. Even if they wished to escape, hiding in the cellar would lead them to certain doom surrounded by wolves. I cannot go on, Reno staggered, his body trembling, using his mace to prop himself up. At that moment, a wolf with deep green eyes lunged at Reno. Instinctively, he swung the mace, but the cunning wolf did not fully commit. Instead, it deftly turned and leapt away. With a thundering crash, the mace struck the ground, missing its target. A wolf dares to toy with me, Reno croaked, his hands numb, glaring fiercely at the enigmatic lead wolf. Such occurrences had become all too frequent. The wolf cunningly provoked Reno into action, relentlessly depleting his stamina. The shield lay atop the bison. Had they possessed it, they could have successfully barricaded the cellar entrance. Tom lamented deeply. Regret enveloped all 3, including Reno, who wished he had not ventured into this treacherous situation. Better to feast on squirrels in the forest than to be devoured by wolves here. He regretted hiding everyone in the cellar, for had the indigenous people been dispersed, Reno might have managed to confront the wolf pack one by one. If he had not drawn the wolves together, even upon realizing his dwindling strength, he could have made a graceful escape. The death of a few forest dwellers mattered little to him. A misguided decision would ultimately lead to his own demise. The wolf pack had imparted a harsh lesson to Reno. A sense of despair washed over the 3. It was not just them, the nearly 200 indigenous people in the cellar trembled in fear, clinging to one another for warmth. You mad? If you fail to kill me today, I, Reno, vow to personally twist off your dog head. Reno's voice was hoarse as the lead wolf with deep blue luminescence in its eyes spoke. Were it not for this cunning wolf leader, who deftly evaded Reno's attacks amidst the chaos and consumed his energy, Reno might have endured longer. He was not conversing with the wolf, but rather with the person behind it, the shapeshifter. Just as despair gripped the hearts of many, a cacophony of voices erupted from a distant hillside. Urgh! Urgh! The hillside resounded with the primal roars of wild men. The nearly 200 individuals in the cellar faintly heard the commotion outside and echoed the call. It's Leon and the others returning. We are saved. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Reno lifted his gaze to the distant slope and beheld over 50 indigenous warriors, bow in hand, howling as they loosed arrows in their direction. The sound of arrows whistled through the air, a tempest of projectiles descending like a torrential downpour. Hurry to the cellar, Reno commanded. The 3 swiftly retreated. Thuds echoed as arrows rained down, and the wolves howled in agony. The 2 wolves that had charged into the cellar were swiftly dealt with by Reno and his companions. The lead wolf's peculiar and eerie howl resonated above the tribe, signaling the shapeshifter, who sensed the tide had turned, calling for the other wolves to retreat. Accompanied by the fading footsteps of the wolves, the heavy stone that had weighed upon everyone's hearts finally lifted. They were saved. Tom, in a playful manner, punched his brother Dick. With a thud, Dick collapsed to the ground, having succumbed to the tension of the prolonged battle. The 14-year-old boy fainted from the sudden release of stress. Reno grasped Dick, gently laying him on the ground. Then, he sank down beside the wooden barrel in the cellar and began to chew on a potato. Tom, see, luck always favors us. Tom smiled in response. Had it not been for Reno's unwavering resolve, we would have perished long ago. Fortune favors the living, for the deceased cannot seize their luck. It is my honor to be your guardian knight, Reno, exclaimed Tom with a radiant smile, speaking sincerely. I am equally privileged to know both of you brothers. Reno replied with a smile. The bond of brotherhood surpasses that of mere friendship, and the camaraderie of trusted companions is even more profound. As night descended, a bonfire blazed in the heart of the forest tribe, flames soaring toward the heavens, a unique ritual of the Woodland clan, a fiery declaration of their dominion over the forest. After laying to rest some fallen kin during the day, Chief Mar of the Woodland tribe commenced the grand ceremony of the day. September heralded the harvest festival. Tonight, the annual wrestling competition would unfold, where all men would engage in duels and contests. They would indulge in the rare delight of potato wine free of charge. Following the wrestling matches, the tribe's young and beautiful maidens would select their favored men from the bouts and invite them to dance. Accepting the invitation would lead to an enchanting evening spent together. This event marked the last gathering before winter's arrival, after which the hunters would venture deep into the woods for over a month, embarking on their final hunt before the harsh winter. Tom and Dick, the brothers, had spent the afternoon napping in the cellar and were now invigorated. Sipping the tart potato wine, they danced joyfully around the bonfire alongside the forest natives, feasting on smoked meat. Even the plump dog, Misha, received a generous portion of meat. Regrettably, the great horned bull brought from Bear Southport had succumbed to a wolf attack. However, with Reno's nod of approval, the bull was promptly slaughtered. Additionally, over 30 slain wolves were skinned and roasted beside the towering bonfire. The primal drumbeats resonated, and jubilant songs echoed through the woods. Amidst the revelry, Reno stood apart in the shadows, his hands caressing a rough wooden door, exploring it as one might tenderly touch a beloved. Berserker, have you succumbed to inebriation? This is not a maiden, but a door. If caressing it brings you joy, then let it be, chuckled Chief Mar, approaching Reno with a wooden cup filled with potato wine. The remarkable arrows of Reno had saved his life, leaving an indelible impression on the elder. I am studying the door. If I could craft one, I might install it in the cellar after today as battle, allowing me to evade combat. Waiting for your son to rescue us, Reno mused, a wry smile on his lips. It's common to be misunderstood, and Reno was not one to elaborate. Moreover, explaining the instantaneous alchemical synthesis of a wooden door would be quite the challenge. Those wolves were no ordinary mountain wolves. They had backing. Reno shifted the topic. I am aware of a shapeshifter named Shanyubetu, who is a deranged wild man that escaped from the frozen shores of Bear Island. Mar Xiaonin spoke calmly, his words surprising Reno. However, recalling the pack of mountain wolves that seemed to be searching for something within this tribe, Reno found it less astonishing. This old fellow appeared to have had dealings with the shapeshifter, who commanded the wolf pack on more than one occasion. It seems there are secrets concealed within this tribe. Yet, Reno was not one to indulge in curiosity. They will return. I suggest you dig several more cellars, the kind with doors. 4 wolves cannot open them, Reno proposed. What do you mean? Mar Xiaonin's eyes brightened, taking Reno's suggestion to heart. In addition to the cellars, you must arrange for patrols and establish an agreed-upon emergency signal. Once the signal is sounded, everyone should seek refuge, akin to how a groundhog reacts upon sighting an eagle. Though you may not have encountered a groundhog, do not delude yourself into thinking you are an eagle without natural enemies, Reno advised, casting a glance at Mar Xiaonin. Perhaps these forest dwellers were inherently simple. Or perhaps their fierce nature had led them to never contemplate fleeing. When an unstoppable crisis suddenly descends, these natives lack a reliable contingency plan. Thank you for your suggestion. It is indeed helpful to us, Mar Xiaonin said, his gaze piercing as he handed over a cup of potato liquor. What is your true name? Reno would eventually become the Lord of Bear East Valley. These forest dwellers would encounter him sooner or later. Rather than leaving them with a deceptive impression of Reno, it was better to be forthright now. With a resolute demeanor, Reno replied, My name is Reno, and my surname is Mormont. With a loud crash, the old chieftain Mar Xiaonin's wooden cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces and spilling the liquor everywhere. Chapter 12. The Bonfire by the Crackling Bonfire. Chief Mar Xiaonin stood shoulder to shoulder with Reiner. Let us raise our glasses to the hero. Without him, many of us gathered here tonight would not be alive. Mar Xiaonin lifted his goblet high. All eyes were fervently fixed on Reiner. This was the man who had slain 1,233 mountain wolves. Hero! 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 The people of the forest cheered for Reiner. The best brothers also joined in, reveling in the moment. You are a warrior of divine essence. Like a god descended from the heavens. Young Lord Lion Shaolin, who had returned with over 50 warriors and driven away the wolf pack, also raised his goblet in tribute to Reiner. He had heard tales of Reiner's valor from other tribesmen. Clearly, their arithmetic skills left much to be desired. In this indigenous tribe, Being able to count to 10 was considered the mark of an exceptionally astute showman. The wolf carcasses around the bonfire numbered a mere 30. If one could truly vanquish over 1,000 wolves single-handedly, Lyanna alone could sweep across the continent of Westeros. There would be no need for him to engage in wilderness survival in these desolate mountains. Hero, proclaim your name. Chief Mar-Shanlin directed his gaze at Reiner. A chill ran down Reiner's spine. Did this old man wish to see him perish? To utter the name of a lord? The best brothers exchanged apprehensive glances, their hands instinctively gripping their sword hilts. Over 200 warriors fell into a tense silence, all eagerly anticipating Reiner's declaration of his name. Reiner mustered his courage and spoke clearly. I am Reiner Mormont. Mormont. He bears the Mormont name. Following a moment of stunned silence, every man drew forth his bow and arrow, including the young Lord Lyan, who had just honored Reiner. He nocked an arrow, aiming it squarely at Reiner's head. Had it not been for the presence of his father beside Reiner, Lyan would have already released the arrow. Mormont! How dare you bear the Mormont name? What relation do you have to Jorah Mormont? Young Lord Lyan bellowed in accusation. He is my brother, Reiner replied, his right hand tightening and then relaxing. Poised for action. Should these savage tribesmen truly be as merciless as the rumors suggested? Reiner pondered, seizing the old man beside him and using him as a human shield in a desperate gambit. Leon! Are you truly prepared to shoot the savior of our tribe? Chief Mar-Shanlin admonished his son sternly. Those words caused the warriors to stiffen, their resolve wavering. 4 years prior, their king had been taken by Jorah Mormont and sold into slavery, a blood feud that had festered. Yet now, 4 years later, they found themselves saved by Reiner Mormont. Had it not been for him, they would have returned to cradling the corpses of their loved ones, rather than rejoicing in song and dance. Indeed, Mormont had been their enemy, but Reiner was not. He was destined to inherit the title of Earl, yet was cast out by his mother bear and sent to Bear's Vale. Chief Mar-Shanlin proclaimed with conviction. The words eased the already tense atmosphere once more. They understood. Reynold, an isolated member of the Mormont clan, stood there. Only the best brothers remained nervously scanning their surroundings, on high alert. He was an honorable man, who, despite not knowing us before, had saved us out of kindness and a sense of justice. I firmly believed that he and his brother Jorah were of entirely different natures. Allow me to reintroduce him. Mok Shenshen proclaimed, patting Reynold on the shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. This is the commander of the Bear Island Navy. Lord of Bear East Valley, slayer of 1,000 wolves, and the mighty Reynold Mormont. He is also our friend. Slayer of 1,000 wolves. Mighty Reynold. Friend. The crowd laid down their hatred and raised their goblets once more. After all, Reynold was their savior. I salute you, Reynold. Thank you for your tremendous kindness. I, on behalf of the other warriors, pledge to you. Henceforth, unless provoked by the people of Bear East Valley, we shall not take the life of any Bear East Valley inhabitant. The young chieftain Leon Shenshen, with a stern expression, raised his goblet towards Reynold. Reynold was the lord of Bear East Valley, a friend to them. However, the Mormont family was not. Peace would be confined to the Shenshen tribe and Reynold's territory of Bear East Valley. This would also signify that the Shenshen people would share a hunting ground in the east with the inhabitants of Bear East Valley. For the Bear East Valley folk who relied on fishing and hunting, this was indeed momentous news. Have I already begun generating income for my subjects even before reaching Bear East Valley? Truly, I am a commendable lord. Reynold chuckled wryly, raising his goblet. Winter is coming. And I, Reynold, hereby pledge that before the onset of winter, during the final hunt, I will lead over 800 of Bear East Valley's mightiest iron-blooded warriors, along with myself, into the mountains to vanquish the malevolent shapeshifter mountain speech Betu. Where would he find over 800 iron-blooded warriors? The best brothers exchanged glances. Lord Reynold was indeed no ordinary man. They had been lost for 8 days and had yet to even find the gates of Bear East Valley. To boast in front of more than 200 people without a hint of embarrassment was truly impressive. Reynold merely thought that since these mountain folk could not count, he would boldly inflate his claims to intimidate the natives. Of course, this promise was also a private agreement he had reached with Chief Mok Shenshen. Killing that shapeshifter would not be an easy task. The old man clearly needed a powerful warrior like Reynold, otherwise, he lacked the confidence to confront a savage capable of commanding 100 wolves. Reynold also wished to eliminate that enigmatic shapeshifter. He had already established enmity with mountain speech Betu. With such a powerful shapeshifter lurking in the mountains, watching with predatory eyes, Reynold could not sleep soundly. The wrestling tournament is about to commence. Who shall be the first to compete? Observing that the atmosphere had sufficiently lightened, Chief Mok Shenshen spoke up, shifting the topic. In previous years, this event would have occurred later. Now, he required a grand affair to divert everyone's attention away from Reynald. The young clan leader, Liang Shenshen, set down his doublet and approached the bonfire. Standing at a height of 1.85 meters and possessing a robust physique. His sun-kissed skin bore the scars of countless battles with wild beasts, etched across his chest and back. Reynald! In our Shenshen tribe, the invincible wrestler. Revered as the king of Shenshen, do you dare to contest this title with me? Liang cast a challenging gaze at Reynald. Over 50 returning warriors, who had never witnessed Reynald's prowess firsthand, harbored doubts in their hearts. Reputation is forged through strength. Reynald was acutely aware of this truth. To earn the respect of these young natives, he knew he must demonstrate his might. Very well. Reynald strode toward Liang, towering over him by nearly half a head. His physique overshadowing Liang's. The ensuing contest of wrestling was, in truth, a one-sided affair. Yet, Liang's strength proved somewhat surprising to Reynald, complemented by his extensive combat experience. As the wrestling commenced, the two remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes. Ultimately, it was only with all his might that Reynald managed to bring Liang crashing to the ground, pressing his head firmly against the earth. I concede. With his head pinned down, Liang relinquished his struggle, his body yielding. Reynald extended his hand, and Liang grasped it, rising to his feet. The two, panting heavily, took their seats side by side on a long log with their potato liquor in hand. This wrestling match had undeniably deepened their bond. Subsequently, one by one, young warriors approached the bonfire to wrestle, competing in combat techniques to win the favor of the maidens. As Reynald sipped the tangy potato liquor, he offered his observations. That lad is applying his strength incorrectly. That one is too lean and tall. His center of gravity is unstable. Quite commendable. This shoulder throw possesses a touch of my finesse. The effects of the drink emboldened Reynald's words. Liang's expression towards Reynald was complex. This bear-like man had triumphed over him through sheer brute force, despite Liang's mastery of technique. Liang recognized Reynald's lack of finesse in wrestling yet was thoroughly impressed by his effortless victory. Perhaps Reynald truly could single-handedly defeat 1,000 wolves. The young clan leader, devoid of any concept of the magnitude of 1,000, found himself admiring Reynald from the depths of his heart. Reynald, I challenge you. Another warrior boldly issued an invitation. Liang was no match for Reynald, and this warrior was well aware of his own limitations, yet it did not dampen his combative spirit. The Shenshen people thrived on the thrill of battle. Very well. Reynald rose once more. Wrestling, a sport that seldom leads to injury and is filled with confrontational spirit, was something he found increasingly enjoyable. Stepping forward, Reynald swiftly dispatched the challenger with ease. Shortly thereafter, another warrior stepped up to confront Reynald. The wrestling competition continued for a full 3 hours, with over 50 Shenshen warriors taking their turn. Reynald alone participated in 27 matches, all while sipping the increasingly intoxicating potato liquor. As the wrestling concluded, Reynald was in a state of delightful daze, intoxication enveloping him. In his ears, it seemed as though someone was calling him by a new title. King of the Forest. King of the Forest. Only the mightiest among the wrestling champions could rightfully bear such a name. Following the wrestling match, the men retreated to rest, while the youthful, spirited maidens of the tribe took to the stage to dance. They either beckoned to the men they had long admired or invited the valiant warriors who had excelled in the wrestling contest. Should the men accept the invitations to dance, they would enjoy a splendid evening together. This was akin to a wedding ceremony for the forest dwellers, a grand celebration of union. In his drunken stupor, Reynald leaned precariously against a log. 6 lithe, innocent forest maidens approached him, inviting him to join in their revelry. With his senses already dulled, he opened his arms wide, embracing the 6 girls at their waists as though they were soft, fluffy clouds. Soon, Reynald and the maidens gathered around the bonfire, dancing to the rhythmic beat of the drums. The effects of the alcohol heightened his exhilaration, and as he danced, his movements grew increasingly disoriented. The primal drumming reverberated louder in his ears, while the maiden's melodious laughter echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha! Hee hee! Come on, dance more. Reynald, you're sweating. Come catch me, Reynald. Witnessing this absurd spectacle, the best brothers exchanged incredulous glances. Reynald had not only resolved the conflicts among the forest people but was also poised to sow the seeds of new beginnings this very night. Perhaps, by the following year, numerous little Mormons would be born. Truly, He was a figure of admiration, the one who had penned the gallant knight in the presence of the Countess of Bear Island. Dick gazed at Renault with genuine respect, perhaps unaware of what accepting a dance from the forest maidens truly entailed. Tom covered his forehead in disbelief. Come catch me. Come catch me. The laughter of the maidens resonated in Renault's mind, their youthful and sweet visages stirring waves of fervor within him. Catch! Renault reached out, his hand grasping something unexpectedly hard, not the soft body of a maiden, but akin to the fawn of a wild beast. What on earth? Startled, Renault opened his eyes to find, lying beside him, a black bear. His hand was gripping one of its fangs. The bear, weighing over 100 pounds, was bound with ropes, a broken wolf-ass fawn stuffed in its mouth, gazing up at Renault with innocent, pleading eyes. The effects of the alcohol dissipated rapidly. Slowly, Renault rose from the ground and stumbled out of the dim dwelling. His head felt damp and slippery, as if he were wearing some peculiar hat. He reached up and pulled down a severed leopard's head, blood dripping from it. Looking back, he realized he was not in a forest dwelling at all, but rather in a tree hollow, the resting place of a black bear. What had transpired the previous night? Renault discarded the leopard's head and took a couple of steps forward, only to have his head collide forcefully with the wolf's fawn. His spiked club dangled precariously from a tree, swaying to and fro. Who could elucidate what transpired? Renault rubbed his aching head, burdened by the remnants of a hangover. Why had he awakened in a bear's den? Why was one of his spiked clubs broken and wedged in the bear's mouth? Why was the black bear bound? Why was a deceased leopard draped across his head? Who had slain it, and who had placed this grotesque creature atop him? Who had hung his club upside down from the tree? Sir, are you awake? Tom, weary from a sleepless night, peered out from the nearby woods. Shadows under his eyes. Awake? I have been acutely aware, Renault retorted angrily. He then unleashed a torrent of questions. Upon hearing Renault's inquiries, Tom's expression became complicated. Sir, do you not recall anything from last night after you became inebriated? Of course I remember. I was dancing with 6 lovely maidens. Fragments of memories flitted through Renault's mind, and he continued, logically, I should have awakened in the embrace of 6 supple bodies. Why am I here? The wild escapades of the previous night eluded him entirely. He vowed to himself that he must never drink again. Tom, rendered speechless, silently made a promise. Chapter 13 Xiongdong awakening from a drunken stupor, his head throbbed with an unbearable ache. As Renault approached the entrance to the forest tribe, 6 young maidens intercepted him. Before the tribe, a heap of provisions lay scattered upon the ground, comprising smoked meats, roasted potatoes, sausages, and berries. At this moment, the sun ascended, casting its crimson glow upon the 6 girls, illuminating their sun-kissed, healthy skin with a radiant sheen. The leading girl, standing approximately 1.2 meters tall, possessed a slender and graceful figure. Perhaps due to their life spent amidst the mountains, these forest maidens boasted long, well-proportioned legs. The girl, tenderly holding a goat, approached Renault and spoke softly. Renault Mormont, my brother is quite angered at present. Now is not the time for you to take us away. Please return after a while to escort us. My beloved, you have bestowed upon me an unforgettable evening. Without posing the foolish question of her identity, Renault's mind was clouded with uncertainty regarding the events of the previous night. You deny me entry into the tribe. Very well. I must proceed to Xiongdong Valley regardless. Renault replied, casting a glance at the girl's simple yet striking features. Which direction is Xiongdong Valley? He had no recollection of last night's occurrences, akin to the sensation of Xu Beiji consuming a live fruit, an insatiable hunger that felt both fulfilled and unfulfilled. Devoid of any true taste, regret washed over him, yet it was too early to implore her to allow him another taste of that live fruit. Out of sight, out of mind, Renault felt an urgent need to depart. Xiongdong Valley lies that way, 20 kilometers ahead. Have you lost your way, Marino? The girl's voice was gentle as she drew closer. 20 kilometers. It seems it will take 2 more days to reach Xiongdong Valley. Thank you. Were these provisions prepared for me? Renault inquired, glancing at the offerings on the ground. Do remember to return after some time and take us away. The girl said affectionately as she grasped Renault's hand, her demeanor earnest and serious. Clearly, Renault had failed to divert the conversation. The focus reverted to their relationship. The other 5 maidens gathered around him, entwining their arms around his sturdy frame, some even embracing his ample belly. Due to Renault's towering height of over 1.9 meters, they were compelled to tilt their heads upward, gazing at him with crystal-clear eyes. My man, do not leave without returning. Renault, do not abandon us. You will come back. 1TU. Surrounded by the girls and listening to their soft, coaxing voices, Reno's emotions became exceedingly intricate. Had the potato liquor he consumed last night been laced with some peculiar ingredients? With no alternative, Reno embraced the 6 supple young women. I shall return to take you away, he vowed. 2 days later, amidst the mountains, the briny scent of the sea wafted towards him. Standing atop a hillside, his black hair parted in the wind, Reno gazed into the valley ahead, his heart filled with solace. Is this truly Xiongdong Valley? Before him lay a vast gorge, adorned with an abundance of pine trees. Wisps of smoke curled upward from within the canyon, where over 80 wooden houses stood in neat rows. At the end of the gorge stretched an endless expanse of the sea. Along the coastline, several wooden cabins stand, accompanied by a quaint little pier and 3 small wooden boats gently bobbing in the waves. Upon witnessing this scene, a rare smile flickered across Tom's otherwise despondent visage. This must be it. Young Dick, perched atop the back of a black bear, displayed a look of relief on his youthful face. At last, we have arrived. The plump dog Misha was energetically chasing a butterfly, darting about with exuberance. A goat, gifted by the mountain folk, bore a bird cage atop its head and 2 empty cloth bags, the food within long since consumed. A large horned bull had met its demise at the jaws of a wolf. The goat, although limited in its burden, provided some assistance to the trio. As for the black bear that Dick was riding, Tom recounted how, 3 nights prior, an inebriated Reno had ventured into the woods and captured a black bear, engaging in a rather chaotic dance before the campfire for a full hour. What was termed dancing was, in reality, Reno flailing about with the bear, which weighed over 100 pounds. By the conclusion of this bizarre performance, the bear was frothing at the mouth and weeping profusely. Young Dick, moved by the bear's plight, implored Reno to spare the creature. However, the details of how Reno ended up binding the bear and stuffing a broken wolf's tooth into its mouth, waking up together in a hollow tree, were not disclosed by Tom. In any case, since that night, the black bear had developed a profound gratitude towards Dick for his rescue. Just yesterday, when Dick injured his leg while traveling, the bear willingly became his steed. The circumstances were convoluted, but Reno held no particular qualms about the addition of this new companion. After all, bears are omnivorous creatures, and in the absence of meat, they would consume grass, posing no threat to resources. Moreover, the bear regarded Reno with evident trepidation, seemingly traumatized by the previous night's ordeal, leading Reno to perceive it as no threat and gradually accept this new pet. Sir, what are you pondering? Dick inquired, glancing at the contemplative Reno. I am contemplating the development of my territory, Reno replied, recalling the contents of the book A Detailed Geography of the Northern Territories. Bear East Valley, with a population of approximately 180, sustains its inhabitants through fishing, hunting, and foraging. Its specialties include salted fish, smoked fish, animal pelts, and black radishes. However, hunting and fishing cannot guarantee a stable food supply. As winter approaches, some elder bears, unable to sustain themselves, voluntarily venture into the woods to fend for themselves. Naturally, the berries available in the forest are scarce, and those elders will soon succumb to starvation or fall prey to wild beasts. Sir, do not be misled by the valley's proximity. There remains at least 3 kilometers to traverse. If we hurry, we may reach Bear East Valley before nightfall, Tom advised. Drawing from his extensive experience in travel, over the span of 80 kilometers, the trio had journeyed for 10 days. If there were a leisurely walking competition in Westeros, Reno would undoubtedly emerge victorious. We could construct a watchtower here, allowing us to observe all of Bear East Valley. Should pirates or wild men attack, we would be alerted at once. Renault gestured grandly, articulating his vision with fervor. The dock could certainly be transformed. Waterway transport is the most efficient, and cargo ships possess substantial carrying capacity. Bear Southport could engage in trade, as could our Bear East Valley. The extensive pine forests of Bear East Valley could be halved and converted into fertile farmland, thereby ensuring a stable food supply. Furthermore, the establishment of a public restroom could facilitate the collection of waste, which could then be composted into fertilizer, enhancing agricultural yields. As Renault reminisced about the information he had gathered on Bear East Valley, confidence surged within him. Hands on his hips, he gazed into the future with optimism. Sure. It's getting dark. We should set off, urged Tom. No rush. I perceive that we are not far. We shall arrive momentarily, Renault waved dismissively. 6 hours later, at 1 in the morning, Wante, the village chief of Bear East Valley, ventured out for midnight relief. As he blinked the sleep from his eyes, He suddenly perceived a shadow at the village entrance, a figure riding a black bear, illuminated by the moonlight. Wildman. A wild man on a bear. Wante's urgency evaporated his prior need, and he hastily adjusted his trousers, calling out, "Come quickly. We are under attack." Wildman attack. The men of Bear East Valley awoke from their slumber, seizing their wooden spears and rushing out into the night, gathering at the village entrance. At that moment, under the moonlight, Renault stood at the village threshold. To his left was Dick, astride the black bear, and to his right was Tom, leading a goat. The trio appeared weary, their eyes shadowed beneath the moon's glow. "Tom, is this the 3 kilometers you mentioned?" Renault's voice resonated with a low rumble. "Sure. I did say at least 3 kilometers, Tom sighed inwardly. From the hillside, the distance appeared negligible, yet the journey proved far more arduous than anticipated. In reality, it measured closer to 5 kilometers. After 6 hours of travel, Renault was utterly exhausted, his body weakened from a lack of sustenance, rendering him incapable of quickening his pace. "Who are you? Leave Bear East Valley at once." The village chief Wante regarded Renault with suspicion. Behind him, over 80 young men brandished their spears, glaring intently at the newcomers. "Grr!" The black bear beneath Dick roared at the gathering, baring its formidable teeth, its ferocity palpable. It displayed submission before Renault, yet reverted to its savage nature when confronted by ordinary folk. "Where are your weapons? Your bows and arrows? Is this all you possess, these sharpened sticks?" Renault's expression darkened as he retorted to the village chief. "What manner of place is this? It is more primitive than the forest dwellers." Renault's first impression of Bear East Valley was profoundly negative. "Ah!" Wante was taken aback by Renault's inquiry. This youth, with a center-parted hairstyle and a robust physique akin to mountains, draped in a white rabbit fur cloak, certainly did not resemble Wildman. The 2 attendants behind Renault, though disheveled, possessed striking features and were clad in leather armor, articulating their words with clarity. "The esteemed gentleman before you is the supreme commander of the Bear Island Navy from Bear Fortress, your new lord of Bear East Valley, the slayer of 1,000 wolves, king of the wilderness, and the formidable Baron Reborn Mammoth." Tom spoke loudly to the village chief, Wante, articulating the lengthy and grandiose titles of Renault. The new lord of Bear East Valley, the slayer of 1,000 wolves, the king of the mountains. Were these not the titles befitting the mightiest warrior of the forest folk? The bear inhabitants of Bear East Valley exchanged glances, perplexed. Chief Wante, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless expressed concern for Renault. "My lord, you must have had quite a journey. It seems you traveled all day from Bear South Harbor to arrive here." "All day?" Tom and Dick exchanged awkward looks upon hearing this. Renault, self-aware, decided to alleviate the discomfort by shifting it onto the elder before him. With a smirk, he declared, "I set off from Bear Fortress at dawn, made a midday visit to the forest tribe, slaying 1,000 mountain wolves and vanquishing their mightiest warrior, thereby earning the title of King of the Mountains. By the time I arrived here, it was already dark. Why is there no one on guard? It appears your vigilance is rather lacking." Renault skillfully boasted for a while before posing his inquiry to the elder. "No one on guard at night." That was simply because Bear East Valley was impoverished, so destitute that even pirates and savages were disinclined to plunder, for beyond smoked fish, furs, and black radishes, there were no other resources to be found. Wante, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. "My lord, it's rather late. Please, allow me to show you to my home to rest." Unable to respond to Renault's challenge, he could only divert the conversation. Bear East Valley had no vacant guest accommodations, after all, as few were willing to stay long-term. Observing Junter's discomfort, Renault felt no such embarrassment. "Prepare us dinner." Chapter 14, Desolation. A charming little squirrel, meticulously cleaned and sliced into a dozen pieces, was combined with nuts extracted from its burrow and tossed into a pot. Once the broth reached a vigorous boil, several black radishes were added to enhance the sweetness and flavor of the soup. A generous bowl of the unique squirrel radish soup from Bear East Valley was served at the table. In addition to the soup, boiled potatoes were presented as the staple food. At the home of village chief Wante, Renault and his companions took their seats at a wooden table, gazing silently at the food before them. In recent days, they had consumed more than enough of squirrels. A mere glance at the spread left them with little appetite. Furthermore, the stark difference between boiled and roasted was evident. The appearance of the boiled rodent was somewhat unsettling. "Is this all you eat daily?" Renault inquired, directing his gaze toward Wante. "Every few days, we indulge in a meal of squirrel soup to break the monotony. Otherwise, we survive on potatoes." If we are fortunate enough to catch fish, we might enjoy a meal of smoked fish, Want replied with a sheepish grin. The room was crowded with over 20 bear villagers, representing the most influential voices of Bear East Valley, who curiously scrutinized the new lord, Reynald, and his companions. Observing the food on the table, Tom felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had anticipated a more sumptuous feast upon arriving at Bear East Valley, only to find himself sharing a single boiled rodent among three. As for the coarse and heavy black radish brought from Bear Southport, which they had carried for days without the slightest desire to taste, Reynald had ultimately discarded it. Now, it lay before them as a dish. Meanwhile, Dick, munching on boiled potatoes, muttered to himself, adverse conditions forge resilient knights. This is but a trial in my journey. 3 meals a day, 3 trials each day. A year comprises over 1,000 trials. Lost in thought, Reynald nibbled on a piece of boiled potato and turned to Wanto, asking, why not hunt some goats, deer, or other creatures? I see many able-bodied young men in the village. Though Bear East Valley has a small population, every citizen is a soldier. His arrival at midnight had summoned over 80 young men wielding spears, a testament to this assertion. With a pitiful expression, Wanto replied, the mountain dwellers have monopolized the hunting grounds. If we venture into the forest to hunt, we risk being killed and hung on trees, becoming prey for wild beasts, a grim fate indeed. Reynald pondered for a moment before responding, I have conquered the mountain dwellers. From now on, they shall share the hunting grounds with all and develop in harmony. The chilling mountain dwellers had succumbed to the might of this new lord. The crowd expressed their astonishment. This signified their potential to venture deeper into the forest and hunt larger game. Thanks to the Countess for sending such a remarkable heir to be our new lord. Thank you for your arrival, my lord. One villager exclaimed, praising the Mormont family. Others joined in, offering their accolades to Reynald and the Mormont lineage. Reynald nodded slightly. Though the people were impoverished, they radiated optimism and warmth towards one another. Coupled with Reynald's nominal status as lord, the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of hope. The inhabitants of Bear East Valley are far more approachable than the fierce inhabitants of the mountains. My lord, are you literate? A timid child inquired. I have perused 3 tomes, encompassing chivalric virtues, the geography of the north, and 300 commonly used phrases of Westeros, Reynald replied. Good heavens! As expected of a noble. To have read so many books. The bear folk, none of whom could read, were astounded by his response. Can the lord count? One of the villagers asked. Indeed. I can count from 1 to 1 million, Reynald chuckled. Goodness! This new lord is exceptionally clever. Villager 1, who could only count to 10 and fairly distribute the fish caught, was thus elected as the village leader. We have hope. One's eyes brimmed with tears. Bear East Valley is impoverished and isolated, scarcely better off than the wild man. Not to mention, even tax collectors are reluctant to visit at the end of each quarter. The appearance of Reynald, a literate man who could count, shone like a beacon of light in the darkness, filling everyone with hope. Their spirits ignited further upon hearing Reynald mention the construction of watchtowers, the establishment of commercial docks, and public restrooms, ideas previously unheard of. Although these were mere dreams conjured by Reynald, the bear folk, unaware of such nuances, found comfort merely in the words. Half a month prior, Reynald had perused the ledgers in the study of Bear Fortress regarding Bear East Valley. Each quarter, they would offer black turnips, furs, and smoked fish as tribute. Due to the lack of trade, Bear East Valley possessed no currency. Taxes for the 4 quarters were settled with these goods. Apart from animal furs, black turnips and smoked fish held little value. 20 pounds of black turnips would fetch merely 3 copper stars at Bear Southport, a laborious endeavor with scant reward. What he considered small favors, the bear folk perceived as divine blessings. The entire assembly erupted with excitement. Long life the Lord! Long life the Lord! At 2 in the morning, Bear East Valley was bustling with activity. Observing these naive villagers, Reynald smiled and raised his hand to quell the noise. When dawn breaks, summon everyone, I wish to conduct a census. For now, the meeting is adjourned. After spending the night at Villager 1's home, the following morning, Reynald stood in an open space at the village entrance, where nearly 200 bear folk had gathered before him. Though these villagers of Bear East Valley boasted sturdy frames, their figures were gaunt, a consequence of prolonged malnutrition that rendered their faces sallow. Yet, as they gazed upon Reynald, their eyes sparkled with clarity. Amidst the gaze of the gathered crowd, Reynald's voice resonated with clarity. There are 21 children, 80 adult men, 75 women, and 7 elderly individuals above the age of 50. totaling 183 souls. But what has become of the elders in our village? This inquiry elicited expressions of sorrow from all present. Standing beside Reno, the village chief, Wanta, articulated a harsh reality. The older generations have willingly ventured into the mountains. We cannot sustain them. Winter approaches, following a decade of prolonged summer. We are to endure a decade of eternal night and frost. Presently, we find ourselves in the 4th year of this interminable summer. By the time the 1st year of the long night arrives, it is anticipated that 90% of our population will perish. No noble would hoard provisions for 10 years. Even if sustenance were available, it would barely suffice to fill one's own belly, let alone those of their vassals and subjects. The Game of Thrones, a song of ice and fire. Reno felt detached from such matters. These were the pursuits of fated protagonists, dragon-blooded heirs, children of the forest, and the earthly representatives of the gods. Upon the Night King's demise, the White Walkers would fall as well. Yet, it is the protracted winter that stands as the true adversary. At that juncture, the one seated upon the Iron Throne would resemble nothing more than a jester. The elders of Bare East Valley have chosen to enter the forest, to fend for themselves. After 6 years, as the long summer concludes and the long night commences, where shall we all turn? It may become a luxury to feast upon a mere squirrel. Setting aside distractions, Reno continued, I have taken stock, within Bare East Valley. We possess only 3 small fishing boats, and a mere 5 bows. How shall you hunt? A child replied, we can use stones to strike the squirrels. A villager added, we can sharpen wooden sticks with axes to throw, hunting porcupines, hedgehogs, and rabbits. Thank you, Lord Reno, now that the forest folk no longer attack us. We can venture deeper into the woods to hunt deer and goats. A bear woman chimed in, we will gather berries and pine nuts. And we will also plant potatoes and black carrots. Wanta remarked, my lord, with the 3 fishing boats, we shall take turns fishing day and night. Yet the waves have been too tumultuous for us to set sail these past few days. Hearing this, Reno drew a sharp breath. These robust bear men and women, brimming with strength, squandered their days on endeavors of low productivity. Though pelts hold value, their yield is minimal, after all. One cannot expect to hunt large game with mere sharpened sticks. Lacking funds, they find themselves deprived of tools and weapons, unable to purchase boats and bows, ensnared in a vicious cycle. Here, the most lucrative endeavors consist solely of fishing and cultivating potatoes and black carrots. However, their vessels are but small fishing boats, capable of carrying only 1 person. 3 boats alternating in their fishing efforts yield a maximum of 6 laborers. Potatoes, as a staple, are directly sown amidst the pine trees, which absorb copious nutrients and block sunlight, resulting in dismally low yields. The scarcity of tools, the idleness of laborers, and the pervasive inactivity are all pressing issues. More importantly, these individuals, devoid of direction and aimlessly wandering, resemble headless flies, living day by day. I require 10 lumberjacks to labor for me, working one day and resting the next, in exchange for the complete exemption of their family's taxes. Those possessing axes should come forth to register. The rest may disperse. Reno waved his hand. The bearfolk of Bare East Valley are fundamentally honest, possessing an intrinsic sense of honor that Reno fails to comprehend. Thus, they dutifully pay half of their earnings as tax every quarter. As winter approaches, wandering merchants would typically arrive at this time to procure furs. If one were to work for Reno, they could enjoy tax exemption. A few pelts could then be exchanged for a small jar of lard or a substantial sack of flour, allowing them to comfortably endure months. The man with idle labor at home eagerly spoke up, I can do it, my lord. Another robust bearfolk declared, my lord, my family's axe is quite sharp, and I am skilled in lumbering. Working for Reno requires merely 1 day's labor followed by a day of rest, which does not disrupt the community's daily rhythm of fishing and hunting. Instantly, over 80 individuals approached Reno to register, including several bear women and children. Reno selected the 10 strongest men. Subsequently, he led them to a grove of pine trees outside the village and pointed to the surroundings, saying, cut down all the pine trees here. Clear a space of 10,000 square meters. I need to construct my dwelling here. The 10 lumberjacks were bewildered. An elder man inquired, my lord, what is 10,000 square meters? Reno was not moved by his ignorance. Patiently, he crouched down, brushed aside the leaves on the ground, and drew a square in the soil. This is how to cut it. The length is 100 meters, which you can understand as 100 pieces. After the pines are felled, they should be split into planks with the axe. I need them to build a house. When Reno mentioned constructing a house, the crowd understood. In truth, Even if Reno explained, they would struggle to grasp concepts like squares and 10,000 square meters. In essence, the Lord needed a vast open space for a large wooden abode. The crowd immediately seized their axes and began felling trees. The pine was brittle and easy to chop. Unlike the resilient oak, the 10 bearfolk worked diligently, displaying remarkable efficiency. Before long, several pine trees lay felled. Under Reno's guidance, they took turns splitting the logs into planks. The planks, though crooked and roughly made, sufficed for constructing a house. Although assembling them might lead to drafts and leaks, the men, not being carpenters, had exerted themselves to their utmost limits. Tom, how long would it take you to reach Bear Southport? Reno approached Tom, producing a pouch of coins and handing it to him. I need you to return, procure some carpentry tools, copper nails, hammers, axes, saws, files, and chisels. It should conservatively take 2 days, but realistically, 1 day will suffice, Tom confidently replied. On your return, purchase 2 donkeys, one for riding and the other for carrying loads. I believe this amount will suffice. Reno entrusted Tom with a pouch of silver deer, a parting gift from his cousin Daisy. Very well. Take care, my lord. I shall return swiftly, Tom declared as he accepted the pouch of coins and turned to leave. Oh, and bring back 2 strings of sausages and some flour, Reynard added. Gazing at Tom's departing figure, his heart brimming with emotion. The people in this world possessed extraordinary physiques. A round trip of 80 kilometers could be accomplished in merely 2 days, as if they were all akin to monsters. My lord Reynard, do you require my assistance with anything? Dick inquired, riding on the back of the black bear, his expression one of mild ennui. How is your foot? Reynard asked, gently stroking the bear's head, which instinctively shrank back. I believe I shall be able to walk by tomorrow, Dick replied with a smile. I once thought that as long as we draw breath, I would treat you all as my own brothers. Reynard fixed a serious gaze upon Dick and asked, do you wish to grow stronger? Chapter 15. Home Visits and the Alchemical Diagram. The diagram consists of an inner heptagram, 7 runes, and an outer dodecagram. Reno had only obtained the alchemical synthesis diagram, and there was another decomposition diagram located in the Count's bedroom, which Reno had not acquired. At this moment, the circular alchemical sigil was meticulously drawn on Dick's forehead with a quill pen by Reno. Before receiving the blessing of the bear god, one must not wash their face, nor erase this design. Standing before Dick, Reno spoke with utmost seriousness. I understand, my lord. Dick nodded, albeit somewhat stiffly. The blessing of the bear god. It certainly sounded impressive. 10 lumberjacks were clearing a pine forest. With nothing to occupy his time, Reno contemplated further research into alchemy. Gazing at Dick's youthful visage, Reno cupped his face with his ample hands, concentrating his mind and envisioning something profound. Soon, amidst the void, a panel materialized before his eyes. Alchemical materials, Reno. Dick synthesis progress. 0 synthesis result 1. Reno after battling Dick 1000 times synthesis result 2. Fragments of Dick start stop incorrect, incorrect, incorrect. This is not the desired outcome. Reno furrowed his brow, continuing to meditate. Alchemical materials, Reno. Dick synthesis progress. 0 synthesis result 1. Reno after wrestling with Dick 1000 times synthesis result 2. Dick after wrestling with Reno 1000 times start stop now. This is right. Reno thought to himself, exhaling deeply. Transforming the battle into a wrestling match would ensure that young Dick would not be reduced to fragments. Should this alchemical synthesis succeed, not only would Reno grow stronger, but Dick would as well. Moreover, both would share the memories of wrestling 1000 times within their minds. Though the 2 brothers were trustworthy, the world has many ways to force individuals to divulge their innermost secrets. Reno did not wish to escalate matters, hence he fabricated a lie, conjuring a bear god. Much like the relationship between the red-robed woman and the King of Light in the original narrative, each time she cast her spells, she invoked the King of Light as if to convey to the world that she was merely an inconspicuous priestess, and that all her strange magic was powered by his strength. Reno sought to emulate this strategy. Possessing peculiar magic while harboring guilt would surely invite covetous eyes. Now, with the bear god as a guise, when Dick's mind suddenly filled with an abundance of wrestling experiences with Reno, and his body inexplicably grew stronger, he would undoubtedly be filled with curiosity. With the preventive measure of the bear god's existence, Reno would be able to more smoothly navigate this situation. On this day, under the pretense of observing the living conditions of the subjects, Reno commenced his home visits. Each day, he selected a household of bear folk, partaking in their meals and residing in their homes. The following day, he would move on to another family, rotating daily and savoring the hospitality of numerous households. This was Reno's clever scheme. After all, relentlessly milking the village chief, Wanto, alone, with Reynolds' voracious appetite, would likely drive Wanto to madness and rebellion in no time. Last night, we dined at Junter's home. Today marks the first day of home visits, targeting Junter's son, Gilet. He has separated from Wanto. Now with a household of 4, the male head, Gilet, the female head, Sherry, their eldest daughter, and their youngest son. Gilet is one of the 10 lumberjacks recruited by Reynolds, robust in stature, skilled with a bow and adept at fishing, serving as a vital force in Bear East Valley. As night fell, the salty breeze from the sea wafted over. Gilet stood at the door and remarked nonchalantly, "The wind has calmed. In a few days, we should be able to venture out to fish." After a full day of cutting pine trees, he was covered in pine needles, exuding the scent of resin. The table was laden with boiled potatoes. After taking their seats, Reynolds and the limping Dick were each served a plate of smoked fish. At noon, Reynolds and Dick had already enjoyed a meal of potatoes at Gilet's residence. In the evening, they faced the same fare, albeit accompanied by smoked fish. The food on the table made Dick somewhat restless. Reynolds patted Dick's shoulder and said, "Young Dick, your chivalrous spirit does not go unnoticed. A life of hardship will only fortify your resolve. Eat up." This remark echoed Dick's own words from the previous day. Now, as Reynolds brought up the embarrassing moment, Dick found it particularly jarring. "Please don't mock me, my lord. My brother will return tomorrow, bringing sausages and flour. Patience is a virtue, and I believe I can endure until my brother arrives." Dick grabbed a piece of smoked fish and chewed on it. The fish, having been preserved for an unknown duration, bore an inexplicable sour taste. Surviving in the wilderness was manageable, but once hope emerged, with dreams of sausages, bread, and noodles on the horizon, one inevitably grew restless before the promise of a better reality materialized. As they munched on potatoes, Reynolds' business acumen unfolded another chapter. 5 pounds of potatoes were worth 5 copper stars. A liter of potato wine was valued at 10 copper stars. Dick remained silent, savoring the smoked fish. Reynolds often uttered profound phrases, a habit Dick had grown accustomed to. Gilet observed the 2 men dining but refrained from joining them. After all, Reynolds was the lord, Dick a knight, while he, Gilet, was merely a commoner, unworthy of sharing their table. "My lord, do you wish to indulge in potato wine?" "Alas, we have no surplus potatoes to spare for brewing." Upon hearing Reynolds mention potato wine, Gilet was taken aback. 5 pounds of potatoes could yield 1 liter of wine, transforming 5 copper stars into 10. Reynolds calculated, "If you intend to seize our potatoes for brewing wine, we will starve. I cannot permit you to do so." At this, the household's young child angrily stood beside Reynolds. "Get out of the way." Gilet kicked his son sharply and then smiled apologetically at Reynolds. "My lord, please do not hold a child's foolish words against me. However, we truly have no extra potatoes left." Upon hearing this, Dick let out a snort, spitting out smoked fish, and burst into laughter, only to double over in pain as his stomach cramped from the exertion, producing a few more chuckles before he groaned. "My lord, I see these people as nothing but fools. Gilet, 10 copper stars can buy 10 pounds of potatoes, which can be distilled into 2 liters of potato liquor, turning into 20 copper stars. Do you not comprehend?" "Ha ha ha!" The more Dick spoke, the louder his laughter grew. This group of bayfolk, incapable of counting to 10, naturally could not grasp the source of Dick's amusement. In an ideal scenario, one would brew liquor from potatoes, sell it at double the price, purchase twice the potatoes, sell them at quadruple the price, and so forth, creating a virtuous cycle. However, this was merely theoretical data, a piece of business acumen from Raynor. While the notion of buying low and selling high sounds lucrative, it also elucidates the prevalence of pirates in this world. In the Iron Islands alone, there are thousands of pirate ships. Earning money is arduous, and hardships abound. Business is not as simple as it appears. Little Dick, do not mock the ignorant. We have all emerged from ignorance, and no one understands everything from the outset, Raynor remarked, casting a glance at Gilet. "Are there any mines in Bear East Valley? Are there craftsmen? I require a distiller." After a moment of contemplation, Gilet replied, "There is a clay mine by the sea and a sulfur mine to the west, but no iron or copper mines." Chastened by Raynor's admonition, Dick's laughter diminished slightly. "My lord, perhaps the blacksmith in Bear West Town can craft a distiller. A clay mine and a sulfur mine. Both are valuable resources. Raynor's eyes sparkled with interest. Gillett, take me to see them in a few days. Gillett nodded, of course. My lord. After finishing their potatoes, the 2 simple pine beds in the room were prepared by Gillett. Usually, it was the Best brothers who set up the tents and beds, but being attended to now brought Dick considerable ease. Dick, do you wish to sleep? Raynor inquired, gazing out at the starry sky. Not yet, I'm counting sheep, Dick replied with his eyes closed. Then now you wish to sleep, Raynor said nonchalantly. Begin. Synthesis progress, 10. Alchemy materials, Raynor. Dick, synthesis progress, 0-10. Synthesis result 1. Raynor after wrestling with Dick 1000 times. Synthesis result 2. Dick after wrestling with Raynor 1000 times. Start-stop. The panel before him flickered. With his eyes closed, Dick felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his strength inexplicably draining away. A faint bruise appeared on his face, and he soon began to snore. Clearly, Dick's vitality had been siphoned off, becoming part of the alchemical materials. Exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Sleep well, little Dick. Raynor slowly rose and addressed the inner room. Gillett, I am stepping out. I shall not return tonight. Very well, my lord, came Gillett's gravelly response from within. As he pushed open the door, a cool sea breeze greeted him. Renaud grasped his axe firmly, tightening the white rabbit fur cloak draped over his shoulders, and set forth towards the pine forest. The moon shone brightly amidst a multitude of stars, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor, where the chirping of insects harmonized with the melodies of birds. As Renaud trod upon the ground carpeted with desiccated pine needles, it felt akin to walking on snow, each step echoing with a crisp crunch. Alas, though I am the lord of this land, I must still stealthily venture out under the cover of darkness to practice alchemy. Renaud muttered to himself in the depths of the pine grove. In the past, the alchemical methods exhibited by Renaud were, in Dick's understanding, merely the realm of sleight of hand. However, what Renaud sought to concoct this evening transcended the comprehension of ordinary folk. It was no mere illusion to conjure a house from thin air. Chapter 16. The clearing in the pine forest. In a sunlit clearing, a space had been carved out by 10 lumberjacks. Logs were piled high like small mountains, and hundreds of wooden planks were neatly cut and stacked. All materials were at hand, prepared for the alchemical process. Renaud stood amidst the pine trees, his hands itching with anticipation, as his mind incessantly recalled various architectural designs. Recently, he had studied a multitude of building structures. The Bear Fortress in Xiong-Nangang was constructed from marble. The dwellings of the mountain folk were a blend of earth and wood, while the houses in Xiongdong Valley were built from timber and planks. As the saying goes, one should adapt to local conditions and utilize readily available resources. Thus, he decided to first construct a woodworking workshop. With an axe in his left hand and a quill in his right, Renaud began to inscribe the 12-pointed star alchemical array upon all the raw materials and logs. He was on the verge of erecting a grand alchemical workshop. Naturally, to maintain a facade of secrecy, he would later hang a sign for a lumber workshop on the wooden edifice. After engraving the alchemical array on all the materials, Renaud squinted, envisioning a wooden house measuring 20 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, totaling 200 square meters. Alchemical materials, Renaud, axe, 118 logs, 111 planks. Composite progress, 0. Alchemy result, none. Start-stop. In his mind, a vague silhouette of a house began to materialize. Yet, no results appeared in the alchemical outcome. Is it a failure? Renaud furrowed his brow. He had no prior experience in constructing wooden houses. Although he had imagined a large wooden structure based on the homes of Xiongdong Valley, the alchemical results were not forthcoming. Perhaps something crucial is missing. Such as my woodworking skills, he pondered. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to take a more feasible approach. He could not conjure results beyond his current capabilities. One cannot instantly produce a grand wooden house, just as one cannot consume an elephant in a single bite. Thus, he would break the task into several steps. First, synthesize the framework. Second, synthesize the walls. Third, synthesize the roof. And fourth, synthesize the doors and windows. Renaud took out a small notebook and inscribed his plan with the quill. By deconstructing the process into manageable steps, it would become significantly simpler. Now, with 4 steps outlined, it was merely one additional step beyond fitting an elephant into a refrigerator. As he murmured to himself, he began to visualize again, recalling the simple mortise and tenon structures he had witnessed. Framework, framework, framework. Renaud pressed his hands against his temples. Perhaps in this way he could concentrate better. Countless fragments of wooden structures flickered in his mind. Before him, the panel began to warp and twist in a surreal manner. Alchemical materials, Reynolds, Axe, 115 logs, 121 planks. Composite progress, 0. Alchemy result 1, wooden house framework, 1 chance. Alchemy result 2, injured Reynolds, 90 chance. Start-stop. Gazing at the panel before him, Reynolds found himself momentarily stunned. Although the results of the alchemical process emerged, the concept of success rates became apparent, along with a daunting 90% probability of injury. A mere 1% success rate? This implies that even if the synthesis progress reaches 100%, there exists only a 1% chance of producing a wooden house frame. Reno felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his expression one of despondency. Not only was the success rate dismally low, but the risk of injury loomed large. The realization that constructing a building requires a solid foundation was a lesson Reno grasped only later. At present, he naively believed that assembling a wooden house was as simple as stacking blocks. Reality, however, proved otherwise. The initial step of synthesizing the frame was evidently more complex than he had anticipated. It was clear that he could not achieve this in one fell swoop. He needed to decompose the task into smaller, more manageable steps. With this in mind, Reno retrieved his notebook and quill. Under the moonlight, the quill glided smoothly across the page. Question 1. The mortise and tenon joint technique. Question 2. For a 3-meter-high house, the slanted roof would reach 4 or 5 meters. Perhaps this was the reason for my potential injuries. Question 3. Mastery of carpentry skills. Question 4. I need to enhance my carpentry experience while avoiding injury. Reno pondered, and then a spark of inspiration ignited within him. A ladder. The most primitive ladder implies a mortise and tenon structure. Furthermore, possessing a ladder might mitigate the risk of injury while constructing a roof frame that towers 4 or 5 meters high. As he narrowed his eyes in contemplation, the panel shifted once more. Alchemical materials, Reno, Axe, 115 logs, 121 wooden planks. Synthesis progress, 0. Alchemical result, wooden ladder. Start-stop. Begin. 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 Reno exclaimed in rapid succession. 3 ladders materialized before him as the surrounding materials shimmered with a white light, and 3 substantial pieces of wood vanished from the pile. The exertion on my part was minimal. Indeed, such intricate craftsmanship is best suited for alchemy, Reno thought with a sense of joy. Upon completion of the synthesis, memories of crafting the 3 ladders flooded his mind. He then turned his attention to the 3 ladders before him. The first ladder appeared flimsy and unstable. As Reno grasped it and raised it skyward, one of the rungs immediately fell, striking him on the head with a resounding thud. This ladder is unusable. It could be lethal, he declared, discarding it and rubbing his sore forehead as he reached for the second. The second ladder, though still somewhat crooked, boasted a significantly tighter mortise and tenon joint, making it somewhat serviceable. While it was adequate for an average person, Reno's weight rendered it impractical. However, the third ladder was remarkably sturdier. Perhaps owing to the lessons learned from the first 2, this final ladder was smooth and solid to the touch. Reno attempted to place it against a pine tree and climbed a few rungs without any wobbling or instability. Excellent, excellent, he thought, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He then took out his quill and inscribed an alchemical array upon this last ladder, designating it as his alchemical material. Given that he had only an axe and no chisel, achieving such quality in a ladder filled Reno with contentment. As the alchemical array was etched onto the ladder, his aspirations began to take form. The alchemy panel underwent an immediate transformation. Alchemy materials, Reno, Axe, ladder, 115 logs, 118 planks. Synthesis progress, Lin. Alchemy result 1, wooden house frame, 110. Alchemy result 2, injured Reno, 90-50. Start-stop. Lacking nails, tools, and experience, armed only with an axe. The notion of crafting a house by hand proved to be a formidable challenge. Reno gazed at the panel, his expression one of dismay. The success rate had escalated from 1 to 10, a tenfold increase. If hope was absent, it would be one thing. Now, witnessing the gradual rise in success probability, Reno was resolute in his determination not to surrender easily. Initially, he had aspired to astonish the world with his endeavor. But reality had delivered a harsh slap to his ambitions. A single ladder was far from sufficient, and his craftsmanship in mortise and tenon joints was lacking. Therefore, he decided to refine several longer ladders, low stools, high stools, and scaffolding. Gritting his teeth, Reno once more grasped the axe. Carpentry was a meticulous craft, demanding extensive time and steady patience, yet it consumed little physical energy. With the alchemy panel at his disposal, time and patience seemed to pose no issue. It was as if he were bypassing the process entirely, resulting in immediate outcomes. As he synthesized tools, his woodworking skills were rapidly advancing. In Bear East Valley, within a wooden cabin, the bear woman Yvette consumed the last potato in her home. Subsequently, she sat at the doorway, illuminated by the moonlight, slicing vines into threads and twisting them into strands. 3 strands woven into a braid formed a 3-core rope capable of lifting 100 pounds. 3 of these 3-core ropes, braided together, constituted a robust 9-core rope, sufficient to bind and hoist a 500-pound wild boar. Such thickness was more than adequate for suspending a woman from the doorframe. Once Yvette had woven the 9-core rope, she coiled it around her neck to test its rough texture against her skin, a smile blossoming on her face. Father, mother, brother. I am coming. Chapter 17 Framework Alchemy Result, Short Ladder, Synthesis Progress. 100 Alchemy Result, Long Ladder, Synthesis Progress. 100 Alchemy Result, Low Stool. Synthesis Progress. 100 Alchemy Result, High Stool, Synthesis Progress. 100 Alchemy Result, Scaffolding, Synthesis Progress. 100 Beneath the moonlight. The logs and planks in the heap of materials vanished as if by magic. One by one, wooden tools emerged, conjured forth by Reno as alchemical prowess, stacking neatly in the clearing before him. In mere moments, an array of freshly forged tools lay before him, accompanied by a flood of memories related to their creation, vividly resurfacing in his mind. Each tool felt as though it had been crafted by his own hands, with the only distinction being that the process seemed to have been bypassed. At this moment, Reno's gaze was calm as he surveyed the tools that had materialized before him, his confidence swelling. Such a multitude of tools, along with the experience gained from crafting them, revealed his newfound proficiency in constructing frameworks. The technical barriers had been surmounted. Come forth, Reno murmured softly, retrieving his quill to inscribe the 12-star alchemical array upon the wooden tools. Then he envisioned a wooden house framework once more. Alchemy materials: Reno, axe, short ladder, wooden ladder, long ladder, low stool, high stool, scaffolding, 115 logs. 109 planks. Synthesis progress. 0 alchemy result. Wooden house framework, 68. Start-stop. The previous injuries sustained by Reno had faded, replaced by a plethora of ladders, scaffolding, and stools, rendering this endeavor of constructing a wooden house remarkably safe. He would not easily incur harm. The success rate for the wooden house framework had risen to 68. Still, it lacked a certain finesse. Discarding the axe, Reno set off towards the village. With the synthesis of so many tools, he had honed his skills. He now understood that, with his current carpentry abilities and armed with only an axe, constructing a spacious wooden house of 200 square meters, with walls 3 meters high and a roof 5 meters high, would yield a precarious structure. The technique was in place, only the tools were lacking. Now, it was time to return home for a restful sleep, awaiting Tom's return with the news. Bear East Valley. Yvette flung the rope over the doorframe, wrapping it around her neck. Just then, a colossal figure loomed before her, causing Yvette's body to stiffen abruptly. The two stared at each other in surprise. How did I not consider this? Reno remarked, observing the rope encircling Yvette's neck. Lord, my name is Yvette. My parents have perished, and my brother, once the finest archer in Bear East Valley, fell victim to the forest dwellers. I have consumed the last potato in my home. I can no longer survive. Yvette spoke with a voice laced with sorrow. Enough with the lamentations. Weave me some rope, and tomorrow you shall commence work for me. You shall not starve, Reno declared, seizing Yvette's slender waist with one hand while his larger palm supported her from beneath, lifting her down from the noose. The girl was as light as a wisp of cotton. Reno had intended to return to sleep, but unexpectedly passed by the entrance of the despairing bear girl. Upon seeing the rope, he recalled what was missing: the 3 fundamental origins of human civilization, the very foundation of all mechanical structures: the chain, the edge, and the circle. In the latter part of the night, the alchemical materials were listed: Reno, an axe, a short ladder, a wooden ladder, a long ladder, a low stool, a high stool, scaffolding, rope, 115 logs, and 109 wooden planks. The synthesis progress stood at 0, and the result would yield a wooden house frame. The success rate was not displayed, implying a 100 success rate with no possibility of failure. With Reno's deep exhalation, the synthesis commenced. The progress climbed to Arshi. From the pile of logs, 12 5-meter-long pine logs vanished into thin air, materializing on the ground before Reno, interlocking perfectly to form a wooden structural ring beam, measuring 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. The ring beam was complete. Progress surged to 40. A substantial number of logs disappeared again, as 26 3-meter-long logs stood upright, each meticulously embedded into the previous ring beam, supported by 52 logs that paired up to uphold these vertical pillars. The supports were established. At 60 progress, 12 logs transformed into a circle of ridge beams, culminating in a rectangular wooden frame, 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 3 meters high. The ridge beam was accomplished. Progress reached 80 as 36 logs morphed into the sloped roof's ridge beam. The framework was fully formed, with the completion at 100. All mortise and tenon joints were secured with 3 loops of rope, tightly reinforced. A prompt indicating log -86 flickered before him. Reno, overwhelmed, shut his eyes, his face flushed, and his chest heaving, promptly sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat. His stamina had been severely depleted. In mere minutes of synthesis, he had exhausted all his energy. The frame was finally complete, evoking tears of joy. The framework of the alchemical workshop had been established. Now, he awaited Tom to return from Bear Southport with the nails. Once armed with the nails to secure the wooden planks to the frame, the walls and roof would come together, marking the completion of his endeavor. Furthermore, once the nails fastened the wooden walls, the house would become even more robust. From this moment onward, Reno could discreetly close the doors and windows, hiding within his timber workshop to engage in alchemical synthesis undisturbed. Ah, perseverance pays off. I have indeed made a mark on this world, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the first rays of sunlight began to spill across the eastern sea, accompanied by the distant braying of a donkey. In his moment of confusion over the donkey's call, a tall 17-year-old youth clad in leather armor approached, leading 2 donkeys towards Reno from the pine forest. Tom appeared utterly fatigued, adorned with 2 strings of sausages draped around his neck, while his hand grasped a dachshund as he approached Reno. Rising to his feet, Reno exchanged a knowing smile with Tom upon their meeting. I apologize, my lord. I did not quite catch your instructions earlier. It seemed I heard both sausage and dachshund, so I procured both, Tom said, tugging at the leash. The brown dachshund, with its short legs, trotted along in a comical manner. Behind him, 2 donkeys bore an assortment of oranges, chisels, planers, and other tools, alongside provisions such as flour, rice, and soybeans. A true talent. What was initially planned as a 2-day task, Tom completed in a mere day and night. Tom, spare your words and come rest. You've worked tirelessly, Reno said with a hint of concern. It's nothing, Tom chuckled, rubbing his nose and gazing at the wooden framework of the cabin in the center of the clearing. Didn't they say the elder in the village who builds houses has passed on? This cabin? I erected it single-handedly in one night. What do you think? Reno raised an eyebrow, proud of his accomplishment. Incredible. I never imagined you could construct a house. Such a workload would take 2 skilled carpenters at least 5 days. Yet you managed it in just one night. Though Tom felt drowsy, he instinctively flattered, my lord, not only a master archer, but also a noble. Possessing the strength of 100 warriors, your physique rivals that of a bear, and you are a top-tier builder. Perhaps no woman on Bear Island is worthy of becoming your wife. In truth, the extensive workload could have been completed in half a day by 2 adept carpenters and 2 laborers transporting materials. However, the actual synthesis time for Reno was merely a matter of minutes, as the preceding hours were spent in exploration, thus consuming the entire night. Ha! Tom. Honesty is a virtue, and you have mastered it splendidly. Alas, your brother lacks such noble character, Reno chuckled, his spirits lifted. Good brother. Would you like to see a magic trick? Reno's enthusiasm surged. Yet Tom remained unresponsive, having collapsed onto the grass, his eyes closed and breathing deep. After running 160 kilometers for a day and night, even an earthquake would not rouse him. Oh dear, sleeping here, you mustn't catch a chill, Reno remarked, retrieving a quill and inscribing an alchemical symbol on a wooden box filled with brass nails. Alchemical materials, Reno, axe, nails. Wooden plank synthesis progress. 0 result, windbreak back start. A flash of white light illuminated the scene. A square, rectangular wooden box materialized beside Tom, accompanied by a wooden lid. The lid featured square holes for ventilation. Reno lifted Tom and placed him inside the windbreak bed, securing the lid. Through the holes, Reno could see Tom's expression was one of tranquility, as the scent of pine filled the interior, promoting a peaceful slumber. In my mind, I envisioned a bed capable of withstanding the biting winds from all directions, and lo and behold, it materialized before me. I mused to myself. Perhaps I am a genius in the craft of carpentry. Genius carpenter Reno, coupled with formidable and wondrous alchemy. From this day forth, I shall ascend to the ranks of master builders. As this thought surged through me, my heart swelled with excitement. However, as I contemplated this square, wind-blocking bed, it felt rather unremarkable in my imagination. Yet, upon its actual manifestation before my eyes, a closer inspection revealed an unsettling familiarity. As if I had encountered it elsewhere, it was not entirely my own creation. Why does this seem so familiar? Could there be other prodigies in this world who have conceived such a wind-blocking bed before me? Reno pondered in confusion. At that moment, a figure emerged from the pine forest, limping slightly under the dawn's radiant glow. It was Dick. His small eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the wooden framework of the house before him. Good sir, Diot mentioned you hadn't returned all night. You have single-handedly constructed this house's framework. Dick exclaimed in admiration, though he found it perplexing that the usually indolent Lord Reno would labor so tirelessly. Was this truly the same Reno who would groan after walking just 10 kilometers? Young Dick, do calm yourself. Have you just awakened? If so, please prepare me a sausage. I haven't eaten all night, and my hands are trembling. Reno waved dismissively. It was then that Dick regained his composure, his attention drawn to the 2 donkeys. A sausage dog, and the abundance of food surrounding them. Has my brother returned? Dick inquired. Indeed. Tom is back, resting over there. Reno gestured toward the wind-blocking bed. Brother. As Dick followed Reno's gaze, he spotted Tom lying peacefully within the wooden box. His expression contorted in horror. Brother. Your fate is so grim. Reno was startled. Young Dick. Do not speak so recklessly. Your brother is merely asleep. Dick leaped onto the wind-blocking bed, wiped away his tears, and after confirming that Tom was still breathing, he turned to Reno with a furrowed brow. Why is my brother lying in a coffin? Reno, exasperated, replied, This is a bed, a wind-blocking bed that I crafted myself. Surrounded by panels to shield against the cold night breeze, with wooden boards enveloping Tom inside. Well, I concede it does resemble a coffin, but I assure you, my intention was to create a wind-blocking bed. Chapter 18. The cabin. The framework of the cabin has been completed. Tom has also returned from Bear South Harbor with copper nails. Now, all that remains is to affix the wooden planks and construct the walls and roof. Although Reynolds has been awake throughout the night, the presence of the copper nails leads him to resolve to complete the alchemical synthesis before seeking rest. He gazes at Dick, who remains in a daze. Little Dick, go fetch our goat, the guiding bird. We shall reside here from now on. Dick nods, casting a glance at his brother Tom before departing the pine grove, heading towards the village. Once Dick is out of sight, Reynolds sketches the alchemical array upon the cabin's framework. He then squints and steps back a few paces to observe the structure. Alchemical materials: Reynolds, axe, 285 nails, short ladder, wooden ladder, long ladder, low stool, high stool, scaffolding, 109 wooden planks, cabin framework. Composition progress: 0 result of synthesis, cabin start stop start. Reynolds speaks softly. Nails 244 wooden planks 81 in an instant. A brilliant flash of white light envelopes the scene. A multitude of raw materials vanishes, seemingly materializing upon the cabin's framework. Within mere breaths, a cabin measuring 20 meters in length, 10 meters in width, 3 meters in height for the walls, and 5 meters at the peak is completed. At last, I possess my own abode. Reynolds exclaims inwardly, as he carries Tom's wooden box into the spacious cabin. The interior is suffused with the aromatic scent of pine. Completely drained of energy, Reynolds collapses onto the floor beside Tom and falls into a deep slumber. Moments later, Dick returns, leading a goat towards the cabin. He glances inside to see Tom lying in a coffin and Reynolds snoring soundly. A smile crosses Dick's face. It appears that Master Reynolds is utterly exhausted, having fallen asleep on the cabin floor. Wait! A cabin? Where did this cabin come from? Dick's mind goes blank as he steps back, scrutinizing the wooden structure that has seemingly materialized before him. The doors and windows are neatly installed. At the entrance, a wooden sign bears the inscription of a timber workshop, carved with an axe. What has transpired? I distinctly recall this place merely being a cabin framework moments ago. How could it transform into a complete cabin in the few minutes it took to retrieve the goat from the village? Dick stands in shock, his body rigid. At that moment, 10 lumberjacks approach, axes in hand. They work one day and rest the next, and today is supposed to be a day of rest. Yet, they have chosen to gather early at the clearing in the pine forest. Upon witnessing the enormous cabin, they cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. My heavens! When was this magnificent cabin constructed? The sign reads Timber Workshop. Was this built by order of Master Reynolds? Who in the village could have constructed such a cabin? Could it be that he built it himself? To complete such an edifice in a single night is truly incredible. Gil stands at the forefront of the crowd, equally astounded. Last night, Reynolds was supposed to stay at Judd's home, but he left in the middle of the night and did not return. To my surprise, upon returning to the pine forest today, Gilad encountered a grand wooden cabin. It appears that this lord, not only has he read 3 books and can count up to 1,000,000, but he is also a remarkable architect. In front of the cabin, Dick stood idly with a sheep, listening to the lumberjacks converse, silently shaking his head. If these men knew that the cabin transformed from a mere framework into a fully-fledged house in just a few short minutes, they would likely be utterly astonished. Beside the cabin, a black bear, Misha, and a newly arrived dachshund were frolicking. Gilad approached Dick, along with the other 9 lumberjacks, and inquired, "Mr. Dick, what are the plans for today?" Dick, the son of a baron and a future knight who even tamed a black bear, commanded great respect among the bear folk. However, as a youth and not of noble birth, it was inappropriate to address him as lord or gentleman. The bear folk referred to the best brothers as Mr. Without lifting his gaze, Dick replied, "The master has just fallen asleep. Today is your day of rest, so go and attend to other matters. Remember to return tomorrow to continue the logging and lumber splitting. My brother has brought back saws and other tools from Bear Salt Harbor." Understood. The 10 lumberjacks nodded in agreement. With winter approaching, it was time to store provisions. Delay would render them too late. After returning their axes home, they picked up sharpened wooden spears and formed a team to venture into the forest. Reynolds had already promised them friendship with the forest dwellers, allowing them to explore the depths of the woods today without fear. Shortly after their departure, a girl emerged from the pine grove, a bundle of rope slung over her shoulder, and approached the cabin. "Mr. Dick, my name is Yvette. Lord Reynolds sent me last night to assist him," she introduced herself. "Can you make noodles? The master enjoys them." Dick glanced at Yvette, unable to retract his gaze. Where did this beautiful woman come from? Yvette had delicate features, with a few freckles, and though petite, her long legs resembled those of a charming little sparrow. If not for her prolonged hunger, her waxen complexion and vacant eyes could easily lead one to mistake her for a noble's daughter. "I have never made noodles, but I am eager to learn," Yvette said, raising her head with determination. Noon. After a night devoid of sleep, Tom crawled out from his snug, wind-proof bed. "How did I end up in a coffin?" he wondered, his energy restored, as he emerged from the wooden box, his expression filled with confusion. Outside the cabin, Dick had built a bonfire and was teaching Yvette how to make noodles. Upon seeing his brother Tom awake, Dick quickly beckoned him to sit by the fire. After a while, Reynolds also stirred from the ground. "Master, during my recent visit to Bear Salt Harbor, I procured 3 pairs of new boots," Tom announced, retrieving 3 pristine pairs of leather boots from the donkey. The trio had traversed the forest for half a month, and their boots were already worn, with holes exposing their toes. "Ha! A new house and new boots, splendid." Reynolds, invigorated, sat upon a log and selected a pair of the largest boots to don. Standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, his feet were substantial, yet the leather boots possessed a certain elasticity, ensuring they would eventually conform to his shape. Upon my return, I encountered Countess Maggie, to whom I petitioned for 20 bows, only to be met with refusal. Tom whispered, casting a glance at Reynolds. "Lady Maggie insists that you must personally beseech her if we are to receive assistance for Bear East Valley." Although Reynolds had forged a camaraderie with the woodland folk, sharing the hunting grounds, the entirety of Bear East Valley possessed but 5 bows. The bear tribesmen wielded sharpened wooden sticks as weapons, a notion bordering on the absurd, rendering their hunting endeavors exceedingly inefficient. "From now on, unless I initiate it, do not engage with that old mother bear," Reynolds scoffed. "Begging Lady Maggie? There would be no fruitful outcome, and my dignity would be utterly lost. I purchased a bow for 3 silver deer, curious to see if we could replicate it ourselves." For Bear East Valley was not lacking in timber. Tom retrieved a 50-pound oak longbow from the donkey. Such a hefty bow was impractical for others, yet in Reynolds' hands, it appeared as a mere toy. Previously, he had taken one from the Bearford S shooting range, but after 7,100 practice sessions, it had suffered considerable wear. During his travels after leaving the woodland tribe, the bowstring had snapped while he hunted. A fine bow, far superior to my previous 30-pound children's bow. Reynolds exclaimed as he hefted the oak longbow, then turned to Dick. The lumberjacks are resting today, correct? Indeed. They have all gone hunting, Dick nodded. Excellent, we shall hunt today as well. Reynolds glanced at the sausages and flour upon the donkey. Moving forward, whether in strength or construction, would demand a substantial expenditure of energy. One cannot live off past glories alone. He required a stable source of sustenance, lest more bear tribesmen, like Yvette, be driven to despair and choose to end their own lives. Chapter 19, The Hunt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the heart of the jungle, Reynolds navigated the mountain path, wielding a 50-pound oak longbow, resembling a mobile arrow tower. Wherever his keen eyes fell upon a living creature, in the blink of an eye, an arrow would be unleashed toward it. His godlike archery skills were truly worthy of epic tales. Tom, as was his habit, began to extol Reynolds' prowess. I believe the gentleman still falls short of the gallant knight, who could shoot the very sun's beard with his eyes closed. Dick rode upon the back of a black bear, engrossed in a novel. At some point, he had developed the poor habit of reading while walking. Stop reading those books, Dick. You can no longer distinguish between reality and fiction, Tom exclaimed, giving the bear an emphatic kick. Haw! The bear paused, then opened its massive jaws, its fangs grinding together. It was drawn to Dick, wary of Reynolds, yet unafraid of Tom. Moments later, the plump dog Misha and the dachshund returned, each carrying one of the arrows that Reynolds had just shot. Yvette also approached Reynolds, clutching 3 arrows. They had retrieved all the arrows he had released. After a midday meal of noodles, the pallid girl appeared much more vibrant. 5 arrows, only one bore the unfortunate fate of having pierced a squirrel. I consider my archery to be remarkable, yet I cannot even hit a squirrel 30 meters away, Reynolds mused inwardly, sighing, still lacking. I must practice more. Today. His aim felt off. On a good day, Reynolds could launch arrows from 100 meters and hit 3 mountain wolves in succession, leaving aside his feel for the bow. When it came to accuracy, hitting a target the size of a leaf within 10 meters had a success rate exceeding 90%. This was the baseline of his archery skills. Striking a squirrel at 30 meters was, in fact, beyond Reynolds' capabilities, relying more on luck than skill. My lord, the squirrels around Bear East Valley have likely become familiar with humans and are exceedingly cautious, Tom defended Reynolds' low hit rate. It is not just the squirrels. Other creatures can smell us from quite a distance and flee. Reynolds stroked his chin, feeling an itch that suggested he might soon grow a beard. He had heard that animals' sense of smell was many times more acute than that of humans, with canines possessing a sense up to 40 times superior. Hundreds of meters away, animals could detect the scent of humans. A person's strength is limited, unless a multitude of hunters band together in a fan-shaped formation to scour the forest. Success relies heavily on chance, Reynolds murmured, preparing to call the group back home. The dachshund barked a couple of times before darting into a burrow. Its short limbs made running a challenge, and it was ill-suited for chasing prey, but it excelled at burrowing. When the group reached the mouth of the small cave, the dachshund emerged, whimpering, dragging a hedgehog behind it. Upon witnessing this, Misha joyfully leaped forward, eager to pounce on the hedgehog. Whoosh! Reynolds instinctively loosed an arrow, piercing the hedgehog and pinning it to the ground. The 2 small dogs, their mouths filled with barbs, showed no fear of pain, wagging their tails as they presented the hedgehog to Reynolds, seeking recognition for their feat. Though the hedgehog bears a resemblance to a mouse, it belongs to the insectivorous order, rather than being a rodent. However, once Tom skinned the hedgehog, Reynolds found it quite similar to a large rat, albeit with a significant amount of fat. Unlike the lean form of a squirrel. After Yvette removed the sharp quills lodged in the mouths of the 2 dogs, she assisted in kindling a bonfire. After an hour of hunting, they had procured a hedgehog and a squirrel, which was a satisfactory result. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, particularly the hedgehog, which sizzled with golden fat, evoking salvation in anyone who caught a whiff. The head of the squirrel was divided among Misha, while the sausage dog, having contributed the most, received the hedgehog's head, and the black bear was given the squirrel's tail. The 4 shared the 2 catches, with Reynolds receiving 2 hind legs of the hedgehog. As he savored the succulent meat, a sense of gloom settled over Reynolds. If it were only these few individuals engaged in a wilderness survival game, he felt confident in his ability to sustain them. However, as a lord with over 180 bear folk under his care, he found himself burdened with countless responsibilities. My lord, do you require my assistance? Yvette, feeling grateful for Reynolds' shelter, harbored a slight unease as they feasted on meat. It seemed imperative to gather some vines to dry and craft into ropes, signaling that the creation of bows and arrows should be prioritized. Reynolds set about assigning tasks to the unfortunate girl. At that moment, more than 20 children emerged from the distant forest, initially engaged in lively chatter and play. They rushed towards Reynolds upon seeing him, greeting him with bows. Yet their eyes were fixated on the roasted hedgehog carcass on the stick. "My lord, what is that? May I have a whiff?" inquired the bold child, swallowing hard. "Go ahead and take it," Reynolds replied with a smile. The roasted hedgehog skeleton, stripped of its flesh by Yvette, was initially intended for the dogs. The child's face lit up with joy, and after bowing to Reynolds again, he seized the carcass and took a small bite. The crunching sound echoed through the air. "Bobby, let me have a taste too." Another child could no longer contain himself and also grabbed the roasted hedgehog to gnaw on. "I want some." "Me too." The 20 or so children clamored eagerly to share the roasted hedgehog. The sound of crunching filled the air as they indulged, observing the disheveled, mud-streaked children, many of whom bore cuts on their hands. Reynolds felt a pang of compassion. "Did you manage to catch any squirrels?" he inquired, recalling that these children had boasted of using stones to strike down squirrels the previous day. Now, he found their claims hard to believe. In areas inhabited by humans, squirrels tend to be exceptionally clever and cunning. Even Reynolds struggled to hunt them with a bow, leading him to suspect that the children's assertions were mere bravado. "We spent the morning gathering raspberries," the bold child replied, lifting his shirt to reveal a stash of red berries. A bountiful harvest of raspberries, along with a few strawberries and blueberries, lay hidden beneath the thorns of the rose family plants. No wonder the bear children bore so many scratches on their hands. Each child gathered a mere handful of raspberries, enough for an adult to consume in just a few bites. For the growing youths, it was but a drop in the ocean. Henceforth, they would work for me, each receiving a bowl of noodles daily. Like the adults, they would alternate between work and rest. Who among them would accept? Reno gazed at the children. Was it still 10 individuals required? The brave child, Bobby, timidly inquired. "All of them," Reno shook his head. "Splendid. I shall work for Lord Reno." "Me too. Me too." The children erupted in joyous cheers. The brothers Tom and Dick looked on, puzzled, unsure of what Reno intended for these youngsters. Yvette felt a warm glow in her heart. To her, Reno was the son of Bear East Valley, sheltering the weak and the children. Upon returning to Bear East Valley, the sun had already dipped in the west. Crafting result, unicycle, synthesis progress, 100. Crafting result, small wooden barrel, synthesis progress, 100. With a creak, the large door of the timber workshop swung open. Reno emerged, pushing a unicycle laden with a wooden barrel. Earlier, Reno had returned with more than 20 children. They eagerly presented the gathered raspberries to him. After Reno savored a handful of the berries, the bold Bobby spoke up. "My lord, if you enjoy them, we shall gather more tomorrow. We simply lack fabric bags, otherwise we could have brought back more today." Reno remained silent. Upon returning to the cabin, it took but a moment for him to push out the unicycle and barrel. Bobby's eyes brightened at the sight of the unicycle. "My lord, tomorrow we will fill this unicycle with berries." Reno shook his head. "Tomorrow you will officially work for me. But not in berry gathering. Rather, you will collect pine resin. The collection of tree sap requires little physical exertion, yet it is a tedious task. These children are perfectly suited for it. Pine resin. That stuff burns delightfully, yet it cannot be consumed. What does my lord want with such a substance?" Although the children were perplexed, they all nodded in agreement. Chapter 20. Crafting the bow. Crafting result, wooden table, synthesis progress, 100. Crafting result, workbench, synthesis progress, 100. Crafting result, wooden chair, synthesis progress, 100. Crafting result, wooden bed, synthesis progress, 100. Crafting result, wooden barrel, synthesis progress, 100. As dusk settled and the children departed, Yvette expertly ignited the campfire, setting a kettle over the flames to prepare noodles. Her movements were swift and deft, more agile than those of Tom and Dick. Typically, such labor would fall to the hands of elderly women, as young women elsewhere would seek more favorable employment. Yet in the impoverished Bear East Valley, devoid of currency, Yvette deemed it a tremendous stroke of fortune to stave off hunger. Moreover, here with Reynolds, she found herself well-fed, a rare and delightful experience. "Tom, come in for a moment. The bear god visited me in a dream last night and bestowed blessings upon your brother. You must not be left out," Reynolds' voice echoed within the wooden cabin. "All right," Tom replied as he stepped inside the dwelling. He was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Inside the cabin, The logs and planks from outside had been brought in. What should have been an empty space, save for materials and tools, now boasted a 5-meter-long workbench, accompanied by a bed, several wooden chairs, a few barrels, and wooden racks. Tools were meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Reynolds sat in a chair, beckoning Tom over. "Did you craft all these tools and furniture by yourself?" Tom exclaimed, astonished. After all, Reynolds had only just entered the cabin and closed the door and windows. How could so much have been accomplished in such a short span? In the lumber workshop, it is indeed reasonable for raw wood to transform into a wooden table or barrel, is it not? Reynolds countered with a question. "Yes, it is reasonable. But it seems rather swift," Tom remarked, noting that he had heard no sounds of sawing or hammering from outside. "Young Dick has already received the bear god's blessing. Now it is your turn," Reynolds said, motioning for Tom to come closer. He produced a feathered quill and began to draw symbols upon Tom's forehead. As he inscribed the alchemical sigils, he recounted to Tom the embellished tales regarding the bear god that he had shared with Dick the previous day. Moments later, a new alchemical panel materialized before Reynolds. "Commence. Alchemical materials, Reynolds, Tom synthesis progress. 0-10 crafting result 1, Reynolds, having wrestled Tom 1000 times crafting result 2, Tom. Having wrestled Reynolds 1000 times start stop how do you feel, Tom?" Reynolds inquired, sensing his strength being subtly siphoned away, his expression growing somewhat despondent. "What do you mean?" Tom responded with a calm demeanor. "This fellow possesses an extraordinary stamina." Reynolds thought in astonishment. Last night, Dick had been felled in an instant, yet Tom appeared unfazed. Had Reynolds not been accustomed to this sensation of vitality being drawn from him, he might have collapsed as he had in the past. Tom, however, felt little about it. In his perspective, having a symbol drawn on his forehead by Reynolds was hardly more significant than losing a piece of flesh, though peculiar. The two brothers had long since abandoned any concern for appearances. Tom was indifferent to the additional doodle on his forehead. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue and hunger washed over him. Perhaps it was due to his restless night. "Let us go have dinner. Yvette has already prepared some noodles," Tom suggested, gesturing outside. "All right then," Reynolds nodded in agreement. Around the campfire, the four of them shared the noodles. As a member of the bear folk, Yvette initially stood aside, observing the three as they ate, but Reynolds put her down beside him to join the meal, stirring a mix of apprehension and gratitude within her. The soft, delicate form of Yvette pressed against Reynolds' side inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. It was not that Reynolds sought to promote equality among them. Rather, he simply wished to foster a closer bond with this new member to prevent any potential discord or betrayal. Many prominent figures in the original narrative had met untimely ends through treachery. Although Bear East Valley was a disarrayed place, Reynolds felt confident in its governance now that he had alchemical skills. He was destined to rise and capture the attention of formidable individuals. Those companions who had endured hardships alongside him were comparatively more trustworthy. Today, Diod and the others returned. I noticed their haul was rather meager. Dick shared his observations. They didn't dare venture deep into the forest for fear of encountering the forest dwellers. Tom sighed. Ultimately, this band of bear folk did not place their trust in Reynolds. The tale of Reynolds battling the wolf pack to save the forest dwellers was dismissed by the bear folk as mere boastfulness from the corpulent young lord, not worthy of serious consideration. Their relationship with Reynolds was even less intimate than Reynolds' connection with the forest tribe. They were all cowards. Yvette, typically quiet and reserved, had never interjected during the conversations among Reynolds and the others, but now she felt a surge of righteous indignation. Her brother, once the sharpshooter of Bear East Valley, had met a grim fate at the hands of the forest dwellers, left hanging from a tree to be devoured by beasts. Yvette's inability to contain her emotions was directly tied to this tragedy. Were the bear folk truly terrified of the forest dwellers? Reynolds scratched his head. The forest dwellers were indeed formidable, fierce, and exceedingly warlike. Despite his display of strength during the harvest festival and the bonfire wrestling match, half of the forest warriors still dared to challenge him. While the bear folk were valiant, they could not match the prowess of the forest dwellers. Coupled with their perennial hunger, their strength was sapped. The entire tribe possessed merely 5 bows, and the bear folk, having lost their courage, lacked the weapons to bolster their confidence. Courage, strength, and resolve were all in short supply. "We must forge bows," Reynolds mused, finishing his noodles. He examined the oak longbow in his hands with great care, muttering to himself, "I, Reynolds, can construct houses, barrels, and wheelbarrows. How difficult could it be to craft a mere bow?" Fueled by fervor and passion, he abruptly rose and entered the wooden hut, slamming the door behind him. Moments later, A sharp crack echoed from within the hut. The sound of a bowstring vibrating blended with the crack of wood splintering. Tom and Dick exchanged bewildered glances. Did the adult somehow conjure about the moment he stepped into the room? Yet, why did it seem as though the bow had broken? Inside the room, an inscription read, Alchemy materials, rune, logs, axe, saw, plane, chisel, file, rope. Synthesis progress, 0, result, pine longbow. Stop. Commence. Rune declared. With that, a portion of the logs vanished from the pile in the dwelling, and a longbow materialized upon the workbench before him. This bow bore a resemblance to Rene's oak longbow. Its surface smooth and evidently polished to perfection, exuding the quality of a finely crafted artifact. Indeed, as the saying goes, learning from adjacent fields. Though I had never crafted bows before, my inaugural attempt yielded such a magnificent weapon. Perhaps my exceptional woodworking skills played a significant role. Rene smiled with pride as he lifted the pine longbow and gently pulled the bowstring. Crack! With a delicate tug, the pine longbow fractured in two. Rene paused, his expression of triumph collapsing in an instant. Where had things gone awry? He murmured, refusing to accept defeat, and proceeded with another alchemical synthesis. Result, pine longbow. Synthesis progress, 500. A second bow appeared on the workbench, identical to the first, a faithful replica of the oak longbow, save for the materials used. This time, Rene cautiously lifted the bow and drew the string. 10 pounds of force. 15 pounds of force. 20 pounds of force. 25 pounds of force. Again, a sharp crack echoed. The bow had broken once more. Rene sighed, gently placing the shattered pine longbow down. He had become quite the seasoned carpenter, and his understanding of alchemy had deepened considerably. After 2 failures, he disowned the flaw in the process. It was not a matter of craftsmanship but rather the materials. Pine was utterly unsuitable for bowmaking. There was a term in my past life, brittle. And now I grasped its meaning fully, Rene muttered, squinting once more. Result, pine longbow X10. Synthesis progress, 100. A flash of white light announced the conclusion of the alchemical synthesis. On the workbench lay an additional 10 pine longbows, resting in quiet repose. During the third synthesis, Rene had directly crafted 10 at once. With a draw weight of approximately 20 pounds, that was the limit for the pine material. It could serve as a practice bow for novices, sufficient for hunting goats or deer. Rene reassured himself. The draw weight might be a tad low, but it remained usable. He could easily synthesize 100 at once. However, he needed to conserve his energy to assist Dick and Tom with today's enhancement synthesis. Chapter 21. G-Band Alchemy Results. Tom wrestled with Reno 1,000 times. Synthesis progress, 20. Alchemy Results. Dick wrestled with Reno 1,000 times. Synthesis progress, 20. That night, within the home of Yvette, the 2 brothers, Dick and Tom, who were temporarily residing there, fell into a deep slumber after Reno had enhanced their progress by 10. Observing the now-prone Tom on the bed, Reno felt a twinge of envy. Tom possessed an astonishing stamina, capable of tirelessly traversing 160 kilometers day and night. On the very first day of their return, he had already seen a 20 increase in progress, and with just 4 more days, he would complete this wrestling enhancement. Conversely, young Dick would require 10 days to achieve the same enhancement, revealing a stark disparity in their endurance. My stamina has been excessively depleted. What could be the reason? Reno pondered, filled with various speculations. Perhaps it was related to their physical sizes. Much like an adult wrestling with a child, the adult stands still, allowing the child to exert themselves until exhaustion, before simply toppling the child to the ground, thus counting as a round of wrestling. The vast difference in physique, compounded by Reno's extraordinary strength, likely meant that the energy expended during their wrestling matches was not particularly substantial. Of course, the true situation, specifically the memories of those 1,000 wrestling matches, would only manifest in Reno's mind once the alchemy was completed. For now, these thoughts remained mere conjecture. Yvette, I hope you can bear with us for tonight. As the 2 of them are staying in your home, Reno said, directing his gaze towards the girl beside him. Yvette, still astonished at how the 2 brothers had been so lively moments ago only to succumb to sleep so swiftly, snapped back to reality upon hearing Reno's voice. She gently shook her head. Please don't say that, Lord Reno. You should rest as well. Would you like me to prepare hot water for you, to help you cleanse and massage your legs for relaxation? I've heard that noble gentlemen appreciate such comforts. I still need to visit some families today. Afterwards, I will head to the pine forest to construct a few small wooden cabins. I plan to spend the night there. You should rest on your own. Reno waved his hand dismissively. With limited energy, his thoughts were consumed with survival, development, and construction. Enjoying life. It was a struggle just to stay alive. He truly lacked the disposition for such indulgences. Upon leaving Yvette's home, beneath the moonlight, Reno took out a small notebook containing the registration information of the residents of Bear East Valley. Today, his visit was directed towards a man named Jinban, who had 2 children and was without a wife or elderly relatives. Jinban had suffered a broken hand, rendering him unable to hunt or fish. Yet he was skilled in the brewing of potato wine, a craft passed down through generations. Each year, during tax season, one-day merchants from Bear Southport would come to purchase animal furs in exchange for goods. Jinban relied on this barter to procure some food and household supplies. His home, a dilapidated shack near the valley entrance, lacked any light, but voices could be heard from within. Father, I have pledged my loyalty to Lord Reno. It's a day of work followed by a day of rest, and on Labor Days, we shall have a bowl of noodles. Came the voice of a child. Are you chopping wood? Can you even lift the axe? A gravelly voice emanated from the man, as grating as if his throat were obstructed by copper nails. Brother, I too wish to partake in the noodles. I can chop wood as well, the timid voice of a girl interjected. Not chopping wood. It is gathering pine resin and berries. Bella, tomorrow you shall accompany me to the pine forest. I shall assign you the task of collecting resin. And you need only feign diligence. I will have those ruffians who usually torment you harvest the berries instead. Lord Reynold places great trust in me. The boy's voice brimmed with pride. The berries of the rosaceae family are not so easily gathered. Children often emerge from the thicket of berries covered in scratches. The demon of power is omnipresent, even among a group of children, mused Reynold at the entrance, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had discerned the situation. The master of the house was named Jinban, and his audacious son, Bobby, was the very boy who had approached Reynold earlier in the day to request roasted hedgehog. In truth, this boy's savage disposition was quite suited to thrive in the current milieu. Knock, knock, knock. Reynold rapped on the door. Silence enveloped the room. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open. Bobby appeared, his expression tinged with trepidation upon seeing Reynold's silhouette in the moonlight. Ah, it is Lord Reynold. Have you come seeking me? Bobby, I am here to speak with your father, Jinban. I have heard he is skilled in the crafting of potato wine. Reynold strode purposefully into the room. Bobby, light the candle. Bella, pour a cup of wine for Lord Reynold to savor. A hunched figure hastily descended from the bed to greet Reynold. Brewing wine could indeed be deemed an industry. The mountain folk were known for their potato wine. Reynold's intention was to sample Jinban's craftsmanship. Should Jinban's wine fall short of the mountain folks, Reynold would seek collaboration elsewhere. The candle flickered to life, illuminating Jinban's visage. Reynold cast a glance at him, somewhat taken aback. This coarse-voiced, stooped middle-aged man possessed unexpected handsomeness, though his center-parted golden locks lent him an air of disrepute. Lord Reynold, please be seated. Jinban spat into his palm and wiped the dust from the chair. At that moment, a timid girl of around 12, with golden hair, approached Reynold, carrying a wooden cup. Reynold accepted the cup, frowned as he took a sip, and then his eyes sparkled with delight. The potato wine was refreshing on the palate. Subtly sweet and tart, devoid of any astringency. The initial notes were a fragrant blend of earth and pine, followed by a fruity aroma, with a surprising finish reminiscent of a deeply bitter aftertaste. If distilled and filtered of impurities, it would undoubtedly yield an exquisite libation. This distilled potato wine bore a notable name in another realm, vodka. I have heard that the itinerant merchants from Xiongnan come to procure this potato wine. What price do they offer you? Reynold inquired as he set down the cup. I brew a large vat each quarter. They compensate me with a jar of lard, a basket of potatoes, a basket of soybeans, along with some coarse cloth and odds and ends, Jinban replied. It was noted that in Xiongdong Valley, only a handful could count to 10, Jinban not being among them. A single barrel of wine would yield no less than 100 liters. The ordinary potato wine costs 10 copper stars per liter, which amounts to a market price of 1,000 copper stars. Moreover, the quality of the premium potato wine is exceptional, and its selling price is consistently higher than that of the ordinary variety. It seems that there is a shrewd merchant on Bear Island, trading goods far and wide. With the autumn season coming to an end and taxes approaching, I must meet this clever individual, Reno pondered, calculating the business prospects in his mind. He patted Jinban on the shoulder and said, from now on, You shall work for me in brewing, alternating between work and rest. On working days, I will provide free meals for you and your children. Free meals! What a generous offer. Boppy became exhilarated, nearly bursting into a dance. Jim Ben stood frozen in place. Such astounding news left him questioning whether he had misheard. After Reno finished speaking, he downed the potato wine in one gulp and looked at Boppy, saying, Boppy, you will be in charge of those children. But do not be foolish and try to deceive me, otherwise, there will be consequences. With that, Reno stood up and departed. Consequences? What consequences? Boppy was left bewildered. Brother. Father, the cup was crushed. Bella's voice trembled, her delicate fingers pointing to the spot where Reno had just been seated. On the table. The wooden cup had been reduced to a pile of wood shavings, molded into a ball, resting on the surface. Such strength! Is he even human? Boppy felt a chill run down his spine. He had always thought that among the 3 newcomers in Bear East Valley, the strongest should be the Night Dick. Who rode the Black Bear? Now it seemed that everyone had vastly underestimated this portly young lord. A moment later, in the pine forest, Reno gazed at the open space ahead, murmuring, if we build 3 more small wooden houses, Tom, Dick, and Yvette can move in. Tomorrow, I will have Gilet and the others cut timber to construct a wooden fence, then my estate will take shape. With a fence, 2 donkeys and a goat can be kept safe inside without the worry of them being lost or escaping. I will also be able to sleep more soundly at night. While the fence may not deter humans, it can protect against beasts. At the very least, the 100 wolves controlled by that abomination will not be able to scale it. Previously, we were surviving in the wilderness. Now it feels like we are seeking refuge. When will this life come to an end? Reno felt a sense of frustration. The last time, the entire mountain tribe had nearly been wiped out by the mountain speaker Betu. Reno did not believe that his territory in Bear East Valley could withstand such a massive wolf pack. Even that madman One-Eyed Todd could destroy this place with a single pirate ship. Reno could only hope that misfortune would not befall him, allowing him to develop steadily and endure through the most arduous initial phase. Chapter 22, Archery Result of Alchemy, Wooden Cottage, Synthesis Progress, 20 Result of Alchemy, Wooden Cottage. Synthesis Progress, 20 Result of Alchemy, Wooden Cottage, Synthesis Progress, 20 Under the moonlight, 3 modest wooden cottage frames emerged in the clearing of the pine forest. Their dimensions were modest, measuring 6 meters in length, 5 meters in width, with walls standing 2 meters high and peaks reaching 3 meters. They stood adjacent to one another. Yet they were merely frameworks. How had the wooden materials been consumed so rapidly? Reynolds had not anticipated the swift depletion of resources. The continuous synthesis over the past 2 days had indeed exhausted a considerable amount. The low cost of alchemical experimentation had allowed Reynolds to significantly enhance his carpentry skills while simultaneously consuming vast quantities of materials. The wood supply was dwindling. The following day, a work day, 10 lumberjacks and over 20 children arrived early at the clearing. Reynolds had refrained from staying up late the night before. The maxim of early sleep for an early rise ran true. At the break of dawn, he emerged from the lumber workshop, performing a couple of Tai Chi sequences in front of the cottages to cultivate his inner harmony and enhance his personal development. Once the group had acknowledged Reynolds, he ceased his practice and began organizing their tasks. The workers swiftly fell into rhythm. The lumberjacks swung their axes and operated saws to fell trees and cut planks, marveling at the newly erected wooden cottage frames in the clearing. "Lord Reynolds is constructing houses again," exclaimed one. "This saw is truly a delight to use. With autumn's end approaching, I plan to barter with the wandering merchant for a larger saw." With new tools at their disposal, the lumberjacks worked with increased efficiency. Meanwhile, the children, pushing wheelbarrows and wooden barrels, were all assigned by Reynolds to gather pine resin, with no one collecting berries. It was a common misconception among the children that their lord enjoyed berries. In truth, he had little fondness for raspberries or strawberries, as wild berries were often sour and astringent. With sugar, they could be transformed into delightful jams. As Reynolds pondered, Tom, Dick, and Yvette approached with breakfast flatbreads prepared over the fire. These dry breads, devoid of oil or eggs, were rather unpalatable, leaving one as mouth-parched. A bite of bread necessitated a couple of sips of water to alleviate the dryness. Despite their somewhat unappetizing nature, the two brothers awoke with an inexplicable hunger that compelled them to consume a hearty portion. After breakfast, Reynolds retrieved a pine longbow from within the cottage. He instructed Tom and Dick to hammer a log into the ground to serve as a target. A simple archery range was thus established. Having refrained from hunting recently, Reynolds felt his skills had diminished considerably. With this thought, he grasped the bow and positioned himself 20 meters from the log. The tension in the pine longbow was palpable. The string drawn to its limit. Reynolds understood that this was the bow's threshold, and with determination, he released his fingers from the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight and true, embedding itself into the log, its fletching buzzing in the air. What excellent archery! Tom had developed the habit of praising Reynolds for everything he did. Tom, why don't you give it a try? The knight possesses 4 formidable skills: archery, horsemanship, swordsmanship, and dance. Your swordplay captivates me, and I can only assume your equestrian abilities are equally impressive. Allow me to witness your prowess in archery. Reno gestured toward the table, which was laden with 9 pine longbows, alongside the one in his hand, totaling 10 crafted just yesterday. Tom's swordsmanship, reminiscent of fluttering butterfly wings, left a lasting impression on Reno. Its effectiveness remained uncertain, yet it was undeniably awe-inspiring. Throughout history, formidable warriors have excelled not only in swordplay but also in archery. Thus, Reno sought this opportunity to evaluate Tom's skills in archery as well. Please, my lord, do enlighten us. Tom nodded, grasping a pine longbow from the table. With a gentle pull, he had already drawn the bowstring halfway. The creaking sound emanated from the wooden bow. Aware that further tension would exceed the bow's capacity, he refrained from exerting more force and focused intently on a wooden post situated 20 paces away. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, wavering through the chilly air, grazing the post and ultimately landing on the ground nearby. A miss. Tom felt a twinge of disappointment and knocked another arrow. His second attempt fared worse than the first, soaring past the post and embedding itself into the grass 30 paces away. Ha! My lord, my brother excels with the sword, yet his archery pales in comparison, Dick proclaimed as he picked up a pine longbow, narrowing his eyes in concentration. He took a full minute to aim, then released an arrow that struck the wooden post firmly, hitting the mark. Little Dick has been hiding his talents. No wonder he looks down on my archery. It appears he has practiced, albeit developing a poor habit of taking too long to aim, Reno mused internally. The noble youth, eager to display his prowess, clearly had trained for this moment, yet his excessive aiming time would be a liability in real combat where no one would grant him a minute to aim. 3 breaths would be considered lengthy. My lord, what do you think of my archery? Dick inquired, a hint of pride in his voice. Quite impressive. Reno nodded, offering praise generously as he ought to for his own kin. At that moment, Yvette mustered the courage to speak. My lord, I would like to give it a try. Reno gestured toward the bow and arrows, of course. Although the pine longbow lacked quality and had a low draw weight, Reno's short-term goal was to craft 200 bows, ensuring that each of the 180 villagers of Bear East Valley, regardless of age or gender, would possess a pine longbow arming the entire populace. Regardless of their archery skills, when faced with an enemy assault, who would dare not flinch at a rain of arrows? While Reno contemplated this, Yvette had already released her arrow. With a sharp crack, her shot struck Dick's arrow, dislodging it from the wooden post. Goodness! Reno's eyelids fluttered in surprise as he turned to Yvette. This petite girl, with her rabbit-like physique, turned out to be an exceptional archer. Yvette, are you challenging me? Dick felt a surge of anger as his arrow was deflected by her shot. He nocked another arrow and took aim once more. This time, he focused intently for a full 2 minutes before releasing his arrow, which, to his astonishment, struck down Yvette's arrow perched on the log, returning the favor. Mr. Dick, you seem rather petty, Yvette remarked, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. Though slender in stature, a certain pride lay hidden within her. With that, she raised her pine longbow once again and sent forth an arrow that once more knocked Dick's arrow from the air. Thus began a spirited exchange between the two, each testing the other's archery skills. Reynolds observed thoughtfully from the sidelines. Each person possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Reynolds had strength, Tom had stamina, while Dick and Yvette excelled in archery. Even in a world of low magic, the extraordinary existed. In this realm, the nobility spent their days indulging in wine and debauchery, while the common folk toiled to scrape by. Consequently, the talents of some prodigies were often squandered or buried by their circumstances. For instance, in Bear East Valley, the elderly who ventured into the forest to meet their demise might have included skilled artisans adept at constructing homes, crafting tools, boats, and weapons, all lost due to the harsh environment. Watching the two demonstrate their superior archery skills, Reynolds felt a sense of relief. He retrieved a recently crafted pine wood comb from his pocket, styling his hair into a center part, and patted Tom on the shoulder. Tom, go fetch some logs and planks for the wood workshop. I intend to amass an army. Renaud occasionally uttered peculiar phrases, sometimes even in tongues not of Westeros. But Tom was well accustomed to it and obediently set off to gather the materials. As he watched Tom depart, Renaud rubbed his hands together, envisioning the future. In Bear East Valley, if they produced 100 bows, they would effectively have 100 archers, with some training. They could embark on a thorough sweep of the forest before winter arrived. Chapter 23, Rental Crafting Result, Log Cabin Free, Synthesis Progress, 50 Crafting Result, Pine Longbow 100. Synthesis Progress, 50 Crafting Result, Public Restroom, Synthesis Progress, 20 Crafting Result, Tom, who wrestled with Renaud 1000 times, Synthesis Progress, 40 Crafting Result, Dick, who wrestled with Renaud 1000 times, Synthesis Progress, 30. The day passed swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the 4th night since Renaud arrived in Bear East Valley. The 3 residences, which had only been frameworks in the morning, now sported slanted rafters, with all structures secured by ropes and nails, awaiting only the wooden planks to complete them. During the day, Renaud observed lumberjacks indiscriminately relieving themselves, which sparked the idea of constructing a public restroom. This would mitigate the risk of infectious diseases spreading as summer approached, with rising temperatures. He could also hire a compost worker without hunting skills to convert the waste into fertilizer. Interestingly, despite the hundreds of tenant farmers in Bear Southport, Renaud had never witnessed anyone practicing composting. Perhaps the technique was unknown on Bear Island. However, Renaud was well versed in it. The synthesis of 100 pine longbows had only reached the halfway mark. The crafting process consumed a significant amount of Renaud's stamina, and he pondered the necessity of conserving some energy to enhance Tom and Dick's abilities, leading him to halt the synthesis of the longbows. Today, Tom's progress increased by 20, while Dick's only rose by 10. Although Tom had started his enhancements a day later than Dick, he had surpassed his brother in progress, showcasing the advantages of his superior stamina. The 2 brothers still resided at Yvette's house. Meanwhile, Renaud returned to the pine forest. Under the moonlight, Renaud took out a small notebook to calculate his business, providing a meal of noodles for over 20 children, coupled with the daily consumption of 4 adults. Nearly consumed 10 pounds of flour in a single day. Due to their enhancements, Tom and Dick had noticeably increased their food intake over the last couple of days. Renaud himself had a hearty appetite. In less than 5 days, the food Tom brought back from Bear Southport would be depleted. Would this simply consume everything until nothing remained? Sighing, he decided to retire early, planning to complete the synthesis of those 100 bows the following day. Renaud tucked away his notebook. The next day was a rest day. However, everyone was summoned to Renaud's lumber workshop. Over 180 Bear citizens gathered around. Renaud stood before them, and at his feet lay a heap of pine longbows, covered by some foliage. Everyone, please quiet down, I have an announcement to make. Renaud spoke calmly, his demeanor composed. Tom and Dick stood beside him. The crowd ceased their murmurs, turning their attention to Renaud. Here, we have 110 bows. Renaud signaled to Tom. Understanding the cue, Tom and Dick removed the obstructing branches. Instantly, the mountain of pine longbows was revealed to the astonished crowd. How many bows? When were these weapons brought into the village? Did Lord Renaud acquire all this from Bear Southport? The crowd gasped in astonishment, followed by a flurry of discussions, their eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and apprehension. Renaud extended his hand to press against the air before him, sensing that the atmosphere had reached an appropriate crescendo, and then declared, from this day forth, all may come to me to rent bows and arrows, with the rental fee being half of the spoils you procure. Upon hearing this, the minds of the crowd began to stir with intrigue. On his very first night here, Renaud proclaimed a reduction of half the taxes for the year. Now, with the bow and arrow rental, he was demanding only half of the prey as payment. Whether this resulted in a gain or a loss was beyond the comprehension of the simple bear folk. However, their straightforward nature soon led them to abandon their calculations. Previously, they had relied on spears for hunting, often yielding little success, but the bow and arrow presented an entirely different prospect. Moreover, with hundreds of bows available, a significant portion of the bear folk could arm themselves, venturing into the forests in groups, undeterred even by encounters with the forest dwellers. I want one. So do I. As one individual took the lead, an increasing number of bear folk voiced their desires. Those wishing to acquire them should report to the Minister of Armaments in Bear East Valley for registration. However, there was a stipulation to using the bows and arrows. one must shoot 100 arrows at the practice range before being allowed to use them for a day. Renault proclaimed brightly. My lord, who is the Minister of Armaments in Bear East Valley? Someone inquired eagerly, clearly unable to contain their anticipation. Sir Dick Best, Renault replied. Glancing at Dick. Ah! Dick, still absorbed in the spectacle, was taken aback by Renault suddenly naming him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Young Dick spent his days engrossed in tales of stallions, and seeing him idling, Renault decided it was time to assign him a serious task. So it is the Black Bear Dick. One bearfolk exclaimed in realization. Mr. Dick, please register me. Gilo was the first to approach Dick. I wish to register as well, Mr. Dick. The crowd surged toward Dick, encircling him completely, creating a scene that spiraled into chaos. Renault smiled, observing the once-dulled bearfolk, now animated with fervor in their eyes and expressions. Numerous robust bear women even shoved the men aside to position themselves before Dick, revealing the inherent fierceness of the women of Bear Island. These individuals, once devoid of confidence in the face of a harsh existence, now found their courage restored through Renault's initiative. Regardless of the hunting outcome, it could only be an improvement compared to their previous efforts. With sustenance assured, the bearfolk's vitality would naturally return. Daily practice of 100 arrows and the pursuit of wild game would further rekindle their bravery. Vitality is the essence of an individual or a collective. In this stagnant state of Bear East Valley, Renault began to perceive a glimmer of revitalization. My lord, do you truly possess magical abilities? Tom stood beside Renault, his astonishment rivaling that of the bearfolk. 100 bows, even if they were of inferior pine, were produced by Renault in a single night. Moreover, Tom discerned Renault's intentions. By renting the bows and arrows and offering the rental fee essentially food through another means, such as enlisting the bearfolk for logging work, Renault garnered greater respect than if he had simply given them the bows outright. Cunning and astute, Renault's methods and wisdom belied his mere 15 years. Tom, I have been in a state of unconsciousness for an entire decade, and it is the bear god who has awakened me, granting me the sacred duty to lead the bearfolk towards prosperity. Renault spoke in a calm manner, his words flowing effortlessly, evading a direct response to the inquiries regarding magic. The bear god. Some of the more perceptive members of the bear community caught wind of Renault's words. They revered the ancient deities, yet had never heard of a bear god. However, this was Bear Island, and the existence of such a deity was not entirely implausible. The bear god. Tom nodded, recalling the mark upon his forehead. Certain concepts, when repeatedly mentioned by Renault, gradually became accepted as truth. Soon, the bearfolk completed their distribution of bows and arrows, and under Dick's watchful eye, they shot 100 arrows before forming groups to venture into the woods for a hunt. Who emerged victorious yesterday? Renault inquired, casting a glance at Yvette. I lost. My lord, Yvette replied, lowering her gaze. Today, there is nothing of great importance. You should join the bear women in their hunt. 4 women too must have their own role models. Renault produced his 50-pound oak longbow and handed it to Yvette. Chapter 24. Blackjack. After supervising the bear villagers practicing archery at the shooting range, hundreds of them departed the pine forest, bows and arrows in hand, to embark on a hunting expedition. Idle Dick found himself reminiscing about yesterday's archery contest, where he nearly succumbed to defeat against Yvette, a mere impoverished bear maiden. How could it be that I, the esteemed Lord Dick, almost lost to her? Fueled by youthful competitiveness, he seized a pine longbow, mounted his black bear, and accompanied by his dachshund and the plump dog Misha, joined the throng of bear villagers heading into the mountains. Alongside them were a number of idle children, emboldened by the crowd, who normally dared not venture deep into the woods but now followed suit. Apart from those who lacked bows and the elderly, today's hunting gathering in Bear East Valley saw the participation of nearly all. In the woodworking workshop, Reynolds sat at his workbench, toying with a set of wooden cards. Tom approached, curiosity piqued. My lord, what is this? Reynolds looked up, smiling. I was a bit bored, so I crafted a deck. Care to play? A set of wooden playing cards lay spread across the table, numbered from 1 to 13, with 4 cards for each point, totaling 52. The cards were thin wooden pieces, meticulously polished and engraved, smooth to the touch, adorned with exquisite illustrations of birds, beasts, and flora. Reynolds' alchemical craftsmanship of such artisan goods significantly enhanced his woodworking proficiency without exhausting his strength. Thus he had effortlessly created a deck of playing cards. How does one play? Tom wondered, sensing the mechanics of the game. Quite simple. If your total is less than mine, you lose. If we tie, it's a draw. Exceeding 21 means you lose as well. I shall be the dealer, Reynolds explained the rules, then shuffled the cards and drew 4, 2 for each player. Reynolds held one face-down card valued at 7 and one face-up card valued at 13, totaling 20. Tom's 2 face-up cards were 10 and 2, summing up to 12. Seeing Reynolds' visible 13, Tom realized he could not afford to remain with just 12, thus, he requested another card. Reynolds drew one for him. It was a 9. 21. You win, Reynolds exclaimed with a smile, then produced a copper star. In the next round, we shall wager. Tom, having found the game simple, also retrieved a copper star. In this round, Tom had 16 points, while Reynolds boasted a face-up card of 10 and a face-down card of 7. Reynolds revealed his cards, totaling 17. Observing that Reynolds surpassed him by a single point, Tom felt a bead of sweat form on his brow and, gritting his teeth, asked for another card, which turned out to be a 6. 22. You bust, you lose, Reynolds said with a smile, pocketing the copper star. As the day progressed swiftly, the hundreds of bear villagers who had ventured into the mountains returned to the village one by one before sunset. Most bore expressions of joy, indicating a bountiful haul. Just as humans find comfort within familiar confines, so too do wild beasts, clearly demarcating their territories. When a multitude of hunters armed with bows and arrows invaded the forest, the creatures would flee, yet they seldom strayed far from their known domains. Ultimately, they met a woeful fate, pierced by a barrage of arrows. Evening. Before the timber workshop, Dick, astride his black bear, resembled a triumphant rooster, returning with his pine longbow slung over his shoulder. The illustrious black bear Dick has returned. Behind him, a throng of half-grown children clamored, pushing a unicycle that bore 2 large porcupines in their wake. Ordinarily, one would expect that a young knight riding a black bear, laden with spoils, would attract the admiration of numerous bear folk. Yet, to Dick's dismay, the scene he had envisioned, one of universal adoration, failed to materialize. Although the area before the timber workshop was crowded, upon his arrival, the onlookers merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to their business. What could they be engaged in? Puzzled, Dick dismounted the bear and limped toward the crowd. Amidst the throng, a bear citizen, adorned with 7 squirrels on his back, the counting village chief Wanta, was busy distributing provisions among the villagers. Half for himself, half for the Lord. 1 for you, 1 for the Lord, 1 for you. 1 for the Lord. Wanta allocated the squirrels, but as he reached the end, 1 squirrel remained unaccounted for. Typically, in such circumstances, the surplus would belong to the Lord, namely Rainer. However, Wanta placed the squirrel upon the table in front of the timber workshop. My lord, there is an extra 1. Shall we resolve its ownership through a game of blackjack? Wanta inquired, glancing at Rainer across the table. Indeed, Vechibri. Do you require Chief Wanta to play blackjack on your behalf? Rainer did not meet Wanta's gaze, instead directing his attention to the bear citizen Vechibri. 2 hours prior, as bear citizens returned in dribs and drabs, this game of blackjack had commenced. Since most bear citizens lacked the ability to count, Chief Wanta had taken on the role of their proxy player. No, I can count for myself. That old fellow's luck is abysmal. I will draw the cards myself. Vechibri. The bear citizen pushed past Wanta and approached Rainer. Ha ha! Indeed, Junter's luck is quite poor. Vechibri, you must win that squirrel. The game of blackjack, it seemed, was becoming clearer with each passing moment. Counting was not so difficult. I believe I have grasped the concept. The surrounding bear citizens murmured excitedly. Most had already received their shares of the hunt, yet they chose to linger and witness the spectacle, rather than returning home. Dick, intrigued, pushed through the crowd, eager to discern the nature of the discussions surrounding blackjack. I have 15 points, you have a 6 and a 13. Calculate your total. Rainer declared as he dealt the cards, eyeing Vechibri across the table. I believe I have 18 points. I will not take another card, Vechibri responded. Rainer nodded, drawing a card for himself, which happened to be a 9, exceeding 21 points, resulting in an automatic loss. Overjoyed, Vechibri seized the squirrel from the table, exclaiming, I have won. Ha ha ha! Observing the jubilant bear citizen dance with glee, Rainer couldn't help but chuckle. Blackjack, a game of chance in casinos, theoretically afforded the house a 51 edge. However, Renault's intention in hosting was not merely to win the squirrels held by the bear folk. Entertainment is a fundamental human necessity. I believe that after a few days of play, these individuals will not only become acquainted with numbers but will also master addition and subtraction. Tom, Please take over for me. I've been seated for too long and need to recline for a bit, Renault said as he rose, relinquishing his position to Tom. Throughout the afternoon, Tom played cards with Renault, suffering defeat after defeat, his mind swirling with numbers. It was his first time as the dealer, yet he adapted swiftly. The mindset of a dealer is entirely distinct from that of a player. After all, the dealer possesses a hidden card, occasionally revealing it to exert pressure on opponents. Leaving the bear folk in a state of perspiration, the prey was gradually placed upon the table as chips. Tom assumed the role of the dealer, and at that moment, the bear folk began to comprehend the extent of Renault's benevolence. I have lost. Alas, my luck is truly dismal. It is far better when Lord Renault is the dealer, the bear folk murmured as they exited one by one. Tom understood. The more fiercely he battled these bear folk at the gaming table, the more gratitude they felt in their hearts for Renault, who had previously surrendered without hesitation. The bear folk were not foolish. No one among them was naive. This game known as poker enables everyone to swiftly learn numbers, and in the future, it can also serve to resolve issues of unequal distribution. As for me as the dealer, the bear folk will grasp just how lenient the adult was earlier. The more Tom contemplated this, the more he regarded Renault as an extraordinary individual. Such a person ought to inherit the title of Count and become the Lord of Bear Island. Chapter 25. Wrestling Crafting Result, Log Cabin 3, Synthesis Progress. 100 Crafting Result, Large Wooden Barrel, Synthesis Progress. 100 Crafting Result, Public Toilet, Synthesis Progress. 50 Crafting Result, Tom, who wrestled with Renault 1000 times, Synthesis Progress. 60 Crafting Result, Dick, who wrestled with Renault 1000 times, Synthesis Progress. 40 As night descended, the bear folk departed, allowing Renault to synthesize 3 log cabins. Consequently, Tom and Dick acquired their own abodes, freeing them from the need to sleep at Yvette's home. One remaining log cabin was designated for food storage. The game hunted by the bear folk during the day had been processed, with Yvette smoking the meat for preservation. To ensure longevity, Renault also placed the sun-dried pine resin collected by the children in the storage room. For this purpose, he crafted a large barrel with a 2-ton capacity, temporarily utilizing the resin as a drying agent. Regrettably, he had been unable to dig a cellar. Naturally, such labor-intensive tasks were not within Renault's alchemical pursuits. He intended to leave such work, like constructing walls, to the lumberjacks. Things were looking up. Renault rubbed his hands together, noticing that a thick layer of calluses had formed on his palms. Today, Dick had successfully hunted 2 large porcupines, creatures weighing over 10 pounds, resembling oversized hedgehogs, with succulent and juicy meat akin to pork. After enjoying a sumptuous meal of porcupine oil noodles at Yvette's home, Tom and Dick returned to find 3 new log cabins in the clearing, furnished with beds, chairs, and tables, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Soon, however, they were overwhelmed by Renault's alchemical enhancements, collapsing onto their beds in deep slumber. Just yesterday, they had been troubled by a lack of food. Yet today they had not only crafted a large barrel but also filled it with smoked meat. Was this the essence of happiness? Renault pulled out his notebook, contemplating the future. Tom's synthesis progress had reached 60, while Dick stood at 40. In just 2 days, Tom would grow stronger, gaining the memories of wrestling with Renault 1,000 times. The following day dawned, a workday. Early in the morning, over 50 individuals arrived to enlist for the rental of pine longbows, eager to venture into the mountains for hunting. Under the supervision of the Minister of Armaments, Dick, each participant completed 100 shooting practices. Today, however, the bear folk seemed less enthusiastic than the day before. Renault observed them departing, puzzled. Sir, yesterday everyone successfully hunted game, so they are resting at home. Most of those renting bows today are individuals who either came back empty-handed or were unable to secure a bow yesterday. Tom explained the village's situation to Renault. Is this all it takes to be satisfied? Renault exclaimed, taken aback. On the previous day, many had caught only a few squirrels or hedgehogs, along with small birds, returning to share half of their meager spoils with Renault. A reasonable person should not feel content with such results. Renault had envisioned the bear folk mobilizing en masse today, but the outcome left him astonished. Indeed, the majority of them lack a long-term vision for their futures. Tom squinted. Is it merely a matter of living day by day? Renault felt a sense of resignation. To be easily satisfied does not always seem to be a commendable trait. However, in years past, when everyone was impoverished and hungry, when circumstances were relatively equal, these bear folk may have felt little discontent. But this winter, when some cannot even afford a potato while others feast, the the stark contrast may awaken the slothful among them. It is time to host a grand assembly, to sift through the dross and select the gems. Renault stroked his chin and addressed Tom. Tom, go to the village and recruit 20 lumberjacks and 10 porters. 20 lumberjacks. 10 porters. Previously, 10 lumberjacks could barely satisfy Renault's own needs. The recruitment of such a large number suggests that the master intends to undertake significant endeavors. Tom nodded vigorously and hurried towards the village to select the lumberjacks and porters for Renault. Minister of Armaments, remember to record the quantities of prey the bearfolk bring back from the mountains each day. I need this information to identify the most skilled hunters, Renault instructed. Glancing at Dick, who was playing with a bear. Dick's legs had healed considerably, and he was deepening his bond with his black bear. Renault spoke, though it seemed Dick did not hear him. Dick! Renault called out again. Ha! Were you speaking to me just now? Dick turned to realize Renault was looking at him. Remember your position, you are my right-hand man, the Minister of Armaments of Bear East Valley. Do not spend all your time playing with bears. In March of next year, when I am bestowed the title of Viscount in Winter City, I shall also elevate you to knighthood and assist you in finding a girlfriend. Do not tarnish your reputation now, Renault said earnestly to Dick. Renault's words sent shivers down Dick's spine. Riding a mother bear was hardly a commendable reputation. The people here are quite talkative, and the wild bear folk often assign each other unflattering and vulgar nicknames in private. For instance, Renault's former moniker, Big Silly Pig, was frequently used as a source of amusement after meals. Moments later, when 30 workers arrived in the pine forest, Renault had also pushed out the 10th wheelbarrow from the wood workshop. In no time, he had assembled 10 wheelbarrows. The crowd had grown accustomed to such feats. Though they were astonished, they regarded Renault's ability to construct wooden carts as quite ordinary. Renault pointed to an open area ahead and instructed, You 10. Go to the beach and transport sand here. I intend to build a wrestling arena. The remaining 20, take up your axes and proceed to fell trees. By evening, I wish to see a mountain of logs and lumber. The workers scattered to their tasks. Tom observed, deep in thought. He had often speculated on Renault's mindset lately. And upon hearing Renault's words, he began to understand. A wrestling tournament was on the horizon. It is possible to engage the bored bear folk and distinguish the capable from the less so. Some are suited for combat, while others excel in production. Certain qualities cannot be discerned merely by one's physique. This is indeed the sentiment held by Renault. However, the wrestling tournament he is about to host harbors deeper intentions. Standing alongside the two brothers, Renault gazes at the distant lumberjacks laboring and casually inquires, Tom, is the end of the month approaching? Tom nods in affirmation, in 3 days. It will be the end of September. Renault retrieves a wooden comb, parting his hair down the middle. Taxes are due. I shall host a grand celebration. And I will need you to play the villain, Tom. Whatever you require, my lord, I shall fulfill. Tom replies resolutely. The end of September marks the conclusion of the 3rd quarter, during which taxes are collected quarterly. Renault plans to hold a wrestling tournament. Tom, Dick, do you not sense that these bear folk regard us with less reverence than the forest dwellers? Renault sets aside the comb. Indeed, they have not witnessed your prowess firsthand and remain unaware of your true nature, my lord, Tom responds, envisioning Renault wielding dual-spiked clubs and battling a horde of wolves. In 3 days, I shall conduct a wrestling tournament, offering all tax revenues as prizes, along with the rights to 100 pine longbows as the grand prize. Renault articulates his thoughts. For every worker contributed by a household in Bear East Valley, tax obligations are waived. At present, Renault's rental of bows effectively amounts to a form of taxation. To relinquish the rights to 100 pine longbows, would that not imply a future devoid of tax revenue? My lord, are you truly prepared to have them bested in 3 days? Young Dick chuckles, imagining the exhilarating scene to come. He does not believe Renault would allow the rights to over 100 weapons to slip away. No. It is Tom who shall take the stage in 3 days. Renault eagerly gazes at Tom. Me? I cannot wrestle, Tom expresses his confusion. Fear not, you are nearly there. It is already 60 complete, and in 2 days, all shall be well, Renault remarks, speaking in terms Tom and Dick do not comprehend. He then stretches and gestures dismissively. You two should announce the grand prize, so the bear folk may prepare themselves mentally. Initially, Renault believed that by aiding these bear folk in development, providing them tools, and ensuring their sustenance, they would be grateful and obedient. However, he now realizes the folly of his assumptions. Renault gradually comprehends the principle of wielding both kindness and authority. This place is far too primitive, so much so that even the savages are disinclined to pillage it, leaving no room for Reno to demonstrate his might. The bear folk, unaware of his strength, naturally harbor little awe. Yet, it is not feasible to publicly assault a few bear folk. Establishing a wrestling arena now, and later a gladiatorial arena, shall serve as a legitimate avenue to showcase his power. Chapter 26. Teasing the construction of the wrestling arena is quite straightforward. It merely requires a layer of sand laid in a low-lying area, encircled by a fence. With the collaborative efforts of 30 lumberjacks, the materials quickly amassed into small hills. By midday, the laborers had transported a substantial amount of sand from the seaside. In the afternoon, Reynold coordinated the workers to assist the lumberjacks in erecting the estate's walls and the wrestling arena's fencing. The construction of the wooden walls demands no particular craftsmanship. One simply digs a hole in the ground and, standing on a bench, drives sharpened logs, 2 meters in height, into the earth with a hammer. Given the physically demanding nature of this task, Reynold chose not to employ alchemy, leaving it to the workers instead. Unbeknownst to him, a vast expanse of pine forest had been cleared, far exceeding Reynold's initial plans. When night fell, Tom, Dick, and Yvette retrieved some flour and smoked meat from the storeroom. The two brothers had developed quite the appetite in recent days, and their flour supply was dwindling. "Shall we go together, sir?" Tom would ask daily. "You go ahead and have dinner. I shall join you shortly," Reynold would wave his hand, providing the same response each time. Another trick up his sleeve. The brothers exchanged knowing glances with Yvette and left together. Once everyone had departed, Reynold stepped onto a vacant plot beside the wood shop and arranged stones into a 12-pointed star formation. Squinting, he summoned the alchemical panel before him. Alchemy materials: Reynold, axe, rope, saw, chisel, planer, short ladder, wooden ladder, long ladder, low stool, high stool, scaffolding, A-frame ladder, wooden boards 192, nails 51, logs 226. Synthesis progress. 0 alchemy result. Giant bear statue start-stop. In his mind's eye, Reynold envisioned a tower measuring 20 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 30 meters in height, designed to resemble a colossal bear in a crouching position. This was merely an experiment. To his astonishment, the alchemical panel indeed materialized. Has my ability unknowingly evolved to create such wonders? Reynold chuckled. Commence. Synthesis progress. 1 synthesis progress. 1. The surrounding materials rapidly vanished one by one. Before Reynold, an immense wooden fortress began to take shape slowly. When all the materials had dissipated, the synthesis progress stalled at 20. A colossal wooden fortress, measuring 20 meters square with 2 layers each 3 meters high, materialized before him. Unlike the previous synthesis of a house, which commenced with a framework and then walls, this giant bear statue was constructed layer by layer, with walls, doors, windows, and stairs all completed. Just days prior, even moving the framework of a wooden house had taken him an entire night. Now, it felt effortless, akin to assembling building blocks. Reynold reminisced about past struggles, a smile gracing his face as he stepped into the giant bear statue tower. Essentially, this was an arrow tower, but upon completion, it would take the form of a majestic bear. When human craftsmanship reaches a certain pinnacle, transcending mere functionality, it inevitably gravitates towards artistry. Reno is no exception. The first level boasts 4 small windows on each side, totaling 16, each serving as a shooting position for an archer to unleash arrows upon foes. The walls are punctuated with numerous small holes, allowing those within to thrust spears at adversaries outside. Ascending the staircase to the second level, Reno encounters yet another set of 16 small windows, though the holes have disappeared, giving an impression of excessive spaciousness. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, realizing that this grand bear statue essentially functions as an enormous arrow tower. Thus, he has not considered the issue of habitation. However, the eventual installation of folding wooden windows would render it impervious to drafts, making it suitable for occupants. Standing 30 meters tall with 10 stories, it is designed to accommodate 160 archers. Although only 2 levels have been completed, the nascent form of the colossal bear statue arrow tower exudes a sense of magnificence. Unless besieged by battering rams or catapults, common barbarians or pirates attempting to invade Bear East Valley would find this arrow tower insurmountable. Once completed, the outer walls will be coated with pitch for waterproofing and insulation, making it a pleasant dwelling. As Reno muses aloud, he slowly exits the 2-story wooden fortress. Squinting, he envisions how he would conquer this arrow tower once it is fully constructed. Vivid images soon populate his mind: a formidable warrior clad in full iron armor, braving a hail of arrows and fierce assaults, armed with incendiary oil capable of igniting the tower. Were it Renan himself, even wielding a massive axe and donned in a fully armored helmet, he could launch a fierce assault, shattering the wooden walls and penetrating the interior. It is a clash of arms, a contest of kings. In small-scale battles, the strength of individual combatants is paramount. Should a masterful opponent arise, it would necessitate the presence of a powerful ally to counter their advance. Reflecting on recent days, Renan recalls having encountered numerous individuals, yet only taught the pirate matches his martial prowess. Their encounters have been a matter of life and death. His cousin Daisy possesses commendable fighting skills, capable of withstanding several strikes from a wolf-toothed mace, yet her abilities are merely adequate, lacking the capacity to sway the outcome of a battle. As for others, they are but trifling adversaries in comparison to Renan. He wonders who might be more formidable, himself or the likes of the Demon Mountain and the Horse King. Engrossed in fantasies of combat against such titans, a surge of adrenaline courses through him. He yearns to leave Bear Island and witness the world. Yet he must await his formal investiture in Winterfell next March. The time is not yet ripe. Continuing his journey, he swiftly traverses the pine forest and arrives at Yvette's abode. Tonight's dinner features beaver pie. The charming beaver, a creature of the rivers and a master architect of nature, diligently constructs dams for its home, occasionally floating belly up on the water's surface to bask in the sun, only to be unexpectedly pierced by an arrow from above. Delicious! Renan takes a bite of the beaver pie, unable to contain his admiration for Yvette's culinary skills. If this were a thriving metropolis, I would undoubtedly invest in a restaurant for you, Yvette. The beaver meat was rich and succulent, melting in their mouths, and after days without indulging in such savory fat, the three men devoured it voraciously. To be able to accompany you and not face starvation fills me with happiness, my lord, Ivy smiled serenely. Speaking of which, Ivy, do you believe in the bear god? Do you wish to receive the bear god's blessings? Renan glanced at Ivy. Over the past few days, Renan had often mentioned the bear god. Even the lumberjacks frequently spoke of his name. I believe in you. Ivy's gaze towards Renan was filled with clarity, catching him off guard. Excellent. Renan seized a feather quill, cradling Ivy's chin with one hand. Her mouth was small, with thin lips that had become rosy and glossy from the nourishing meals over the past few days. My lord, do you wish to kiss my lips? I believe they must be quite soft. Ivy's lips parted slightly, her dreamy eyes fixed on Renan, her voice growing increasingly delicate. Do not disturb my mind, you charming bear. The blessings of the bear god are a sacred and solemn affair. Renan, with his large hand gripping Ivy's small chin, gently squeezed her cheeks, causing her soft lips to press together into a comical shape. The amusing scene unfolded before him, allowing Renan to cast aside distractions and focus intently on doodling the alchemical symbols. Alchemical materials: Renan, Ivy, oak longbow, 30 arrows synthesis progress, 0 synthesis result 1, Ivy. Capable of shooting arrows 10, 000 times synthesis result 2, Renan, who observed the entire process stop gazing at the doodles on Ivy's forehead. Renan mused, unfortunately. Alchemy requires my direct involvement, otherwise, I could enhance it independently. He shook his head slightly, recognizing that this girl, having regained her spirit over the past few days, was beginning to exhibit the playful charm of a typical girl her age, even daring to tease him. Ruffling Ivy's hair, Renan said solemnly, in 10 days, you will have a dream of practicing archery with me 10,000 times. Do not be surprised, for this is the blessing of the bear god. Chapter 27, The Sense of Danger. The bear girl, Yvette, demonstrated remarkable perseverance, practicing archery 1,000 times daily, which was of little consequence to her. Currently, the laborious task of crafting ropes had been mastered by Renan, who had learned from Yvette and now adeptly synthesized them through alchemy. The complexities of such endeavors had been rendered simple and efficient due to the art of alchemy. Overall, in the supply chain of constructing houses, Renan was entirely self-sufficient, save for the copper nails. Thus, apart from cooking, Renan did not assign Yvette any additional tasks. Henceforth, your sole purpose is to grow stronger, my divine archer. Renan remarked with a smile. I shall endeavor to practice archery, Yvette responded, elated by Renan's approval. No, you need not exert yourself in practice. Rather, you should focus on eating well and resting. As for growing stronger, leave that to the bear god. Renan waved his hand dismissively. He too wished to enhance his archery skills alongside Yvette. However, the daily construction of houses, tool crafting, and wrestling with the brothers Tom and Dick completely drained Renan's energy. Moreover, his involvement was essential in the alchemical process. Thus, He could only observe the results from the sidelines, a situation he found unavoidable. Sleep now, Yvette, Reynald gently patted her shoulder. But I do not wish to sleep. Yvette replied, shaking her head lightly. You must, or it shall begin. Reynald narrowed his eyes. Alchemy progress, 10 result of synthesis. Yvette, who has shot arrows 10,000 times. Synthesis progress, 0-10 suddenly, several arrows within the rune were rendered unusable. The bowstring of the oak longbow also showed signs of wear. Yvette felt dizzy, as if her strength had been entirely siphoned away, leaving her body limp. Sleep now. Reynald lifted Yvette and placed her gently onto the bed. Yvette breathed evenly, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Tom, Dick, let us depart. Reynald led the two brothers as he closed the door behind them. A girl, drained of strength by alchemical enhancement, lacked the capacity to resist any unforeseen circumstances. Reynald pondered whether he should construct a house for Yvette within his pine forest, inviting her to move in. The night sky was adorned with a dazzling array of stars. In the pine forest, Tom gazed at the 2-story arrow tower beside the lumber workshop, shaking his head gently. Just before mealtime, this space had been vacant, and in the blink of an eye, Reynald had transformed it into a 2-story structure. Although the brothers were astounded, they gradually acclimated to this pace of life. Each day, Reynald's domain underwent monumental transformations. What troubled Tom was the apparent insecurity of his lord, Reynald. On the very first day at Bear Southport, he had expressed a desire to construct a watchtower. Just a few days later, Reynald had indeed commenced the creation of a 2-story arrow tower. Furthermore, it appeared that he intended to build it even higher. Tom took a step forward, climbing the arrow tower for a closer inspection. Peering through the shooting hole on the 2nd floor, he softly addressed Reynald below, My lord. You seem rather anxious about the future. Renaud beckoned, danger lies ahead, and the future is upon us, my brother. Calm down. I shall help you find rest. A lack of foresight often leads to immediate troubles. Renaud is not a man easily satisfied. He has not uttered the phrase I do not wish to sleep of late. Recently, he has been hypnotizing the brothers, who have grown accustomed to it. Refinement results, Tom has wrestled with Renaud 1,000 times, synthesis progress, 60 to 80. Refinement results, Dick has wrestled with Renaud 1,000 times, synthesis progress, 40 to 50. After subduing the two, Renaud, both physically and mentally exhausted, returned to the lumber workshop and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Though he slept soundly, his estate was not devoid of life. Aside from a few livestock, there were also a black bear, Misha, and a dachshund, all of whom could serve as sentinels in times of danger. Thus, every night, he slept with peace of mind. The following day, a day of rest. After feasting on yesterday's catch, the lazy bears had devised plans to venture into the mountains for hunting. Coupled with the fact that 40 workers were on break, the number of those wishing to rent pine longbows for hunting had doubled compared to the previous day. Yvette rose early, and by the time Renaud, Tom, and Dick emerged from their slumber, she had already prepared noodles by the campfire. The three hastily consumed their breakfast. As was his custom, Dick took out a notebook to record the bearfolk renting bows and their 100 practice shots. To rent a bow, one must complete 100 shots. This was a rule set by Renaud. The flour is all gone, my lord. Yvette raised the empty flour sack in her hand. Tom, take a trip to Bear Southport, borrow some money from my cousin Daisy, then purchase flour and nails. We have exhausted the copper nails as well. So buy extra this time, Renaud directed Tom. Understood, sir, Tom nodded. Take those 2 donkeys. There's no need to rush. Nothing urgent awaits here. Renaud was concerned that Tom might overexert himself and jeopardize his health. Rest assured, a trip to Bear Southport is as simple as a stroll for me. Tom smiled as he bid farewell and led the 2 donkeys away. Is there anything you need me to do? Yvette inquired of Renaud. Take a walk in the forest. Bring along a bow. I wish to venture further today. At Bear Southport, before the gates of Bear Castle, a magnificent steed stood tall, its rider, Daisy, known as the Mother Bear, gracefully lifted her younger sister Lyanna, a 5-year-old bear cub, into her embrace as they both sat atop the horse. Behind them, Knight Seuss led 5 soldiers from Bear Island, along with 10 craftsmen and 3 oxen pulling carts, all lined up in an orderly fashion. Daisy, where are you headed? The acting Countess Maddie approached with a solemn expression. Mother, my cousin requires my support, and Seuss wishes to meet his brothers, Daisy replied, looking at her mother. This is all of Renaud's making. Do you not know what sort of person he is? Maggie scolded. Cousin is a 15-year-old boy in the midst of growth. Young Lyanna, with a serious demeanor, candidly replied. At 5 years old, her words seemed to echo those taught by Daisy. I suspect Reno has not consumed cheese or butter for 21 days, subsisting solely on black radishes in that desolate bare East Valley, which is detrimental to his physical development. I must deliver nourishment to him personally. Daisy wore a solemn expression. It had been 21 days since she last saw Reno, and her face had grown somewhat gaunt. Nightshield scratched his head and turned away, unable to bear the conversation any longer. During this period, Daisy and her mother, Maddie, had quarreled numerous times regarding Reno's circumstances. Nutritional deficiency, impacting his growth. I believe that shameful fellow has developed sufficiently. Maggie felt a wave of frustration. Do not speak in such a manner. Mother, without cousin, we would have perished that night. Daisy gently shook her head. Had they been captured by the Cyclopean Todd that evening, there would have been but two fates, death or something far worse. Achoo! Reno sneezed, startling a flock of seagulls into flight. In that instant, Yvette loosed an arrow from her bow, piercing the frigid air and embedding itself in a seagull as a wing. The arrow-laden bird swayed and plummeted. This girl's archery skills surpass mine at present. Once refined, she shall undoubtedly become an exceptional marksman. A flicker of hope ignited within Reno. Moments later, a dachshund scampered over, proudly carrying a bloodied seagull in its mouth. Yet, Reno suddenly turned around. What is it, my lord? Yvette inquired, glancing back but finding nothing amiss. I feel as though something is watching me, Reno murmured, furrowing his brow. He nudged the plump dog, still grazing beside him. Misha, go see what lies over there. Chapter 28. The fishbeam tree. Before me stands a fishbeam tree, its bark pale grey akin to bone, with deep crimson leaves resembling countless blooded palms. The rotund dog Misha circles it excitedly, as if it has discovered a new toy. Most fishbeam trees bear carvings of human faces on their trunks, said to be etched by the forest's ancient children before their ancestors crossed the narrow sea. This particular tree is no exception. Its bark displays a visage with scarlet eyes, gazing intently at Rainer, as though it were not merely a tree, but a living entity. An oak can endure for 3 centuries, a redwood for 3 millennia. Yet a fishbeam tree can exist eternally, provided it is free from external disturbance. Rainer murmurs the descriptions from detailed geography of the northern lands. The fishbeam tree is immortal. O ancient gods above, please protect your faithful. Yvette bows gently before the fishbeam, her reverence palpable, despite having never encountered such a tree before. It is this very thing that just gazed at me, Rainer muses, furrowing his brow. The powerful shapeshifters, capable of transforming into the bodies of beasts, can also take form within the fishbeam tree, earning the title of Green Prophet. The fishbeam tree embodies eternal life. To shapeshift within it is to possess knowledge of all the pasts of this world, and even to glimpse the future. The gaze that scrutinized Rainer moments ago was not that of the tree, but of the entity behind it, the shapeshifter. Rainer himself is a shapeshifter. Though he was merely observed for an instant, it felt akin to being scalded by boiling water, a sensation impossible to disregard. Let us depart, he suddenly declares, turning away. Remaining before the tree with its blood-red eyes fills him with an unsettling dread. He yearns to set it ablaze. Yet, Rainer refrains from such an act. His life is flourishing, progressing steadily toward a brighter future. He fears that recklessly engaging with the unknown could ensnare him in peril. Yvette follows closely, offering a final respectful bow to the fishbeam before they exit the forest. By the time they return to Bare East Valley, the afternoon sun casts its warm glow. This excursion was not intended for hunting, but rather to scout for nearby resources. Upon arriving at the timber workshop, Rainer meticulously sketches today's journey into a map, recording it in a small notebook. Oak forests, clay mines, sulfur mines. With oak wood in hand, he could craft a proper oak longbow. Rainer scratches his head, reflecting on his progress. He has surmounted the technical barriers of woodworking. Countless experiences of material synthesis are etched in his memory. Now, few would contest his claim to mastery in carpentry. However, a scarcity of raw materials continues to limit him. Just yesterday, 30 lumberjacks harvested pine logs and planks, consumed in the construction of fences and the Grand Bear statue. The estate's enclosure is only partially complete, as is the public restroom. A lack of materials also means no copper nails. Today's expedition yielded an oak forest, but the oak is tougher than pine, making it difficult to fell. And the distance to transport it would require considerable manpower and time. I find myself in need of more lumberjacks. However, if everyone becomes a lumberjack, I shall be unable to sustain them, a veritable cycle of despair. Troubled, Reno took out a wooden comb, grooming his hair into a more mature style, which somewhat alleviated his discontent. At that moment, the sun began to set. Over 20 rambunctious children gathered around Dick, who rode majestically upon a black bear, returning to the clearing in the pine forest with great fanfare. The illustrious black bear Dick has returned. Dick exuded an air of authority. Bobby led the applause, and the other children cheered enthusiastically. It appeared that today's endeavors had yielded considerable rewards. Everyone understood that these children were currying favor with Dick in hopes of receiving a share of the spoils, a morsel of meat, perhaps. Standing before the lumber workshop, Reno regarded Dick with a peculiar expression. Though Dick's foot had healed, he was still merely 14, and his penchant for showmanship had quickly elevated him to the status of a leader among the children, strutting about on the black bear each time he ventured out. Bobby was at the forefront of the commotion. Today being a day of leisure, the children, devoid of any activities, flocked to Dick's side. Eloquently, he flattered Dick, who basked in the glory, the two of them flanking each other like a lord accompanied by his retinue on a hunting expedition. Good sir, I believe today you might indulge in a change of palate. Upon spotting Reno, Dick dismounted the black bear and approached him with an air of triumph, reminiscent of a child seeking praise. Given Reno's stature and physique, it was easy to forget that he too was merely 15. What have you caught? Reno inquired, going along with the flow. A beaver, a squirrel, and 35 grouse, Dick replied, glancing back at his entourage. Each child clutched 1 or 2 grouse, their wings and feet bound with twine, proudly displayed in their hands. Goodness! Has Dick stumbled upon a grouse nest? Impressive! Reno had to concede that hunting sometimes relied on fortune, a commodity he had seldom possessed. Porcupine meat is delectable and not particularly swift, relying on its quills for protection. It can fend off wild beasts but stands no chance against armed humans, yet luck had never favored Reno in encountering one. The beaver, fond of basking in the river, would dive underwater at the slightest hint of danger, making its capture equally reliant on chance. The grouse, being particularly agile and wary, makes for an easy catch. But to capture 35 at once, as Dick had done, and to have them all alive, transcended mere luck. How did you manage that? Reno asked, curiosity piqued. I employed a circular formation from the gallant knight's tactics, instructing Bobby and the others to encircle the grouse. Then the black bear let out a roar, and they were so startled that they fainted, Dick exclaimed, patting the black bear's head beside him. He spoke as if it were as simple as fitting an elephant into a refrigerator. Yet Reno understood that it was not so straightforward. A circular formation. Perhaps Dick possessed talents in realms beyond which Reno could fathom, skills he himself lacked. An extra meal. This bear must be rewarded. Reno thought to reach out and pat the black bear's head, hoping to comfort this esteemed contributor. However, the black bear recalled the ferocious scene from before, when Reno had been inebriated, and upon seeing Reno's outstretched hand, it recoiled in fear. Shall we slaughter them all and then pickle them for storage, my lord? Yvette approached. No, let us keep them alive for now. Let the children construct a chicken coop with vines and branches, and we shall pluck all the feathers from their wings to fashion arrow fletchings. Reynolds waved his hand. Some lessons must be imparted to the next generation. I do not wish to bear all burdens alone. Simple tasks like building the coop should be entrusted to these idle youngsters. He scratched his chin, pondering. Perhaps when Tom returns from Bear Southport, we may add eggs to our flour. Noodles made with eggs possess a more resilient and delicate texture, rich in nutrition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden hues upon the sea, the men who had been hunting in the mountains began to return one by one. A crowd of over 100 gathered before the lumber workshop, bows slung over their backs, each carrying the day's catch, engaging in lively conversation, their expressions radiant with joy. At this moment, most of the villagers also converged. 9 o'clock. The show is about to begin. They could hardly contain their excitement for the upcoming blackjack game. Dick settled at the wooden table in front of the workshop. Having learned the game, he quickly adapted due to his education and ability to count. I have 20. And you have 21, you win, Jeanette. The game concluded with cheers from the villagers. 23. You bust, Harriet. The villagers erupted in another round of applause. Regardless of victory or defeat, the spectators cheered, for the majority of them would enjoy meat tonight, which was the fundamental reason for their smiles and jubilant voices. Chapter 29 Talent within the alchemy workshop. The results of the crafting were clear. 20 pine wood short bows, with a synthesis progress of 100%. These bows, each with a draw weight of 10 pounds, materialized upon Raina's workbench. They were miniature bows intended for children. Possessing a modest lethality while they would not suffice to hunt wild boars or deer, they were more than adequate for targeting small creatures such as squirrels and birds. Due to a lack of materials, Rayner had to set aside other projects for the day, including the construction of the public latrine and the colossal statue, as well as additional pine wood longbows. With some idle time on his hands, Rayner utilized the remaining scraps of material to create these small bows as rewards for the industrious children. All that was left was to await Tom's return. As Rayner murmured to himself and pushed open the door, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. The day's hunting spoils had been distributed among the bearfolk, yet many lingered, pulling out potatoes from their homes to gather around the gaming table, indulging in a spirited game of blackjack. Dick had grown weary of dealing. With no designated banker, the 8 players revealed their cards, and the individual with the lowest total or busted hand would forfeit their potatoes to the player with the highest count. In the event of multiple winners, the potatoes would go into a prize pool, and the remaining players would engage in another round. This method of play, where the stakes were merely a potato, could drag on for quite some time, making it an addictive pastime. Are they truly engrossed in the game? Rayner chuckled softly to himself. At that moment, Yvette approached him. We are out of flour. Shall we resort to potatoes? Still potatoes? Rayner frowned. Potatoes can be ground into flour and prepared in various ways. We need not consume them solely boiled. Can you create potato flour? Are you referring to the mashed potatoes for infants? Yvette inquired uncertainly. In this world, the methods of preparing daily sustenance were quite monotonous. With the means, one could fry. But without, the only options were boiling or roasting. Potato flour could be transformed into spicy potato noodles, as well as used for making bubble tea pearls, crystal cakes, and layered pastries. However, judging by Yvette's expression, it seemed the bearfolk were unaware of the process of grinding and drying potatoes to create flour akin to that of grains. Indeed, it is rather presumptuous of me to expect them to know. Rayner mused softly before addressing Yvette. Then let us proceed with making French fries. Have the fats from the beaver and porcupine been rendered into meal these past few days? Slice the potatoes into strips. There should still be some flour dust in the bag to coat them before frying. French fries? I have never heard of such a thing. This must be a novel invention of yours, my lord. It sounds quite extravagant, Yvette acknowledged, her curiosity piqued. As you wish, my lord, she nodded slightly, quickly grasping the concept and setting to work. Go ahead and be busy. I will pay a visit to the nearby houses. By the time I return, we should be able to savor some delightful French fries, Rayner said, pulling out his notebook. Before the woodworking shop, a throng of over 100 bearfolk had gathered, their instincts for gambling ignited by the game of blackjack. Their expressions were exuberant as they congregated around the table, chattering animatedly, as if it were only within Rayner's estate that they could discover the joys of life. The campfire flickered to life, enhancing the lively atmosphere and leaving them reluctant to part ways. Some, having won potatoes, tossed one into the flames to roast, before rejoining the gambling game. However, today, the individual Reno intended to visit was not among them. Arthur, a reclusive soul, had been diagnosed with a mental illness by the scholar of Bear Fortress a decade ago and suffered from insomnia. Reno opened his notebook, locating the details of his home visit for the day. He held a low opinion of the scholar, as he himself had been diagnosed with what was termed hunger rage, likely treated as a lunatic by others at that time. I merely have mild diabetes. I feel a bit anxious when I skip meals. As for Arthur, he is probably just a night owl, living in a world turned upside down, Reno mused, grasping his fishing rod and making his way towards the beach beyond Bear East Valley. The notes indicated that Arthur did not partake in hunting or production, sleeping during the day and fishing by the seaside each night for sustenance. Ah, another fisherman, Reno chuckled softly as he approached the shore. Since his arrival in this world, it had been quite some time since he had fished. The waters of Ice Bay were quite chilly, the tidal waves crashing against the rocks with a rhythmic sound. A slender man stood nearby, a stick clamped in his mouth, casting his fishing rod while humming a tune. A small flower bloomed in the wilderness, named Erica. Countless bees eagerly flocked towards it, singing its praises. The man's voice was rough and thick, as if he had a cold, wet stone lodged in his throat. Reno, carrying a small wooden bucket and his fishing rod, slowly approached the man, who ceased his singing. Could I borrow some worms? Reno calmly inquired. The man, gaunt with sunken cheeks, had a blend of brown and golden hair and stood about 6 feet tall, comparable to Reno. You brought a bucket. Do you think you can catch a lot of fish? He retorted. Do you not recognize me? Reno countered. Should I? The man questioned back. My name is Reno. I have many titles, but you may simply call me Reno. Without hesitation, Reno reached into the man's sack and took a worm, attaching it to his hook before casting it into the sea. The waves tonight were gentle. I am Arthur, and I too have many nicknames. Arthur turned his gaze back to the sea. They call me Arthur, who needs no sleep, seaside pro Arthur, Madman Arthur. This song does not suit you, it is too delicate. What you require are songs of a more rugged nature, Reno remarked on Arthur's earlier melody. It was not particularly pleasant, devoid of charm and emotion. Akin to the coarse speech of a rugged bayfolk rather than singing. Can you sing? Arthur perked up, seemingly intrigued by the idea of singing. I know some old-fashioned pop songs, like A Man Should Strive for Strength, Reno replied, gazing at the beach. Could you teach me? Arthur, upon hearing the mention of singing, shed his previous gloom. Having grown up in the secluded Bear East Valley, a new song was to him as precious as gold. I apologize for my lack of skill. Facing the vast ocean, Reno felt the shackles of restraint loosen within him, and he sang aloud, with pride, I laugh at the towering waves. With pride, I laugh at the towering waves. Arthur joined in, his spirit ignited. With fervor, like the radiant sun. With courage akin to iron. My heart soars to great heights. My vision stretches far and wide. I vow to strive and become a true man. The song resonated with the grandeur of mountains and rivers, echoing with passion across the sandy beach. In the sea breeze, Reno cast aside his fishing rod, standing with his hands behind his back. His white rabbit fur cloak billowing in the wind, resembling a master of his craft, as if 100 disciples were performing push-ups upon the shore. Though Arthur's voice was not particularly remarkable, he possessed a unique linguistic talent. Half an hour later, despite mimicking Reno without fully grasping the meaning, he was able to sing alongside him. During this time, Arthur even ventured to the Jin family's abode, filling the small wooden barrel Reno used for fish with potato wine. An hour later, both were delightfully intoxicated. Look! The azure waves rise high, and the vast sky exudes a lofty spirit. At the entrance of Bear East Valley, the two leaned on each other, their faces flushed, unsteadily traversing the village streets. They were thoroughly inebriated. Arthur, you are truly a remarkable talent. Reno slurred his compliments, playfully patting Arthur's face. And you, Reno, are a great singer. We are both of the bear lineage. Arthur's slender hand also patted Reno's plump cheek. They erupted into laughter, a harmonious chorus. Arthur, you shall be my public restroom supervisor from now on. Do you truly not need to sleep? Reno inquired. Burp. Truly, I haven't slept in 10 years, Arthur replied, letting out a drunken belch. Then you could also moonlight as my gatekeeper. Arthur, you are indeed a remarkable talent, Reno chuckled, his words tumbling over one another. I am no talent, Barn is the true talent, Arthur countered. Who is Barn? Reno asked, releasing a puff of alcohol-laden breath. Barn is the child of the wild man and the bear woman. 21 years ago, the wild man king assaulted the bear woman, resulting in Barn's birth. Guess what Barn did? Arthur turned to Reno. You have a flaw. When others inquire, you always prefer to return the question. Reno waved his hand dismissively. This summer, Barn swam across the frozen bay alone, journeying to the frozen continent, where he severed his own arm before his father. The wild man king Kuru of the Cold Sword clan. A look of admiration crossed Arthur's face. He returned half to you, the other half belongs to me. Barn is a true hero. Did he perish on the frozen continent? Reno's mind began to clear. No, he swam back. With one hand, he crossed the sea, traversed the frozen bay, and returned to Bear Island. He had to come back to care for his paralyzed mother. Arthur lifted the few ice shrimps he had caught that day. I always share half of my good catches with Barn. He is my dearest brother. Having lost an arm, he can no longer hunt or fish. The struggling bear folk at the bottom always support one another. You are a talent, and so is Barn. Henceforth, you shall serve as the head of my lavatory, while Barn will take on the role of the latrine attendant, and I shall provide for you both. With a jovial smile, Reno patted Arthur's cheek. Then, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, clearly quite inebriated. The weight of over 500 pounds was evidently beyond Arthur's capacity to support. Brother, you have perished. My dear brother Reno. We have only known each other for an hour. How could you leave me so soon? Arthur knelt on the street, weeping openly. Arthur, I believe the Lord is merely intoxicated. Under the moonlight, a one-armed man approached slowly, extending a robust arm to grasp Reno's collar from the ground. The 500-pound Reno was effortlessly lifted and slung over the one-armed man's shoulder. I am not drunk. Continue to sing. Continue to drink. Continue to dance. Reno's murmurs reverberated through the street. Chapter 30. Compost. On the second day, within the wooden abode of the Barn family, Reno awoke to find himself face to face with Barn. Both men seated at a wooden table with their arms resting upon it. Reno's arms were thick and robust, while Barn's were solid and muscular. Their hands clasped tightly as they engaged in a contest of strength, wrestling with one another. As their force intensified, the pine table emitted a series of creaks. When their strength reached its peak, the table could no longer withstand the pressure, cracking with a resounding snap. The table collapsed, splintered wood scattering about. Arthur gaped in astonishment. Reno, I must say, my lord, I never imagined your strength could rival Barn's. Arthur, having been nocturnal and unacquainted with Reno until now, had awoken from his stupor. Grasping the situation and realizing that the rotund figure before him was indeed the newly arrived Lord Viscount, prompting him to adopt a more formal demeanor. Reno shook his head. Retracting his hand as he turned to Barn, I now believe you could traverse Ice Bay single-handedly. Despite exerting his full strength against Barn, whose lineage bore a trace of wild blood and who was missing a hand, Reno found himself unable to best him. Barn appeared to possess untapped reserves of strength. Reno, confident in his own power, was taken aback by the realization that Barn surpassed him significantly in might. What a peculiar creature. Reno mused inwardly. Regrettably, Barn was too young and impetuous, having rendered one of his arms useless. Barn was a formidable man, standing at 6 feet tall, with short black hair and an unremarkable visage. Yet his golden eyes gleamed with the intensity of a leopard, complemented by a faint scar adorning his face. Upon receiving Reno's praise, Barn glanced at his elderly mother, who lay motionless on the bed. My lord, is what you said true? I need only to gather manure to secure 3 meals a day for my mother and myself. Reno nodded. To be precise, it is compost. The carbon-to-nitrogen ratio of human waste is 7, while that of pine needles is 80. 3 pounds of excrement combined with 1 pound of pine needles creates an impeccable ratio of 1 to 25. At this juncture, Reno added, I shall construct a scale, and you can adjust the amount of waste accordingly. As for the pine needles, I will have the children collect them. Today is a work day. So why don't you join me at my estate to take a look? Reno spoke earnestly about the method of proportioning the waste. Were it not for his serious demeanor, one might have suspected that this corpulent youth possessed an unusual mindset. Yet, such is life consumption, excretion, and the cyclical nature of resource utilization. With the fertilizer, alongside the newly cleared pine forest, Bear East Valley could evolve from a hunting society to an agricultural civilization. The essence of evolution lay in the transformation of waste. Reno wore a playful smile. Today marked a workday. 30 lumberjacks had arrived early to the pine forest to fell trees. Additionally, 10 laborers assisted these lumberjacks in driving the logs into the earth to construct wooden walls. Over 20 children, under Reno's direction, pushed wheelbarrows to gather pine needles. Dick meticulously recorded the practice sessions of the bearfolk renting bows, tallying their 100 shots. Last night, Yvette had discovered Reno inebriated, and upon his awakening, she returned to the forest, igniting a bonfire to reheat the fried potatoes from the previous evening. When Reno returned, he shared some fried potatoes with Arthur and Barn. The aroma of animal fat burst forth on the tongue, transforming the otherwise unremarkable potato into a delectable delight in an instant. Arthur was astounded by how delicious the fried potatoes were. Only someone as extravagant as Lord Reno could afford to fry potatoes in animal fat, a luxury that ordinary folk could scarcely imagine. The taste was exquisite. Barn, having consumed just 1 fry, set aside the remaining fries to take home to his elderly mother. Ivy. Dick. Allow me to introduce my newly recruited staff, Arthur, the director of the lavatory and the guardian captain known as the Sleepless One, and Barn, the incredibly strong compost worker known as Dragon Arm. Reno introduced the two. The moniker the Sleepless One sounded peculiar, so Reno bestowed upon Arthur a more elegant title, shrouded in mystery and depth. The name Broken Arm sounded ominous, and although Reno contemplated calling Barn Chilling Arm, the absence of chilling in this world led him to settle on Dragon Arm. Barn, indeed, possessed a name reminiscent of a wild man. At that moment, Dick approached and grabbed a handful of fries, stuffing them into his mouth. Hello, Arthur. Barn. Ivy was already acquainted with the two. Once Tom returns with the copper nails from Bear Harbor, I will construct the public lavatory as well as that colossal bear statue, Reno remarked, gesturing ahead. Let me teach you about composting. You will commence work the day after tomorrow. Barn, Not one for many words, merely nodded. Renault returned to the timber workshop. And before long, a wooden balance scale was fashioned. Any weight can serve as a counterbalance, but it must always be the same one. Do you understand, Barn? Renault glanced at the one-armed man beside him. Maintaining balance signifies equal weight, am I correct, my lord? I have seen wandering merchants use such scales, Barn replied. You are quite astute, Renault said, feeling reassured and continuing his explanation. The bear folk had previously attempted to use manure as fertilizer, but the potatoes perished. Fresh manure is detrimental. It scorches roots, burns shoots, and even destroys the soil, Arthur interjected. Thus, it must be dried before being mixed with pine needle compost, which generates a high temperature of 65 degrees, killing most bacteria and parasitic nematodes. After fermentation, the manure transforms into a nutrient-rich fertilizer. Renault crouched down, scooping 3 handfuls of soil to form 3 mounds, then picked up a handful of pine needles to demonstrate. First, lay a layer of pine needles, followed by a layer of manure, and then another layer of pine needles. After 4 days of composting, it must be turned daily, and in 18 days, it will yield perfect fertilizer. Therefore, Barn, unlike lumberjacks, you will not work on an alternating schedule. You will work every day. Rest assured, I shall provide 3 meals daily for you and your mother. Arthur, you too have your duties. Your role is to remain vigilant over the estate. Once the Arrow Tower, that Grand Bear statue, is completed, you will need to reside within it daily. Renault regarded the two, imparting their responsibilities. Food was provided for Arthur without any obligation on his part, merely requiring him to stand guard. He had no reason to decline, and thus nodded in agreement. No problem. Leave it to me. Fearing the loss of this job that could sustain both himself and his mother, Barn immediately concurred. I will diligently mix the manure. Mix manure. It seems I must supervise the composting process throughout the first cycle. Barn appears to have a misunderstanding regarding composting, Renault mused, pulling out a wooden comb to groom his hair. Ideally, before the long nights of winter arrive, a greenhouse should be constructed. The fermentation from the compost would not only allow for the cultivation of crops during winter but also provide warmth. Heating with manure. What sort of absurd ideas does this lord entertain? Little Dick, overhearing this, felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to suppress the urge to tug at his hair, as Reynolds' notions drove him to the brink of madness. 10 minutes earlier, Daisy arrived in Bear East Valley, accompanied by 5 attendants, 10 craftsmen, and goods dragged by 3 large oxen. Tom led 2 donkeys, following closely beside his brother, Night Heels. Just yesterday, upon returning to Bear Southport, Tom encountered Daisy, who was preparing to depart. After purchasing nails and flour, Tom joined Daisy's entourage to Bear East Valley. Lady Daisy, I shall notify the Lord. I am certain Lord Renault will be delighted to see you in Bear East Valley, Tom suggested to Daisy. No need. I want to see for myself what my cousin is up to, Daisy replied, dismounting her steed and lifting the little bear girl, Lyanna, down. The 2 girls clasped hands and walked towards the pine forest. When they spotted Renault, he was enjoying fried potatoes, unaware of their presence. Daisy and Lyanna concealed themselves in the woods, silently observing Renault's daily activities. He was organizing the lumberjacks, laborers, and directing the construction of wooden walls, while sending the younger children to gather pine needles. Renault had arranged the bear people's tasks with remarkable efficiency. According to Tom, these houses had been constructed in just a few days. Daisy felt warmth in her heart, realizing her cousin had become quite capable. She, who adored battle, immediately recognized that the 2-story building in the distance was a defensive arrow tower, and judging by the setup, Renault intended to build a tall one. Cousin is truly impressive. I heard from Tom that he borrowed a bow and arrow from mother, and when she refused, he crafted his own, Lyanna remarked, wishing to greet Renault with a playful punch to his belly. Just as the 2 girls prepared to step out of the pine forest, Renault's words froze them in place. Yes, a layer of pine needles, followed by a layer of manure. The manure must be dried, and the steps must not be mistaken. No need to stir continuously, Barn. Simply turn it over. Barn, let me demonstrate with soil. When the time comes to officially compost, I hope you do not make any mistakes. Renault's voice struck Daisy as if thunder had erupted above her. 2 tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks. Cousin must have endured quite a bit of hardship lately. Lyanna whispered beside her. In the eyes of the 2 women, Reno, spewing nonsensical drivel, had clearly lost his mind. Chapter 31. Arrival geniuses are often misconceived as madmen by society. While the world perceives them as merely playing with sticks, they assert that with a fulcrum. They could lift the entire Earth. Society may condemn them to flames, yet they steadfastly believe in the Earth's orbit around the sun until their last breath. Where others perceive the universe as a flat expanse, they navigate the oceans, circumnavigating the globe. Fertilizers may double or even triple the yield of potatoes. As Renaer patiently elucidated to his cousin before him, there's no need for further words, Renaer. Just take a sip of the hot butter. Perhaps hunger has clouded your senses. Consuming it may bring you some comfort, Daisy gently offered, her fingers brushing through Renaer's hair. He recoiled from her touch, meticulously parting his hair anew. Time shall reveal all. And please, spare me the butter. Oh, how delightful. One can drink cheese in this manner. With a hearty gulp, Renaer found his spirits lifted considerably. The cheese, sweet and tangy, mingled exquisitely with the delicate butter, rolling down his throat with an exquisite aftertaste that tantalized his palate, leaving an indelible impression. What a marvelous flavor! He exclaimed. Why have you come? He inquired, his mood considerably brightened. I missed you, exclaimed the 5-year-old Lyanna, playfully punching Renaer's round belly. Teach me how to play dragon chess. You explained the rules that day, but we didn't understand. Lyanna articulated her words with clarity, displaying intelligence beyond her years. Renaer, winter is approaching, and I fear you may not endure it alone. Hence, I have brought along some craftsmen and provisions, along with your cherished goose feather pillow and mattress. Not to mention a bearskin blanket, Daisy indicated toward the group behind her. Knight Rhys and his brother Tom entered the pine forest. Accompanied by 5 attendants and 10 artisans, leading 3 ox-drawn carts laden with goods. Upon their arrival, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Though Tom had shared tales of Renaer's estate during their journey, witnessing it firsthand left them profoundly moved. A 200-square-foot timber workshop, orderly lumberjacks at work. 3 wooden houses standing side by side. Tom and Dick each had their own quarters, along with a storeroom. In the distance, there was a wrestling arena and a colossal 2-story arrow tower fortress. Tom, did you not inform Renaer that no one would dare invade Bear East Valley? Knight Rhys gazed thoughtfully at the distant tower. The valley was barren and resource scarce. The last invasion occurred 21 years ago, during an assault by wild tribes. No pirate or savage would consider raiding such a desolate place. The construction of that massive arrow tower fortress seemed unnecessary. Brother, I believe Lord Renaer has always lacked a sense of security. We have encountered many trials on our journey, Tom sighed. It has been arduous. Renaer, given your somewhat rotund figure, you must have taken 2 days to cover the 80-kilometer distance. Rhys inquired. 10, perhaps 15 days, came the reply. Our journey to Bear East Valley spanned a fortnight, during which we unwittingly ventured into the territory of the forest dwellers, entering their tribal domain. We encountered an attack by a pack of mountain wolves. Lord Reno spoke of a wolf spirit commanding the 100 wolves behind the assault. We saved the forest tribe. And Lord Reno emerged victorious at the wrestling tournament, claiming the title of Forest King. Finally, we arrived at Bear East Valley. Tom recounted the events of the past 22 days with great detail. Night Shoes listened, increasingly astonished. How did they end up in the forest tribe? A wolf spirit controlling 100 wolves. Reno becoming the forest king of his enemies. Marrying 6 maidens from the tribe. What a remarkable journey it has been. Shoes mused. At that moment, Dick, riding a black bear, swaggered over. He had been engrossed in a novel but, upon noticing his brother Shoes' arrival, promptly climbed atop the bear to show off. Hello, brother. I didn't expect you to come, Dick greeted, patting the bear's head. The bear, understanding the cue, let out a tremendous roar that echoed through the pine forest, startling the 2 steeds and 3 large horned cattle, causing them to retreat nervously. How embarrassing. Tom, aware of Dick's penchant for boasting, turned aside. Little Dick, your mount is indeed a black bear, exclaimed a soldier from Bear Castle in astonishment. Hee hee. That day Lord Reno got drunk, but never mind, my mount is certainly a black bear, Dick chuckled, dismounting and embracing his brother's Shoes. Is it Reno again? He seems to have achieved so much, the onlookers remarked, glancing at Reno, who was engaged in a game of dragon chess with the little bear girl, Lyanna. Night Shoes observed Reno, his eyes flickering with thoughts. In recent days at Bear Castle, the arguments between Daisy and Maggie had been quite loud. As the guardian knight, Shoes stood watch at the Count's bedroom door, making it nearly impossible not to overhear the commotion. Maggie, a woman of strong principles, held a grudge against Jorah of the Bear clan for the disgrace brought upon the Mormont family. Consequently, the acting countess directed some of her ire towards Reno, Jorah's younger brother. Though she had claimed not to possess the qualities of a leader, she viewed Reno, whose character was marred by transgressions akin to a demon walking the earth, as unworthy of inheriting the countship. Daisy, the eldest daughter, became Maggie's unequivocal choice for the title of Count. In light of this, Daisy resolved to gather workers and supplies to assist Reno in Bear East Valley. Indeed, while Reno's flaws could fill Tom, his virtues and commendable deeds could equally fill Paige. Tom, Dick, stay close to Lord Reno and ensure his safety. Night Shoes envisioned the future. Daisy, fierce in front of outsiders, appeared like a child before Reno. She showed no interest in the title of Count and was exceedingly obedient to Reno. Regardless of Maggie's insistence, the countship would ultimately return to Reno. It was merely a matter of time. I believe that Lord Reno does not require our protection. He is sufficiently strong, and as long as he refrains from acting impulsively, he should be safe. Dick shrugged, acknowledging that the Lord occasionally harbored peculiar ideas, but they would ensure to dissuade him from such notions. Tom reflected on Reno's actions, noting that most were reliable, while a few were quite outrageous. The group entered the estate, and with the addition of 10 craftsmen, alongside 30 lumberjacks and the collaboration of 10 movers, the public restroom was swiftly constructed. Subsequently, Reno directed the craftsmen to install windows in the statue of the Great Bear, ensuring that it would not be drafty for those sleeping inside at night. This 2-story arrow tower, measuring 20 meters in length and width, with a total area of 400 square meters, comfortably accommodated the 10 craftsmen. While the workers toiled diligently, Reno, during a moment of leisure, invited everyone to gather around the enormous workbench in the woodshop. "Shall we play a card game?" he proposed, retrieving a wooden box filled with wooden tokens. "Is it blackjack?" Tom had mentioned it on the way, and it sounded intriguing. Daisy smiled as she inquired. "I am not adept at arithmetic," chimed in little bear girl Lyanna, immediately feeling excluded upon hearing the mention of blackjack. "Ha! I have recently created a new board game, not poker, which I have named Monopoly of the North." Reynold extracted one of the tokens from the box. The front depicted a character, while the back contained a description of the card. "King of the North, Lord of Winterfell, added start combat power, 20 health points, 20 skill. King of the North skill description, you may purchase a territory at half price. Let us all partake in this Monopoly," Reynold exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 32, The Gift of the Blade. "Why does my combat power only amount to 8? Daisy drew a character card, only to find it portrayed herself, and the combat power inscribed upon it left her feeling dissatisfied. The card depicted a girl with elegantly arched eyebrows and large eyes, clad in armor and wielding a long sword with an air of gallantry. On the reverse side of the card lay the character introduction: Bear Island Mother Bear Daisy Mormont combat power, 8 health points, 10 skill, bloodline connection skill description. When you pass by a Mormont clansman, you may roll the dice again. Wow, I drew Renown. Shoes, what does it say on yours? Lyanna, perched upon a high stool at the table, raised a card depicting a portly boy with a middle parting and extended it towards the Night Shoes. Bear Island Admiral of the Navy Renown Mormont combat power, 15 health points, 15 skill, impenetrable wall skill description. When others occupy your territory, they must pay double the gold. After reviewing the card, Shoes provided an explanation. Lyanna did not fully grasp it, yet this did not deter her from rolling the dice. "I can hardly wait. I want to purchase Bear Island." The expensive game board, crafted from sturdy wood, depicted the North, segmented into squares by Renown, and spread across the table, showcasing the distribution of northern families and mineral resources. Each participant had received their character card. Most of these characters were noble scions, drawn from Renown's knowledge gleaned from the detailed map of the North, which included even the notorious skinning bastard from the original narrative, despite his status as a mere illegitimate child. Of course, the combat powers and health points were mere fabrications by Renown, lacking any basis in reality. For this was but a game, and he had not invested much effort in its creation. The Bolton family of the Dreadfort had once been royalty, now vassals to Duke Ed, and like the Mormont family, held the title of Count. However, the influence of the Dreadfort was substantial, second only to Winterfell in the North. They harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the Stark family of Winterfell. It is said that the castle still possesses a terrifying torture chamber, along with a special room dedicated to the collection of enemy skins, including several Stark skins. In the original plot, during the infamous Red Wedding, Roose Bolton murdered the liege lord Robb Stark. Daisy, as Robb's sworn knight, perished in this bloody affair. I'll buy Winterfell for 30,000 gold dragons. The resources in the Wolf's Wood are astonishing. I need to borrow 50,000 to construct a lumber mill, a mine, and a metallurgy factory. Who can lend me some money? I want to acquire Bear Island. No, Bear Island is mine. Daisy and Lyanna, the two sisters, engaged in a spirited dispute over the ownership of Bear Island. The group, being relatively young, quickly immersed themselves in the board game, shedding their previous decorum and creating a lively atmosphere. Daisy and Lyanna fervently rolled the dice, both resolutely determined to claim Bear Island. Meanwhile, Shoes and Tom procured vast expanses of grassland to establish a horse ranch. In the game, one can discern the distinct personalities and preferences of individuals. The intricate details of the Northern Territory map reside within this game. I believe that those who have played Northern Tycoon will gain a profound understanding of the distribution of minerals, forestry, fertile lands, and noble influences in the North, mused Raynor, contemplating his involvement in the activity. During lunchtime, a generous serving of fried potatoes was placed upon the table. The 35 capercaillies caught by Dick and the children had laid eggs today, and each person enjoyed a meal of egg noodles accompanied by the renowned potato liquor from the Jinban family. Of course, one could not overlook the signature smoked fish soup made with potatoes from Bear East Valley. In truth, the standard specialty of Bear East Valley is boiled squirrel and black radish. However, Raynor surmised that none present would fancy consuming rodents. Daisy, how long do you intend to stay here? Raynor inquired, glancing at her while savoring the fries. I will depart after lunch, Daisy replied softly. What? Not staying for a few days? What about the craftsmen? A sense of unease gripped Raynor's heart. They will accompany me. I am heading to Bear North Bay to collect taxes, and craftsmen are needed there to repair vessels, Daisy explained, falling silent for a moment before adding. It is my mother's wish. She originally forbade me from going out. It seemed that Daisy had reached some agreement with the old mother bear, allowing her the opportunity to make a detour to Bear East Valley. Mother believes you will spend your days lounging around with the bear mate and procreating, which is why she permitted us to visit you, Raynor. Lyanna innocently revealed the truth. As winter approaches, the waters of Cold Ice Bay will freeze, and Bear North Bay urgently requires the whaling ship to be repaired for its final voyage before the onset of winter. Daisy, concerned that Raynor might perceive her as unfeeling, patiently elucidated, we shall set off after lunch, and we should arrive at Bear North Bay before nightfall. Once the tax collection is concluded, I will promptly return with assistance to help you develop Bear East Valley. Raynor had hoped that the 10 craftsmen would remain, especially since he had arranged for them to install windows in the giant bear statue. He had not expected their imminent departure. Well, your arrival has at least enabled me to construct a public restroom, which has been a significant help, Raynor waved his hand dismissively. If the craftsmen were to reside long-term, they could alleviate many of Raynor's burdens. However, it appeared he had overestimated the situation. That menopausal old mother bear wouldn't even lend him 20 bows, let alone 10 skilled artisans. Be cautious on your journey. If you encounter the forest dwellers, simply mention my name. Should you cross paths with a pack of mountain wolves, do not engage in battle. They are not ordinary wolves, Raynor cautioned. Wolf spirits, perhaps? Knight Sias narrowed his eyes, armed with 2 wolf tusks. Raynor was in peak fighting condition, yet he had been toyed with mercilessly, exhausting his stamina, nearly perishing alongside the Tamed brothers at the hands of the mountain tribes that Tom had just shared with him. Understood. If we encounter a wolf pack, we will not linger, Sias nodded affirmatively. Raynor, where are your weapons? Daisy inquired, glancing at a crooked wolf tusk in the corner. One is broken, and the other is bent. They are of no use. Raynor cast a glance at the wall corner. I always knew that you, a fierce warrior, would not cherish your weapons. Thus, I have brought you a fine blade, resting in the cart. Daisy pulled Renard away from the house. A fine blade? Renard felt no anticipation. After all, his cousin had always misjudged him. The two exited the lumber workshop and approached the cart. Daisy struggled to extract a heavy steel sword from within. I call it Dragon's Tooth. The blade, forged entirely of steel, boasted a broad serrated edge and a razor-sharp tip, resembling a plate of iron embedded with inverted daggers, nearly as wide as Daisy's waist. In terms of surface area, it was indeed larger than Renard's previous mace. This was no fine blade. It was more akin to a large saw, merely shaped like a sword. Renard was somewhat speechless as he grasped the massive weapon and raised it above his head. It was heavy, weighing over 100 pounds. What do you think? Do you like it? The white blade can withstand arrows. I specially commissioned it for you, Daisy said with hopeful eyes. This contraption is hardly fit for a human. Renard silently scoffed, though he could only smile and reply, "Thank you for your kindness. There is no need to go to such trouble next time." While Renard could lift the 100-pound sword, it did not mean he could wield it effortlessly without compromising his speed. With Renard as strength, wielding a 10-pound sword versus a 100-pound sword was essentially the same. One blow would spell death for his opponent regardless. The weight of the sword would only exhaust him and hinder his striking speed. "I have also commissioned a fine steel shield for you. I hope you like it." Daisy gestured towards the cart. Renard set down the sword and glanced at the shield reflecting sunlight from the cart, estimating that it too weighed over 100 pounds. A massive sword. A large steel shield. As a vassal of the North, the Mormont family of Bear Island trained their descendants for warfare on a grand scale. For the Stark family could manage smaller rebellions on their own. When the Mormont family was summoned, it signified that a colossal battle was imminent. This led Daisy to believe that both fine weapons and armor were best suited for large-scale combat. "I truly appreciate your efforts," Renard said with a wry smile. For Bear Island, he currently had no rivals that warranted such exaggerated weapons and armor. Chapter 33. The program. Daisy's arrival was hurried, and her departure was equally swift. In truth, Bear Island is not vast. If one walks briskly, one can traverse it from south to north by midday and reach their destination before nightfall. Reynolds perceived the island as expensive solely due to his own sluggish pace. After partaking in lunch and bidding farewell to Daisy, he settled into a reclining chair by the bonfire at the manor. His cousin's visit not only brought an abundance of food but also his fur blanket, alleviating his anxiety about provisions, allowing him to leisurely sip afternoon tea. It was in this moment that he felt a semblance of nobility. The industrious sounds of the workers felling trees instilled a sense of tranquility within Reynolds. He caressed the head of his portly dog, Misha, with his left hand, while his right cradled a wooden cup filled with buttered cheese. His plump feet were crossed and resting atop the finely crafted steel shield gifted by Daisy. Behind him lay the soft embrace of a bear pelt, while in front stood Arthur, his hair neatly groomed, with hands crossed over his chest, serenading Reynolds with heartfelt renditions of "Happy Birthday to You." This was a modified version of the common birthday song in the language of Westeros, which Arthur had recently learned. Although Arthur's vocal talents were modest, his exceptional linguistic aptitude coupled with an ardent love for music allowed him to learn with remarkable ease. "Indeed, Arthur. You are a quick learner, yet you lack a touch of emotion. Tomorrow is the wrestling tournament, and you are the first to perform. Do not embarrass me," Reynolds remarked, sipping the cheese. Tomorrow marked the end of September, the tax collection day, and Reynolds was preparing a grand event akin to the Harvest Festival bonfire of the Woodland folk. However, the stakes for the Bear Valley Wrestling Tournament were particularly enticing. Everyone was aware that Reynolds would be offering ownership of 100 bows and a substantial portion of the collected tax revenue in meat as prizes for the tournament. Arthur, the gatekeeper and custodian of the lavatory, was entrusted with a significant responsibility as a direct disciple of Reynolds' modern vocal techniques. He would be tasked with opening the event with a song. After all, no festivity is complete without a performance, a tradition upheld throughout history, both in past lives and the present. Reynolds considered himself a lord, and such customs were inescapable. "As far as I am aware, today is not your birthday, my lord. I find it difficult to master the sentiment for a birthday wish," Arthur replied, perplexed, questioning the necessity of emotional preparation for a song that revolved around a single phrase. "Then allow me to teach you another song," Reynolds exclaimed, retrieving a wooden comb to part his hair down the middle. He then produced a small notebook and began scribbling lyrics. "The vast and desolate ice bay is my love. In the endless pine forest, flowers bloom. What rhythm is the most delightful sway? What melody brings the utmost joy?" Reynolds penned the captivating lyrics, and Arthur proved to be a quick study. He is one of the few literate intellectuals in Shyongdong Valley. Previously afflicted by insomnia, he spent 6 months in Shuecheng for treatment, during which he began to learn to read and write. Tear off the lyrics from the small notebook, and Reno handed it to Arthur, saying, "Arthur, perfect this song. Do not disgrace us in the pop school tomorrow night." The pop school. Arthur often found himself struggling to comprehend Reno's words, and when he did gradually grasp their meaning, he often found them absurd. Yet, the melody of this song was profoundly moving. Even when Reno merely hummed it, Arthur felt a surge of emotion. "Rest assured, my lord. I shall bear the weight of the pop school on behalf of the Bear God Church." Arthur nodded earnestly. With a bear god, there must be a bear god church. And therefore, it is only natural to have a choir, Arthur mused whimsically. Reno rubbed his nose and did not deny it, slowly rising to his feet. The very act of his existence in this world was absurd, yet the pressures of survival bent him low, forcing him to engage in monotonous toil daily. At this moment, Reno had finally discovered a modicum of joy in life. His gaze shifted toward the wrestling arena. Previously, the arena had merely consisted of a layer of sand and a simple fence, and it was often frequented by a handful of bored bear citizens seeking to release their pent-up energy. Now, however, over 30 bear citizens had gathered. In the sandy pit, 2 robust bear citizens, bare-chested, were wrestling and rolling in the sand. Although their techniques were rudimentary, their ferocity rivaled that of the woodland folk. The crowd erupted into cheers, with some even wagering on the outcome of the matches using squirrels as stakes. The once bustling gambling table at 21 now saw only a scant 40 bear citizens engaged in betting. Clearly, there was much anticipation for the wrestling match tomorrow. Reno rubbed his hands together. Departing from the wrestling arena, he made his way to the archery range. Previously, it had only featured a solitary log. Now, however, Yvette had arranged several round hay bales, with 5 pine longbows displayed on the table. Yvette was leading a group of over 20 bear maidens, instructing them in archery practice. Earlier, Reno had sent Yvette into the mountains to hunt, blessing her as a role model for the bear maidens. It seemed she had fulfilled that role. "My lord," Yvette greeted as she spotted Reno, leading the salute. "Good afternoon, my lord." The surrounding bear maidens ceased their practice and conversation, bowing in unison to Reno. "Yvette, how is your preparation for tomorrow's performance coming along?" Reno inquired, looking at the petite girl whose archery skills rivaled his own. "My lord, I am ready. Tomorrow I will perform apple shooting off my head," Yvette replied with a smile. Apple shooting off one's head? It sounded rather wild. The question was, whose head would willingly bear an apple? "Very well, assess your capabilities and do not feel compelled," Reno remarked, not wishing to delve deeply into such a perilous act. "By the way, Barn approached me. He is willing to perform the act of smashing granite on his chest with a sledgehammer. You mentioned this to me before, and after I spoke to him, he agreed." Yvette approached Reno with the exuberance of a young girl eagerly awaiting praise. "The chestnut stone." Reno scratched his head, suddenly recalling the term. Indeed, that was it. Yvette finally remembered the official name of the event. Earlier, when Reno mentioned the activities for the following day, he had merely tossed out a few examples, unaware that they had reached the ears of the one-armed man, Barn. Perhaps he wished to repay Reno, after all. The task of composting, though grimy, was easily accomplished and would suffice to fill the bellies of Barn and his paralyzed mother, alleviating their hunger. As a half-breed, Barn had always found himself at the bottom of the social hierarchy in Bear Eastern Valley, and he sought to prove himself at tomorrow's grand affair. In any case, another performance had been added to the agenda for the day. "I merely wished for tomorrow's activities to be more than casual, yet it seems everyone is quite enthusiastic." Reno glanced at the plump dog, Misha, beside him. Indeed, he had intended for those close to him to showcase their talents at the wrestling tournament, hoping to inject some joy into their monotonous lives, yet it appeared that everyone was taking it seriously. "Misha," Reno nudged the rotund dog with his foot. "Haw!" Misha lifted her hefty head. "We can fall behind. You shall perform a lock-picking act tomorrow." Reno grasped Misha by the scruff of her neck, lifting her as they made their way toward the woodworking shop. Chapter 34, Taxation Alchemy Materials, Reno. Tom Synthesis Progress, 8100 Alchemy Result 1. Reno after wrestling with Dick 1000 times Alchemy Result 2. Dick after wrestling with Reno 1000 times start-stop in the first floor of the Great Bear Shrine. Tom lay nestled in his windbreak bed throughout the night. At this moment, it felt as if a spring had burst forth in his mind, with memories of wrestling with Reno surging forth like a gushing fountain, eagerly absorbed by Tom's consciousness. His muscles swelled, every fiber of his being brimming with vitality. Even in the early winter, one could see vapor rising around him. What a thrilling 1,000 bouts it had been, Tom murmured, slowly rising from his windbreak bed as dawn began to break. He recalled the earnest words Reno had spoken to him before he fell into a deep slumber. "Tom, you will dream of wrestling with me 1,000 times. Do not panic, do not fear, sleep peacefully, as you always do. Upon awakening, embrace this newfound strength with equanimity. It is a blessing from the bear god." Strength? Tom departed from the windbreak bed, leaping lightly to a distance of 3 paces. His power had indeed increased. His speed quickened. More surprisingly, he felt a newfound harmony within his body. A wave of hunger washed over him. Leaving the Great Bear Shrine, Tom approached the bonfire within the manor. Yvette was preparing breakfast, seemingly baking some sort of meat pie, the aroma wafting throughout the estate, attracting a host of seagulls and crows that circled above. Reno was also by the bonfire, scolding his pet fat dog, Misha, with a look of exasperation on his face. Before Misha lay a brass lock, the dog pawed at it repeatedly until, with a sharp snap, its claw severed the lock core. After which it looked up at Reno with an ingratiating expression. After teaching you all night, this is how you unlock it. Reno gazed at the broken lock on the ground, his expression fluctuating between frustration and amusement. The lock had been opened, but the core was rendered unusable. If Misha could speak, it would defiantly retort to Reno, well, did I open it or not? Yet Misha remained silent, panting with its tongue out, seeking a bite of the pie from Reno. My lord, I have bested you once. Tom approached Reno, recalling the memories of their 1,000 wrestling matches. I know. Reno replied with a slight nod. In completing the alchemy, he too had acquired the memories of their encounters. At first, Tom had exerted all his strength but struggled to move Reno. However, as the bouts progressed, Tom's wrestling skills became increasingly adept, his techniques often catching Reno off guard. In fact, during their final match, Tom managed to flip Reno onto the ground. A transformation had occurred within Tom. This alchemical enhancement had not resulted in any significant growth in Reno's skills, yet, his sole aim was to strengthen Tom, so he felt no disappointment in this outcome. My lord, you have lost weight, Tom remarked, observing a marked change in Reno's physique since the previous day. After all, Reno has tirelessly crafted Xiongdong Valley over the past few days. Though he has not gone hungry, the exertion has been considerable. Last night's wrestling training felt like a rite of passage, rendering Reno's physique more harmonious than before. The most noticeable change is that his clothes now appear somewhat loose. Has he lost weight? I suspect you will awaken feeling quite famished, which is why I had Yvette prepare pancakes early. Reno seized a piece of pie and gestured for Tom to take a seat and dine. Whether he has gained or lost weight is of little concern to Reno. What troubles him more is the inconvenience of needing new garments after losing weight. Just then, a rhythmic drumming resounded from nearby. Dick was seated on a chair. A large drum positioned before him, idly striking it with 2 wooden sticks, producing a cacophony of sound. What is he up to? After Tom settled in, he too grabbed a pancake. The Minister of Armaments, tonight he would also assume the role of a musician, practicing his drumming. Reno stated earnestly that there were no musicians in Xiongdong Valley, and thus Dick had been recruited to serve as the drummer. At that moment, Reno mused that perhaps Dick possessed some musical talent. However, it now appeared he lacked such abilities. Thud! Thud! After a few more aimless hits, Dick deemed his practice sufficient and approached Reno. Meanwhile, several bear villagers gradually arrived at Reno's estate, playing cards, wrestling, and practicing archery activities that had previously been absent in the barren and remote Xiongdong Valley had now become part of the villagers' daily lives. Sir, do you have plans for today? Asked the lumberjack, Gillett, holding his axe as he routinely sought Reno's guidance. Although today was a day of rest, Gillett consistently made it a point to appear before Reno, believing that being close to the Lord would ensure a share of meat. This notion had gradually taken root in the villagers' minds. Call some people and move the chairs from the lumber workshop to the wrestling arena. Reno waved his hand, directing Gillett. Last night, Reno had crafted a few chairs. Although the quantity was limited, just enough for those close to him to sit. It was not that Reno's mindset had changed, believing himself to be a noble wanting to put on airs. Rather, he had matured. The concept of equality sounds beautiful, but human nature does not align with that ideal. Sometimes, contrary to expectations, being too familiar with one's subordinates can yield negative outcomes. Once Yvette finished making the pancakes, she took the lead in preparing the venue for the wrestling competition that evening. At this moment, the village chief, Wanto, arrived with a multitude of bear villagers, who pushed 10 handcarts toward Reno. The unicycles were mostly filled with potatoes, several jars of animal fat, and smoked fish. The most valuable items were 15 animal pelts, which could be fashioned into clothing and blankets, thus deemed precious. This represented the entire autumn tax revenue. My lord, here is the tax for this quarter, half of half. Please take a moment to count it, Wanta said, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he gazed at Reno with an obsequious look. Originally, the tax was to be shared, with half going to the lord, the Mormont family. Reno relinquished half, which amounts to a quarter, thus Junter's understanding was not misplaced. Setting that aside, this evening, I shall bestow these items as prizes at the wrestling tournament, rewarding the formidable warriors of Bear East Valley. Reno cast a glance at a cart filled with smoked squirrel jerky. although he had no fondness for it. These squirrel delicacies were treasures in the eyes of the bear folk. In recent days, Wanta had grown accustomed to Renault, so during this tax tribute, Renault did not encounter the distinctive black radishes of Bear East Valley, to avoid inciting his disdain. "My lord, will all these treasures truly be awarded tonight?" inquired an eager bear citizen. "Indeed, these treasures. Yes, I shall confer them upon the bear citizens worthy of possessing them this evening." Renault reiterated the significance of tonight's prizes. It seemed there were still a few bear citizens who doubted Renault's generosity for the night. "Then I too should practice wrestling." "May I?" asked another bear citizen, whose beard had turned gray yet was brimming with fighting spirit. "Go ahead, the wrestling grounds are always open for practice." Renault waved his hand. The bear citizen understood and promptly dashed towards the sandy arena. At this moment, dawn had just broken, and surprisingly, over 10 individuals had gathered at the wrestling grounds. Yvette, who was setting up the venue, was currently lifting a wooden board. On the board, the prizes for the evening were inscribed: first place, 100 pine longbows. Second place, 5 animal pelts, 10 pounds of meat, 10 pounds of fish. Third place, all animal pelts, 5 pounds of meat, 5 pounds of fish. Fourth place, 3 pounds of meat, 3 pounds of fish. Fifth place, 3 pounds of meat, 2 pounds of fish. The wrestling tournament offered prizes from 1st to 20th place. Gradually, more bear citizens arrived at Renault's estate, with Arthur taking on the role of announcer for the prizes. Once the prizes were inscribed on the wooden board, and all confirmed that this was not a jest, an invisible tension spread among the bear citizens. "A brawl yields meat. This is far better than relying on luck in the forest," remarked Tom, clenching his fist as he gazed at the first place prize on the board. His anticipation for the evening's wrestling palpable. Tom had undergone a transformation, both physically and mentally. He vowed not to let anyone seize the first place. Although Renault had not explicitly stated so, Tom had already grasped the unspoken sentiment. To gain renown. Tonight is the moment to affirm the blessings of the bear god. "Tom, the blessings of the bear god have concluded. You may wash your face now," Renault said, glancing at the alchemical symbols on Tom's forehead. "I wish to keep it." "It is the blessing of the bear god, a mark of honor," Tom replied, casting his gaze towards the alchemical symbols on Renault's hand. "Speaking of which, everyone has their own performances lined up. I have arranged one for myself as well, and I shall require your cooperation when the time comes," Renault whispered, leaning closer to Tom. "My lord, please give your orders." Tom inclined his ear closer. "I have named this performance the Emperor's New Clothes." Renault's lips curved into a mischievous smile as he slowly divulged his plan to Tom. Chapter 35. The performance. As night fell, the bonfire was ignited. Over 180 individuals gathered around the wrestling arena. Renault and his companions settled onto the benches before the ring, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Although Arthur was a night owl, his extroverted nature shone through as he stood at the center of the arena, announcing in a gravelly voice the commencement of the wrestling gala. "Friends, the wrestling tournament of Bear East Valley is about to begin. Now, allow me to serenade you with a tune, the most radiant Bear Island breeze. Life, in its monotony, always beckons for a touch of amusement." Renault had a knack for discovering joy. As Dick pounded out a chaotic rhythm on the drums, accompanied by Arthur's crow-like voice, a slight feeling of embarrassment stirred within Renault's heart. A hint of awkwardness signified that the merriment had indeed been found. "The vast and icy bay is my love. Amidst the endless pine woods, flowers bloom. What rhythm is the most swaying? What melody brings the most delight?" The infectious song echoed across the estate. The bear folk, who usually listened to folk tunes, were unprepared for the baptism of modern pop music. In mere moments, many began to clap along to the beat. As the song drew to a close, some bears who had been eagerly awaiting the wrestling match now found themselves wishing for another rendition. "Is that it? It was too delightful. The most radiant Bear Island breeze, this is our song. Did Lord Renault compose it as well? Arthur, sing it again." Discussions arose, and the crowd cheered. Arthur, a passionate singer, had never performed before such a large audience. As the final note faded, his cheeks flushed crimson, and he hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, everyone. Next, my good friend, Iron Hand Barn will perform the Hammer on Granite." "Barn? That wild child Barn? Hammer on Granite? What kind of act is this?" The simple bear folk, unaccustomed to the spectacle, could scarcely imagine what was to unfold. As Arthur's words settled, Barn emerged from the crowd, effortlessly bearing a massive slab of granite with one hand. Realizing what was about to happen, Some timid children hid in their parents' embrace. Thud, thud, thud. Dick's erratic drumming heightened the tension among the audience. Go lend a hand. Reno murmured to Tom beside him. All right. Tom promptly rose and approached Barn, who was hoisting the granite. Concerned, Reno had secretly cracked the prop granite earlier that day. Not out of fear for Barn's safety, but rather worried that Barn, with only one hand, might inadvertently drop the stone and shatter it. A long bench was positioned in the center of the arena. Once Barn reclined upon it, the granite was placed upon his chest. Tom then raised a nearby stone hammer high, feigning a mighty roar as if summoning all his strength, before gently bringing the hammer down. Thud! Crack! Without a doubt. Tom struck the immense granite slab with a single blow, shattering it into two massive fragments that tumbled to either side. He felt nothing at all. The granite, harder than steel, seemed as fragile as a mere potato before my formidable pectorals. Barn, in perfect synchrony, stood up, thumping his chest with vigor after speaking. Such bravado was a lesson imparted by Reno, and it proved effective. Some of the bear folk appeared to be gasping for breath, having been so tense that they had forgotten to inhale. Now, as they regained their composure, they panted like exhausted beasts. How remarkable! Barn, you too are of the Bear King. I have heard tales of him conquering the Frozen Bay in a single gaming session. It is said that he single-handedly annihilated an entire tribe of savages, over 300 lives extinguished by his hand. He even beheaded the savage King Kulu of the Coldblade clan and kicked his head like a ball. We ought to call Barn the Iron Bear. Rumors cease with the wise. Yet, the clever ones of Bear East Valley are all aligned with Reno. Moreover, these exaggerated tales are orchestrated by Reno, who has encouraged Tom and Dick to spread them. And the results are evidently significant. The gaze of the bear folk upon Barn brimmed with awe. Reno, too, wore a smile. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Who knows, perhaps the unfortunate one-armed Barn will one day earn titles like the Slayer of Savages or Nemesis of the Wild. A name is forged through strength. The title Dragon Hand Barn is a product of Reno's boasting, seemingly unrecognized by anyone but Barn himself. However, Iron Bear is a moniker born from the admiration of the bear folk themselves. Once a wildling, now a dragon hand, and in the future an Iron Bear, Barn has indeed earned his rightful recognition today. The display of Barn shattering stone concluded, and the next performance featured the representative of the bear women, the sharpshooter Yvette, who was to shoot an apple from atop her head. Bobby! Yvette, wielding an oak longbow in one hand and an apple in the other, confidently stepped into the center of the arena. Young Bobby, the son of the potato brewmaster from the Jin family, grinned as he pushed through the crowd to stand 10 paces from Yvette. Next, we shall present the act of shooting an apple from atop one's head. Yvette's voice rang clear as she scanned the audience. The feat of shattering stone was already perilous enough. Now Yvette dared to shoot an apple from her own head. Bobby, that child, truly has audacity. Although everyone knew Yvette as the sister of the late renowned archer from Bear East Valley, her own archery skills remained uncertain. Reno, seated to the side, furrowed his brow. He had anticipated Yvette might choose to shoot an apple from the head of that incessantly noisy black bear or perhaps a stubborn donkey. If she missed, accidentally killing an animal would not trouble Reno in the least. But to his astonishment, it was Bobby who stood in her line of fire. This is utterly reckless, Reno murmured, slowly rising to his feet. The act of shooting an apple from atop one's head had not been thoroughly discussed beforehand. Now it appeared to be time to intervene. The wrestling tournament today fundamentally aimed to showcase strength, displaying claws and fangs, to rally the wild bear folk of Bear East Valley to Reno's side. If it truly leads to death, the conclusion would be far from pleasant. Yvette? Reno slowly stepped into the center of the arena, under the scrutiny of nearly 200 pairs of eyes. He took Bobby's place, grasped an apple in his hand, and meticulously carved a 12-pointed star formation into it with his fingernail, subsequently placing it atop his head. This apple, I shall balance, Reno declared, casting a glance at the alchemical symbols etched upon Yvette's forehead, followed by a fleeting look at the symbols adorning the oak longbow, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Alchemical materials, Reno, Yvette, oak longbow, arrows, apple. Synthesis progress, 0 a creation result, arrow piercing the apple. Start-stop. A panel appeared before him, devoid of any probability of failure. Only then did Reno breathe a sigh of relief and addressed Yvette. Aim for the apple, Yvette. Although anxiety churned within her, she complied, knocking an arrow and drawing the string. This arrow was destined to strike the apple perched atop my head with an unperceived speed. Reno felt a twinge of trepidation as he became the target of the ball, yet he managed to muster a semblance of calm with a smile. Tom and Dick observed. their understanding dawning upon them. The master is about to perform another trick. Chapter 36. The Iron Bear begins. The outcome of the alchemy, an arrow piercing through an apple. Synthesis progress, 500. The arrow in Yvette's hand vanished into thin air. A buzzing sound resonated above Rayna's head as the apple exploded, its sweet juice cascading down his scalp and mingling with his dark hair. The crowd continued to await Yvette's shout, and even she maintained her archery stance. Yet, the arrow had disappeared and stealthily penetrated the apple atop Rayna's head. Yvette! The master archer, Yvette! 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 The first to react were the bear maidens who had recently trailed closely behind her. They seemed elated, their female exemplar displaying her prowess, and they erupted into exuberant cheers. Akin to fervent fans, Rayna pulled out a pinewood comb, shaking off the sticky strands of hair before parting it down the middle. He then lifted his head and waved to the bear folk. A true warrior must possess the courage to face death, just as Yvette does. With unwavering trust in her companions. The courage to confront death. The absolute trust in one as comrades. Rayna's words resonated like a mighty bell within the hearts of the bear folk, plunging them into introspection. In their past lives, they resembled mere walking corpses, poking sticks into the forest in hopes of catching squirrels, and when hunger struck, they would dig for potatoes in the pine woods. Some, in their desperation, resorted to consuming pine resin, leading to dire consequences. Rayna's arrival had transformed Bear East Valley immensely. Such profound words. Lord Rayna's sentiments deserve to be inscribed in history. As long as we trust our companions unconditionally, Bear East Valley shall be indomitable. Tom had cultivated the knack for responding seamlessly. Lord Rayna's courage is more unyielding than steel. Even Eddard Stark from Winterfell would soil his trousers if he had an apple atop his head. Boppy, the little sycophant, chimed in, extolling Rayna's virtues. Rayna, indifferent to their banter, announced, "Now, I declare the wrestling tournament officially commenced." He gestured to the air before him and then turned to Dick, who sat before the large drum. The wrestling matches will follow a ranking system, best 2 out of 3 falls. A shoulder touching the ground signifies defeat. Rewards will be awarded to the top 20 participants. Those wishing to register may do so with the Minister of Armaments. The crowd was already brimming with anticipation. At the sound of Rayna's declaration, 183 individuals, without exception including children, rushed toward Dick. Though the elderly and weak might not prevail, they could exhaust their opponent's stamina, creating a slim chance for their family and friends to triumph. As for the robust men of their households, they would simply concede. Wrestling posed no risk of severe injury. Participation promised only benefits. All the bear folk harbored their own calculations. While they lacked grand wisdom, each possessed a measure of cunning. Where is my dog? During the lull as the crowd registered for the ranking matches, Rayna surveyed his surroundings. He had initially intended to have Misha perform a lock-picking demonstration. But this unreliable creature had seemingly vanished yet again. As the wrestling tournament commenced, Misha finally emerged from the thicket of pines. A pitiful whimper emanated from Misha's throat as it waggled its short tail and approached Rayna. With a copper lock clasped in its left paw and a piece of smoked fish held in its mouth, one could only wonder from whose abode it had pilfered the lock and stolen the fish, eagerly presenting its bounty to Rayna. Perhaps it had clumsily locked itself in while attempting to unlock something. Rayna, with a fond smile, playfully patted its head before assisting Misha in removing the copper lock from its paw. This pudgy canine, having learned the art of unlocking, had now fixated on thievery. Indeed, since a young age, Rayna had trained Misha to open doors, scale walls, and burrow through holes. The last transformation was executed to infiltrate the Count's chamber in search of alchemical diagrams. It seemed Rayna had grown accustomed to taking what was not his. Whether it was repelling pirates one fateful night in Bear Southport or driving off a pack of wolves in the woodland tribes, he would invariably snatch a morsel from others' larders to satiate his appetite. Witnessing such antics from a tender age, Misha developed an unusual fascination with this surreptitious acts. Mischievous creature, always seeking to steal, as if there weren't enough provisions at home. Discarding the copper lock, Rayna scooped out Misha and settled into a recliner to watch the wrestling match. By serendipity, the opening bout featured Arthur and Barn. While Arthur was adept at fishing and singing, he was no match for Barn in wrestling, the latter, gaunt and sinewy, easily pinned Arthur to the ground with a mere flick of his hand. With 2 consecutive losses, Barn emerged victorious. A betting pool had quietly opened in the background, and by the time Rayna regained his senses, it was already nearing the closing phase. In the first match, Arthur lost, and Barn won. Following his defeat, Arthur was tasked with the duty of announcing his loss. "Arthur, do not be disheartened. I never placed a wager on your victory, someone chimed in. Laughter ensued. For no one had bet on Arthur to win, thus no one suffered a loss. Only the formidable Black Bear Dick stood a chance against Iron Bear Barn. One mused. It was believed that Lord Reynold might have triumphed over Barn, yet he chose not to participate in this wrestling contest. The crowd buzzed with chatter. With no wagers placed on Arthur, the betting pool was rendered null, and all the jerky and potatoes from the betting tables automatically returned to the prize pot, setting the stage for a grand gamble in the next match. These individuals truly possessed a penchant for wagering. Reynold took a sip of potato liquor. His attention drawn to the ongoing discussion centered on Dick and Barn, aside from the towering Reynold himself. Only Dick and Barn commanded respect among the bear folk. In the subsequent rounds of wrestling, despite lacking excitement, the matches were fiercely contested, with the bear populace fervently vying for victory, their sights set on the 100-pine longbows. When it was Black Bear Dick's turn, his opponent was Tom. Young Dick, often parading around atop his black bear, was aware of his limitations, despite the electrifying atmosphere. He refrained from exhausting his brother's strength and pretended to suffer a recurrence of an old injury, gracefully retreating from the arena. Although Tom emerged victorious from the contest, he garnered little support. Known for his understated demeanor, Tom was not seen as a frontrunner for the championship. Yet unexpectedly, in the following matches, Tom effortlessly toppled his adversaries. And despite his unimposing physique and seemingly modest strength, he advanced to the finals within an hour. In the grand finale of the Shyongdong Valley Wrestling Tournament, Prince Tom faced off against the formidable Iron Bear, Barn. Arthur, unable to contain his excitement, winked and gestured towards Barn in the center of the sandy arena. Barn, with one arm clenched into a fist and the other outstretched, could feel the sweat accumulating in his palm. Before him stood Tom, serene and composed. A slender figure of bone, 75 meters in height, contrasting starkly with the brawny Barn, who towered over him at just over 180 meters. Yet, during the preceding wrestling match, Tom had exhibited unparalleled skill, a fact that eluded the ordinary spectators. Barn, however, was acutely aware that this 17-year-old knight, Tom, was far from an ordinary opponent. Barn! Arthur called softly, stretching his neck to catch Barn's attention. But Barn's gaze remained fixed on Tom, ignoring Arthur's presence. Barn! What do you intend to do? Having known Barn for many years, Arthur sensed the tension in the atmosphere, which began to concern him. This obstinate fellow couldn't he possibly be contemplating wrestling Tom, could he? The outcome had already been predetermined by Reynold. Why choose this moment to seek glory? Barn, come here. I need to speak with you. Arthur, disregarding all else, shouted earnestly. Arthur, Barn replied calmly, turning to face his childhood friend who had never judged him for his mixed blood heritage. Since the day I was born, I have known nothing but defeat. But today I refuse to lose. His mother had been brutalized and rendered paralyzed by wild men, and from birth, Barn had been labeled a bastard. He had sought countless ways to prove himself, yet even after venturing to the frozen continent and severing his own arm before the Wild Man King, he returned to find no one acknowledged him. This torment remained a perpetual ache in his heart. You foolish donkey! Arthur exclaimed in frustration. The first prize grants ownership of 100 pine longbows. Lord Reynold has his own schemes, and to draw attention now is akin to throwing lime in his eyes. Arthur contemplated shouldering the pressure and announcing Tom's victory instead. Just then, Reynold approached the wrestling arena, holding Misha, and addressed the anxious one-armed man. Barn, do not hesitate. Give it your all. If you can defeat Tom, you shall receive the blessing of the bear god. What are a mere 100 pine longbows compared to the prowess of a top-tier warrior? With the island of bears lacking elite combatants and Reynold himself bearing significant physical limitations, he could only be considered a half-fighter. Barn, however, possessed strength that rivaled Reynold's, and despite his injuries, he had swum across the sea and traversed the icy bay to return to Shyongdong Valley, a testament to his extraordinary stamina and resilient spirit. Should Barn possess any talent in combat, Reynold would undoubtedly invest wholeheartedly in nurturing this unfortunate one-armed man. Chapter 37, The Naked Stranglehold. With a nod of consent from Reynold, Barn's anxious heart finally found solace. Ever since receiving the blessing of the bear god, he had not encountered a worthy adversary. Tom, the wrestler on the battlefield, slowly spoke, his tone laced with anticipation. Barn, I have heard tales of your strength, said to rival that of Lord Reynold. Awakening early that morning, Tom had undergone a profound transformation following 1,000 wrestling enhancements. In the recent rounds of wrestling matches, even the robust bearfolk could barely withstand a few seconds against him, leaving him with a sensation akin to striking a fist into cotton, powerful yet unutilized. The youthful vigor surged within him, mirrored in Tom himself. A formidable opponent was hard to come by, and Tom recognized Barnes' might. At this moment, his impatience was palpable. "If you think my strength alone is daunting, then prepare for a downfall today, Sir Tom." Barnes clenched his fists, his sturdy legs slightly bending. He resembled a bull poised to charge, exuding an invisible tension that filled the air. The stakes of the contest quietly unfolded. "My lord, who do you believe will emerge victorious?" Yvette stood anxiously beside Reynald. "The last one standing shall be the victor," Reynald replied with a faint smile, stating the obvious. The unpredictability of battle rendered any outcome uncertain. Who would ultimately triumph was a mystery even to Reynald. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. All held their breath, eyes fixated on Barnes, who was brimming with energy like a charging bull. His breathing quickened, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, the sand beneath him flew as he propelled himself toward Tom with astonishing speed. "Come on!" Tom laughed heartily, charging towards Barnes. Despite the considerable difference in their physiques, Tom had faced larger opponents, including Reynald, 1,000 times over. As Barnes' fist hurtled toward Tom's face, Reynald did not intervene. The bear folk were not versed in wrestling and occasionally resorted to punches and kicks considered foul play in formal wrestling. Yet, in true combat, who abides by rules? As Barnes' heavy fist loomed larger before Tom, the latter remained unfazed. With a subtle shift of his body, he seized Barnes' wrist with his left hand while positioning his right against Barnes' armpit. Turning away, he dove into Barnes' embrace, suddenly arching his body upward with force. "Wind and hail over the shoulder throw!" Tom shouted, and with the momentum, Barnes found himself airborne, tracing an arc before landing 5 meters away in the sand. Thud! As the dust settled, Barnes rolled momentarily, but in an instant, he sprang up from the ground, regaining his footing. Having his shoulders touch the ground would normally signify defeat, and Arthur stepped forward to declare Barnes the loser. Yet, Reynald interceded. Tom possessed unparalleled wrestling prowess, while Barnes' physique was reminiscent of a fierce beast. From being thrown to rising again, he exhibited no pause. Reynald was eager to discover who would ultimately emerge triumphant. A thrilling spectacle awaited. Renaud smiled and remarked that this match was undoubtedly the most thrilling spectacle of the evening, unable to resist commenting, "This shoulder throw possesses a third of my elegance." "Thank you for your kind words, my lord, but my wrestling skills barely reach 1/10 of your prowess," replied Tom. Upon hearing Renaud speak, Tom instinctively turned to look at him, offering a compliment as if it were second nature. "Look here!" Barnes bellowed, charging once more at Tom. Tom's demeanor exuded an air of ease and calm, yet within him, an unnamed flame of determination blazed ever brighter. Tornado sweeping through Ice Bay. At that moment, Tom unleashed his signature move. As Barnes charged toward him, Tom swiftly pivoted, executing a handstand, his legs tightly together, spinning like a whirlwind upon the ground. With a thud, the dazzling display left Barnes momentarily dazed. He lunged at Tom with unadorned ferocity. However, Tom's inverted position caught Barnes off guard, and once again, Tom's legs struck Barnes' chest and chin. Barnes soared into the air once more. "What grace!" a bear woman exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with admiration. "Lord Tom is indeed a masterful knight. His combat style resembles a dance." Arthur, unable to contain himself, echoed the sentiment. Unlike his flamboyant brother Dick, Tom had always maintained a low profile in Bear East Valley. Yet, being of the same bloodline, Tom harbored a strong desire for expression, albeit suppressed. The flamboyant combat techniques he exhibited today captivated everyone in attendance. Renaud shook his head with a wry smile. Tom's swordplay was extravagant, and his wrestling was filled with an array of moves and chants. It appeared that during this alchemical enhancement, he had absorbed many peculiar maneuvers and terminologies from the wrestling shows of his previous life. As everyone marveled at the spectacle, Barnes, having landed from the air, rose from the sands once more. This time, however, he found no opportunity to counterattack, for Tom was already upon him. Bear Island's terrifying charge. Tom crossed his fists before him, shouting his battle cry as he barreled toward the newly risen Barnes. With a resounding thud, Barnes was caught off guard and staggered back. Yet he did not fall. Meteor crashing upon the frozen continent. Observing Barnes' unsteady stance, Tom showed no mercy. He bent his legs and leapt high into the air, propelling himself toward Barnes like a shooting star. "Enough!" Barnes roared, extending his large hand to grasp Tom's ankle mid-air. Utilizing the momentum, Barnes seized Tom's body, akin to a frog grasping a leg, and effortlessly flung him over his shoulder, slamming him into the sandy ground. Barn could easily hoist a drunken Renault onto his shoulder. Lifting Tom was a mere trifle. Such a throw, even onto sand, could leave a fully grown man half-alive. Countless memories flashed through Tom's mind like a revolving lantern. Yet, the recollections he experienced were not of his past life. Instead, it was the memory of 1,000 wrestling matches with Renault. The sea monster's tentacles executed a lethal choke. In midair, Tom shouted an unusual maneuver, his body twisting like a crocodile. Prior to his enhancement, the physically uncoordinated Tom would have been incapable of such a feat. However, Tom had transformed dramatically. His body propelled his ankles in a whirl. Despite Barn's immense strength, he could not grasp Tom in the heat of the moment and was thus liberated. Instead of retreating to distance himself from this perilous foe, Tom seized Barn's single arm with both hands and ensnared his legs around Barn's neck. His legs coiled like the tentacles of a sea creature, applying a chokehold on Barn. Impressive. Renault's eyes narrowed in admiration. As Tom's legs tightened around Barn's neck, everyone sensed that the outcome was imminent. Yet, a flicker of defiance sparkled in Barn's gaze. Abandoning his stance, he mirrored Tom's maneuver, extending his legs to apply a choke on Tom's neck in a tit-for-tat response. The two resembled intertwined octopuses. Initially, their faces flushed crimson, akin to liver, followed by bloodshot eyes with bulging pupils. Ultimately, their lips turned purple, and they simultaneously succumbed to unconsciousness. "A tie!" Renault exclaimed, abruptly lifting his foot and, with a resounding crack, forcefully kicked the wooden barrier before him. Charging toward the sandy ground, both bodies lay rigid. Even in unconsciousness, their rigidity sustained the chokehold, obstructing their airways. If they were not separated forthwith, it seemed they would both suffocate. Chapter 38. New attire. Despite the formidable strength of Reign, separating the two entangled individuals on the ground required considerable effort. It was evident that their recent struggle had been quite fierce. After a few minutes, the two unconscious figures lying in the sandy terrain slowly regained consciousness. Rainu's anxious heart began to settle as he approached Tom. "Tom, how many brothers do you have?" Tom, still somewhat dazed, pondered before responding. "I have one younger brother and an older brother." "Why do you ask, sir? Could it be that you are actually my brother?" Reinu exhaled in relief. "It seems your intellect has not been diminished by oxygen deprivation." He then moved to stand before Barn, inquiring, "Barn, how many mothers do you have?" Barn, nursing his sore throat with one arm, was momentarily taken aback by Reinu's question. "I believe I should have only one mother." Reinu nodded. "Indeed. You remain as astute as ever." The two gradually rose from the ground. Reinu occasionally spoke in peculiar ways, which those who often stayed by his side had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, a young bear child, lost in thought, turned to his mother, asking, "Mother, do I perhaps have another mother?" The bear woman, deep in contemplation, replied, "A child may indeed have several biological fathers, but one's biological mother must always be singular." This inquiry sparked a hushed murmur among the bear populace. Noticing the atmosphere had been disrupted, Reinu felt a twinge of frustration. He extended his hands, raising Tom's and Barn's hands towards the sky, proclaiming loudly, "Bayfolk, tonight's wrestling tournament has birthed two champions. Their spectacular battle has filled me with admiration. They deserve our applause." Even Barn, a wild man of mixed heritage with only one arm, exhibited remarkable prowess, prompting some proud pure-blooded Bayfolk to begrudgingly applaud. The clapping commenced, though the majority were cheering for Tom. Though Tom was not particularly tall, he showcased unparalleled skill, executing an array of previously unheard-of powerful techniques that left a profound impression on the crowd. In 3 months, as the year drew to a close, the second wrestling tournament of Bear East Valley would be held here. Reinu gestured towards the empty space beside him and declared, "Now, the top 20 warriors may proceed to receive their prizes from the Minister of Grain, Yvette." Furs, smoked fish, potatoes, and jerky had already piled up into small mountains. 19 of the top-ranked wrestlers received their rewards, signifying that nearly half of the households in Bear East Valley would enjoy an extra bounty tonight. From the people. For the people. The recently received quarterly taxes had essentially been redistributed to them. Joy radiated from everyone's faces, although most did not secure a prize. The evening's festivities had broadened the horizons of the Bayfolk. The first prize, ownership of 100 pine longbows, was not mentioned by Reinu. Those following Reinu were well aware, and no one was foolish enough to bring it up at that moment. Renault cleared his throat, casting a glance at the attentive crowd surrounding him, and with a gentle smile, he declared, "It is my turn to take the stage. I shall unveil the domain of divine power." The audience, intrigued, pondered the meaning of this so-called domain of divine power. Tonight's grand finale is titled The Emperor's New Clothes. Renault mused internally, directing a subtle glance at Tom. Tom nodded and approached Renault. My lord Renault, does the bear god truly exist? As the champion of the wrestling tournament and the mightiest man of Bear East Valley, I, Sir Tom Best, harbor doubts about the bear god's existence. Tom gazed at Renault, his expression one of skepticism. Everyone present had, to varying degrees, heard whispers of the bear god as name. They were familiar with the old gods. The 7 gods of the south, the drowning god of the Iron Islands, and the king of light from another continent. The name of the bear god, however, had only reached the ears of the bear folk since Renault's arrival in Bear East Valley, previously unheard of. What puzzled everyone was why Sir Tom had suddenly stepped forward to confront Renault. Are you questioning the bear god? Renault forced a fierce expression, glaring at Tom. If the bear god exists, why does it not reveal itself? Tom raised his chin defiantly. Gods never manifest because their authority is too great to easily descend upon the mortal realm. The bear god can only delegate its power to its followers. Renault raised his voice, turning in a circle to ensure all could hear his proclamation. Indeed, the old gods, the 7 gods, the drowning god, and the king of light have never appeared. It seems the bear god will also remain hidden. Tom slapped his forehead, feigning contemplation. But where is the power that the bear god has delegated? Right before your eyes. Tom, open your eyes and behold. I am the authority of the divine. Renault bellowed, raising his arm in exultation. A theatrical performance demands exaggerated expressions, grand gestures, and a raised voice, otherwise, the distant audience would not grasp the spectacle. Renault understood this well and endeavored to be as dramatic as possible. I do not believe in the bear god. I only believe in the old gods. Now, let me awaken your senses with a punch. Renault Mormont. Tom boldly called out Renault's full name, his tone dripping with provocation, igniting tension among the spectators. Though uncertain of the unfolding conflict, it appeared that Sir Tom had clashed with Lord Renault. Would a fight ensue? The bear folk felt a flutter of anxiety in their hearts. Tom's dazzling combat skills had already earned their respect, should he choose to unleash a beating upon Renault. The bear folk, unaware of Renault's true prowess, believed only Barn, the Iron Bear, could intervene. Awaken my senses? I believe you are the one who is confused. Tom, do you dare challenge the authority of the divine? Then let us experience the domain of divine power. Renault roared. Tom's fist had already been hurled towards Renault's face, his strike akin to a dragon unleashing fire, yet as it neared Renault, it transformed into a feeble and ineffective blow, resembling a squirrel's timid release. This transformation, however, was only perceptible to Barn, who had witnessed it recently. The domain of divine power. With a fierce shout, Renault extended 2 fingers and gently pinched Tom's fist. In the next moment, Tom's hand trembled as if electrified. And this tremor spread from his arm throughout his entire body. He quivered intensely. I am willing to forsake my faith in the old gods and henceforth worship the bear god. Lord Renault, please spare me. My heart is being consumed by divine power. It hurts so much. Tom grimaced in agony. My lord, please retract your magnificent divine authority and cease to burn my brother's heart. Though Dick felt helpless, he could only muster the courage to utter the line that Renault had taught him earlier. As he ran, Dick attempted to squeeze out a few tears to portray the depth of brotherly love, but in his overzealous effort, he nearly burst into laughter. Quickly burying his face in his chest to control his expression before reaching Tom, he mimicked the action of pulling Tom, but the moment he touched Tom's body, he too trembled as if shocked, mirroring Tom's reaction. With merely 2 fingers, Renault subdued both Dick, who could command black bears, and Tom, who exhibited dazzling combat skills. The bear folk gaped in astonishment. Good heavens, what has transpired? Is this the realm of divine power? Lord Renault possesses the authority of the bear god. He must be a demigod. The crowd began to murmur anxiously, although they were unclear about the cause of the conflict. The rotund Lord Renault had effortlessly subdued the rebellious Best brothers with just 2 fingers. At that moment, Renault turned his gaze toward Barn. Barn, do you also wish to challenge divine authority? Ha! Barn was bewildered, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed Arthur gesturing to him repeatedly. After a moment's hesitation, Barn gritted his teeth and, with resolve, said, My lord, please spare Sir Tom. He extended his long arm to pull Tom, and soon, like the 2 brothers, he too began to tremble as if electrified. It seems Barn is even more astute than I anticipated, Renault thought to himself, feeling a sense of reassurance. The Emperor's new clothes had been exposed by a mere child. At that instant, if a clever soul dared to approach Reno, the entire charade would unravel. With the tension sufficiently built, Reno decided to withdraw immediately. Bear God, if you are willing to forgive these three who have blasphemed against you, please bestow upon us a miracle. Reno retracted his fingers and, with a thud, knelt before the newly erected statue of the great bear god. Bear God, grant us a miracle. Forgive me. Tom also knelt. Dick knelt, Ivat knelt, Warren knelt, Ivat knelt again, with one leading the way. Over 180 bear folk gradually followed suit, kneeling before the towering statue of the great bear god. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to face the miracle directly. Reno slowly rose, surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was looking up. He squinted at the statue of the great bear god. Commence. Alchemy result, great bear statue. Synthesis progress, 20, 50. A low rumble began to resonate through the ground. A vast quantity of raw materials inexplicably vanished, while the towering statue of the great bear began to ascend in an eerie manner, reaching the third, fourth, and finally halting at the fifth tier. Once, I engaged in wilderness survival games. Later, I sought refuge in shelters, and now I find myself transformed into the leader of a cult, Reno mused inwardly, displaying a wry smile as he calmly declared, "Open your eyes, followers of the bear god. A miracle has arrived." Chapter 39. The tyrant Renaud is, for the most part, reliable, though at times he can be quite absurd. This was Tom's previous assessment of Renaud. Therefore, whenever Renaud wished to indulge in some antics, Tom would wholeheartedly oblige. With a mere pinch of 2 fingers, he found himself incapacitated by Renaud's extraordinary power, and he felt no shame in the display of having his heart set ablaze. After all, Renaud was formidable. Losing to him was not a matter of disgrace, and Tom was indifferent to the manner of his defeat. Young Dick, still in his youth, found delight in Renaud's almost magician-like performances. As for those close to Renaud, the realization that beneath his imposing physique lay the true age of merely 15 years prompted them to joyfully accompany this irreverent young lord in his exploits. Renaud desired to play, and everyone joined in his revelry. Everything was merely a performance, a spectacle. This was their understanding until the moment they found themselves prostrated on the ground, the earth trembling beneath them. And an unsettling wave of anxiety surged from the depths of their hearts. "Open your eyes, followers of the bear god. A miracle has arrived," Renaud pronounced. Tom opened his eyes to behold the towering 5-story statue of the bear god in the distance, which left him breathless. To perform such magic, to be a master of architecture, this had been Tom's impression of Renaud. Yet, in this moment, he realized he had been gravely mistaken. "My lord, are you truly a deity?" Tom turned to Renaud beside him. "I am not a god. These are the powers of the bear god. I am merely an agent of that authority," Renaud replied with a smile. "The bear god." Tom turned once more to gaze at the half-constructed statue. At this moment, the colossal statue was little more than a 5-story arrow tower. Only upon completion of the 10 levels would it take the form of a standing bear. Presently, the simple arrow tower soared 15 meters high, exuding an air of solemnity. Nearly 200 people stood in silence, the stillness persisting for a full 10 minutes. There was no fervor among the bear folk as Renaud had envisioned. Rather, most wore expressions of trepidation. Fear was the natural human response to the presence of mysterious forces. As the miracle unfolded, Renaud spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant in the tranquil air. Ensuring all could hear, "The bear god has also decreed from the heavens that I should treat his followers with kindness. Thus, the first floor of this great statue shall become a sanctuary for the bear folk. For those who are homeless, those whose roofs are drafty, those who do not have enough to eat, those without support. You are welcome to move into the sanctuary on the first floor of the great bear god statue. I shall provide for you, with 1 meal each day. For those who work for me, there will be 2 meals on weekdays and 1 on rest days. From this day forth, all that you earn through labor shall be dedicated to the bear god, and I shall distribute it justly. The system of taxation shall be abolished. In Bear East Valley, we are but family. From this moment on, we are all one family, all children of the bear god. As your guardian, I shall take care of each and every one of my subjects." Renaud, with a solemn expression, methodically articulated a series of significant announcements. Food is the lifeblood. Renaud resolved to seize control of it. As for the title of lord, Renaud had long lost interest in that role. Rather than laboring tirelessly as a lord, engaging in a battle of wits with these wild bear folk, he would prefer to wield absolute power and reign as a tyrant. At 晚上9点, he would guide them in mathematics. The dim northern monopoly would teach them geography. He would oversee the crafting of bows and arrows, directing everyone to practice archery to enhance their livelihoods. They would fell pine forests, cultivate fields, establish public toilets, and create compost for fertilizer. He exerted considerable effort. Yet, all the while, they mocked him behind his back, concocting silly gambling games and engaging in behaviors reminiscent of intellectually disabled children in the village. Despite the evident changes in their lives, the bear folk observed with their own eyes. They would express gratitude towards Reynolds. However, the respect he yearned for had never manifested in their eyes. The indigenous forest dwellers would pause to nod and greet Reynolds upon seeing him. Yet this group of bear folk did not regard him with the same seriousness. This was the most profound realization Reynolds had during his time in Bear East Valley. With Reynolds, there was meat to eat. This was the gossip circulating among them. But would anyone follow him if there were no meat? Reynolds was uncertain. He was certain that if he held all the food, everyone would follow him. Arbitrarily issuing new decrees would only incite unrest. Left with no choice, Reynolds would have to showcase miracles before the crowd. From the current perspective, the results were promising. Barn, you shall henceforth reside within the Great Bear statue. Go fetch your mother and arrange for her to stay in the relief hall. Reynolds turned his gaze toward Barn. The Great Bear statue was not originally designed with windows. But after Daisy's arrival, the craftsmen had installed windows on both the first and second floors. With a square footage of 20 meters on each side and 400 square meters per floor, it was spacious enough to accommodate many. Thank you, my lord. Barn nodded. He often needed to return to care for his paralyzed mother, dealing with the inconveniences of her needs. If they both resided in the Great Bear statue, he could easily visit her during his leisure time. Should any trouble arise, a call from his mother in the relief hall would reach Barn in the estate. Arthur, in addition to being the director of the restroom, you shall also serve as a sentinel. You will reside at the height to which the Great Bear statue is constructed. Reynolds looked at Arthur. As you wish, my lord, Arthur stammered, still in shock. Tomorrow marks the workday for all. Reynolds addressed the gathered bear folk, proclaiming loudly, all who can wield an axe, pick it up and clear a firebreak. What is a firebreak? The lord, please clarify, we do not quite understand. Diot was the first to inquire. Initially, Reynolds had described a square with 100-meter size, even drawing diagrams on the ground. It took considerable time for them to realize that Reynolds merely wished to construct an estate and clear a patch of land. Diot, puzzled, thus asked for further explanation. I intend to incinerate this pine forest to prevent the spread of a devastating fire. Therefore, it is imperative to clear a perimeter of firebreaks to impede the flames from engulfing the entire Bear Island. Reno gestured towards the adjacent pine trees. Burn the pine forest. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, we must eliminate this pine forest. Its existence serves no further purpose, Reno asserted, recalling information about potato cultivation. It was just the end of September. By burning a vast expanse of pine trees and, with the fertile land enriched by ample fertilizer and meticulous care, one could expect to harvest a bountiful yield of winter potatoes by the end of December. These bear folk, lacking guidance, might foolishly bury potatoes within the pine forest for planting. The pine trees absorb the earth's nutrients and obscure sunlight. How could potatoes possibly thrive under such circumstances? Let it burn, let it burn. It is time to evolve from a hunting civilization to an agricultural one, Reno mused. But sir, there are still 2 sacred fish trees in the forest. To burn these eternal fish would be to desecrate the old gods. Doing so would invite a curse. The anxious village chief Wang protested. One bear god is sufficient for Bear Island. The old gods? Bear Island has no need for such formidable entities, Reno scoffed. Cut down those fish. They will serve perfectly for crafting bows and arrows. Suddenly, a gust of sea wind swept through the sky, and the clouds under the moonlight rapidly converged, obscuring the lunar glow. The heavens grew dark, and icy particles, accompanied by rain, began to drift softly towards the earth. Winter was approaching. Reno gazed upward, murmuring softly before finally gesturing with his hand. It is snowing. Everyone disperse. When faced with starvation, the old gods would not provide the bear folk with potatoes to stave off their imminent demise. We must concentrate all our efforts to survive. This is the most fundamental necessity. Reno's core objective has never wavered. Chapter 40. The Wild Goose Winter has arrived. Last night, a mixture of rain and sleet fell. And after enduring a night of frigid winds from the bitter sea, a delicate layer of snow now blankets the ground by dawn. The verdant pine forest is adorned in a silvery cloak. The world is awash in white. Upon pushing open the doors of the timber workshop, Raynor awakens to find it is already midday, although dawn has only just broken. A day feels like a season, Raynor muses quietly, gazing at the sky. The weather has cleared, and sunlight cascades through the pine trees, where 150 befolk toil industriously, establishing a firebreak as per Raynor's directives from the previous night. As October arrived, the daylight on Bear Island diminished to approximately 6 hours, leading to long nights. By November, daylight shrinks to a mere 3 hours, and ultimately, December ushers in an eternal night devoid of daylight. In Raynor's recollections, a detailed geography of the Northern Territories elucidates this phenomenon. Today is a workday, prompted by the enactment of new decrees. In Bear East Valley, aside from the 20 or so elderly and infirm who are unable to contribute, nearly all befolk have engaged in productive labor. Fortunately, Raynor's work expectations remain lenient. One day of labor followed by a day of rest, ensuring that all can fill their bellies. Good morning, Lord Raynor. Wishing you a pleasant day, the befolk greet him as he appears in the estate, halting their tasks to bow in reverence. In contrast, Raynor once held no such esteem. Good morning, family, he replies with a gentle smile, his breath visible in the crisp air. He treads carefully through the snow, making his way to the heart of the estate, where a newly constructed composting facility stands. Barn is diligently turning the compost, a mound of manure and pine needles towering before him, wielding a large pitchfork with one arm. The fermentation process generates heat around 70 degrees, enveloping the facility in steam. A dozen elderly individuals lend their assistance, armed with wooden sticks. In theory, if the compost is ample, constructing a greenhouse would allow them to stay warm even throughout the harsh winter, albeit with an unpleasant odor. My lord, Yvette and the Bear Maidens have prepared breakfast. Would you care to join us at the relief hall? Barn pauses his labor to greet Raynor with a nod. Thank you for taking us in, my lord. The elders express their gratitude, ceasing their tasks to approach Raynor. As winter settles in, it is customary for those without provisions to retreat to the depths of the mountains, leaving Bear East Valley. Yet this year, such measures are unnecessary. Raynor's presence ensures that even those lacking labor can enjoy a daily meal. Filling the hearts of the elders with gratitude, they have relocated to the relief hall, which has transformed into the central dining hall of Bear East Valley. Please assign us work, implores a leading elder, kneeling before Raynor and clasping his leg. Please, do not do this, Raynor says, squinting slightly as he supports the elder. We are all children of the Bear God. I shall care for each and every family member. If you truly wish to contribute, aside from assisting Barn with composting, you might consider tending to the grouse and livestock. As you wish, my lord. At this, the old man's eyes welled with tears. Upon mentioning this, Reynolds cast a glance at several porters pushing carts laden with goods toward the lumber mill. Today, the porters have brought some clay from the clay mine. If you are willing, you may come here to learn the art of crafting pottery and red bricks. The old man paused, then his face illuminated with admiration. My lord, you can create pottery and bake bricks? How marvelous! Reynolds replied with a shy smile. I possess a modest understanding. In truth, Reynolds had no real knowledge of pottery. He merely engaged in alchemical synthesis, which would enhance his proficiency. Crafting pottery would not exhaust him greatly, and he felt confident he would master it swiftly. Alchemy was ideally suited for tasks that were time-consuming and intricate. The steady-handed elders, come and learn how to create pottery from me. I believe by winter, we shall enjoy fresh pickled vegetables. As Reynolds spoke, a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. Freshness and pickled vegetables are a contradictory combination, typically. No one would describe pickled items as fresh. However, the smoked fish and pickled radishes from Bear East Valley possess a uniquely sour odor, not as a specialty, but due to the poor airtightness of the pine barrels used for pickling, which easily fostered bacteria and decay. A moment's inattention could lead to food poisoning, which would be dire. Yet, with earthenware jars, the quality of the pickled vegetables could elevate, allowing for longer storage. My hands are steady. Once we have mixed these manures and washed our hands by the sea, I will take my brothers to learn pottery from my lord, the old man said, spreading his fingers wide before Reynolds. Upon departing from the fertilizer factory, Reynolds made his way to the first floor of the Great Bear statue. Nearly 200 individuals gathered to receive meals, rendering the first floor relief hall bustling with warmth. Aside from a few elderly and infirm individuals, such as Barn's mother, there were no others present. Yvette was leading the Bear women to clear a firebreak. The 400 square meter hall felt desolate. Along the way, Reynolds gathered some wildflowers, And upon entering the relief hall, he approached each bed, offering solace to the elderly and frail. With a visage full of compassion and a gentle tone, he spoke, covering them with blankets and presenting each with a flower or two, exuding an air of gentlemanly decorum. "My Lord Reynald, have you already taken wife?" An elderly woman with white hair inquired with concern. Perhaps Reynald had not anticipated being questioned about marital status in this new world. In a sense, he had already completed the woodland people's wedding ceremony, having married 6 forest maidens. Yet, he was uncertain if that counted. "My granddaughter, Carrot, is exceptionally strong. She is as tall as barn and can lift a 100-pound log with one hand. If my Lord Reynald is in need of a companion, you may come to meet her in the evening." The old woman grasped Reynald's robust hand with her gnarled fingers, speaking earnestly. "Yvette is too petite. I doubt she can bear strong bear children." This elder bear woman seemed to misunderstand the nature of Reynald's relationship with Yvette. However, Renaud was not one to provide explanations. In the face of his aunt's accusations and disparagement, he had never felt the need to clarify, let alone for the elderly bear woman before him. Regardless of the world, older individuals tend to concern themselves with the reproductive matters of the youth. Naturally, such concern is superficial. Fundamentally, she was advocating for her granddaughter to be Renaud's romantic partner, while simultaneously mocking Yvette, who, without parents, had recently grown close to Renaud. Ever since Renaud had demonstrated his miraculous abilities, he had seemingly transformed into the prime candidate for breeding in the eyes of the bear women, leading to a covert rivalry quietly unfolding. Renaud had no desire to delve into the psychological intricacies of the menopausal matriarchs. After extending his condolences to all the elders, he hastily grabbed a few pieces of dry bread from the kitchen and left the relief hall. Alchemy result, ceramic bowl. Synthesis progress, 100 alchemy result, ceramic cup, synthesis progress, 100 alchemy result, ceramic jar, synthesis progress, 100 alchemy result, ceramic ocarina. Synthesis progress, 100. A fire ignited within the wood workshop, accompanied by the alchemical synthesis, as flames flickered mysteriously, casting shadows throughout the entire space. Renaud, covered in mud and dust, with disheveled hair obscuring his eyes and hands caked in dried clay, labored on. The days were short, and the knives arrived earlier than usual. After crafting several pieces of pottery, darkness fell swiftly. As night descended, Renaud climbed to the rooftop of the colossal bear statue. The sea breeze tousled his hair, leaving little time for grooming. He held in his hands a freshly crafted, warm ceramic ocarina, its surface rough and cracked, the deep red hue somewhat muted, its oval shape reminiscent of a heart. A haunting melody of wild goose resonated above the pine forest. The ocarina had been created by ancestors 6 millennia ago. Initially intended to attract wild beasts for hunting, over time, it evolved with added holes, forming a scale and becoming a musical instrument. Regardless of whether it is called an ocarina or a ceramic flute, this ancient artifact of earthenware bears the indelible marks of civilization through the ages. The primitive melody flowed from the cracked holes of Renaud's ocarina. The tune of Wild Goose, a solitary bird flying south, echoed mournfully. After a long day's toil, having finished dinner, a warm bonfire flickered to life within the manor. The bear folk engaged in games and wrestling, but upon hearing the enchanting strains, they paused in their activities, gazing up at the tall, solitary figure atop the 5th floor of the giant bear statue, illuminated by moonlight, alone in a foreign land, a guest amongst strangers. As the melody concluded, Renaud sighed softly, parting his cracked lips from the weathered ocarina, his gaze traversing the pine forest below. Arriving at the moonlit sea horizon, the ocarina trembled, still warm, as if Renaud held a solitary heart in his palm. Ding ding dong! Ding ding dong! On the tranquil surface of the icy bay, the sound of bells chimed. A flash of red light was approaching from the sea toward Bear East Valley. Alarm! Alarm! A ship is approaching from the sea. Arthur, the part-time security guard, leaned out of the 5th floor window and issued a dry warning to the bear folk within the manor. In the icy bay, a single-deck, 20-oared, 27-meter-long three-masted sailing warship lay less than 100 meters from the dock of Bear East Valley. Captain Franz Laffy perched upon the ram, a symbol of avarice, striking a small brass bell attached to the prow. His gaze fixed intently on the figure standing atop the colossal bear statue in Bear East Valley. The sound of the brass bell at sea resonated harmoniously with the melody of the clay flute on shore. What a captivating tune! To think that Bear East Valley harbored a musician. Rumor has it that Tamed met his downfall on Bear Island. Laffy glanced at the helmsman. Indeed, the giant bear Renaud, a man as fierce as a beast, had reportedly ascended to lordship here. The helmsman, a stout middle-aged man with arms like tree trunks and a sword at his waist, exuded an air of formidable authority. When he arrived here several years ago, the land was barren. Now, it boasted towering arrow towers. Captain Franz Leffy surveyed the silhouette atop the colossal bear statue with a cold smirk and instructed the first mate to record in the captain's log. The ram has arrived at Bear East Valley. Upon encountering the esteemed Captain Franz Leffy, the fearsome one-eyed House Mormont, who struck terror into the heart of Todd Greyjoy, wept like a child. With a slight maneuver, the captain coaxed Reno into willingly signing an IOU for 10,000 silver stacks. Thus, another oarsman joined the ranks aboard the ram. The illustrious Captain Franz Leffy had secured the very soul of House Mormont. This would be the 14th noble lord added to my collection. Chapter 41. The ore within the confines of the woodshop. Reno gazed despondently at the cracked pottery and ceramic bowls strewn upon the table. Disheveled and forlorn, he lamented the dismal failure of his pottery endeavor. These vessels, scarcely fit for holding water, would shatter into fragments with but a few steps. The 6-holed ocarina he had crafted, after a single rendition of the wild goose, had succumbed to fractures, rendering it useless. It was evident that the fault lay with the raw materials. As he extracted a wooden comb to tame his hair, he murmured to himself. Fire, too, was a matter of quality. There were two principal issues with the flames that had hindered the creation of commendable ceramics: insufficient temperature, necessitating a high-temperature clay furnace, and unstable flames, which required charcoal rather than ordinary firewood. These challenges were not insurmountable. However, the pressing concern at hand was to ignite the forest before the eternal night, in hopes of cultivating winter potatoes. Such an act would inevitably squander a wealth of pine, suitable for charcoal production, a precious resource consumed in vain. Unless, perhaps, a sudden blizzard descended, extinguishing the flames in a serendipitous twist of fate, transforming the remnants into natural charcoal. Yet, these were mere figments of Reno's imagination, fanciful daydreams. He was no chosen one of fate, destined for serendipity. Reluctantly, Reno resolved to set aside pottery for the time being. After much deliberation, he recognized the need to prioritize the sustenance of his people. A series of knocks echoed at the door of the woodshop. Arthur, breathless, stood at the threshold, exclaiming, "My lord, the ship has made landfall." Unfazed, Reno inquired, "Has everyone entered the Great Bear statue?" Arthur nodded affirmatively. Indeed, all have armed themselves with bows and spears, prepared for battle. The 5-tiered arrow tower, featuring 16 shooting windows per level, was primed with 80 positions for archers. Among the Iron Islands, only 2 formidable foes remained: the One-Eyed Man, Euron Greyjoy, and the Dragon Slayer, Victorian Greyjoy. Apart from these two, Reno did not believe that any other Ironborn could seize the Great Bear statue with merely the crew of a single ship, even if the statue itself was only half constructed. Pirates, akin to sharks at sea, became toothless once ashore. Having just played the ocarina atop the Great Bear statue, Reno felt a twinge of surprise upon spotting the 3-masted warship, yet he remained unperturbed, confident that the food supplies lay securely in the warehouse. The meager possessions of the Bear Island village were hardly worth the pirates' while. As long as the bearfolk survived, even if their wooden homes were set ablaze by marauding pirates, rebuilding from scratch would pose no insurmountable challenge. At worst, they could all take refuge in Reno's estate, thus fostering a stronger sense of unity among his people. He had weathered storms before and remained composed, even finding the leisure to return to the woodshop to inspect his recent pottery creations. "My lord." Tom had now arrived at the door, offering a subtle note to Arthur before stepping past him to approach Reno. "There are 51 in total, all disembarked. The archers are in position. Should we conceal ourselves, or adopt a posture of intimidation?" Arthur had merely rushed in, flustered, to inform Reno of the unfamiliar vessel's arrival. Yet Tom had already begun to tally the number of adversaries and had meticulously arranged his own combat positions. In terms of adaptability in the heat of battle, there remained a noticeable gap. The knight Tom, raised in a noble household, had been steeped in the intricacies of small-scale warfare from a young age. Renard, however, was not particularly adept at such matters, let alone Arthur. There was no need for intimidation. Let everyone conceal themselves. If a fight were to ensue, it should be decisive, as a surprise attack would prove far more effective. But if the enemy did not intend to engage, then the question of intimidation became moot. After careful analysis, Renard issued his orders. "Very well." Tom responded to the command, immediately racing towards the statue of the Great Bear. "Arthur, go sing a song atop the bear statue. Take it easy. If friends arrive, we have potato wine, and if foes approach, we have bows and arrows." Renard slowly rose, patting Arthur on the shoulder. "Sir, are you always discomposed?" Arthur could not help but inquire, as Renard's unflappable demeanor exuded a sense of reliability. I only feel unsettled when I am hungry, otherwise I remain calm. Now go, and showcase the vocal prowess of my Bear Valley-esque folk music to our guests. Renard chuckled softly, dismissing Arthur as he retreated to a shadowy corner of the timber workshop. In the dim depths, a serrated long knife and a sturdy steel shield lay quietly nestled among the tools, clearly treated as mere clutter by Renard, who had never intended to wield them. When he grasped the long knife, dragon-esque tooth, there was little sensation. However, when he lifted the large shield, reminiscent of a door, and held it before him, a profound sense of solidity surged within him. The steel shield bore an engraving of a brown bear standing on its hind legs, claws extended. The background depicted triangular wave patterns, symbolizing a pine forest. This was the crest of House Mormont, signifying resilience and strength. It was indeed reassuring to hold the shield. Renard struck the bear shield with dragon-esque tooth, creating a thunderous clang that echoed throughout the dim room, sparks flying from the metallic friction. Stability is rooted in weight. At this moment, Renard was both steady and substantial. Meanwhile, within the pine forest, aboard the vessel rams, 51 crew members formed a long line, weaving through the village of Bear Valley, gradually approaching Renard's estate. Captain, not a single soul has been seen along the way. Should we instruct the men to disperse and scout the woods for ambushes? The first mate discreetly approached Franz Leif, his voice low. The first mate, a slender man with a small mustache, held the captain's log, casting vigilant glances around, appearing quite astute. Forget the tumultuous past years, my dear first mate. We are legitimate merchants now. Franz Leif squinted his small eyes, the wrinkles on his face resembling tree bark. The captain's log has already inscribed the future of Renard Mormont. Tonight, we shall acquire Renard Mormont. The ransom for a noble is 100 gold dragons. Yet even tenfold that sum would not suffice to procure a noble. At least in the north. Human trafficking is a capital offense. Moreover, the notion of purchasing a noble, compelling them to willingly become a slave, is a feat beyond the capabilities of many. However, Franz Leif has employed means to purchase 13 noble youths, casting them into the ship's hold to row. Some are enamored with gold, silver, and jewels, others with stunning beauties, and some with rare and exotic creatures. Franz harbors his own peculiar inclinations, particularly captivated by the sight of those noble boys with tears glistening in their eyes. A sensation that enchants him profoundly. I have learned that Reynald Mormont, in a bid to atone for his brother Bear's transgressions, ventured into the forested tribes of Bear Island. Confronting a frenzied wildman, wolf spirit, and amidst a legion of wolves, he slaughtered 5,000. He then carved open his chest, offering a quarter of his heart to the wolf spirit in exchange for peace. The first mate reminisced about the rumors he had gathered from Bear Southport. These tales may seem absurd, yet the bear folk who recounted them wore expressions of utmost seriousness, as though they had witnessed the events firsthand. Such stories were but embellishments that Tom had woven during his 2 visits to Bear Southport for building materials and provisions, assisting Reynald in amplifying his reputation. In each narrative, Reynald emerged as a figure of profound loyalty, self-sacrifice, kindness, courage, and invincibility, firmly establishing his persona in the hearts of the bear folk. Bear Island, though modest in size, seems to witness Reynald crafting legends wherever he treads. The men of the Mormont family adhere to their promises, and they are known to court destruction for the sake of women. I am convinced that Reynald Mormont would indeed compromise before me for the sake of his cousin Daisy. Franz Leif, adjusting his trousers, let out a soft, cold chuckle. The mere thought of acquiring such a legendary noble youth has my ears brimming with anticipation. Fame, while advantageous, carries its burdens. A wolf, with a twisted visage and drooling maw, has been drawn to Reynald's renown, its gaze fixated unwaveringly upon the nape of Reynald's neck. Chapter 42. Franz Leif at the pinnacle of the great bear statue. Arthur's melodious voice resonated through the air, echoing across the open ground within the range of the arrow tower. Reynald firmly planted his bear shield into the ground with one hand, while the other rested a dragon-toothed sword upon his shoulder, calmly gazing ahead. In the winding forest path, unfamiliar faces began to appear one after another. Leading them was a short man, barely over 5 feet tall, with a white beard and dark, wrinkled skin. His pronounced cheekbones jutted out like rugged black reefs in the sea. "Greetings, stranger. What brings you here?" Reynald called out upon noticing the approaching figure. "My name is Franz Leif, my friend. Might you be Reynald Mormont?" Franz inquired, momentarily taken aback by Reynald's imposing stature, swallowing hard as he did so. Reynald, having been in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, had not been weathered by the elements, His skin was smooth and radiant, reminiscent of a child's tender complexion. Despite his corpulence, his features were distinct, exuding a unique air of confidence. As Franz surveyed Reno, he could not help but lick his lips, as though he had discovered a delectable treat. The Laffy family. Reno furrowed his brow slightly. He was no child, after learning the written words of this world. He frequently visited Bear Castle, poring over ledgers. The economy of Bear Island relied entirely on Bear Southport, yet there was no navy to protect the merchant vessels, which depended on mercenaries for their safety. Each year, a hefty sum of 5,000 silver deer was expended on mercenary fees to ensure safe passage through the trade routes. A significant portion of this was claimed by the Laffy family from Iron Isles. The Iron Isles boasted 3 types of ships: merchant vessels, escort ships, and pirate ships. Typically, a prominent family from the Iron Isles would engage in trade, escorting, and plundering all at once. To refrain from robbing was tantamount to protecting. To spare lives was to save. This was the Laffy family's creed. We merely passed by the sea and heard of a new lord in Bear East Valley. So we came to pay our respects, Franz Laffy said, narrowing his eyes. He then signaled for his crew behind him to halt, stepping away from his companions. Franz approached Reno, an act that conveyed goodwill. "Ah, a friend. Please, come and sit here." Reno exhaled in relief. The Laffy family had been receiving a protection fee of 5,000 silver deer from Bear Southport annually. This stable partnership had endured for several years. Moreover, as the elderly gentleman approached him, Reno noticed that his subordinates lingered at a distance, leading him to surmise that they were likely here merely for trade. Barn brought a set of tables and chairs from within the Great Bear statue and stood behind Reno. The 2 men sat facing each other. "I have visited this place before. It was barren then. I never expected it to have developed into such a grand estate now," Franz remarked. His demeanor relaxed as he leaned slightly toward the Great Bear statue. "Is this an arrow tower?" "No, it is an opera house. Did you not hear the singing from the rooftop, Mr. Laffy?" Reno tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Franz remained at ease, and Reno felt no tension either. Although the reason for the visitors' arrival remains unclear, it is highly likely driven by self-interest. The barren expanse of Bear Island raises the question, could there be a concealed treasure trove within its depths? Rainer pondered idly. A song. Indeed, a melody rich in rhythm. I recently heard a captivating tune wafting across the waves, likely performed by this very singer. Franz gazed upward at Arthur on the 5th floor. It appeared that the corpulent young lord was thriving in Bear Valley, even accompanied by a songstress. Arthur was stretching his neck, singing aimlessly. Yet most of his attention was fixated on the sailors in the distance behind Franz. At the slightest hint of disturbance, he would promptly alert Tom, who stood just behind him. It was late, and Rainer wondered what Mr. Franz could possibly be doing in Bear Valley. He resolved to dispense with pleasantries and inquire directly about the visitors' intentions. "In recent quarters, my subordinates have been coming to Bear Valley to collect goods, among which is potato wine, a sweet and unexpectedly popular beverage in the Iron Islands." Franz reclined, crossing his legs, and produced a piece of parchment from his pocket. "You wish to purchase wine? I suspect the stock of potato wine in Bear Valley is rather limited. At most, 2 individuals could carry it away," Rainer remarked, casting a glance at the 50 sailors in the distance. His meaning was clear. The number of people accompanying Franz was discomforting to Rainer. "Lord Rainer, you may peruse the purchase contract," Franz said, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Was such a formal contract necessary for the acquisition of a couple of barrels of potato wine? This struck Rainer as peculiar. He picked up the parchment from the table and, upon examining it closely, his expression soured. To lease the Bear Valley inhabitants as laborers for the production of potato wine, for a term of 100 years, at an annual payment of 5 silver bucks, totaling 500 silver bucks to be paid in one lump sum. As he delved deeper into the document, Rainer's brows knitted tighter. This was not a contract for the sale of wine, but rather a contract for the sale of people. 500 silver bucks trading in human lives under the guise of leasing laborers. Upon Rainer's revelation of the contract's critical terms, the inhabitants concealed within the statue of the Great Bear were unsurprised. Such dealings were not uncommon for Great Bear Jorah in the past. Only Jinban peered anxiously through the cracks, silently praying for the bear god's protection, hoping Rainer would not consign him to such a fate. "Hush! My Lord Rainer. Please refrain from being too conspicuous. Were it not for the exceptional quality of Jinban's potato wine, I would not offer such a generous price." Franz squinted, cautioning Rainer that his previous utterance had been too loud, if there are any fair bear maidens, I also possess a list, ranging from 50 to 300 silver bucks. Franz produced another piece of parchment. The base price for a bear maiden is 50 silver bucks. An additional 20 silver bucks for those under 28. 50 for those under 22, and 100 for those under 18. Depending on attributes such as physique, appearance, fullness, and whether they have born children. The price could rise to as much as 300 silver bucks. The details were meticulously inscribed on the paper. Raynor cast a fleeting glance before dismissing it. The bear folk were my family. Renault's large hands clutched the parchment, gently tugging at it until he tore away the lease agreement regarding the gold mine. I shall not, under the guise of rental, sell any bear citizen, be it a gold miner or a bear maiden. Your Excellency, you are a man of integrity, which I greatly admire. Friend OIS remarked as he watched the fragments of the contract flutter to the ground without displaying any anger, instead offering praise to Renault. In truth, I had no intention of trading in human lives. I was merely testing your character to see if you are as principled as you seem. Should I be grateful for that? Renault squinted, puzzled. What sort of madness compels someone to test one's character at such an hour? No need for gratitude. The Ray family has collaborated with the Mormont family for many years, and we are here today to assist you in rescuing the stunning Miss Daisy. Friend OIS smiled warmly. Daisy? What has happened to her? Renault instinctively blurted out, concern evident in his voice. News from Bear East Valley was scarce. The latest he knew was that his cousin Daisy had taken craftsmen to Bear North Bay a few days prior for ship repairs and tax collection. Bear North Bay was now besieged by pirates. Observing Renault's expression, Friend OIS realized the game was nearing its conclusion. The Ray family is responsible for safeguarding the shipping routes of Bear Southport, but if the funds are provided, we are willing to act in your name this time. So, you have come to Bear East Valley to propose this deal. Renault tapped his fingers lightly on the table. We have 50 combatants and a 3-masted sailing ship, with a total hiring fee of 10,000 silver deer. Lord Renault, once this sum is paid, you shall stand at the ship's bow, leading us to vanquish the ruthless pirates and save Bear North Bay. Your name will resonate throughout Bear Island, allowing you to wed Daisy and inherit the title of Count. Countess Maddie is aging. We shall assist you in removing the obstacles before you without any additional charges. As Friend OIS spoke, his voice grew softer, coaxing Renault, until he leaned over the table, whispering in Renault's ear, so quietly that even Barm beside them could not hear. The more Renault listened, the darker his expression became. Reputation, beauty, power, status, even the entirety of Bear Island. If Renault were to nod, Friend OIS could help him attain it all. And the price? Merely a trifling sum of 10,000 silver deer. It sounded quite favorable. Yet, 10,000 silver deer was an exorbitant amount. Renault leaned back, distancing himself from Friend OIS's face. The taxes from Bear North Bay over 10 years might not even amount to that sum. Is it excessive? Friend OIS slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Then fixed Renault with a sincere gaze. I hold your character in high regard, as a token of my admiration. I shall only charge you 100 silver deer as a nominal hiring fee. One has seen discounts before, but never a reduction by 100-fold. A whiff of conspiracy wafted into Renault's nostrils. Chapter 43, The IOU and the Conspiracy Within the Timber Workshop. A promissory note lay before Raynor, who was diligently jotting calculations in a small notebook. The principal sum amounted to 100 silver deer, with a daily interest rate of 5. By year-end, the Laffey family would demand from Bear Fortress the escort fees for the year, alongside Raynor's debts, which included 3 months' worth of interest. This encapsulated the essential details of the note. 100 silver deer seemed akin to a noble as pocket money, yet Raynor sensed a deeper complexity. With merely 3 months left until year-end, approaching 100 days, was it feasible to enforce 100 days of interest? He murmured to himself, contemplating the passage of time. The principal of 100 silver deer, with a 5 interest rate, theoretically equated to a daily interest of 5 silver deer. Coupled with the principal, the total cost for hiring the ship and sailors amounted to a mere 600 silver deer. However, the loan was compounded, meaning interest accrued on the interest. While the interest for the second day remained 5 silver deer, by the 10th day, it would escalate to 8 silver deer per day. On the 20th day, it would rise to 13 silver deer, and by the 30th day, it would reach 22 silver deer. Compounding would lead to an exponential increase. By the 80th day, the debt would soar to 250 silver deer, and by the 90th day, it would climb to 420 silver deer. Ultimately, on the final day, The daily interest would approach 600 silver deer, resulting in a staggering total debt of 12,000 silver deer. 10 minutes later, Raynor concluded his calculations, squinting as he lamented. That scoundrel is truly malicious. A debt exceeding 10,000 silver deer loomed ominously. When year-end arrived and the Laffy family confronted Aunt Maggie at Bear Fortress, a definitive rift would emerge between her and Raynor. Initially, Aunt Maggie merely perceived him as an eyesore, perhaps intending to temper Raynor through adversity. Yet, the fissure between them was birthed from that fateful night with Todd. Pirates, devoid of moral restraint, excelled in murder and the dissemination of slander. In the ensuing days, Raynor's reputation burgeoned. The formidable Aunt Maggie increasingly found him intolerable. Of course, Raynor possessed his own flaws. He eschewed explanations and loathed engaging in pointless dialogues with those he detested, adopting a rigid demeanor and a volatile temper. The discord between them grew more pronounced. Since Raynor's rise to fame, even the lower-class citizens of Bear had begun to rally in his defense during their casual conversations. Aunt Maggie hoped Raynor would relent, bowing to her and seeking reconciliation. Meanwhile, Raynor yearned to prove himself, immersing in the development of Bear East Valley to demonstrate his capabilities to the old matriarch. Was the family dynamic truly so dismal? Were they mere pawns in a cruel game? Or was it the inherent nature of both aunt and nephew that led to this discord? At that moment, Raynor pondered extensively. This promissory note would serve as the spark to ignite the conflagration. Astutely, Raynor retrieved a wooden comb, parting his hair into a mature style. Casting a meaningful glance at the note before him, assist me in ascending to power, eliminate my aunt. My enmity with her is well known among the bears. And should rumors arise claiming I was her murderer, there would be no need for the Iron Islands to intervene. Eddard Stark would undoubtedly come to address me. The audacious pirate sought to manipulate the entire realm of Bear Island, wielding ruthless tactics rooted in 1,000 years of animosity. Bear Island resembles a precarious ship adrift at sea, where today one person may pierce a hole, and tomorrow another might cast in dead rats infected with plague. Truly repugnant, those iron folk of Iron Islands. Reno raised his dragon tooth, extending his hand toward the serrated blade, the keen edge slicing into his palm. He pressed his bloodied hand against the parchment of the debt contract, the pain sharpening his senses. Francois had not arrived unexpectedly. He was well prepared. Nevertheless, it was imperative that his cousin Daisy faced no further misfortune. Saving her was paramount. Without hesitation, Reno forcefully stamped the contract with his crimson handprint. My apologies, Lord Francois. I was delayed in the restroom. Exiting the timber workshop, Reno returned to the negotiation table beneath the statue of the Great Bear, casting the blood-stained contract onto the surface. It seemed the restroom in Bear East Valley was quite sharp. Francois Leif glanced at Reno's right hand, bound in blood-stained cloth. What had he disowned? It appeared he had undergone some psychological struggle. The blood imprint on the contract indicated that Reno had uncovered some hidden truth. Yet, rather than using a seal, he had utilized his own blood, suggesting that after his internal turmoil, Reno had ultimately compromised and signed the contract. You are astute and deeply sentimental, Francois remarked ominously, securing the contract and rolling it into his bosom. Let us depart at once, Lord Francois. I wish to rescue Daisy as soon as possible, Reno declared, turning to the statue of the Great Bear. Tom, gather 80 able-bodied bearfolk. We shall embark on Lord Francois' ship to Bear North Bay. Reno sought to bring the bearfolk aboard. Francois did not refuse. In naval warfare, mere numbers are of little utility. Adding inexperienced souls to the ship merely provides fodder for sharks. First mate, prepare to set sail. Before dawn, we shall hit the commands of Lord House Mormont. Clearing the obstacles and pirates in our path to rescue the maiden, Francois rose and approached his subordinates. Captain, have you reached an agreement? The first mate inquired as he welcomed Francois. Partially, Francois smiled, his aged face wrinkling like tree bark. Fear was now beginning to grip him, and soon, despair would follow. At the dock, 500 meters from the pine forest, aboard the ship ram, the rotund dog Misha slowly opened her eyes, the depths shimmering with an eerie azure glow. Before her, 13 ragged, foul-smelling youths sat in the ship's hold, peering through the oar holes like prisoners stretching their necks to glimpse the azure sky outside. They were not gazing at the scenery, but rather at freedom. Why is there a little bear on board? A boy around 12 years old noticed Misha's presence in the darkness. No, that is a bear spirit. Behind it stands a shapeshifter, an older boy disowned. Recognizing the eerie glow in Misha's eyes. Is there truly a shapeshifter on Bear Island? I have been imprisoned for 5 years now. Is the Count of Bear Island still the Great Bear Jorah? Another gaunt youth spoke up. The young man was the first nobleman acquired by Franz's design. 5 years prior. He was merely a boy, now he has matured into a young man. Quite intriguing, this cabin is filled with a group of young oarsmen, each of whom possesses remarkable experience. In the shadows, the rotund dog Misha curled his lips into a smile. These young sailors seemed questionable, distinctly unlike the crew aboard the ram. In the bare North Bay, aboard a whaling ship, chaos reigned, severed limbs and dismembered arms lay scattered, and the evidence of a violent assault was apparent. In the lookout room, Daisy pressed her hand against her abdomen, leaning against the doorframe, her clawed fingers trembling. A deep gash marred her belly, blood seeping continuously through the gaps between her fingers. Despite the excruciating pain, Daisy refrained from uttering a sound. The pirates remained aboard the whaling ship, and any significant movement on her part would surely attract their attention, leading to her capture. Chapter 44. The Great Disgrace of Bear Island. Ding ding ding. At the bow of the ship, the gallant Franz Levy braved the wind and waves, ringing the small brass bell. The three-masted warship sailed with remarkable speed, aided by the oars of the sailors in the hold. Having departed in the evening, they had already navigated half of Bear Island by midnight. On board, besides Captain Franz and his 50 crew members, Raynor had also mobilized half of his warriors, totaling 80 bearfolk armed with bows and arrows. Tom, Dick, Barn, Gillett, and Arthur all fought aboard, even bringing along Dick's black bear. Why strike that damn brass bell? Raynor stood at the bow, casting a glance at Franz. The sound of the bell seemed to convey some ominous message, stirring an unsettling anxiety within him. This could be a trap. The tolling bell might well serve as a warning of a net being drawn shut. Yet, Raynor remained oblivious to Franz's intentions. And this uncertainty gnawed at him. It is a sound of fortune. The bell shall ensure our voyage proceeds smoothly. Franz smiled, turning to face Raynor. The more restless Raynor became, the more reassured Franz felt. The intelligence surrounding Raynor painted him as capable of anything. Yet, at this moment, the young lord before him appeared merely as a stout lad. Perhaps he possessed some skill in village construction, but now they were at sea. Having boarded the ship, the fate of the voyage lay beyond Raynor's control. What transpired in Bare North Bay? Raynor fixed his gaze on Franz's eyes. It was a pirate attack. The final whaling of the winter season has drawn the pirates to the valuable whale oil of Bare North Bay, as is customary each year, Franz elucidated. However, in the past, when Jorah was present, those pirates dared not be so brazen. Jorah once commanded a 36-meter three-masted warship, manned by 120 crew members, boasting 26 single-tier rowing positions, and capable of carrying 50 tons, all for the sake of a woman. Jorah sold the only warship of Bear Island in exchange for a trove of pearls and gemstones, along with the delight of his second wife. Now, stripped of his ship, his title, and his woman who had run off with another, the once mighty Jorah was left with nothing but a cuckold's shame and a bounty on his head. The cold sea wind of the late night stung Raynor's cheeks. The chill intensified, signaling their approach to the north. "Sir, there is a ship ahead in the middle of the sea," Arthur exclaimed, his keen sight honed from years of fishing along the shore at night. He promptly detected the movement ahead. That must be the whaling ship of Bare North Bay. The pirates may have already seized it. "My lord Raynor, look at the number of archers you have brought." Franz squinted at the bearfolk on the deck behind him. Though these bearfolk were inherently fierce, the hours of tumultuous seas had drained their color, with more than half now leaning over the ship's edge, straining their necks to vomit into the ocean. This was a display of ineptitude. Despite Raynor's multitude of followers, they were rendered ineffective upon the sea. Long before they drew near, it was already apparent to him. "Lord Franz, I must confess, this raises my suspicions regarding whether you are in league with those pirates." Renaud took a step closer to Captain Franz at the bow. Clang! The robust helmsman aboard the ram suddenly drew his longsword, positioning himself between Renaud and Franz. "Renaud Mormont, what are your intentions?" Captain Franz at the bow waved his hands, feigning a bow towards Renaud. "It appears there has been a misunderstanding. I am merely well informed. If you, Lord Renaud, prefer not to hear valuable intelligence, I shall remain silent." Renaud's expression shifted. "Are we to engage in combat? We are not adversaries. The pirates are our mutual foes, and as a merchant, I harbor a deep disdain for them." Franz smiled as he spoke, even taking the liberty to fiddle with the nearby brass bell. "Since you have already settled the hiring fee, I shall honor our agreement. At least until dawn, all crew members aboard the ram, myself included, will heed your commands." "Very well. Proceed towards that whaling ship, until we are within shooting range," Renaud commanded. "As you wish," Franz signaled to the helmsman. The helmsman sheathed his sword and while turning towards the wheel, lifted his shirt to reveal his bicep, tightening his formidable arm muscles towards Renault. Watch your gaze, chubby one, or I shall deal with you. Helmsman, what is your name? Renault was taken aback, astonished that a mere helmsman would dare to be so brazen in his presence. I am Renault Mormont. Nicknamed the Bear Island Buffoon, the helmsman grinned slyly. Very well, I shall remember you, Renault replied, casting a deep glance at the helmsman. Behind him, the 80 bearfolk appeared pale, aware that in a true confrontation, they might not match the 50 crew members of France. Moreover, regardless of any schemes the opponent may devise, outwardly, they were not enemies, and Daisy's fate remained uncertain, which was paramount for Renault. He temporarily suppressed his anger. Lord Renault, I suspect that once the pirates seize the whaling ship, they will take the bearfolk as hostages, even if we approach. We would be unable to shoot with our bows, Franz Lafayette remarked, whistling into the sky. A raven with glossy black feathers swiftly swooped down from the clouds, landing on Franz's shoulder. You mean to say the pirates will use the bearfolk of Bear North Bay as human shields? Renault furrowed his brow. Indeed. Killing the bearfolk would tarnish your reputation. Even if it were an unavoidable misfire, I advise against ordering archery once we are close. Besides, Miss Daisy might be aboard that ship. Franz stroked the raven's head on his shoulder and continued, I can assist you in negotiations. That would be much appreciated. Renault inhaled deeply. Everything felt too contrived, akin to the staged antics of yesterday's wrestling match. Only this time, the leading role belonged to Franz, the cunning old fox. He ensnared Renault with one trap after another, while Renault, methodically, extended his neck, willingly placing each noose around himself. A clumsy trap indeed. Yet the feeling of helplessness weighed heavily upon Renault. After Franz released the raven, the ship also slowed its pace. After a considerable time, the raven returned, landing once more on Franz's shoulder, its claws clutching a piece of paper. Oh! The pirates audaciously demanded a ransom of 5,000 silver ducats. What an outrageous demand from these avaricious marauders. Franz unfolded the paper delivered by the raven and read its contents aloud. What to do? I do not possess a single copper coin, let alone 5,000 silver ducats. Renault's expression revealed his distress. Very well, my lord Renault. If you are in a tight spot, I can assist you with the payment. Here is an IOU, Franz said, producing a parchment from his coat. Seemingly prepared for Renault in advance. I am most grateful to you, Lord Franz. Renault stepped forward. However, his hand did not reach for the parchment in Franz's grasp. In a flash, to everyone's astonishment, Renault seized the neck of Franz the Wraith, lifting the diminutive old man as if he were a mere chick in the chilling winds of the night. Franz the Wraith. I, Renault de Mormont, Supreme Commander of the Bear Island Navy and Lord of Ice Bay, hereby put you on trial for charges of fraud, extortion, collusion with pirates, and human trafficking. In the distance, a burst of crimson flames flickered in the darkness from a whaling ship. This was the signal agreed upon by Renault and Barn. The one-armed man, who had traversed Ice Bay, quietly slipped from the gangplank into the sea while Renault engaged in a heated exchange with the helmsman, drawing the attention of the crowd. During this time, Franz summoned the raven, intending to issue another IOU to Renault, unaware that Barn had already accomplished the task secretly assigned by Renault. Indeed, had Barn failed to fulfill his mission and ignited the flames on the whaling ship, symbolizing Daisy's safety, Renault would have continued to play Franz's tedious games, signing several more IOUs until Daisy was rescued. Now, it seemed unnecessary to indulge in such trivial pursuits any longer. Renault was ready to turn the tables. Having lived 2 lives, he was not here to be a mere pawn of Bear Island. Chapter 45, Ram the Ship. Renault single-handedly lifted Franz when the loyal raven perched upon his shoulder suddenly pecked at Renault's hand with its sharp beak, tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh. Get away, bird! Renault exclaimed, just as an arrow whistled past his ear. The raven squawked in alarm as an arrow shot forth from Yvette's oak longbow, piercing the raven's body and splattering Renault's face with blood before the bird plummeted into the icy waters of the bay. Excellent marksmanship. Renault nodded in appreciation towards Yvette. My lord Renault, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Please release your grip, Franz implored, his expression fraying as he beseeched the sailors and bearfolk on deck to refrain from fighting. The situation had not spiraled out of control, only Franz was unraveling. I see now, Renault remarked, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him. What? Franz stammered. I initially perceived you as a greedy merchant. But it appears you are merely a psychopath, Renault said coolly, his gaze fixed upon Franz's weathered face. This man was an old deviant. The pretense of wealth and IOUs was merely a facade. He relished the thrill of laying traps. The deeper intention remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps the ultimate consequence behind all these snares would lead Renaud, the young lord, to roll alongside those illustrious young nobles of noble lineage within the confines of the ship. The ram. Or perhaps a far worse fate awaited him. Yet, upon grasping that the other was a deviant, Renaud felt the need for contemplation dissipate. It was best not to speculate on the thoughts of a madman. The judgment was concluded. Franz Leif, your crimes do not warrant death, but you shall not escape punishment. You face two choices. 1. I can break your left hand. 2. I can break your right hand. Renaud's gaze was piercing as he held Franz firmly. Have you lost your mind, Renaud? We should collaborate. You pay the hiring fee, and together we can drive off the pirates. Let me go. Franz insisted, still clinging to the notion of partnership. But Renaud had no desire to listen to his ramblings any longer. With one hand gripping Franz's neck and the other clenching his right hand, Renaud twisted gently. Half a turn. A full turn. 2 turns. The sound of cracking bones echoed across the deck. Renaud had snapped Franz's right hand. Franz's arm dangled limply, resembling a noodle, yet he did not cry out in pain. Instead, he stared incredulously at the unfolding scene. You have no right to judge me. You are nothing, Renaud Mormont. What are you doing? We should be allies. This is not how things should progress. This is wrong. Wrong, you are mistaken. This man felt no pain. Renaud furrowed his brow, slowly releasing his grip. Release Lord Franz. Renaud Mormont. You are merely a commoner. Assaulting a noble is a capital offense. Standing at the threshold of the captain's quarters, the slender first mate, holding the captain's log, spoke fiercely. Do you wish to court death, you bayfolk? The burly second mate once again drew his sword, bellowing at the approaching Tom and Dick. 50 sailors unsheathed their weapons, while 80 bayfolk drew their bows, aiming at their adversaries. Kill them. At Renaud's command, a deluge of arrows surged forth, raining down upon the sailors aboard the ship. Set this vessel ablaze. Renaud issued a starkly different order. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a rational mind was required. Though Renaud lacked such clarity and was not adept at combat, he possessed a modicum of understanding of human nature. The current turmoil would undoubtedly draw the attention of enemies from afar. He was oblivious to the circumstances of Barn and Daisy on the whaling ship, unaware of the enemy's numbers or their potential presence there, nor the relationship between the pirates and France. Too many uncertainties. Renaud had no intelligence, leaving him at the mercy of fate. The enemy was hidden while he remained exposed. Better to set fire to the ship and let chaos reign. What do you intend to do? Franz roared, his first display of rage, though indifferent to having his hand broken, upon hearing Renaud's intention to burn the ship. He thrashed about in fury, struggling mightily. Set fire to the ship? Is this fat fool mad? This is a 27-meter three-masted warship, worth a fortune. I know not. But it is preferable to your ignorance, Renaud sneered, slamming Franz heavily to the ground. Grasping the bear shield and the dragon's tooth, he plunged into the fray. The bearfolk were no match for the sailors. Yet, when Renaud charged into battle, bracing the bear shield, the tide of combat shifted dramatically. Weighing over 500 pounds, wielding a bear shield that exceeded 100 pounds, and brandishing the jagged dragon's tooth, Renaud's single charge sent 3 crew members sprawling. With a roar, the black bear pounced upon a sailor, who was momentarily stunned by Renaud's ferocity. The bear's massive jaws tore into the sailor, severing an artery, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before Renaud, the unarmored warriors were mere prey. The bear's roar was a tremendous morale booster. Yvette unleashed arrows one after another. Her 50-pound oak bowstring strained, her fingertips bleeding, yet she remained undaunted by the pain, mercilessly reaping the lives of her enemies as her arrows pierced their bodies relentlessly. Tom and Dick, shields raised, guarded Renaud from behind, forming a triangular formation reminiscent of their previous encirclement by wolves. While Renaud hacked forward, they seamlessly protected his flanks. What a gruesome scene! I should not have come. I fear my insomnia will be forever unhealed after this night. Arthur, with disheveled hair, hid in a corner, muttering to himself as he produced flint and wood shavings to ignite a barrel of oil mixed with charcoal from a beaver. The poor beaver, belly up and sunbathing, was pierced through by Dick's arrow, and its fat would later serve as kindling for this vessel. A small-scale skirmish ensued. Renaud was akin to a wolf among a flock of sheep. Renaud, perish! The helmsman of the ram, with his robust arms trembling, swung his long sword, charging fiercely at Renaud from the side. Renaud was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Not a single sailor aboard the ram could withstand Renault's brutal assault. Such ferocity was beyond the realm of humanity. Perhaps I am the only one who can stop him. If I kill him, then everything will. A fleeting determination crossed the helmsman's mind. Come on. I've longed to strike you down. Renault observed the advancing helmsman, raising his serrated dragon-toothed blade high. I cannot meet him head-on. He is clumsy, I need to. Another thought flickered in the helmsman's mind. Suddenly, a shaft of an arrow pierced through the helmsman's throat. His eyes widened in disbelief. With a swift slice, Renault's long sword descended, severing the helmsman's head, which soared into the air. As the world spun, the helmsman caught a glimpse of Yvette in the distance, witnessed his own headless body, and saw Renault kick his lifeless form away. The mightiest warrior aboard the ship had been decapitated in a single exchange. All the sailors stood frozen in shock. In that moment, Renault bellowed a third command: "Obey my orders. Set sail! Set sail! Set sail! Set sail! Who will steer the ship? Who will control the sails? Renault Mormont, you have ruined me. I will not accept this. You belong to me, you are my plaything." Friend Ois Lefair howled in defiance. A plaything? Is that your ultimate aim, friend Ois Lefair? Arthur, silence him. Renault raised his shield to deflect a sailor's strike, sparks flying from the metal clash, while urging Arthur to silence the deranged friend Ois. Amidst the chaos, the ram was engulfed in flames. Unexpectedly, the ship, which had lowered its sails, began to move. It was then that friend Ois realized what was transpiring. Traitors! You treacherous wretches! I purchased you! Friend Ois roared towards the cabin, but Arthur stepped forward, binding him and even removing his own sock to get friend Ois. Freedom! 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 Echoed the youthful cries from within the hold. This was the promise made by the fat dog. When Renault commanded the charge, all they needed to do was extend their oars and row with all their might. Afterwards, Renault would restore their freedom. Yvette! All bearfolk! Guard the cabin, do not let anyone in. Tom, Dick, we will protect the helm. Arthur, you will steer. Following Renault's commands, he positioned himself alongside the best brothers at the stairway to the helm. Ha! My lord, you want me to steer? Where are we headed? Arthur, just having donned his shoes, stood bewildered at the bow of the ship. Ram it forward. Renault stood steadfast before the staircase leading to the bow, repelling the assault while proclaiming loudly, "Time waits for no one. Setting fire only breeds chaos and delays. Amidst this turmoil, saving lives is of paramount importance." Chapter 46. Grant me his demise. Aboard the whaling ship, North Bay, stood 19-year-old Marlin on the deck, his hands firmly grasping a sword. He envisioned formidable adversaries surrounding him, as he wielded his long blade, striking at the air and evading imaginary blows. While his slashing of the air might have been perceived as mere practice, his dodging of it evoked laughter. The jeers persisted from the time he was 8 until he turned 14. That fateful day, Marlin pierced the throat of a towering 2-meter gladiator in the arena, silencing any ridicule regarding his peculiar training. Yet, this respite lasted but a year. Young Lord Kuan of the Reef family arrived in the free trade city of Tyros, purchasing the skilled swordsman Marlin from the arena. The laughter returned, but this time it echoed aboard the pirate ship, Black Shark, commanded by Kuan Reef. Marlin recognized that mere curses could not quell the mockery of the pirates. Only bloodshed could. In every battle, he led the charge, the first to leap onto enemy vessels, claiming head after head in tribute to Captain Kuan Reef. His status ascended rapidly, from sailor to combat leader, and within 4 years, he became the captain's most trusted helmsman. When Marlin recently vanquished the arrogant helmsman Malson aboard the ram, his fate underwent a dramatic transformation. "Marlin, the Reef family has petitioned the Greyjoy family for your ennoblement. From this day forth, you shall be a viscount. Nobility possesses lands, yet we of the Iron Islands require none. You shall command your own pirate ship. Go forth and seize it. In bare North Bay lies a whaling vessel, North Bay, which we shall claim. My uncle Franz shall also bestow upon you a fortune in silver stacks." Kuan Reef's words resonated in his ears. After 5 years at sea, Marlin had matured into a seasoned sailor, no longer the naughty child of 14. Bear Island was a challenge, its marrow hidden within a tough exterior that one must gnaw through to uncover. To approach it recklessly would surely cost him dearly. Thus, Marlin braced himself for the loss of teeth, an inevitable sacrifice on the road from slavery to nobility. By this time next year, Lord Kuan will have devoured all of Bear Island, and Lord Franz shall revel in the mighty bear, Rainier. As for me, I shall win the affection of a noble daughter, The bear maiden named Daisy, Marlin mused, conjuring an image of Daisy in his mind. Tall and statuesque. Her long legs standing at 1.80 m, she towered over him by half a head, yet possessed a face of breathtaking beauty, a most desirable companion. Having recently acquired his own ship, Marlin envisioned a lovely bear maiden attending to him in the captain's quarters. Alas! A scar would mar the belly of any bear maiden who had suffered a blade's wound, a reminder of her past. Everyone sought something from Bear Island. Coven Leffy aspires to claim the entirety of Bear Island, Franz Leffy seeks to acquire the recently renowned Great Bear Renault, and Marlin has obtained a ship yet. He shall serve as the scapegoat for the wrath of Ed Stark. Do I harbor an affection for women? Perhaps, but my greater passion lies in the art of combat. Marlin declares, wielding his dual swords, thrusting them at the air before him as he envisions his imaginary foes. Captain Marlin, the fire has been contained. A pirate halts 20 paces away from Marlin, having just reported the incident. The flames, ignited at the ship's stern by an unknown perpetrator, have been extinguished. Marlin is a terrifying sight when practicing his swordsmanship. Once, a sailor who approached him was instinctively decapitated. Thus, the pirate dares only to speak from a distance. Fire? Is that so? It appears there was indeed a blaze earlier. Marlin's limbs begin to relax as he sheathes his swords, seemingly indifferent to the earlier chaos. We recently seized this whaling ship, perhaps other bear folk are hiding, and they were responsible for the fire. Mother Bear Daisy has also vanished. Perhaps she leapt into the sea. The sailor speculates. I wounded her, she would jump overboard. The belly is cut open. Jumping into the sea? That escorting death. Marlin slowly approaches the ship's edge. Clang! Clang! The distinctive sound of the copper bell aboard the ram heralds an unsettling feeling on Marlin's face. Franz Leffy, the elder of the Leffy clan, was once a highly esteemed figure. However, since his mysterious disappearance for several years, his return from the distant trembling sea has caused quite a stir. Intelligent, cunning, and twisted, he now feels no pain. Franz has undergone a profound transformation. The trembling sea is a treacherous domain. Legend holds that those who enter may lose something precious, yet gain something anew. Perhaps Franz has lost his humanity. Yet, he has acquired unparalleled wisdom. With a slight ruse, one by one, the young noblemen fall prey to his unscrupulous tactics, leading to the internal collapse of a minor aristocracy. Ultimately culminating in Coven Leffy, Franz's nephew, seizing all that remains of these small nobles. Wealth, land, treasures, ships, livestock, grain, all belong to Coven Leffy. Meanwhile, Franz Leffy's desires remain simple. He seeks only the young nobleman. Shall we begin? Let us search for Daisy, Marlin instructs his fellow pirates. The ram slows its pace upon the waves. Moments later, a raven approaches. Marlin tosses a pre-prepared note to the raven, which promptly flaps its wings and returns to Franz. The pirates aboard the North Bay whaling ship scour the area, yet Daisy remains elusive. As their search intensifies, flames suddenly erupt in the distance aboard the ram. What has transpired? All pirates abandon their quest for Daisy, drawn by the flames flickering afar, and gather at the ship's edge, peering curiously towards the ram. In the glow of the fire, silhouettes are seen engaged in battle. Due to the great distance, the sounds were inaudible. All the onlookers could perceive was a distant darkness on the horizon, where a fire blazed as if a crimson sun were rising from the depths of the ocean. Subsequently, the ship, the ram, surged forth. Though its sails remained unfurled, it accelerated, with its 13 masts cutting through the waves, roaring like a wild beast. The burning ram was charging towards them, gaining speed with each passing moment. What is happening? Is the ram ablaze? What is Lord Franz doing? Why is he colliding with us? The pirates erupted in a frenzy, their eyes filled with dread as they turned to Marlin. Everyone, draw your weapons. Prepare for battle. Marlin swiftly unsheathed his twin swords. He had always believed that the reckless Franz Lafayette would one day face divine retribution, perhaps perishing in a storm, or being devoured by a colossal octopus, or struck down by a bolt of lightning. Yet, he never anticipated that Franz would falter on Bear Island this very night. What had gone awry? It no longer mattered. Prepare for battle. Who was their adversary? A pirate turned to Marlin, voicing this inquiry. Whoever it was, they were undoubtedly inept in naval combat. Marlin fixed his gaze ahead, the burning ram growing larger and closer in his vision. In naval warfare, one would typically employ arrows or the ship's crossbows to fire a few rounds as a show of force, assessing the disparity in firepower. If the difference was too great, a confrontation would be avoided, as ships were invaluable assets, and impetuous youths were seldom granted command. The weaker side would retreat, while the stronger would not pursue relentlessly. After establishing deterrence, if firepower was deemed equivalent, they would draw closer, throw ropes, bring their ships alongside, launch arrows, and board each other's decks for close-quarter combat with blades drawn. This was the customary practice of naval warfare. However, it seemed that the individual who had seized control of the ram was no sailor. Such a collision would lead to the demise of both vessels. Yet, the enemy appeared utterly indifferent. After all, they had set the precious three-masted warship ablaze, seemingly intent on sinking the whaling vessel. Jump ship! A pirate bellowed as he hurled his knife and retreated. Ram! One LED'd away, and more pirates surged towards the opposite side of the ship. Increasing numbers of seasoned pirates sensed impending doom and promptly leapt into the sea. The two vessels collided. The keel shattered. The ram erupted like a furnace. The whaling ship was struck on its side, instantly caving in, numerous planks splintering, and the hull tilting precariously. All the pirates fled. Only Marlin remained, standing resolute. Amidst the flames, a colossal figure at the bow of the ram loomed larger in Marlin's eyes. He too raised his twin swords, bending his legs, ready to confront the fiery giant standing at the ship's prow. What do I desire? Beautiful women? No, it is not that. I wish to conquer the formidable. At the tender age of 8, I wielded a sword taller than myself, consumed by a singular thought: what a splendid adversary. Indeed, this is truly delightful. You evoke the exhilarating sensation of vanquishing adults from my childhood. In a flash of inspiration, thoughts surged through my mind. Marion gazed upward, observing the corpulent figure ablaze in the sky leaping towards him, a radiant smile gracing his face. I take great pleasure in your demise, you rotund fool. Yet another madman has appeared. The thunderous roar of Reynolds echoed from the ram ship. Yvette, bring him down. Chapter 47. Would you care to witness a magic trick? Upon the ram ship, flames blazed fiercely around, thick smoke billowing skyward to clash with the dark clouds above the ice bay. Reynolds stood at the bow, his gaze fixed upon the whaling ship where Marlin, sword in hand, prepared to counter his assault. From his elevated vantage point, Reynolds observed clearly. On the deck of the North Bay whaling vessel, all pirates with any sense had abandoned ship, leaping into the sea. Yet this fool before him seemed intent on challenging Reynolds. Ha! What madness is this? A swordsman, you say? Yvette, eliminate him. Reynolds commanded. Yvette, poised and ready, heard Reynolds' order and aimed at Marlin, releasing her arrow without hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the frigid air. Marlin merely tilted his head slightly, the projectile whistling past his ear, missing its mark. Boom! At that moment, the burning ram ship collided with the side of the North Bay, causing the entire vessel to tilt at least 30 degrees. Marlin stumbled unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Reynolds leapt from the ram ship. In mid-air, he brandished his serrated blade, aiming a downward strike at the reeling Marlin. Why not engage in a fair duel? Why resort to an ambush? Marlin's expression darkened as he leapt backward, deftly evading Reynolds' blow. The spot where he had just stood was cleaved by Reynolds' strike, splintering the wooden deck and leaving a deep gash. Reynolds, however, found his legs ensnared like iron rods, piercing through the wooden boards. He was too heavy. Yet, had it not been for the wood, he would not have leapt down in such a manner. You despicable coward, you are unworthy to be my opponent. Marlin, agile in stature, leapt backward, his teeth catching the rigging, spinning around the mast like a windmill. After completing his rotation, he sprang back, brandishing two blades, aimed to decapitate the immobilized Reynolds. Protect the master! Tom bellowed, sword and shield in hand, leaping from the burning ram ship. Dick followed closely behind. Yvette loosed another arrow. Clang! Marlin deflected the airborne arrow with one sword while the other was thwarted by Tom's descending shield. Ouch! Upon landing, Dick slipped, landing on his rear and sliding 7 meters across the sharply inclined deck, nearly tumbling into the sea. Consuming literature of ill repute daily, and now making a fool of myself at a critical moment. Reynolds cursed, diverting his attention from Dick, then extricating his legs from the wooden deck, shield raised, charging at Marlin. So, a dual-wielding swordsman from the monkey school, are you? I concede your agility, but today, I shall see you kneel. Reynolds spoke words that others could not comprehend, yet amidst the fierce combat, none cared for his utterances. The moment when Marlin swung from the rigging to counterattack had indeed left a profound impact on Reynolds. He could not fathom where this ferocious monkey with immense biting force had emerged from, nor why he constantly encountered such beastly foes. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from Reynolds as he charged towards Marlin, swinging his blade. In response to the descending strike of the dragon-toothed saber, Marlin deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack while simultaneously thrusting his sword at Reynolds. However, the bear shield, as large as a door, was not easily penetrable by mere swordsmanship. It posed a formidable barrier, shielding Reynolds from any assault. Clang! A crisp sound resounded as the keen blade struck the bear shield. Reynolds felt a moderate tremor in his arm. Although the enemy was agile, their strength was not particularly remarkable. With this thought in mind, Reynolds peered out from behind his shield, aiming at Marlin, and swung his sword once more. Again, Marlin sidestepped with ease, taunting, "You're too fat and clumsy, chubby." At that moment, Tom, Dick, and Yvette joined the fray. Arrows whistled through the air as Tom and Dick charged with their shields, flanking Marlin from the side. Marlin dodged Yvette's arrows, gracefully leaping and using the best brother's shield as a springboard, soaring above Reynolds' head. The bear shield protected his front but left his head exposed. Reynolds, resembling a turtle, withdrew his head to survey the battlefield, utterly unprepared for this unexpected maneuver from his adversary. A sharp sword descended from above, transforming into an ominous glint in the cold air, aimed at Reynolds' crown. He could not evade it. His skull was about to be cleaved. This weapon and shield are utterly burdensome, Reynolds thought in frustration. In a moment of desperation, he stomped down with force. Crack! With a powerful stomp, the deck beneath him splintered, causing Reynolds to plummet, shrinking in stature by 10 centimeters. The sword that should have split his skull missed due to his sheer brute force. What a close call, Reynolds murmured, just as he attempted to free his foot trapped in the broken deck. To his dismay, the crack beneath him widened and warped further. With a resounding crash, Reynolds lost his balance and tumbled into the ship's hold. Perhaps the whaling ship, where North Bay, had fallen into disrepair over the years. What began as a small hole from Reynolds' stomp unexpectedly expanded into a large cavity, causing him to fall through. Tom and Dick exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing that their master Reynolds was truly extraordinary. "Everyone, fire arrows. We have shields, focus on us, and shoot him down," Tom decisively commanded the bear folk aboard the burning ram. With Reynolds gone, Tom immediately assumed command. Having assessed the earlier skirmish, he recognized that without Reynolds, the two brothers were no match for the dark-skinned foreign dual-wielding swordsman before them. But could Marlin withstand a torrential rain of arrows from dozens? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing the deck echoed above. Inside the hold, Reynolds lifted his gaze to the gaping hole above, emerging from a heap of debris. He had fallen into the ship's hold. Reynolds caressed his well-proportioned face, devoid of any bloodstains, appearing ready to emerge and engage in battle once more. Yet, as he rummaged through the debris for the bear shield and dragontooth saber, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Reynolds." Startled, he replied, "Daisy?" He opened a wooden barrel to find some wooden tools and, surprisingly, his cousin Daisy, who had taken refuge with him. "Where is Barn?" Reynolds thought of lifting Daisy, but upon seeing the gruesome, deep wound on her abdomen, his outstretched hand hesitated mid-air. He was uncertain of the severity of her injury. If he recklessly attempted to lift her, he could inadvertently cause her to suffer further harm. "He has gone to divert the enemy," Daisy explained. Gazing at Reynolds' plump face, the usually strong Daisy could no longer contain her tears. "Reynolds, I want to go home. I do not wish to die. I will take you home." Reynolds clenched his fists, surveying their surroundings before glancing up at the hole above. "Where are we? How do we escape?" "This is the ship's workshop." After exiting, there is a corridor that leads to the storage room, where a ladder can help us climb out. Daisy endeavored to articulate each word clearly, but as she spoke, her lips grew paler, and her voice weakened. "The ship's workshop, is it? Please, do not speak further. I will deal with the enemy first." Reynolds secured the barrel's lid. If this was indeed the workshop, tools must abound. He began to search through the wreckage, finding the dragontooth saber and bear shield. Yet he did not pick them up. Instead, he seized a hammer and a pouch filled with copper nails. There were no quill pens available. Reynolds pierced the tip of his finger with a nail. Following a barrage of arrows, Marlin evaded the deadly downpour, taking refuge behind the mast, his rapid movements causing his chest to heave. Amidst the ship's tremors, numerous bear folk leapt aboard the whaling vessel. "Do not come up. Use your bows," Tom bellowed. With the crowd growing chaotic, it was an opportunity ripe for agile foes to seize. "The smoke is too thick. We cannot breathe," Yvette exclaimed as she landed on the whaling ship's deck, kneeling to steady herself before turning her soot-streaked face towards Tom. The costly three-masted warship, the Ram, was nearing its demise. More and more bear folk ascended the whaling vessel, while over 30 of the Ram's sailors had been bound and left on the deck. The last to board were the 13 noble youths who rowed. The ship was now teeming with people. From his hideaway behind the mast, Marlin allowed a smile to creep across his lips. This environment was perfect for a massacre. Just then, a creaking sound resonated, akin to a heavy bull trampling the wooden planks, emanating from the hole Reno had just occupied. When did a ladder appear in that hole? Tom, Dick, care for a magic trick? Reno's voice preceded his emergence. As he stepped out, blood dripping from his finger, wielding a hammer and nails, and with wooden planks strapped to his back, the spirits of the bear folk soared. My lord, let a miracle unfold. Let the pirates feel the wrath of the bear god. Slay him. Despite the repeated rain of arrows from the bear folk, they failed to bring down Marlin, leaving everyone in a state of frustration. However, when Reynolds emerged from the hole, it was as if a calming elixir had been consumed by the crowd. A trick of illusion. A miracle unfolding. The bear god. Unbeknownst to Marlin, who was concealed behind the mast, the events that were about to transpire remained a mystery. Chapter 48. Are there any sane individuals left on the sea? Daisy, I shall escort you home at once, Reynolds declared, his quivering, rotund fingers stained with blood that dripped incessantly onto the deck. A 12-pointed star, crafted from crimson, began to form upon the pinewood floor. Forging, liquefying, separating, combining, decaying, congealing, augmenting, sublimating, fermenting, elevating, proliferating, projecting, the zodiac. Reynolds murmured, his gaze unwavering as he inquired of Tom, where lies the enemy? Tom pointed his long sword towards the mast where Marlin concealed himself. He is lurking just behind that mast. Upon hearing Tom's words, Marlin stiffened, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Has that rotund fellow returned to the deck so swiftly? Though he taunted outwardly, the formidable power emanating from Reynolds was indeed alarming. After 5 years of conflict at sea, Marlin had never encountered such a formidable adversary. A man of such size and strength ought to be clad in armor, fully equipped, gallivanting on land rather than engaging in battle upon the waves. Were it not for Reynolds' seemingly limited combat experience, Marlin might have already leapt overboard in a desperate bid for survival. To plunge into the sea now, or to partake in a massacre? Marlin found himself in a quandary. For he yearned most to sever the head of his foe. Yet, the deck was crowded with numerous bearfolk, ill-versed in naval combat, making it an opportune moment for a bloodbath. But Reynolds was too powerful. Once the rotund man recognized the gravity of the situation, discarding that cumbersome and absurd saw and opting for a more ordinary sword, he would become even more formidable. Power is speed. As Reynolds wielded his substantial strength to swing the lightweight sword, Marlin was uncertain if he could evade Reynolds' onslaught with the same ease as before. In the midst of his hesitation, Marlin heard Reynolds' voice once more. Bearfolk, the bear god has shared his authority with his faithful followers. Previously, I alone worshipped the bear god, receiving a portion of that power. Now, you too have come to believe in the bear god and have been granted his divine domain. Summon forth. Create a cage to firmly ensnare the enemy, Reynolds proclaimed, raising his arm high. Do we also possess divine power? One bearfolk exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. We too worship the bear god. Let us pray for the enemy's annihilation. Another bearfolk echoed, mimicking Reynolds' fervor. Let miracles descend. Divine domain. The bearfolk danced with abandon, casting aside their weapons, jumping about as if engaged in some ancient sacrificial rite akin to those rumored to occur on unknown islands. At that moment, the ship, the ram, continued to burn nearby, the scent of oak wafting through the air. The flames had begun to consume the wailing vessel, the pinewood igniting effortlessly due to the outer layer of waterproof resin. The oak-crafted ram was on the brink of sinking, and the pinewood whaling ship was soon to be engulfed in flames. This horde of bearfolk was now engaging in some bizarre and malevolent summoning ritual under Reynolds' guidance. These bearfolk have gone mad, and Reynolds is a lunatic as well. Am I the only sane person amidst this vast sea? Francois Leif found himself gagged by false socks, bound and curled on the ground, witnessing the chaotic scene before him. His heart ached at the thought of the precious ram ship being set ablaze on the orders of Reno. I never expected the ram to burn so beautifully, Marin, hidden behind the mast, mused, patting his head, convinced that the absurdity of the moment had led his mind to wander. The smoke wafted through the air, stirring an unsettling anxiety within him. The behavior of the lightning and the bearfolk was exceedingly strange. Marin resolved to plunge into the sea, prioritizing his own survival. However, as he took a step forward, a wooden plank materialized abruptly, ominously blocking his path. Who is there? Marin exclaimed, crouching instinctively, preparing to roll forward to evade whoever was attacking him with the plank. Yet, as he crouched, Another plank appeared at an even lower position before him. Crack! A sound emanated from his left, and crack! Another plank emerged from the right. Planks continued to materialize, forming an eerie wooden framework, each joint meticulously crafted as if by a master artisan. In the blink of an eye, a wooden box enveloped Marion, firmly secured to the mast with copper nails. What is this? Marion shrieked like a frightened child. Faced with an unknown and mysterious force, all an ordinary person could do was succumb to fear. And Marion was no exception. Crack! Crack! The sudden appearance of the wooden framework was merely the beginning. Accompanied by Marion's screams, more and more planks emerged, firmly sealing the framework. A miracle has arrived, cheered the bear folk. In mere moments, a solid square wooden box encased Marion, completely sealed save for a few ventilation holes. And the entire structure was embedded in the mast. What is happening? Francois Leif, curled on the ground like a worm, lifted his head in disbelief at the transformation before him, squinting to confirm he wasn't mistaken. We have summoned a miracle. The mighty swordsman has been captured by the bear god. The bear folk danced with joy, exulting in the thrill of witnessing a miracle. If there were anything more exhilarating than witnessing a miracle, it was conjuring one with their own hands. Dick! Reno glanced at his armaments minister. Ha! Little Dick was unsure why Reno called for him at that moment. I mentioned that when I go to Winterfell for my investiture in March, I would find you a girlfriend. Go ahead. Give him a couple of jabs, later, when boasting in front of noble ladies. You can say you single-handedly took down a powerful two-handed swordsman pirate captain. Reno, stroking his nose, decided to entrust this significant task to Dick, who spent his days engrossed in lowbrow novels. With a girlfriend, the clumsy Dick might become a tad more composed. Just moments ago, when little Dick boarded the ship, he had stumbled and almost slipped into the sea. In future romantic pursuits with the noble maidens of Winterfell, one cannot possibly claim that one's most glorious moment occurred during a fierce battle against the pirate Iron Man, where one fell to the deck in utter disgrace, can one? Stab me twice. These few air holes were prepared solely for that purpose. In the darkness, Marion, confined within his wooden cage, heard commotion outside. Gazing through the air holes illuminated by the moonlight, he could no longer maintain his composure. He pounded his fists against the wooden bars of his prison, vehemently cursing. Renaud Mormont, you vile cult leader! You heretic worshipping that bizarre and malevolent deity! How dare you conduct your wicked summoning rituals upon the sea? The drowned god shall curse you. You are a band of demons, and Bear Island is a cursed isle. A legend circulates in Bear Harbor. Renaud is the embodiment of the 7 deadly sins, walking among mortals. Numerous tales regarding Renaud abound in Bear Island. Yet this demonic theory is but the most trivial among them. In his despair, Marion, for reasons unknown, suddenly recalled this particular rumor about Renaud. Very well. In the pursuit of a girlfriend, young Dick, shyly scratching his head, approached the wooden cage with sword in hand and, with a gentlemanly bow, said, I apologize, swordsman. But I shall just give you a couple of jabs. If your backside faces me, perhaps you shall not perish. With that, Dick thrust his long sword forcefully into the cubic wooden box. A piercing scream echoed throughout the icy bay. Clang! Clang! At the bow of the whaling ship, Renaud toyed with a brass bell. This bell, removed from the bow of the ram, could produce 2 distinct sounds. Striking the bell would yield a resounding clang, while tapping the brass skirt would emit a delicate chime. These 2 sounds could convey 4 different commands. Renaud mused to himself. Splash! In the frigid waters of the icy bay, the bare-chested one-armed Barn emerged, clutching the collar of a rotund pirate. His head held high as he addressed Renaud aboard the ship. My lord, this is the last pirate. Renaud nodded and inquired loudly, is he dead or alive? Barn replied, he still breathes. Renaud gestured, bring him aboard. Hurry, warm yourself by the fire before Tom and the others extinguish it. Barn was a remarkable talent, unexpectedly formidable. Without him, Renaud knew he could not have been so leisurely playing with the brass bell after this skirmish. Set sail! Return to Bear North Bay! Renaud bellowed, tossing the brass bell into the air before delivering a powerful kick. The bell soared like a ball, propelled towards the center of the icy bay. Clang! Clang! Splash! A wave erupted as the submerged brass bell emitted its final chime, subsequently sinking into the icy bay, descending to the ocean floor. The ram burned and sank. Captain Franz Leif was captured alive. This bothersome brass bell need not exist in this world any longer. My lord, no one is at the sails. Tom spread his hands in resignation. Though the fire is nearly extinguished, the whaling ship is also on the verge of sinking. We still have sailors. Brothers, row the boats. Upon reaching Bare North Bay, you shall receive my protection. Even if the Laffy family possesses 1,000 promissory notes against you, as long as I, Reynold Mormont, draw breath, they shall not lay a finger upon you. Reynold cast his gaze upon the 13 noble youths upon the deck. Freedom! The mighty bear, Reynold. I shall become your most devoted ally. To Bare North Bay we shall venture. Upon our arrival, I shall fiercely prod that old scoundrel, Franz, with a fiery poker. Ha ha ha! The young nobles erupted into raucous laughter, flooding into the ship's cabin. The bear folk, still possessing strength, also took to rowing. Before this whaling vessel succumbs beneath our feet, we must reach the docks of Bare North Bay. Reynold commanded the bear folk on deck. My cousin is gravely injured. She cannot be immersed in the sea. Of course, should the ship truly sink, Reynold could fashion a makeshift raft in haste. However, having never crafted a vessel before, even if his cousin were unharmed, others would find themselves submerged in the frigid waters of Ice Bay. Not all bear folk possess the same prowess in swimming as Barn. At the very least, Reynold himself cannot swim. Moreover, who knows what might happen if one were to remain in the icy waters of Ice Bay for even a few minutes. Row! Bill! Extinguish the flames. The three of them rowed in unison. Reynold rolled up his sleeves and made his way to the cabin to join in. With each command issued, the battered whaling ship began to move slowly across the sea. Chapter 49. The distinctive whale meet in the quaint Bare North Bay, home to over 600 souls. One beholds approximately 200 wooden houses, gracefully perched upon the hillside, alongside a modest number of stone abodes. In comparison to the wooden structures, these stone-walled houses exude a certain grandeur, albeit in limited quantity. The whaling ship slowly approached the dock of Bare North Bay from the dark expanse of the ocean. On the shore, the bear inhabitants rang the alarm bell, around 20 of them brandishing long swords or rifles, their heads held high as they gazed upon the approaching vessel. Is that our ship? Has Lady Daisy returned? Why has this voyage taken so long? Be cautious, grip your weapons tightly. As the bear folk of Bare North Bay conversed, their expressions were solemn, fully prepared for battle. At the bow of the whaling ship, Reynold gazed at the distant peaks before lowering his gaze to the rows of houses illuminated by the moonlight, ultimately resting his eyes on the bear residence at the dock. What a stark contrast! Reynold whispered softly. Compared to the bear folk of Bare East Valley, those of Bare North Bay exhibited a remarkable difference in demeanor, mindset, and even the quality of their armaments. At the very least, the weapons in their hands were true metal-tipped guns, unlike the crude wooden sticks sharpened into makeshift toys that the bears of Bare East Valley wielded. I am Reynold Mormont. Reynold raised his voice, addressing the serious-faced bear residents on the shore. Reynold? The Great Bear, Reynold? Where is Miss Daisy? My lord, why are you aboard the ship? The bear folk of Bare North Bay maintained their serious expressions upon hearing Reynold's voice. What a vigilant bunch! It seems the threat of pirates has rendered them overly sensitive. Though perhaps that is a blessing in disguise. Reynold thought to himself, disregarding the shore's inhabitants as he turned his attention back to the deck. A makeshift stretcher had been assembled, upon which Daisy lay. Reynold had ordered the sails of the whaling ship to be lowered, wrapping Daisy snugly like a zombie. Reynold, where am I? Daisy murmured weakly. You are home. Reynold stood before Daisy, gently stroking her head. The whaling ship gradually docked. Upon seeing the injured Daisy, the bear residents on shore relaxed their vigilance. Immediately, someone hurried back to the village to fetch an elderly bear with some medical knowledge, who had spent years in the learning city, to tend to Daisy's wounds. In Bare East Valley, though 80 bear residents had sustained injuries, they were all minor, and none had perished. Such is the nature of morale. When Reynold had charged into the crowd aboard the ram, none could withstand his onslaught. He had sent free tumbling with a mere clash of shields. Following that, with his serrated blade, he felled several more. Even the strongest helmsman aboard the ram had met his demise at Reynold's hand. The enemy's morale had shattered within moments. The timid first mate had hidden away, while Captain Franz found himself silenced by a false sock. No one was left to command. After several encounters, the remaining 37 sailors, their spirits dulled, gazed at the bow-wielding bear folk surrounding them and, unable to resist any longer, chose to cast down their weapons and surrender. The 37 captives from the ram, along with Captain Franz and the first mate, totaled 39 individuals who were bound and discarded at the dock of Bare North Bay. Subsequently, 21 pirates, salvaged by Barn, joined them. Marlin, the dark-skinned swordsman, had been stabbed twice by Dick but, against the odds, survived, albeit bloodied and battered, and was also cast upon the dock. Following this, the 11 bearfolk from Bear North Bay, originally bound, were rescued by Reynolds and returned to freedom. Of course, there were also 13 young noblemen from various corners of Westeros. This haul was indeed bountiful. Reynolds regarded the throng at the dock with amusement. Departing with 80 men, he returned to Bear North Bay with 61 captives, 11 bearfolk, and 13 nobles. If captives are considered wealth, Reynolds could now be deemed quite affluent. My lord, how shall we deal with these captives? They are all from the Reef family of the Iron Islands and serve as escorts for the Bear Southport route. Tom approached Reynolds at the bow, gazing down at the captives. Did my Aunt Maggie truly request these fellows for escorting? Reynolds pondered, and after a moment's reflection, an idea sparked. We shall take them back to Bear East Valley. I still owe Lord Franz 12,000 silver dear. I am a man of my word and shall settle this debt by year's end. Tom scratched his head. Reynolds spoke of settling, not repaying. It was evident that this nobleman had concocted some absurd plan. Tom, I have never ventured far from home. I seek your counsel. Reynolds observed the bearfolk below, recalling his cousin Daisy being taken into a stone house for treatment, and felt a twinge of apprehension. This night had been perilous, brimming with incidents. In retrospect, Reynolds felt a creeping fear. My lord, feel free to inquire. I assure you I will provide honest answers without reservation. Tom smiled subtly. Is there truly no sane person on the sea? Why does every one of them act like mad dogs? Reynolds reflected on all the pirates he had encountered, realizing none possessed a sound mind. My lord, perhaps pirates are simply like that. They are unrestrained by morals, their hearts unanchored, adrift upon the waves, thus losing themselves. Tom speculated, his insights not much surpassing Reynolds'. I believe they all suffer from some mental affliction. Perhaps I should establish a mental asylum in Bear East Valley. Yes, that's it. Additionally, a grand prison on Bear Island, specifically for the rabid dogs that bite indiscriminately. Reynolds' thoughts drifted to the development plans for Bear East Valley. Upon his initial arrival, his first notion had been to construct a watchtower. Now, the vast 10-story arrow tower was already half complete. A mental asylum, you say? Tom had never heard of it, and he was uncertain whether such a structure existed on the continent of Westeros. However, Reynolds spoke up, suggesting that it was highly likely that he would construct it in the near future. The Lord possessed a merciful heart. A mental health facility sounded quite admirable. A true marvel dedicated to the treatment of those afflicted with mental illness. Tom began to flatter him again. Well, I still need to recruit a scholar to issue authoritative mental health assessments for those deemed insane, and then provide them with appropriate treatment, of course, while also collecting some fees for the daily care. Reynolds chuckled ominously. House Mormont was merely a figure of legend to the folk of Bear North Bay, known for repelling the pirates of Bear South Harbor and rescuing Countess Maggie, earning prestige among the woodland tribes. Although the veracity of these tales remained uncertain, the inhabitants of Bear North Bay could genuinely perceive the changes among the woodland people. In the past, when hunters from Bear North Bay ventured into the woods to hunt, any encounter with a woodland dweller would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. Yet recently, the woodland folk had been remarkably peaceful. Even when they chanced upon each other in the forest, they would quietly retreat, avoiding contact with the bear folk. This transformation was likely linked to Reynolds. As Reynolds disembarked from the whaling ship, the bear folk greeted him and those from Bear East Valley with warmth. The injured received treatment and bandaging, while the hungry were offered the distinctive fare of Bear North Bay. It was quite cold. Reynolds tightened his rabbit fur cloak around him. At that moment, Reynolds, Tom, Dick, Barn, Arthur, and Yvette were seated by the shore, with a table positioned at the center of the six. Dining al fresco had its own charm. Beneath the table, a charcoal brazier burned to provide warmth, while the surface was laden with the specialties of Bear North Bay: whale steak, whale oil mixed with potatoes, and whale oil fried fries. This place was even colder than Bear East Valley. Arthur rubbed his stiff fingers and took a bite of the fries. These fries were special, crafted at Reynolds' request after Daisy had tasted them during her visit. At this moment, the light was dim, and a crimson sun ascended from the eastern horizon. It was uncertain whether this meal should be considered a late-night snack or breakfast. Reynolds pierced a piece of whale steak with his knife and fork, stuffing it into his mouth while gazing at the dock. A dozen carpenters, accompanied by several bear folk, were hauling planks and wielding tools as they entered the ship's hold, attempting to repair the dilapidated, mostly charred whaling vessel. Could this ship be salvaged? Reynolds looked at the whaling ship, eager to observe and learn a thing or two. However, He was too hungry. As he devoured the whale meat, the unique flavor of whale fat filled his mouth. Even the lean meat had a layer of fat, making it feel slick on his tongue, reminiscent of beef brisket. Yet, the fishy taste was overwhelmingly potent. Each bite was infused with the essence of the sea. And Reynolds felt as if a humpback whale were sitting on his face, urinating into his mouth. The maritime flavor was too intense. He had never tasted something so unpalatable. Truly delicious. Arthur finished a piece of meat and eagerly reached for another. Barn, you have worked hard tonight. Do indulge yourself. Renaud chewed for a considerable time, only to turn away and expel the whale meat from his mouth. He then returned to the table, pushing his plate of whale meat towards Barn. I am profoundly grateful, my lord, but I do not deserve such an abundance of meat. Barn was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Renaud did not anticipate that this formidable man, who had traversed the icy bay with a single arm, could possess such a tender side. All the meat is yours. I shall content myself with potatoes. Renaud scooped a piece of whale fat to mix with the potatoes. Chapter 50. A passion for mastering skills. Although whale oil residue possesses a distinct briny aroma reminiscent of the ocean, it lacks the overwhelming pungency of meat. To Renaud, it tasted rather akin to lard. Sir, how much does a ship cost? Dick inquired, his face alight with satisfaction after devouring an entire plate of whale meat. Perhaps we in Bear East Valley should acquire a whaling vessel and hunt whales. This whale meat is simply delectable. A ship will indeed be obtained, Dick. By this time next year, I shall personally capture a humpback whale for you, Renaud replied, shoveling a spoonful of potatoes into his mouth. It appeared that everyone, save for himself, relished whale meat. Renaud began to experience a twinge of self-doubt. Bear East Valley still adhered to the most primitive barter system. The notion of purchasing a ship was utterly unrealistic. Franz Lafayette, that deranged individual, had his hand twisted into a pretzel by Renaud, yet he still wore a grin. However, upon witnessing Renaud's command to burn the ship, he scurried about like a mouse caught in a hot pan. This demonstrated just how invaluable a ship truly was. Certainly, purchasing one was out of the question. Renaud resolved to construct a vessel himself upon his return. Very well, I shall observe how the carpenters repair the ships, he declared, finishing his potatoes and making his way to the dock. He considered himself quite the master carpenter as well. With his aptitude for cross-disciplinary learning and being the sole male heir of the Mormont family on Bear Island, he believed that the dozen carpenters would be forthcoming with knowledge. As it was evident he sought to hone his craft. By mastering these skills, Renaud would be able to begin with small boats and gradually refine his shipbuilding abilities until he could create a grand vessel. As Renaud approached the dock, he could faintly hear the chatter of carpenters from within a damaged ship's hull. Did you hear that pirates attacked Lord Daisy? The bear folk of Bear East Valley have renounced their faith in the old gods and now worship the bear god. I have heard that the great bear god can conjure marvels out of thin air and summon wooden crates to imprison foes. What a pity for this whaling ship. In previous years, we would have hunted at least 3 humpback whales before winter, but we fear it may not be repaired in time. Alas, this vessel holds no value for restoration. It still bears significant cracks, and the stern has been reduced to ruins. It appears this old fellow has endured a dreadful naval battle. The bear craftsmen inside had listened to the loquacious bear folk recounting their legendary encounters, thus gaining a general understanding of the events that transpired at sea that night. Colliding ships is a reckless act seldom witnessed at sea. Even the most audacious pirates would not choose mutual destruction with their enemies. What is a keel? Renaud pondered as he stood at the dock, peering through the fractured ship's body and extending his head into the cabin. Suddenly, a large head emerged from a crack in the planks, startling those inside. Upon recognizing Renaud, the crew exhaled in relief. It is Lord Renaud. We heard you fought throughout the night. Are you not to rest? One carpenter inquired. Staying up late is commonplace for me. My passion lies in mastering skills, Renaud replied with a smile. The keel, the very backbone of a vessel, serves not only to stabilize navigation but also to guide its course. Generally, it necessitates robust timber, such as oak. The carpenter elucidated. Do not be deceived by the fact that the hull of this ship is constructed from pine. The keel, however, is crafted from oak. Is it feasible to join 2 smaller keels to form a larger one? Asked Renaud. In theory, yes, but in practice, it poses significant challenges and risks disintegration. Unable to withstand a tempest, it is best to use a single, solid piece. The carpenter gestured toward the cracked keel within the ship's hold. Thus, to build a 27-meter vessel, would it require at least a 27-meter tall tree. Moreover, it must be of sturdy wood, It seems pine will not suffice. Reynolds pondered deeply. At least a 35-meter keel. My lord, do you possess knowledge of carpentry? The craftsman observed Reynolds' sudden understanding with a hint of astonishment. A 35-meter oak. Such specimens are rare on Bear Island. I possess some understanding, Reynolds chuckled, retracting his head, only to break into a wry smile. It seemed he had inadvertently incinerated a considerable amount of silver deer. No wonder that fell Franz was so agitated upon hearing of the ship's burning. With this thought, Reynolds descended into the ship's hold, intent on meticulously examining the vessel's structural composition. In a cellar within Bear North Bay, Franz, drenched in filth and stench, curled up in a corner, trembling. The 13 noble youths he had tormented for years, upon regaining their freedom, subjected him to unspeakable humiliation as soon as they reached land. Yet, Franz felt no pain. He was devoid of empathy, a psychological deviant. He exhibited no emotional response to any torment, resembling a dead pig, at the mercy of his captors. Consequently, the 13 youths, weary and disenchanted, lost interest in further tormenting Franz and left the cellar in search of a place to rest. At the cellar's entrance, a bonfire flickered. Dozens of bear folk sat on the ground, wrapped in animal furs, keeping watch over the captives within the cellar to avert any unforeseen occurrences. A skylight loomed above. Lord Franz, think of a way. We have fallen into the clutches of that corpulent demon. He will employ every means to render our existence a living hell. Marion, bloodied and weak, raised his head and addressed Franz. Silence, you wretch. I require no instruction from you, Franz replied, furrowing his brow. He then arched his body, akin to a worm lifting its head, and struck the ground beside him. Crack! 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 With each violent impact, Franz managed to dislocate his own arm. Bereft of skeletal support, the bindings that restrained him loosened. After a series of contortions, Franz freed himself from the ropes, then pressed his hand forcefully against the ground. Snap! With a sharp sound, the dislocated arm was rejoined. Hush! Tap! 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 Franz pursed his lips and directed his voice toward the skylight, emitting a series of eerie calls reminiscent of a raven. Lord Franz, now, let us free everyone and fight our way out. Stop mimicking birds, Marion exclaimed anxiously, bewildered by Franz's madness. Fight our way out? Previously, you were no match for that rotund fellow. Now, however, the tables have turned. Franz coldly chuckled as he gazed upon the severely injured Marlin on the ground. He then tore open his sleeve and, using his teeth, ripped off a substantial strip of cloth. After biting into his fingertip, Franz inscribed upon the tattered fabric with his own blood, "Let Bear Island perish. Save me, Coven." It turns out, Your Excellency, you sought the aid of Lord Coven. Marlin finally comprehended Franz's intentions. Silence. The famished bear folk will consume anything. Do you wish for my last raven to be shot down by them as well? Until Coven has severed that rotund one's head, refrain from speaking. Franz felt a twinge of frustration. Though he admonished with a voice bordering on roar, his tone remained remarkably subdued. Conversely, Marlin, the gladiator hailing from the free trade city-state of Tulsa, possessed an innate booming voice, and despite engaging in clandestine matters, he seemed intent on making his words audible to all. Coven! Coven! Please, hasten your arrival. Amidst Franz's almost prayer-like, low-toned utterances, a raven flapped its wings and alighted upon the attic window of the cellar. Chapter 51. The 12 Starburst brand. Is Daisy all right now? Within a stone edifice, Reynolds quietly approached the doorway. Gazing at the familiar figure of the woman resting upon the bed, his heart heavy with unease. Aside from Daisy, who lay in repose, several bear women attended to her, accompanied by an elderly bear man who bore the semblance of someone well-educated. The bear folk were known for their unshorn faces, yet this elder had meticulously shaved, suggesting he was either a eunuch or perhaps the scholar who had spent a few years in the learning city. She does not have a fever. We have applied honey to her wounds and administered willow bark and dandelion juice for her consumption. She has since come to slumber, the old bear man affirmed with a nod to Reynolds. Willow bark, while the salicylic acid content is less than 1% when merely juiced, it is better than nothing and possesses some anti-inflammatory properties. As for dandelion, it is a renowned remedy throughout history for various ailments, a panacea for quandaries, a cure for insomnia. Are there no superior medications available? Reynolds approached Daisy, extending his large fingers to gently caress her forehead. Her condition is remarkably better than anticipated. At least there is no fever. Daisy's constitution is unexpectedly resilient. What could be considered superior medication? The Bear Fortress does possess a remarkable analgesic tincture. I brought some back when I visited 2 years ago, tucked away in a cabinet, though I am uncertain if it has spoiled. The old bear man turned to rummage. Do not administer random substances to Daisy. Her lack of fever indicates no infection or inflammation. Reynolds observed Daisy, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Poor cousin. Her wounds treated with honey for hemostatic and anti-inflammatory purposes. Even in my past life, there were no miraculous cures for wounds. Healing relied upon anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medications to fend off bacterial infections, with suturing followed primarily by the body's inherent healing capabilities. Yet, even in the entirety of Westeros, all that remains are dandelion infusions and honey applications, lacking any superior anti-inflammatory agents. Honey, with its acidic and viscous nature, coupled with high sugar content, creates a hypertonic environment that inhibits bacterial growth. It is akin to food preservation. High sugar or salt content exerts a hypertonic effect that suppresses bacteria. Though the therapeutic outcomes may often be counterproductive, I have found it. The old bear man finally uncovered a bundle of plant material wrapped in bark from the depths of the cabinet. What is this powdered plant? Reynolds would not permit this elder to indiscriminately place substances into Daisy's mouth. The analgesic tincture from the Bear Fortress. It is a miraculous concoction of poppy juice and honeysuckle powder, the old bear man reminisced. You may have studied for a few years, but your intellect seems lacking. Reynolds snatched the powder from the old bear man's grasp, casting it to the ground and forcefully trampling it with his foot until it was reduced to debris. Daisy is doing well. Perhaps her physical constitution is robust, or perhaps fortune has favored her, but it seems her recovery is merely a matter of time. This old man must not be allowed to administer errant medications that could exacerbate her condition. Henceforth, any treatment for Daisy must first be approved by me. You may leave now. Do not disturb her slumber. Reynolds waved his hand, and the bear women and the elderly bear man remained still. At this moment, Rayner recalled that he was in Bear North Bay, not Bear East Valley. He had already established unparalleled prestige in Bear East Valley. However, here, the locals regarded Rayner merely as a figure of legendary tales, someone who had vanquished pirates, yet also the audacious captor of one of the Lafitte family's key members. Longtime partners of Bear Southport. Rayner Mormont, you are humiliating me. How many years of education have you had? Is this how you speak to a scholar? The old bear man held his head high, exuding arrogance. I would love to give him a good thrashing. Rayner thought to himself. Just then, Tom arrived at the door, politely knocking before addressing Rayner. My Lord Rayner, is Miss Daisy all right? She is fine, provided she refrains from consuming anything indiscriminately. Rayner cast a glance at Daisy, whose lips were pale. Prepare some eggs, crush them into a fine paste, and make a soup. Once Daisy awakens, serve it to her. She requires protein at this moment. The bear women nodded in agreement. As long as she is well. Miss Daisy has been robust since childhood. She will certainly pull through. Tom gazed intently at Daisy on the bed. Where is your brother, Hughes? And what about Lyanna? Only then did Rayner realize that since entering Bear North Bay, he had not seen those two familiar figures. The young bear girl might still be in Bear North Bay, but surely Hughes was not hiding in some corner of the ship. To my knowledge, my brother went to Bear Castle the day before yesterday to request reinforcements. He has already left with Lyanna. I believe it won't be long before they arrive in Bear North Bay. If Hughes were here, perhaps Daisy would not have sustained such severe injuries. Tom was always well informed, which was not unrelated to Dick's idleness and penchant for idle chatter. Tom, keep an eye on things here. Do not let Daisy consume anything else. If that old fool acts recklessly, you have my permission to cut off his hand. Rayner instructed Tom before abruptly leaving the room. Is he referring to me? The old bear man was taken aback, his heart ablaze with fury. Even upon reaching Bear Castle and encountering the acting Countess Maggie, she would treat him with utmost courtesy. Indeed, Rayner was as brutal as the rumors suggested, a veritable ferocious bear. After departing from the stone house, Rayner made his way to the blacksmith shop adjacent to Bear North Bay dock. Passing by the dock, he noticed that the whaling ship had quietly sunk halfway, clearly indicating that the craftsman's efforts to repair it had been in vain, unable to salvage the battered vessel. Inside the blacksmith shop, artisans were hammering away, busy crafting whaling harpoons. As the whaling ship sank at the dock, the creation of these massive harpoons seemed futile. Yet, with no daily tasks assigned, the bear craftsman continued to work diligently, adhering to the habits of previous years. Could you assist me in forging a weapon? Rayner inquired directly upon entering. Greetings, my Lord Rayner. What type of weapon do you require? I believe your dragon's tooth is already quite formidable. A person who appeared to be in charge welcomed Raynor. That great saw is unwieldy. However, I do not seek a weapon but rather a branding spear. As Raynor spoke, he found a piece of charcoal and began to sketch on the wooden table. Measuring 1 meter in length, with a rounded tip. This weapon takes the form of a 12-pointed star, its foremost edge sharp enough to pierce wood and leave behind a distinct 12-pointed imprint. This is a 12-pointed branding spear. While the task may seem intricate, it is not insurmountable. Should you desire it, a finished product could be ready by tomorrow. However, I have heard that the craftsman who would create the mold has tragically passed away last night. The blacksmith expressed his dismay, hinting at the deeper issue is not that they lack the skill, but rather that no one is available to forge the mold. What materials are needed to create a mold? Reynolds did not perceive the absence of a mold maker as a significant obstacle. The casting of iron requires a mold to shape it, otherwise, crafting such a complex spearhead becomes exceedingly challenging. It is not that the blacksmiths lack talent. Indeed, mold making is a crucial aspect of metalworking. Wood or even sand could suffice. But given the intricate shape of the branding spear, perhaps clay would be more suitable, suggested the old blacksmith. Understood. Please wait a moment. Reynolds nodded and hurriedly departed from the blacksmith's shop. No sooner had he left than the sound of hoofs echoed from the edge of the coastline. A cavalcade was making its way towards Bear North Bay. Judging by their numbers, at least 50 cavalrymen were advancing from Bear Southport to provide support. Leading the charge were none other than Shields and Maggie. House Mormont. Maggie urged her horse forward, and before she could close the distance, she spotted Reynolds standing resolutely at the dock. His stature was too conspicuous to overlook. Ah, it is my aunt. Reynolds greeted her coldly. Look at the mess you've made. Maggie reined in her horse before Reynolds, her expression dark as she scolded him. How dare you abduct our vital partner from Bear Island, break his arm, and set fire to the free-masted warship, the Ram? Where is Franz Leif? Release him at once. Franz has his crows, and Bear Island possesses its own unique means of communication. Clearly, Maggie, having departed yesterday, was already aware of Reynolds' actions by the time she arrived today. And, has your menopausal rage flared up again? Have you lost your senses? The Leif family, acting as both pirates and bodyguards, are you ignorant of this or merely pretending? Reynolds narrowed his eyes. Chapter 52. Are you blinded by money? The nature of the Leif family. Renaud had gained a substantial understanding of the Leif family. Initially, he believed they were merely typical mercenaries, functioning as maritime security, dedicated to escorting vessels, deterring pirates, and charging exorbitant fees for their services, which seemed reasonable enough. However, following the conclusion of the battle last night, Renaud gleaned from the noble youth the unscrupulous methods employed by Franz Leif. A usurious loan note of 100 silver deer, coercing young nobles to turn against their families, and trafficking human beings under the guise of labor. After the pirates attacked the nobles' port, Franz Leif transformed into a champion of justice, repelling the marauders and negotiating exorbitant escort fees, effectively a protection racket. The noblemen, entrusting their sons to the lofty image of Franz, believed that they would become seasoned sailors aboard the Ram, returning in a few years as true men ready to inherit their legacies. Little did they know the grotesque reality of Franz's true nature. When reminiscing about their past, the noble youth often mentioned a certain Cowan Leif, a partner in crime. Franz was merely depraved and cunning, while Cowan represented the true embodiment of a predatory wolf engaging in deceit, robbery, arson, usury, human trafficking, and the abuse of youth. The Leif family was guilty of countless atrocities. At this very moment, Renaud's aunt, Maggie, resembled those foolish noble elders who sent their offspring to Franz's ship, blinded by trust and ignorance. Release him. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Renaud was taken aback. All I know is that you, Renaud Mormont, have kidnapped a noble. If he bore the name Greyjoy, I would remain silent, but he is a Leif. They are the enforcers of justice upon the seas, and many nobles are aware of their esteemed reputation. Maggie, perched atop her horse, spoke down to him with an air of authority. Release him, you say? Very well. 1 captive for 100 silver deer. That scoundrel Franz is worth 2,000. This is the standard ransom pay me, and I shall release him. Renaud chuckled as he spoke. It had been a month since he had felt this level of anger. That familiar sensation returned them this contentious relationship between aunt and nephew. Why is your mind devoid of sound judgment? Renaud, I have heard of your gallant exploits. Perhaps you are a remarkable, even extraordinary warrior, but you possess no leadership qualities. Maggie lamented with a pained expression, her tone suffused with regret. I had even considered the possibility of you inheriting the title of Count. But it seems that entrusting Bear Island to you would only lead to ruin. Well, you have made your points clear, Renaud replied, raising his hands in surrender. 61 captives. Franz Leif at 2,000 silver deer, Pirate Captain Marlin at 1,000 silver deer, and the others at a total of 5,900 silver deer altogether. That amounts to 8,900 silver deer. Take it all with you. It will save me the trouble of returning to Bear Island to face further complications. Not to mention the construction of a prison and a mental asylum. You ought to speak with more decorum, reflecting calmly before you utter a word. Rather than provoking my ire, Meiji stated coldly. Calm. Do you believe I jest with you? I shall package 8,900 silver deer for you. Not a single coin less shall you carry away. Of course, if you lack the means, refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. I am the Lord of Bear East Valley, not your vassal, Leonor retorted, baring his teeth. It seems you seek your own demise. Shields! Apprehend Leonor Mormont. Meiji commanded her companion Shields. My lady Meiji, my lord Leonor, I implore you to refrain from infighting. This may well be the machination of another, Shields. Perched regally upon his steed, observed with a composed heart, often viewing matters from a loftier perspective, thus not ensnared by the current predicament. He had disowned this during their game of Bear Island Monopoly. The two cousins exhibited a headstrong nature, fiercely persistent in their pursuits, even when aware of impending defeat. Leonor shared this flaw, possibly a trait derived from the Mormont lineage. The three brothers of the best family, however, displayed far greater composure. Tom excelled in on-the-spot leadership, Dick in short-term maneuvering, while Shields thrived in orchestrating strategies behind the scenes. Awakened by Shields' insight, Leonor furrowed his brow and inquired, "And you bear significant pressure. Who is exerting it upon you?" Meiji paused momentarily, then retorted furiously, "Pressure? Do you think I fear that Kuan from the Ruffy family?" Kuan. Leonor sensed a clue and regained his composure, addressing Meiji. "I shall certainly take Franz with me, if you are under duress. I am Bear East Valley can bear all consequences." Meiji gasped. "Leonor, do you comprehend the weight of your words?" Leonor nodded. "Of course. I, Leonor, shall shoulder all consequences alone, as I always have I not?" Meiji appeared somewhat dejected. "So it is. You have allowed greed to cloud your judgment. If one day you find yourself kneeling before me, beseeching my protection, I shall personally escort you to the wall, to become one of the Night's Watch." Driven mad by avarice, this bore a striking resemblance to the former Count of Bear Island, Big Bear Jorah. It seems both Jorah and the Leonor brothers are destined for a similar fate. Observing Leonor's resolute demeanor, Meiji relinquished her insistence on releasing the captive and rode towards the stone house to visit Daisy. Naturally, Leonor's reputation would be tarnished by the old bear scholar in Meiji's presence. She assumed Leonor had lost his senses, seeking a hefty ransom, exchanging captives for wealth. Unaware that she herself was the one who was foolish and blindly trusting, akin to those noble parents who sent their sons aboard the pirate ship Franz. "Leonor, I believe that if you were truly fond of wealth, you would not have burned that three-masted warship. I trust you harbor other intentions." Shields dismounted and nodded slightly at Leonor. Had he known the ship was so valuable, Leonor would not have allowed Arthur to set it ablaze. "Ha! Wealth is merely a transient possession. One cannot take it with them in life or death." Leonor began to speak in esoteric terms that others could not comprehend. Thus, this matter was laid to rest. Renaud hastily departed from the blacksmith's forge, setting out in search of clay for mold making. The Lafayette had undoubtedly forged an enmity with Renaud. In the face of defeat, they held a cadre of captives, a bargaining chip. And the pirates would surely weigh Renaud's current notorious reputation before seeking vengeance. However, to return the captives to the Lafayette family would strip the pirates of their inhibitions, unleashing unrestrained and ruthless retribution upon Renaud. There could be no more foolish a decision than this. On the following day, the blacksmith hurriedly crafted the steel-warm 12-pointed brandishing spear. Though rudimentary in appearance, the spearhead bore a polished imprint, sharp enough to pierce wood with ease. Renaud lifted the 1-meter-long spear and approached a pine tree. Aiming at its trunk before releasing a sharp thrust, the bark exploded, revealing an intricate imprint upon the surface. Renaud squinted, reading the inscription, "Alchemy material, Renaud. Pine tree combination progress. 0 alchemy result. 31 pine cone start-stop." Indeed, it worked. Let the process commence. Renaud could not contain his exuberant laughter. The pine tree began to tremble violently, and pine cones cascaded to the ground before him. He felt somewhat like a magician, This was his wand, indeed. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Renault raised the 12-pointed spear, casting a sly gaze towards the captives emerging from the cellar, finally fixating on the posterior of Franz. Perhaps he could brand that old fox, and who knows what curious concoctions might emerge from such an endeavor. Chapter 53. In the name of the fierce bear, Renault sheathed the 12-star brandishing spear and strode leisurely down the hillside towards the stone cottage where his cousin Daisy resided. At that moment, Daisy had already awakened, and upon seeing Renault, her pale lips parted to utter a faint whisper. "It seems you have saved me once again, Renault." "Thank you. No need for gratitude. Next time, do not take such risks." "The humpback whale is hardly worth risking your life for," Renault replied. Casting a sidelong glance at his Aunt Maggie before addressing Daisy on the bed, "Since Aunt is here, Daisy, I must take my leave. I fear the provisions in Bear Eastern Valley will not suffice to sustain us through the winter. The bear folk of Bear Eastern Valley need me." Daisy blinked. "Once I have recovered, I shall come to find you, Renault." "Indeed. Consume plenty of egg whites, and if you are not running a fever, refrain from eating peculiar plants." "Trust me," Renault advised. "I will do as you say," Daisy gently promised, her compliance evident. With her verbal assurance, Renault felt some of his worries dissipate. "Renault, are you leaving?" Aunt Maggie squinted at him. "Yes, I have instructed Tom to bring the captives from the cellar. I will take them away now," Renault replied, unflinching as he met his aunt's gaze. "Remember my words, the next time you kneel before me, begging for my protection, I shall send you to the desolate wall." Maggie said ominously, "Your words imply that I have ever pleaded with you, which is quite arrogant. And it seems you too bear the sin of hubris." Renault scoffed, turning away and disregarding the expression on Maggie's face, which had reddened in indignation. "Tom." Renault arrived at the vacant space before the cellar. Before him stood a throng of people, 80 bear folk, 51 captives, and 13 noble youths, all gathered in the clearing. Their expressions varied, their mindsets disparate, upon his arrival. They all turned their gaze towards their lord of Bear Eastern Valley. "My lord, are we to return?" Tom, having heard Renault call him, rushed over. "Indeed. How far is Bear North Bay from Bear Eastern Valley?" Renault posed a question that filled him with concern. "Approximately 70 kilometers, Tom replied, sensing an ominous premonition. The last journey from Bear Southport to Bear Eastern Valley, a distance of 80 kilometers, had taken nearly half a month for 3 individuals. This return journey would not be significantly shorter. Is that the straight line distance or along the coastline?" Renault inquired. "Straight line distance. If we were to take the seaside route, though there is a faster path, it would still exceed 100 kilometers. Tom wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In the dead of winter, upon hearing Renault express his intent to return, Tom felt a bit of sweat trickle down his forehead. With so many of us returning, surely we shall not become lost again as we did last time. Yet even without losing our way, given Renault's pace, it may take at least half a month or even longer." Regrettably, Renault began to lament the destruction of the ship. "There are no large cattle here, but there are several ox carts. Perhaps we could use them, my lord. You could sit atop," Tom suggested. "Using carts? A splendid idea. Fetch a cart and some ropes," Renault commanded, casting his gaze upon the dispirited captives in the clearing. "Who will pull the cart?" "The Iron folk, the pirates. You have committed heinous crimes. I, Renault Mormont, hereby declare that you 51 will undergo labor reformation in the Valley of the Bear. Those who toil shall earn a reduction in their sentences. Now, pull me back to the Valley of the Bear." With a decisive order, Renault mounted the cart pushed by Tom. At that moment, the bearfolk procured a multitude of ropes, securing them to the front of the cart. To have living men pull a cart, such work is fit only for beasts. "Renault Mormont, we are not your slaves," a pirate shouted, his lips still tinged blue from the cold of the previous night when Barn had fished him from the sea. Now, having regained his strength, he spoke with a fierce tone. "You will not treat us like animals, fat man. Renault, you have no authority to judge me. I hear you are not even a noble." The captives clamored in protest. "It seems you are all quite spirited," Renault chuckled, glancing at the 13 noble youths. "Brothers, you are now homeless. Would you be willing to become psychological rehabilitation apprentices in my grand prison, the Valley of the Bear?" Psychological rehabilitation apprentices. Tom rubbed his temples, certain that such a profession did not exist in this world. If asked whether there were magical apprentices, he would have hesitated to provide a definitive answer. Yet, it was evident that this was yet another peculiar title coined by Lord Renault. "We are willing," Although they did not comprehend Reynolds' intentions, all 13 stepped forward. They owed substantial debts and had been sent to Captain France as laborers to repay them. Even if they returned home, their families would cast them out. Now, following Reynolds, a formidable warrior lord, seemed a favorable option. Excellent. I shall grant you the authority to enforce treatment. Go fetch some willow branches to teach these obstinate rascals a lesson. Let their frenzied spirits undergo some physical therapy. Reynolds stated coldly. What do you intend to do? Reynolds, do you wish to torment the captives? You wretched fat man. Your name shall be cursed for eternity. The pirates and ironfolk howled in protest. However, their limbs were bound by ropes, limiting their movement to small shuffles. And surrounded by 80 ferocious bearfolk armed with bows and arrows, they dared only to threaten with words. Though unaccustomed to maritime battles, the bearfolk's fierce demeanor returned as their feet touched solid ground. Where is my dog? Reynolds ignored the raucous crowd and began searching for Misha. In the rush of battle, many things were left behind, including his stout dog. I'll go look for her. Dick scratched his head and patted his black bear. This bear, with keen senses and considerable intellect, seemed almost capable of comprehending human speech. Upon being patted, it sniffed the air, searching for Misha. At that moment, the 13 noble youths also began to break off willow branches from the hillside. Smack! As the first lash struck a pirate, the cries of anguish spread like a plague. Stop! Ah! I'll pull! I'll pull! The once formidable ironclad man, having received a whip's blow, bowed his head, pleading for mercy while picking up the rope from the ground. Young Master Finks, I offered you apples aboard the ship. Have you forgotten? A pirate gazed at the nobleman named Finks, who held a switch aloft. Silence! Grab the rope and pull Lord Raynor home to face labor reform. Finks exclaimed, suddenly lashing the pirate with his switch. An apple, just one apple, cost me a promissory note of 10 silver bucks, and you, beastly creature, dare to speak. The whip cracked, leaving a deep, bloody mark across the pirate's backside. Truly brutal, akin to the infamous 13 enforcers. Raynor observed the absurd scene before him, scratching his chin. The boys had long harbored their resentment towards the pirates. Now, wielding the switch as a whip, their suppressed darkness found release. If it were left to Raynor to strike, such an effect would be impossible to achieve. Including Franz, 51 rogues heaved the ox cart beneath Raynor's feet. The wooden wheels turned slowly. Though most merely pretended to contribute, the sheer number made it effortless to pull both the cart and Raynor. My lord, your dog has found the whale meat in the wooden barrel, Dick said, tugging on Misha's ear, leading her before Raynor as if reprimanding a disobedient child. Misha's chubby face was filled with defiance, repeatedly opening her mouth, eager to bite Tom. You've done well this time, I forgive you, come here. Raynor beckoned to Misha. With a joyful bounce, Misha leaped onto the cart as her ears were freed from restraint. Cradling the plump dog in his arms, Raynor looked ahead, filled with vigor, declaring, let us set off. Back to Bare Eastern Valley. Someone pulled the cart. Perhaps in a day or two, they would return. Without the need to walk, Raynor appeared utterly at ease. 80 bearfolk flanked them on either side, while 51 captives drew the ox cart. Raynor, embracing the chubby dog, exuded a nonchalant demeanor, though smiling, many perceived a certain brutality about him. Truly, a ferocious bear. The bearfolk of Bare North Bay watched Raynor depart. The sight before them profoundly shocking, prompting one to exclaim, indeed, a ferocious bear. Another craftsman nodded in agreement. At that moment, Maggie heard the commotion and emerged from the stone house, her jaw dropping in astonishment at the spectacle on the road. Ferocious bear. One bearfolk from Bare Eastern Valley was the first to shout. Others soon joined in the chorus. Ferocious bear. Ferocious bear. Cheers and laughter filled the air. In this battle, all the bearfolk of Bare Eastern Valley regained their confidence. As for Raynor, it seemed he had acquired a new title. Once called the Giant Bear, he was now referred to as the Ferocious Bear. It sounded no better, perhaps even worse. Tom, you ought to exercise a bit more restraint in the future. Do not constantly seek to propagate my reputation, as it ultimately yields contrary results. Reno, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, reproached Tom. I was in the wrong, Tom said, scratching his head as he followed alongside the ox cart. Although he too would amplify Reno's reputation, his embellishments were always in a positive light. The infamous moniker of the brutal bear was certainly not of his making. Who truly ought to exercise restraint? Tom felt a deep sense of helplessness within. Chapter 54, A Guide for the Use of Slaves, Part 1, Is that Bare East Valley ahead? Perched upon the precipice, Two youthful girls clad in animal skin skirts, with statuesque figures and standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, peered from the thickets, gazing intently into the valley below. The cliff's base was adorned with a vast expanse of pine forest, blanketed in pristine white due to the recent snowfall. A pathway at the valley's entrance was flanked by orderly wooden cabins, with a grand estate prominently situated in the most conspicuous position. The towering statue of a colossal bear, 15 meters high, was impossible to overlook. "Sister, we have run away. Chief Mar will surely punish us." One girl, around 17 or 18 years of age, expressed her apprehension. "We shall not return. Wherever Reno is, there lies our home," the slightly older girl asserted, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Will he want us?" the younger girl questioned, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. I do not know," the elder sister's voice faltered. When the mountain wolves ravaged their tribe, it was Reno who rescued the sisters, who had been cornered atop a roof by the pack. From that moment forth, Reno's image became indelibly etched in their minds, a constant source of longing. After Reno had succumbed to intoxication, they summoned the courage to invite him to dance. Then, in a state of drunken revelry, Reno engaged in reckless behavior, sparking minor conflicts and injuring several forest warriors. Subsequently, he inexplicably procured bears and leopards, declaring an intent to witness a spectacle of beastly combat. Before the crackling bonfire, he snapped the leopard's neck, skinning it to fashion a cap, and whimsically suggested venturing into the mountains to seek elephants and mice for an ultimate showdown. In sum, that night was one of unbridled madness. Once Reno departed, he vanished, only to re-emerge the following day. "I deceived him, claiming I was with child. He must be furious," the younger sister lamented, regretful of her impulsive decision. Yet her desire to retain Reno burned fiercely within her. "Perhaps he prefers noble maidens, but we must confront him, ask him directly. If he does not want us." The elder sister's resolute gaze flickered once more as her hand reached for the dagger strapped to her thigh beneath her animal skin short skirt. "We shall kill him first. Then we will take our own lives." Crack of the whip, shouts of fury. The ox cart wheels had rolled for 2 days. It was now the morning of the 3rd day, and the group pressed onward toward Bear East Valley. "Master, I see the colossal bear statue." The bear folk cheered in excitement. They had set out with scant provisions. Each evening, the bear folk would venture into the forest in droves, hunting for game. With darkness obscuring vision, reliant solely on the moonlight, their hunting proved largely fruitless. Hence, the relentless journey over the past 2 days had become a trial of endurance for all. "At last, we are home." Reno, resting his head on Misha's abdomen, sprang up at the sound, his gaze immediately drawn to the towering arrow tower, 15 meters in height. "Reno, have you considered the matter we discussed?" Franz Raphael inquired, his demeanor weary. With his hand brutally twisted, he succumbed to unconsciousness 5 times along the way, until finally, out of kindness, Reynold laid him on the ox cart. "Are you willing to pay for your own freedom?" Reynold lifted the hefty dog and glanced at the recumbent Franz. 200 gold dragons, and you will set me free. The promissory notes are right here in my possession. You may take them, tear them apart, or even burn them, whatever you choose." Franz coaxed persuasively. 200 gold dragons equate to 4,000 silver deer. This is double the ransom typically demanded from a noble. "I am a man of my word, and I will repay what I owe you. I could never bring myself to destroy those notes," Reynold declared resolutely. "A man of honor." Franz's face twitched in disbelief. "Reynold, do you comprehend the number of sailors our Reef family commands, the vessels we possess, and the formidable ballistae mounted upon them? Your arrow tower is not but a child's toy. The Reef family could effortlessly obliterate your domain." Franz spat menacingly. When his negotiations bore no fruit, he resorted to intimidation. Yet, Reynold was unfazed. "Winter is upon us, old fox," he retorted, crouching down to pat Franz's weathered face. "What do you intend to imply?" Franz fumed. "The frozen bay is on the verge of freezing. This is the force of nature, and you should understand it better than I," Reynold replied. Rising to gaze at the distant sea, the cold wind howled, and shards of ice began to crystallize upon the water, producing a sound reminiscent of glass clashing. Early October was manageable, but by the end of the month, the waters of the frozen bay shall solidify into vast blocks of ice, making navigation perilous. By November, the sea will be completely frozen, rendering vessels entirely immobile. People will even be able to traverse the frozen bay on foot, reaching the icebound continent. At that juncture, famished savages will tread upon the ice, crossing the frozen bay to raid Bear Island. In summer, The defenses of Bear Island are concentrated at Bear Southport, guarding against pirate incursions. In winter, however, vigilance is directed towards the northern and western wildman landings. Yet, none of this pertains to Bear East Valley. The ice will melt. Come spring, you too shall be met with destruction. Better to release me now. You would do well to be more alert, my portly friend. Franz cautioned Reynald. Alert? Reynald chuckled. How long has he been managing Bear East Valley? Given 3 more months, there will likely be a monumental transformation. Ballisti? That sounds formidable. You've reminded me, Reynald said, squinting his eyes. The whaling ballista boasts a draw weight of 3,000 pounds, with arrows akin to towering spears, capable of launching over 100 meters and piercing the body of a sperm whale. 2 such devices existed on the whaling ship, but were salvaged by craftsmen after the vessel sank. Bear Island once possessed a winch crossbow, with arrows resembling short spears and a draw weight of 1,000 pounds. Though cumbersome, it could be wielded by a single person, and even the mightiest in plate armor would find themselves pierced through by a single shot. It was a rare treasure, once owned by Bearfort, but sold off by Jorah. As for the ballista, it serves as a siege weapon, weighing several thousand pounds and possessing a draw weight measured in tons. Its destructive capability is terrifying, able to launch projectiles weighing 100 pounds and strike adversaries 300 to 400 meters away. However, the complexity of its craftsmanship is daunting. The island of bears lacks such formidable weaponry. Perhaps, with the onset of winter and the absence of pressing tasks, I could delve into these matters. Reynard pondered deeply. The group made quite a commotion. Upon hearing the noise, the village chief, Wanto, promptly gathered a contingent to greet Reynard's return at the village entrance. It had been 3 days since they had ventured out that fateful night, and the weary bearfolk returned, visibly exhausted. The captives lamented their plight, while the 13 noble youths, brimming with vitality, wandered into Bear East Valley, their curiosity piqued by every sight. Particularly, when they entered Reynard's estate and beheld several bearfolk engaged in games of cards. It was as if their dormant spirit had been roused. Playing cards, blackjack, northern monopoly. How intriguing! Who will teach me? They were captivated by the tabletop games and marveled at the towering 5-story arrow tower. The spectacle of betting at the wrestling arena held them in thrall. Family! We are home! Reynard exclaimed as he returned to Pinewood Manor, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. The bearfolk echoed his cheers, boasting to those who remained in Bear East Valley about their recent exploits. Bear East Valley required development, and Yvette, Dick, and Barn needed fortification. With winter fast approaching, there was also the matter of joining forces with the forest dwellers to combat the wolf spirit. I truly have my hands full. Reynard, who had just moments ago exhibited an invigorated demeanor, now regained his composure, weighing the 12-star brandishing spear in his hand. It was time to instill some strength into this world. Chapter 55, A Guide to the Use of Slaves, Part 0, Returning to the familiar timber workshop. Reno weighed the ceramic brick he had synthesized 3 days prior in his hands, gently tapping it against the table, which caused a corner of the brick to shatter. This was quite unreliable, he thought, scratching his head. The failure to fire the bricks was not solely due to the absence of a kiln or insufficient heat. It was also a matter of proportion. No one would use pure clay to create ceramic bricks. A certain amount of soil must be mixed in to achieve the durable red bricks reminiscent of the past. Just as fine flour must be blended with cornmeal to produce the crisp pancake rolls. The precise ratio remained a mystery to Reno, who, lacking a high-temperature furnace, could only stare blankly at the brick. At 11 p.m., a commotion erupted outside. Thinks, you've lost. The noise of the boys filled the air. The eldest among them, a 20-year-old named Thinks, frustratedly discarded the roasted potato he had been holding onto the gambling table. Each person had received 2 potatoes that morning, and the noble youths, drawn in by the allure of playing cards, quickly joined the game. Clearly, Thinks had just wagered and lost half of his breakfast. Is today a day of rest or a work day? Reno mused, clutching the brick as he exited the workshop. I do not know. I only wish to do once more with that foreign swordsman named Marlin. At the entrance, Dick, with a stick in his mouth, apathetically observed the group of slaves in the estate. Marlin leaned against a fence, his gaze flickering as he surveyed the activities within Reno's estate. Initially, he had perceived this place as a barren and backward village, akin to that of primitive tribesmen, but upon closer inspection, he sensed a certain uniqueness. Particularly, the makeshift wrestling ring often reminded Marlin of his youthful days in a gladiatorial arena on another continent. Reno glanced at Marlin, You have already thrust 2 swords into him and triumphed. Dick shook his head. I desire to defeat him in a fair fight. Once he has recovered from his injuries, I shall challenge him again. Hearing this, Reno scratched his chin. Frankly, even he found himself lacking the agility of a nimble swordsman like Marlin. Were it not for Marlin's darker complexion, shorter stature, and somewhat unappealing demeanor, he would embody the very image of a swordsman Reno had envisioned. My Lord Reno, why are they mixing manure? Finks, having lost his breakfast, approached Reno, offering a slight bow of courtesy. The food in Bear East Valley was not particularly good, but the freedom to life was a far greater comfort than suffering under Francis' harsh hand. Finks held only gratitude towards Reno. Are you referring to Barn and those old bearfolk compost workers? They are making fertilizer. Reno felt a sense of helplessness regarding everyone's perception of compost as merely mixing excrement. I understand fertilizer, but compost is a new term to me. May I learn about it? Finks, perhaps a bit older, exuded a scholarly demeanor that set him apart from the other young lords. Certainly, Barn knows everything. You may inquire with him. Reno nodded in agreement. Among the youth, it is always a good omen when a progressive thinker takes the lead. How should we deal with these captives? Shall we simply take a few into the forest to bleed them, using the scent of their blood to entice large beasts for hunting? Dick's mind was filled with the bizarre schemes from chivalric novels. Let them bask in the sun for now. I shall inspect the 2 fish trees in the pine grove. Reynolds has yet to devise a proper method for handling the slaves. With the addition of 61 mouths to feed, along with 13 noble young lords, even if they consumed merely 5 potatoes a day, that amounts to 300 potatoes in a single day. Over a month, that totals 10,000 potatoes. However, assigning these captives to chop wood or mine would require at least 30 bearfolk to guard 50 individuals, rendering the endeavor futile. It is quite vexing. Reynolds pulled out a pine cone and meticulously parted his hair. Upon his return, aside from the burgeoning population resettlement issue, Chief Wanto also reported to him the greatest challenge regarding the practice of slash-and-burn agriculture. The fish trees, no one dares to touch them. Creak! Creak! As Reynolds stepped forward, he stumbled slightly. The initial snowfall had ceased after 2 days, yet 2 days of coastal winds had transformed the accumulated snow into hard ice, making the ground damp and slippery. Half of the pine grove had been cleared to create a firebreak, which was Reynolds' original plan. However, this half of the grove spans 2,000 meters on each side, equating to 4 million square meters or approximately 5,000 acres. The pine grove serves other purposes, and to incinerate it entirely would be a lamentable loss. Moreover, with so few bearfolk, having more land than they could manage to cultivate would be futile. Crop rotation is essential, otherwise, the soil's fertility will deteriorate, and even the richest fertilizers will yield barren land. Reynolds pondered over past recollections. In spring, he would plant soybeans. In summer, peanuts. In autumn, potatoes. And in winter, cabbage or bok choy. If livestock were available, winter could be devoted to planting pasture. This is not an optimal solution, but it could ensure a bountiful harvest for Bear East Valley next year. In another year, the seasons could be altered to rice, rapeseed, wheat, and more. Or perhaps a 3-year rotation of soybeans, wheat, and corn. In any case, farming is not a trivial matter. There are far too many concerns to address. When shall I revisit the black radish? Though it can thrive discarded on the beach, if it bears no value, it shall not be planted. Reynolds grimaced at the thought of the infamous black radish unique to Bear East Valley. My lord, you have finally arrived, Wanter exclaimed, wielding an axe. His face etched with worry as he gazed at Reynolds. What grave matter has transpired? Reynolds looked towards the pale face of the great tree. We dare not fell it. The fish wood is a sacred tree, my lord. It is not that our faith in the bear deity has wavered, but felling the fish wood would invoke a curse. Wanter wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, my lord, if we burn the other pines, shall we leave these 2 fish trees untouched? Another bearfolk spoke, his expression equally anxious. I had thought most matters would fall to me to handle. Reynolds grasped the axe from Junter's hand. He strode furiously towards the fish beam tree. Beneath its pallid trunk, crimson leaves fluttered down, and a distorted visage appeared upon the bark, its eyes, painted in red, weeping blood as if shedding tears of anguish. As Raynor approached this peculiar tree, the crimson liquid seemed to congeal into pupils, fixating intently upon him. An overwhelming sensation, akin to one's soul being scalded, surged through Raynor's heart once more. A sense of unease, restlessness, and suffocation enveloped him, as though his heart were being gripped tightly, beating irregularly. He too began to feel an inexplicable panic rising within him. At that moment, a youth emerged from the nearby pine forest. Master, though I do not worship the old gods, felling the fish beam tree might indeed bring a curse. My uncle once did such a thing. He was of a fiery temperament and revered the 7 gods. To prove his faith, he personally cut down a fish beam tree, a symbol of the old gods. Finkas stepped out from the woods. He glanced at the compost heap for a moment, finding it dull, and began to wander aimlessly. Just in time to overhear Raynor conversing with a group of bear folk. Oh! And what became of your uncle? Raynor turned to Finkas. He perished. At first, blood began to flow from his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. The scholar diagnosed him with sepsis, prescribing apples, but no amount of apples availed him. He could not survive beyond 7 days. When he died, his body was emaciated, resembling a dried fruit, and he even bore the scent of apples. I remember it vividly. Finkas recalled the past, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. It sounds rather fragrant, Raynor remarked, tightening his grip on the axe, its handle slick with cold sweat. The thought unsettled him. The sensation of his soul being scorched felt all too genuine. A mysterious force seemed to be warning him. Perhaps I should not fell this fish beam tree with my own hands. Raynor murmured. Indeed, master, let it grow undisturbed here. Wanta felt a sense of relief. Finkus. Raynor looked at the older noble youth. Do as you wish. I do not truly worship any deity. Perhaps my uncle merely fell victim to a strange plague in the forest. If the tree must be cut down, I can take on that task. Finkus smiled faintly and stepped closer. Have you ever witnessed a magic trick? Help me place that 12-pointed brand into the fire to heat it. I shall perform a trick for you. Raynor narrowed his eyes. A trick? Finkus recalled the moment aboard the whaling ship, where the wood seemed to come alive, vanishing from Raynor's side and reappearing around Marlin, binding him. The 12-pointed brand. Do you mean your scepter with the rounded top? Finkus inquired. Exactly. Once heated, apply it to the captive's posteriors, ensure the mark is clear. If it's charred, do it again. Raynor said as he tidied his hair. He had come to a resolution regarding the fish beam tree. The enigmatic should be countered with the enigmatic. Magic shall triumph over magic. Chapter 56, A Guide to the Use of Slaves, Part 2, Alchemy Materials, Raynor, Fish beam tree, Slave 42. X42 Synthesis Progress. 0 Alchemy Result, Failed fish beam tree, 12 chance, stop here it comes again. This absurd probability of success has reemerged. Raynor, munching on a potato, stared blankly, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. Previously, Phoenix had followed Raynor's orders and branded each captive with a searing 12-pointed star. Subsequently, summoning his courage, Phoenix approached the fish beam tree and marked it as well. Thus, when Raynor squinted at the fish beam tree, the alchemical panel indeed materialized before him, albeit with the possibility of synthesis failure looming. What are the consequences of failure? Raynor was uncertain, thus he hesitated to proceed recklessly. What critical factor was he lacking? Scratching his head, he glanced at the 42 captives beside him. Though he referred to them as captives, deep down, Raynor considered them slaves, as reflected in the alchemical panel. The results were shaped by Raynor's imagination. Perhaps it should be approached differently. Raynor concentrated, expanding his thoughts. Suddenly, the panel flickered. Alchemy Materials, Raynor, Fish beam tree. Slave 42, X42 Synthesis Progress. 0 Alchemy Result 1, Slave 42 beaten by Raynor Alchemy Result 2. Failed fish beam tree stop indeed, it could work. Raynor scratched his head once more. In his mind's eye, he envisioned mercilessly beating this motley crew and compelling them to chop down trees. The success rate vanished, indicating that the outcome was assured. Yet, the causal relationships were too intricate. How did this differ from personally felling the trees? In a moment of contemplation, Raynor devised a new strategy. He would employ others to do his bidding. Let the enemy vanquish the enemy. This was the way forward. Murmuring to himself, Raynor suddenly turned his gaze upon the dazed captives. The individuals brought into the pine forest were the 42 uninjured captives, who, despite their despondence, still bore a glint of ferocity in their eyes. As Raynor's gaze swept across them, they responded with fierce looks directed at him. The ferocious bear Raynor. You torment us, starve us, force us to pull carts, and scorch our behinds, yet I shall not surrender. A towering pirate, fierce as a demon, stepped forward. When did I ever demand your surrender? Raynor scoffed coldly, addressing the pirate. What is your name? I am a knight. The Pinnacle Knight, Grey Anton. The pirate declared with pride. A Pinnacle Knight. How impressive that sounds. Tom, castrate his pinnacle. Rayner turned to Tom, who stood beside him, having escorted the captives. Upon receiving Rayner's command, Tom unsheathed his sword with a clang and advanced toward Gree. You cannot treat me this way. Gree screamed, retreating repeatedly, but bound by ropes. He could not escape swiftly. The pinnacle of his existence was an innate wealth. If lost, it would signify the end of his life. Wait, Renault interjected, raising a hand. Tom was taken aback. Renault halted the proceedings, allowing Knight Gree to exhale in relief, pondering whether Renault truly dared to torment a noble knight in such a manner. Breaking Franz's hand could be deemed a mere act of warfare, yet to castrate a captive, especially one of noble standing, was an atrocity that obliterated humanity. Tom, step back. I fear the sight of blood. Renault waved his hand. The sudden reversal left Knight Gree momentarily stunned. Abruptly, Tom seized Gree by the hair, dragging him toward the adjacent pine forest. The onlookers were gripped with dread. Is he truly not jesting? Is this real? Knight Gree's mind was tumultuous. A chill coursing from his spine as the tugging on his scalp sent waves of pain that sharpened his senses. Spare me! I beg you. Lord Renault, have mercy. I have a sister at home, quite lovely. If you spare me, I can introduce her to you. The forest echoed with Gree's anguished cries. Tom! Renault bellowed, observing the effect of his command. The once proud Knight Gree was now akin to a lost dog, discarded at Renault's feet, humbly kissing the tips of his leather boots. Thank you, my lord, for sparing me. From this day forth, I shall become your most loyal knight. Indeed, pirates possess no boundaries. Even a knight succumbs to such depths. Renault mused inwardly. The leather boots glistened with saliva. It was likely that within, Gree was vowing to one day personally sever Renault's head. However, this was inconsequential. At least he now exhibited submission. Congratulations, you have passed the test, Knight Gree. You shall represent the prisoners and oversee them on my behalf. Renault declared, casting a whip upon the ground before the captives. What would you have me do? Gree inquired, lifting his gaze. Whip them. Compel them to fell those two towering fish trees. Renault pointed to the immense, pale old trees. Very well. Gree slowly rose, his eyes once more fierce. Pirates are ferocious. Their faith in the drowned god unwavering, merely because they dwell upon the seas and dare not doubt. Should the drowned god present boundless wealth, they would not hesitate to seize even the riches of their own deity. As for felling the fish trees, it was a deed performed by ancestors long ago. Not remarkable in itself, though no one had attempted it for millennia. Thus, Renault cast his gaze upon the fish trees for the third time. Alchemy materials, Renault. Gree, fish trees, slaves 41, axis 41 synthesis progress. 0 result 1, slaves 41 whipped by Gree result 2, felled fish trees result 3, Renault, observing everything start-stop commence. Renault donned a cunning smile. In the estate, on the open ground, Barn, having completed his tasks, wielded a stout stick, swinging it towards Dick. Dick wielded a wooden shield and a stick, bracing himself for an impending blow. He intended to retaliate with his right hand, but was struck back repeatedly by a powerful swing. The sharp crack of the pine resonated as Dick's left-hand shield suffered cracks and dents from Barnes' hefty club. This small wooden shield, crafted by Renault for amusement, was now rendered useless. Wait! Pause! Dick's left hand tingled, causing him to drop the stick from his right hand. The esteemed Dick had once again spared Barnes' life. Barn, prepare yourself for the consequences. Beside Dick, a group of young followers, led by Bobby, erupted in cheers and shouts, serving tea and water, while some assisted in loosening the tightly bound straps of Dick's shield. The indomitable Dick never admitted defeat. This marked his 7th pause in combat. Their battle had persisted since Barn finished his work at the compost heap. Young Dick, wait until you grow older and sprout a beard before challenging me. I feel as though I am merely schooling a child. Barn waved his large club. 3 nights prior, during a naval battle, Barn had proven his mettle, marking his first true engagement in combat. His mindset was now entirely transformed. The two were nearly a decade apart in age, though Dick was full of energy. Barn found little interest in their skirmish. Haven't he grown a beard? Lord Renault has he either. Let us call it a draw for today. Dick insisted defiantly. All right, a draw. Barn, no longer inclined to entertain the child, found little joy in their sparring. Perhaps if Lord Renault were to come to train with him, he would treat it with more seriousness. However, Renault was often preoccupied, his mind consumed with the development of Bear East Valley and the invention of peculiar contraptions. Although both Renault and Dick had yet to fully mature, they were still boys and not men, the disparity between individuals remained significant. In truth, Barn had been quite astonished when he learned that Reno was merely 15 years old. The transformation from boyhood to manhood brought about stark changes, especially in physical strength. If Reno, who had not yet matured, was already so tall, how much more would he grow as a man? As these thoughts lingered, Reno appeared in the distance, leading captives and the bear folk towards the estate. Through the distant pine forest, Reno strode confidently, wielding a 12-pointed branding spear, and with a swift motion, he branded the tip into a pine tree. Accompanied by murmurs that seemed to cast a spell, a loud crack echoed as an entire tree was uprooted, vanishing instantaneously and transforming into a pile of lumber at Reno's feet. The expressions of the captives turned peculiar in an instant. As memories of the felled tree flooded their minds, weariness evident upon their faces. With a single thrust, a tree was instantly converted into planks and stakes. As Reno continued on his path, within moments, hundreds of trees had disappeared, transformed into raw materials. Ah, this is the proper way to utilize slaves, Reno mused, waving the branding spear as if it were a supreme scepter. A guide to the effective use of slaves. Every individual possesses both strengths and weaknesses, and the captives are no exception. Reno has indeed discovered a method to make good use of this. Chapter 57, Reflection and Planning. With a swift motion, the quartz chalk, grasped firmly between two stout fingers, inscribed a solitary line upon a wooden board. If Reno Mormont did not exist, how would you, as the Lord of Bear East Valley, have addressed the situation from 3 nights prior? Once Reno completed his writing, he blew the chalk dust from his fingers and gradually seated himself at the head of a long table on the second floor of the Great Bear statue. The table resembled a podium, beneath which lay several smaller tables, reminiscent of a classroom. The ground floor of the Great Bear statue served as a relief hall, while Reno had transformed the second floor into a gathering space akin to a classroom. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from below. Tom, Dick, Barn, Arthur, Yvette, and other close companions of Reno, along with the village chief Wanto and his son Gillett, comprising the 10 most influential citizens of Bear East Valley, ascended to the assembly hall on the second floor. Once they settled in, the 13 noble youths began to arrive in succession. After several days of disrupted routines, Reno recognized that today was a day of rest, prompting him to convene a meeting. Good evening, my family, Reno proclaimed from the podium, glancing out the window at the sky. It was nearing midday, yet the sun had already begun its descent, half submerged beneath the horizon. The daylight was growing increasingly scarce, heralding the onset of long nights. Today's gathering was also a preparation for the impending eternal winter. Good evening, my lord. The citizens of Bear East Valley responded with respectful bows. Despite Reno's somewhat awkward use of the term family, the villagers continued to address him in their customary manner. My lord, what summons us here this evening? Young Dick inquired, seated at a smaller table with a copy of the Gallant Knight, one foot resting comfortably on his pet black bear, exuding an air of leisure, reflection and planning. Essentially, pondering the past while envisioning the future, Reno indicated towards the wooden board. All eyes turned to the inscribed line. If Reno Mormont did not exist, what would I do as the Lord of Bear East Valley? What does this mean? Tom queried, a hint of confusion in his voice as he read Reno's words aloud. Let us reflect on the battle from the moment Franslate's vessel, the Ram, landed in Bear East Valley, Reno elucidated. Simply eliminate him, Dick remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, he should have been dealt with before he even appeared. Exterminate them all, or capture them and seize the Ram, Gillett exclaimed, his indignation palpable. He had sustained an injury during the encounter, though not severe. It had rendered him unable to engage in strenuous labor or hunt. With the eternal winter approaching, merely surviving indoors would be a stroke of luck. For the next 6 months, even if he recovered, Gillett would find it impossible to procure food and would have to rely on meager rations from the relief hall on the ground floor. Generally, Gillett refrained from interjecting while Reno spoke, but at this moment, his animosity towards France was overwhelming. The mere mention of his name incited a restless urge for retribution. Simply eliminate him. Is that your plan? Why is this being suggested only now? 3 days ago, why did you not alert me from the very beginning? Reno smiled faintly. Indeed, France is a partner of the Bear Fortress, and the Ram has consistently served as the escort vessel for Bear Southport. At that moment, we had no reason to act against him, nor did we anticipate his actions, Tom pondered. If I were an adult, I might not have noticed anything amiss. France always wore a cheerful smile, appearing rather amiable. Arthur, cradling a steaming cup of pinecone tea to warm himself, mused that although he was not old, his heart had waned, a consequence of his chronic insomnia. Dick asserted confidently, "I have seen through it all. That old fellow's promissory note is dubious. There is a remarkably similar plot in The Dashing Knight, where the Dashing Knight rescues a princess, not Miss Daisy." Tom gazed silently at his self-assured brother. "Even if you have seen through it all, Dick, can you defeat Franz's crew with 80 bearfolk aboard the ship?" Dick was rendered speechless. At that moment, Barn interjected, "If I also possessed a large shield, perhaps together we could overcome Franz's subordinates. But we may not prevail against Marlin and his pirates." Yvette pondered, "How then shall we rescue Miss Daisy?" The group began to deliberate. Renaud did not genuinely expect them to devise a solution. Rather, he aimed to provide a platform for their brainstorming. The ability to think proactively must also be cultivated. Renaud could not remain by their side indefinitely. He was already fatigued by the myriad of tasks that required his personal attention. "Have you forgotten that we are in the ship's cabin? Upon entering an unfamiliar and unknown realm, should we not send scouts to survey the surroundings?" Things then spoke up, joining the discussion. It was then that the group remembered the presence of these noble youths aboard the ship. Mobilizing this force could indeed yield significant strength. A new round of brainstorming commenced. The 13 noble youths joined in, engaging in fervent discussion. An hour passed, and as darkness began to envelop the sky, Renaud declared, "All right. The review is concluded. Everyone's ideas are commendable. Now, it is time to look toward the future." With that, Renaud inscribed the word food on the wooden board. Subsequently, he wrote several keywords beneath it: winter hunt, mountain folk, and mountain wolf shaman. The wolf spirit capable of commanding 100 wolves is a concealed menace. "Every time I venture out, I am plagued by the fear of a wolf pack attacking my home," Renaud remarked coldly, pointing at the name Mountain Wolf Shaman. Mountain Wolf Shaman, commanding 100 wolves. The noble youths were hearing this for the first time, their expressions tinged with astonishment. A bear island, with 2 shapeshifters. A Renaud who can control young bears is already formidable enough. How terrifying it is that the Mountain Wolf Shaman can command 100 wolves. Following the earlier intense discussion, Finks, the eldest among the noble youths, no longer felt the previous sense of unfamiliarity and proactively spoke. "My lord, my family operates a horse farm, and we are somewhat acquainted with wild beasts. To tame a herd of wild horses, one must first conquer the stallion king. Perhaps this wild man, Batu, merely manipulated the alpha wolf to command the pack." Renaud nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Your analysis holds considerable merit. Before the winter sets in, we shall collaborate with the forest dwellers, as I previously pledged." He gestured towards the forest people depicted on the board, advocating for the abandonment of prejudice and the pursuit of mutual benefit. While this notion sounds straightforward, the reality is far more complex. Yvette's brother was slain by the forest dwellers, his body hanging from a tree, devoured alive by beasts. With a furrowed brow, she struggled to voice her thoughts. "My lord, regarding this hunt, I believe I shall refrain from participating. I fear I may lose control and harm them." Although the bear folk of Gilead were somewhat conflicted, as hatred cannot be simply set aside, it seemed that survival necessitated cooperation. Thus, a heavy silence fell, indicating their tacit agreement. Renaud gently nodded at Yvette. "Certainly, the firebreak has yet to be established. Yvette, it would be prudent for you to remain home to guard our dwelling." At this moment, Tom interjected, "My lord, given the current weather, the nights are perilously long." Indeed, he was correct. In Bear East Valley, any injury or death among our kin is something I wish to avoid. Renaud remarked, casting a glance at Dick's black bear. "However, hunting is essential. We cannot afford to wait for the winter potatoes to sprout. Entering the mountains will inevitably bring us face to face with the wolf spirits. For the forest is their dominion. Therefore, as a precaution, every individual who accompanies me into the mountains must engage in battle with this black bear." The black bear lay lazily on the ground, lulled by the human discourse, which served as the most effective lullaby. Yet, under Renaud's scrutinizing gaze, the beast's instinct stirred, and it instinctively perked up. "You are truly visionary, my lord," Tom praised. "Most of the bear folk have never faced large carnivorous beasts directly. This black bear is the perfect sparring partner." "Very well, let all the bear folk engage in a bout with this black bear," Renaud concluded, waving his hand. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 58. Elaine and Aina. A shroud of darkness enveloped the land. This evening, the clouds were abundant, obscuring the moon in the sky, casting a dim light, signaling the impending descent of heavy snow. The council chamber was situated on the second floor of the Great Bear statue. The fervent discussions among the assembly would undoubtedly reach the ears of the elderly and inform Bear citizens in the relief hall below. Yet, Reno was intentional in this. There was nothing to conceal. The topics of today's discourse would surely be disseminated by the loquacious Bear folk, becoming the focal point of conversation at the card tables. However, Reno deemed it beneficial for the Bear citizens to engage their minds. It was quite dark. After the crowd dispersed, Reno groped his way across the table, preparing to descend. However, as he approached the corridor, a glimmer of cold steel emerged from the shadows, pressing sharply against Reno's abdomen. "Reno!" A melodious voice echoed from behind him. "You have mistaken the person. Reno has just descended." Startled, Reno quickly conjured a ruse amidst the enveloping darkness. Where did this female assassin come from? Are the Bear citizens blind? How could such a living being enter the great Bear statue unnoticed? Reno inwardly cursed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "You are indeed a deceptive trickster," the woman said, playfully pinching Reno's backside. "And you are a thief. For you have stolen our hearts," another voice chimed in. "Two women." Reno hesitated momentarily, then suddenly recognized the familiarity of the voices. The image of the forest girl, who had caressed her belly and proclaimed she was with child. Little Reno flashed in his mind, often evoking a myriad of feelings within him. With this thought, Reno slowly spoke, attempting to soothe the situation. "Put down your weapons. Let us converse amicably. I ask you, would you be willing to depart with us to the forest and live together?" "To the forest tribe?" Reno was taken aback. "No, we can construct our own dwellings. I have heard of your deeds here. The Bear citizens speak of you as a master builder, capable of summoning miracles," the woman replied. "Is living here not satisfactory?" Reno countered. "They harbor disdain for us. Your subjects have not relinquished their hatred." "I have heard it all," the woman said, her emotions beginning to waver. Were these two women masters of subterfuge? It appeared they had already roamed Bear East Valley and overheard the entirety of the meeting. At that moment, another woman inquired, "Reno, do you desire us?" Reno offered a wry smile. "Marriage is a sacred institution. Although it seems I have fulfilled the forest people's wedding customs, you have not completed the rituals of my homeland. I have promised to be responsible for you, yet I wish for you to become noble ladies, rather than dwell like beasts in the wilderness." Become noble ladies. The statement stirred emotions of both hope and insecurity within the two women. The blade at Reno's abdomen gradually withdrew. The woman behind him said, "I hope you do not deceive us, otherwise, I shall slit your throat and then take my own life, so we may be together forever." Truly a mad woman. "Observe what she has uttered for the sake of love," mused Reno, his mouth feeling as though it were stuffed with whale meat. Yet he found himself compelled to swallow the discomfort. "I prefer composed individuals. Are you among them?" When confronted with the untamed women of the wilderness, one must employ some peculiar methods. In essence, it encompassed both a test of worthlessness and suppression, a classic tactic of the CPU. Reno had not resorted to this approach in quite some time. A silence enveloped the two women. "I am indeed a composed person." "I believe I am as well," both girls replied. Upon hearing this, Reno chuckled. "Ha! How splendid! If I could live eternally with composed wives, it would surely be a blissful existence, would it not?" The CPU trapped free, anticipation. In the darkness, the eyes of the two women sparkled with warmth. "We initially thought you would despise us. We never expected you to feel this way. Noble wives, forever, happiness, together." When these words were combined, it felt as though one were transported to paradise. Yet, the essence of Reno's words hinged upon their need to remain composed. They had yet to grasp this notion, yet their subconscious had begun to comply, constantly reminding them to maintain their composure. Worthlessness, suppression, anticipation, destruction, abuse. The 5-step psychological trap. Reno had merely completed the 3rd step. However, he would not proceed further, for it was unnecessary. He was no gallant knight, and the forest dwellers were merely wild, not incomprehensible mad women. In the obscurity, the two girls appeared content, entwining their arms with Reno's as they descended from the upper hall to the relief hall on the ground floor. "When did our Bear East Valley acquire two girls? They seem to be forest dwellers. Why are they so intimate with the Lord?" Many of the villagers gazed in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. Ignoring them, Reno led the two girls to the bonfire in the estate. The flames glowed warmly, illuminating the faces of the trio. A comforting warmth emanated from the fire. Reno discerned the features of the two girls. "What are your names?" he inquired, tossing a piece of wood into the flames. Lyanna, replied the elder girl. Lyanna, the younger girl, chimed in. Speaking of which, they were merely 17 or 18, possibly in their early 20s, in a previous life. They might still have been in school, yet in the forest tribe, they were considered young women. Lyanna stood at 7 meters tall, around 20 years of age. Her long hair tousled by the sea breeze, her thighs gleaming beneath her short beadskin skirt, and her calves adorned with beadskin leggings. She stretched lazily, tilting her head, contentedly leaning against Renault's abdomen. Lyanna, standing at 68 meters, was 17 or 18, with a smattering of freckles on her face. Also clad in a short beadskin skirt and leggings, hugging Renault's waist, her cheeks flushed, evidently of a more introverted disposition. The forest girls possessed long legs. Renault absent-mindedly played with Lyanna's leggings. These long socks are rather unique. The relationship seemed to be progressing rather swiftly. From the perspective of the forest dwellers, both parties were spouses, rendering it seemingly quite normal. It was an odd sensation. As he caressed Lyanna's slender calves and stockings, a sense of delight washed over Renault. Lyanna, with her doe-like eyes, looked up at him, her gaze filled with longing, and gently nudged his hand with her toes, saying, Renault, let us embrace tonight. Do not be mischievous. Renault withdrew his hand, suppressing the stirrings of desire within him. After a brief conversation among the trio, he pieced together the events of that fateful night in the mountain tribe, so, nothing truly transpired. No wonder I now bear the visage of a leopard atop my head. Quite the convoluted tale indeed. It seems that much unfolded during my inebriation. He reassured the two women that upon attaining nobility, he would hold a wedding before they could bear children. With this settled, Renault refrained from further embraces. Restraint is a virtue. He was still a boy. Only when he matured, sprouting a beard and becoming a true man, would he reveal his prowess. Casting aside distractions, the tumult of Renault's hormones began to subside. At that moment, the roars emanating from the estate captured the attention of the trio. Just because darkness had fallen early did not imply it was time for slumber. Following the recent assembly, new orders had been issued from the higher echelons to the bear folk. After selecting 100 bear citizens to venture into the mountains for hunting, Tom and Dick organized them. These bear citizens took turns wrestling with black bears in a simulated battle against wolf packs. Each bear citizen faced off individually, wielding small round shields and wooden sticks, aiming to best the black bears with 3 successful strikes. Being knocked down by a black bear constituted a loss. This combat was far more exhilarating than mere wrestling. Almost all the idle bear citizens gathered around the wrestling arena, cheering enthusiastically. Warlight! Strike it quickly, do not flee. Someone hollered. Alas, another loss. 3 strikes should count as victory, why not attack? Why retreat? Lamented another, who had wagered on the bear citizen in the arena. Ha! Lord Dick is magnificent. The black bear is truly formidable. Cheered a group of children, including Bobby. In truth, the bear citizens initially felt trepidation when faced with the black bear. In the days that followed, frequent encounters with Dick gradually diminished their fear. Yet, at this moment, confronted by the black bear with its gaping maw and furious roar, even the knowledge that it was merely a training exercise could not dispel the innate fear that gripped the bear citizens. Exhibiting even half of their usual combat prowess was commendable, and fleeing became the norm. When a bear citizen named Warlight was toppled by the black bear, Renault shook his head in silent disapproval. This black bear weighed 150 pounds, comparable to that of an average adult bear citizen, yet the disparity in combat was stark. Lyanna, standing beside Renault, softly remarked, Renault, the bear citizens of Bear East Valley have always possessed little courage. One bear citizen, having noticed the presence of Lyanna and her sister, could not contain his anger and retorted, Mountain women, what do you mean? Initially, with Renault present, the crowd chose to disregard the mountain folk, treating them as if they were invisible. Yet, all eyes were drawn to this exchange. Lyanna's words dripped with provocation, akin to pouring cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting a fervor among the bear citizens. Renault, do we need to provide a demonstration? Lyanna paid no heed to the agitated townsfolk, her gaze steady upon Renault. We can impart to your people the means to confront a wild beast. Although her sister Lyanna possessed a reserved demeanor, a spark of confidence illuminated her countenance as they spoke of battle. Do you possess a method to deal with this black bear? Renault narrowed his eyes. It was not that he feared the mountain wolves, rather, he wished to avoid casualties. Even a few injuries in the burgeoning Bear Valley would be an intolerable loss. If possible, we would appreciate a demonstration for everyone. Renault inclined his body slightly, offering a respectful bow to the 2 young women. Chapter 59. The Shapeshifter's Pit Raising Scheme. Who dares to face the black bear? Only 4 individuals, Reynolds, Barn, Tom, and Dick, are capable of such a feat in the Bear East Valley. While Yvette may possess commendable archery skills, she would be utterly defenseless against a surprise attack from a large beast in the forest. She might manage to land a couple of arrows, but the black bear, being a formidable creature with tough hide and fierce temperament, could easily withstand such injuries and sever her neck in an instant. The 2 girls, Elaine and Lyanna, though tall among the forest dwellers, cannot hope to match the strength of an ordinary bear woman. The forest folk, known for their ferocity, still exhibit an average strength that pales in comparison to that of the bear clan. When they dared to challenge the black bear, the bear folk merely regarded the sisters as boasting. If you can, why not demonstrate your prowess for everyone? Reynolds bowed slightly, offering a courteous gesture. For humility is a virtue he cherishes. Lyanna, show these bear folk your skills, Elaine urged her sister. Undeterred by the gazes of the bear folk, the 2 girls made their way to Reynolds' timber workshop, rummaging through the clutter until they unearthed a fishing net. Their ease in navigating the disarray suggested this was not their first foray into Reynolds' belongings. Upon spotting the fishing net, Reynolds grasped the plan that was about to unfold. Soon, the black bear and the 2 girls entered the wrestling arena, maintaining a distance of 20 paces, poised for action. The black bear, cloaked in ebony fur, glimmered with iridescent hues under the glow of the campfire. Though not colossal in size, it boasted sharp claws and teeth. Having grown up in the forest without experiencing defeat prior to encountering Reynolds, the 2 girls, statuesque and adorned in the wild aesthetics of the forest folk, showcased their long legs beneath their leather skirts, their sun-kissed thighs enticingly appealing, drawing furtive glances from onlookers. Those 2 women are the wives of Lord Reynolds. Do not harm or scratch them. Dick stood beside the black bear, gently patting its head in warning. Whether the bear understood or not, Dick had issued his caution. What transpired afterward lay beyond the realm of control. The black bear was both a pet and a beast. Come forth. Elaine, stepping back, made no move to intervene. Clearly, she intended to leave the confrontation with the black bear to her sister, Lyanna. Did she truly believe that her sister could handle the bear alone? The bear folk began to murmur amongst themselves. Let the contest begin. Reynolds anticipated the impending clash. As he spoke, the bear let out a thunderous roar and charged toward Lyanna. With remarkable agility, Lyanna deftly threw the fishing net. The net enveloped the bear, catching it unawares, ensnaring its claws and neck within the ropes, tightening with every struggle, rendering it immobilized as it rolled upon the sandy ground. I have triumphed. Lyanna strode leisurely to the bear's side and tapped its head with a stick. Elaine remained completely still, hardly moving. This is victory. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one had anticipated employing a net against a beast. It was not an issue of intelligence, but rather a divergence in thought processes. As a mountain wolf lunged forward, ensnared in a net, it was swiftly subdued with a few well-aimed thrusts. Reno contemplated this method, rubbing his hands together. It proved ineffective against humans, whose dexterous fingers could easily extricate themselves from a fishing net. Yet, beasts had not evolved such appendages. Truly remarkable. Reno could not help but express his admiration. A once formidable problem had been resolved with the arrival of 2 women, rendering everything exceedingly simple. With this thought, Reno hurriedly entered the lumber workshop. Crafting results, pine handguards 100, synthesis progress, 100 crafting results, pine leg guards 100, synthesis progress, 100 crafting results, pine skirts 100, synthesis progress, 100 crafting results, wolf catching nets 100, synthesis progress, 100 ordinary pine boards, each punctured with a hole through which a cord was threaded, were fashioned into rudimentary protective gear. While the task was straightforward, it required considerable intricacy, making alchemical synthesis the perfect choice. Those who trained dogs would bind leg and hand guards. When canines attacked, they instinctively lunged with their sharp teeth, aiming to restrain a person's hands. Humans, in turn, would raise their arms in defense, thereby becoming vulnerable to bites. Thus, with hand guards, supplemented by leg and skirt protection, the mountain wolf ceased to pose a threat. At worst, one could extend a hand to invite the wolf's bite, while the other hand wielded a knife to dispatch the beast. So simple. Within the workshop, Reno gazed at the towering piles of protective gear, murmuring to himself as he envisioned the clash between man and wolf. Such encounters between humans and wolves rarely escalated to large-scale battles. That would be abnormal. Humanity possessed morale, and beasts were no different. A group of humans encountering a pack of wolves typically resulted in the latter fleeing after a few of their number had been slain. This was the norm. However, the adversary was no ordinary wolf, but a shapeshifter. Under its command, the wolf pack would fight to the death. Revealing a critical flaw, the wolf's mode of attack was singularly straightforward. What a revelation! Reno grasped the protective gear and chuckled. In this mountain expedition, the worst outcome would be injuries or fatalities. The next worst would be the demise of the mountain wolf, Batu. The best outcome, that would undoubtedly be capturing Batu alive, securing a rope around its neck, and training it like a pet. The Bear East Valley was in need of a livestock minister. And if I could seize Batu for my purposes, my aspirations of cultivating shapeshifters for pig farming would no longer be mere fantasy. Moreover, deploying a multitude of wolfhounds to drive away beasts would dramatically enhance hunting efficiency. Reno stroked his chin. Contemplating the notion of a warrior paired with a wolf, it sounded quite impressive. This represented a feasible solution for significantly augmenting the combat strength of Bear East Valley. Yet, he pondered whether he could successfully capture Batu alive for his own use. The wolf-catching nets were specifically designed to deal with mountain wolves, serving little purpose elsewhere, even proving inadequate for fishing. However, they were perfectly suited for hunting mountain wolves. Capturing Batu would be the ideal scenario, but with the nets. If he could catch some mountain wolves and train them as household pets, that would also be a commendable backup plan. Previously, Renault had only contemplated protective gear for self-defense. However, with the encouragement of the two sisters, he conceived the idea of manufacturing wolf-catching nets, which marked the nascent beginnings of his envisioned hybrid combat force of men and wolves. "Tom, have the bear folk come to collect their protective gear?" Renault exclaimed with a beaming smile as he pushed open the door to the lumber workshop. Just moments after entering, he emerged to find the workshop brimming with protective equipment. Adults have once again performed miracles. Tom gasped, unable to contain his flattery. "Renault, when did you craft all this armor?" exclaimed Eileen, who was waiting at the entrance in astonishment. A multitude of protective gear and wolf-catching nets were swiftly transported out of the workshop by the bear folk. They donned their armor and returned to the wrestling arena, where a second round of mock battles with the black bears quietly commenced. The bear folk were adept at throwing fishing nets, and when the wolf-catching net was cast, they were all astounded to witness the once dreaded black bears rendered utterly ineffectual by a single throw. "This is all a gift from the bear god," Renault proclaimed, weaving a tapestry of fantastical tales while consciously attempting to restrain his gaze from the graceful figures of the two sisters, Eileen and Aina. Since their arrival, he had been inexplicably restless. The bear women resembled sturdy potatoes, robust and comforting. Although Yvette possessed delicate features, her petite frame resembled a mere sprout, falling outside Renault's aesthetic appreciation. His aunt, Maggie, had once fretted that Renault would spend all his time in Bear East Valley, languishing on the bear women's bellies. But her concerns had proven unfounded. Yet now, the two sisters appeared before him like tempting morsels of rich meat. After a mere 2 hours of interaction, Renault found himself inexplicably flushed. His chin had begun to age, perhaps signaling the onset of facial hair. Was it time for growth and blossoming? Clatter! On the high cliffs of Bear East Valley, at the very pinnacle where Renault once stood, Lyan, the young vice leader of the forest tribe, brushed aside the obstructing foliage with his hand, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of Bear East Valley. "Renault Mormont, my good brother. How I cherished that night we drank and reveled together, a memory I cannot forget. I shall come to you for another round of drinks." Lyan stroked the faint bruises on his face, remnants of that drunken escapade where he and Renault had wreaked havoc, giving a deserved thrashing to several forest warriors he had long found irksome. As he prepared to inherit the chieftaincy, many of his youthful indiscretions now seemed imprudent. Thus, he had learned to temper his behavior. Nevertheless, that night had been liberating, allowing him to indulge in desires he could otherwise not fulfill. Truly, alcohol is a wondrous thing. Although he had ultimately been knocked unconscious by Renault's unintentional blow, awakening to a fit of annoyance, Lyan later realized that the only one with whom he could genuinely connect was that seemingly indifferent rotund fellow. "Is that Bear East Valley?" he pondered, finding it even more magnificent than he had imagined. Behind Lyan, a forest warrior pointed at the 5-story arrow tower and declared, "That must surely be the work of my brother Renault." Lyan chuckled, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. Within the depths of Xiongdong Valley, an uncanny melody wafted through the air. In the blink of an eye, a 5-tiered arrow tower spontaneously burgeoned into an 8-tiered edifice. "Am I hallucinating?" Lyan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It seemed I too was experiencing a mirage, as even the forest warrior began to rub his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 60. The Great Bear Statue. The result of the alchemical process. Great Bear Statue, synthesis progress. 100 within Bear Down Valley. As the bear folk knelt in reverence before the Great Bear Statue, the originally 5-tiered structure suddenly soared skyward. 6 tiers, 7 tiers, 8 tiers, 9 tiers, 10 tiers. Upon completion, as envisioned by Reno, a decorative ring of sitting brown bears encircled the statue, forming the silhouette of the Great Bear. While not exquisite, even somewhat crude, from a distance it bore a striking resemblance to a brown bear. Oh my! This is a marvel. Reno Melmont has summoned wonder. Franz gasped in astonishment. Nothing is more terrifying than the enigmatic forces at play. Is it a bear deity or a demon? Marlin lay on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the colossal bear statue. The 10-tiered arrow tower, 30 meters high, rose effortlessly from the ground, while the timber from the lumber pile had significantly diminished. This was already astonishing enough. Yet, this arrow tower had transformed into the likeness of the Great Bear. An eerie sensation spread among all the pirates. A few even wet their trousers in fright. The bear folk, on the other hand, exhibited fervor. The noble youths, alongside Alien and Aina, beheld this miracle for the first time, their faces reflecting terror. At last, it was complete. Fatigue was unmistakable on Reno's face. He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto the ground, devoid of the strength to stand. With the bear deity as a guise, there was no longer a need to conceal the alchemical synthesis. After all, there would be more constructions in the future. One cannot always remain in hiding. Moreover, such phenomena, if not witnessed firsthand, will be dismissed by others as mere tales. Family, the bear deity has once again bestowed a miracle upon us. We are the Great Bear folk. Reno inhaled deeply, mastering his spirit, and raised his arm in a triumphant cheer. Great Bear deity. Great Reno. Great Bear folk. The bear folk echoed his fervent cries. At that moment, Arthur began to sing. The bear folk, exhilarated, danced around the Great Bear statue. Once he had caught his breath, Reno approached Franz and the others. You must be hungry after these days without food, he said with a benevolent expression, turning to Franz. You are not human, Franz murmured, as the cheers and songs of the bear folk filled his ears, mingling with the pungent odor of his companion's soiled trousers. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. I ask you again, do you wish for something to eat? Reno reiterated his question. Will you truly provide me with food? Franz finally regained his composure. Though the sanatorium and the grand prison had yet to be constructed, I had devised some regulations, such as the cost of nutritional meals. Reno produced a roasted potato from his pocket, waving it before Franz. Nutritional meal. Is this what you mean by a potato? The price of potatoes varied by region, typically ranging from 5 to 10 copper stars per pound. Would this hefty fellow actually sell me this small potato for 20 copper stars? Franz's eyes flickered, but he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall not perish here. Feed me. Reynolds chuckled as he retrieved a promissory note from his pocket. 10 silver bucks for a single potato, with a daily limit of 3 per person. That amounts to 30 silver bucks. He waved the note in the air. You are a heartless fiend, Reynolds. I will not sign such a monstrous note, Franz retorted. Yet he was acutely aware that Reynolds would never let him starve. He could read his thoughts, narrowing his eyes like a cunning old fox. He fixed his gaze upon Reynolds. 30 silver bucks a day translates to 1,000 silver bucks a month and 10,000 silver bucks a year. This was merely the cost for one individual. Reynolds had previously mentioned settling the 100 silver bucks owed to Franz for usury. Clearly, he intended to exploit this situation to his advantage. You underestimate me. I know you would not let me starve, Franz scoffed, fully aware that his survival was of greater utility to Reynolds. You are astute, Reynolds conceded, tucking away the note and approaching the knight, Gree. 10 silver bucks for a single potato, but let it be charged to Franz Levy's account. What say you? Gree initially thought Reynolds intended to extort him, but upon hearing that the debt would fall upon Franz, he wasted no time in accepting the potatoes. Lord Reynolds, you are indeed generous. Might I trouble you for 5 more potatoes? He implored, already stuffing the potatoes into his mouth. Reynolds shook his head. The daily quota is 3 potatoes per person. I can offer you 2 more. A moment later, Reynolds brought forth a basket of roasted potatoes. Under Franz's silent glare, Gree devoured the 2 largest potatoes ravenously. After 3 days of hunger, even the most unremarkable potato held a peculiar and delightful fragrance. Who else desires potatoes? These have been blessed by the bear god and are thus a nutritious feast. They may be priced higher, but they are clearly marked. And Franz Leffy will be responsible for the payment. You are free to abstain, Renaud announced, surveying the 61 captives before him. We will not be deceived. We have all sworn loyalty to the Leffy family, Renaud, you vile demon. Do not think to trick us into burdening Lord Franz with a hefty debt. One pirate shouted angrily. I'll eat. If I don't eat, I shall starve. Another pirate stood up defiantly. With one voice igniting the next, more pirates rose. What do you intend to do? A pirate shouted amidst the chaos. After all, it's not me who owes the debt. Another pirate approached Renaud. More and more pirates stood up, splitting into two factions, one succumbing to hunger, the other fiercely loyal to France. The internal strife erupted. Heated arguments and insults echoed among the pirates, culminating in shoving and grappling. Marin lay on the ground, groaning in pain, watching his comrades bicker, bitterness rising within him. An unprecedented sense of despair emerged in the young Marin's heart. You toy with our hearts, causing us to fracture and fight amongst ourselves, Renaud. You are a beast. France erupted in vehement curses. Captives possess a certain value. Renaud would certainly not allow them to perish from hunger, for this is the essence of the matter. Everyone comprehends this notion. Yet, hunger often clouds rationality, particularly when one is held captive under the brutal hand of Renaud, inciting discord among you. I have merely provided you with nourishing sustenance. When have I ever engaged in such despicable acts? Your agitation is palpable, and your foul language suggests a state of mania and delusion. Renaud crouched down, affectionately stroking Franz's aged head. After a raucous commotion, most pirates received potatoes. Famished, the pirates devoured their meals with great abandon. Those who adamantly refused to eat gazed upon this scene, their mouths watering. I believe that tomorrow, more will yield. It will not be long before those loyal to France can no longer endure and will gradually defect, leaving their master Franz burdened with immense debts. From whom did you acquire such methods? Franz glared fiercely at Renaud. A certain Count Monte Cristo. Renaud chuckled softly. He too must be a demon. No. Are you jesting with me? There is no count named Monte Cristo in the north. Such a person does not exist in the realm of Westeros. As Franz pondered this, he regained his senses. There are many nobles in this world, yet counts are few. Any nobleman worth his salt could name the counts. Ha ha, get used to it. Old fellow, do not put up a futile resistance. You ought to understand my intentions. Eat. Renaud continued to caress Franz's old head, pressing a potato to his lips. Though Franz's visage resembled aged bark, his hair was thick and soft to the touch, akin to an old dog, which Renaud found quite pleasurable. Your mind is rife with wicked intentions, but I swear, should you offend the Leffy family, your demise is inevitable. As Franz spoke, he viciously bit into the potato held by Renaud. Meanwhile, Renaud managed the pirates, while the bear folk in the estate returned to their senses from their fervor. Engaging in various amusements, some played cards, while others wrestled, creating a lively atmosphere. As they played, the subjects of their discussions naturally revolved around the impending winter hunt and the recently miraculous appearance of the giant bear statue. Standing 30 meters tall, the statue bore the weight of 160 archers, its form truly resembling a giant bear, instilling fear in those who beheld it. As per tradition, Arthur stood at the highest tier of the giant bear statue, his head peeking out from the position of the statue's right eye. Suddenly, at the mouth of Bear East Valley, a line of human figures formed a long procession, advancing into the valley, capturing Arthur's attention. Sir, someone approaches. 51 individuals. They appear to be armed. The alert rang out from above. The bear folk abandoned their leisure activities, swiftly arming themselves with bows and spears as they entered the interior of the giant bear statue. Having experienced this once before, everyone remained remarkably calm. Arthur, too, no longer shouted in confusion but accurately reported the number of incoming individuals, illustrating the significant transformation among the bear folk in the face of an impending battle. Chapter 61. The Kilometric Hunting Line. My dear brother, Renaud. We meet again. The figures approaching were not foes, but rather the denizens of the forest. However, their presence instilled a sense of vigilance among the bear folk, for these indigenous people had been their sworn enemies for years prior to Renaud's arrival. Initially, when Franz heard footsteps approaching, he felt a flicker of hope, thinking perhaps his nephew, Coven, had come to rescue him. Yet, upon seeing the 50 forest dwellers clad in fur garments, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Brothers Lyan, welcome to Bear East Valley, Renaud exclaimed. raising his arms in greeting to an old friend. You are a magnificent lord. This is no longer the bare East Valley I once knew. Lyanna replied, trembling as he embraced Renault, his gaze flitting nervously towards the colossal bear statue. The tremor in Lyanna's hand stemmed from fear. He had witnessed the miraculous moment from afar. What appeared to be a grand bear idol was, in fact, a formidable arrow tower. Within its 160 shooting holes, the bear folk revealed only half of their heads, concealing an ominous potential for violence that was truly chilling. Indeed, the bear god had descended upon us with miracles. The old gods need no longer be worshipped. It is the bear god who protects us. Renault chuckled, taking Lyanna's hand and leading him to sit by the campfire. Calling out to the giant bear statue, Bobby, fetch some potato wine. They are our guests. Bobby, accompanied by his sister, emerged from the bear statue. Their heads bowed as they hurried out, fearful of a glance that might lead to being skinned alive by the savage forest dwellers. At that moment, Arthur clambered atop the head of the giant bear statue, brushing off the dust from his coarse garments. Standing tall against the biting wind, he proclaimed to the sky and sea, heroes of the world arise from our ranks. I am Molo, and I fear no one. This phrase, taught to him by Renault, conveyed a sentiment of invincibility. Arthur possessed a remarkable linguistic gift, quickly mastering the divine tongue spoken solely by Renault. As for his motives, they were entirely orchestrated by Renault, who sought to cultivate an illusion of a great master residing in Bear East Valley. Who is that? Lyanna could not contain his curiosity. Lifting his gaze towards Arthur, the sudden emergence of such an eccentric character was difficult to overlook. A peerless warrior, hidden away in my domain, Renault replied with a smile. Retrieving a steaming potato from the fire with a stick. A warrior. He looks quite formidable. Have you ever fought him? Lyanna averted his gaze but kept a watchful eye on Arthur atop the bear statue. Indeed, 100 of me would not stand a chance against him, Renault jested. He appears rather frail. I hadn't anticipated he would be so powerful. Lyanna felt a twinge of apprehension, retracting his neck as he turned to Renault. Will he join us in confronting the mountain town battle during the winter hunt? Not at all. He is a reclusive individual, Renault replied, blowing on the steam rising from the potato before beginning his evening meal. Lion of the forest, I am well aware of your true intentions for being here. Renault thought to himself. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident at Bear North Bay that delayed their plans, Renault would have already led a party into the forest tribe to seek out Lyanna. After all, as the nights grow longer, the sooner they embark on their woodland hunt, the greater their yield. The air is brisk now, yet not freezing. However, in a few days, that could change. Once the perpetual night of December arrives, hunting will be a challenge, and merely staying warm indoors will be considered fortunate. At this juncture, Bobby and his sister arrived, wheeling a cart laden with potato liquor from home. A group of forest dwellers indulged in hearty revelry. Renault then broached the matter at hand. Since you have brought your men, let us take action tomorrow. Food has always been of paramount importance, and dealing with Bartu is merely an ancillary task. This time, Renault intends to lead 100 bearfolk clad in wooden armors, alongside 50 forest dwellers under Lyanna's command. A formidable assembly of 150, advancing into the woods. In a matter of days, they could potentially scour a third of Bear Island's forest. As Lyanna sipped his drink, a frown creased his brow. Before I set out, a fire broke out at home, a bad omen. I have an unsettling feeling that something significant is about to transpire. Renault took a sip, clapped Lyanna on the shoulder, and reassured him, a fire at home has no bearing on our hunt. Do not indulge in superstitions. Bartu is merely a wolf spirit, not the mountain deity of Bear Island. With wooden armor and wolf-catching nets, the collaboration of 150 souls made the winter hunt seem almost effortless in Renault's eyes. He felt no trepidation, being a shapeshifter. He lacked the ordinary fear of another wolf spirit's presence. After some idle chatter, the bear folk mustered their courage, stepped away from the colossal bear idol, and resumed their usual rhythms of life. At 9 o'clock, they engaged in games of landlord, Bear Island Monopoly, and wrestling. The forest dwellers, curious and eager to join, found the atmosphere too tense and could only observe the bear folk reveling from a distance. As night deepened, Renault arranged for the forest dwellers to sleep on the 3rd floor of the bear idol. He ascended to the 9th floor with sisters Eileen and Aina, where 3 small rooms, each containing a simple bed, awaited. Arthur kept watch on the 10th floor, suffering from insomnia, having previously spent his nights fishing by the seaside. He now found himself doing the same in a different locale. This night would indeed be sleepless. Renault lay on his bed, reflecting, with his legs nestled in Misha's embrace. The cold air contrasted sharply with the warmth of the dog's belly. The slaves could not sleep, the bear folk could not sleep, the forest dwellers could not sleep. And neither could Reynald. He lay there, eyes wide open, lost in thought, fantasizing about how he would confront himself if he were but to. Unease stirred within him. On the following day, 150 armed individuals departed from Bear East Valley, advancing with great resolve into the forest. Under Reynald's direction, they maintained a distance of 10 meters between each other, allowing for visibility of their companions while effectively widening their formation. Together, they moved like a vast fishing net, sweeping through the woods in pursuit of their quarry. At intervals of 10 meters, the likelihood of missing any quarry is almost negligible. With a considerable number of individuals present, the fishing net's formation can be expanded to encompass a stretch of over a kilometer. On this particular day, the beasts of the forest bore witness to the terrifying prowess of the upright apes. Upon encountering deer or goats, the bear folk or forest dwellers would release an arrow, regardless of whether it struck true, maintaining their formation without pursuit. In due course, another companion would naturally attend to the fallen prey. When faced with agile small creatures such as rabbits or squirrels, even if the arrows missed their mark, there was no lingering or chasing, the formation remained intact. Given the elongated formation, any fleeing small animals would invariably be spotted by other companions, who would send forth another arrow. This method diverged significantly from traditional hunting practices. The hunting strategy orchestrated by Rayner was remarkably distinctive. Small game was to be taken if possible, but if missed, it was disregarded. Larger prey had a higher probability of being struck, yet they would flee when injured. However, due to the advancing formation, they found themselves with no avenue of escape, ultimately falling to another hunter's grasp. The bear folk excelled in this regard. With no personal greed, all food was shared, ensuring cohesion and continuity in their advance. The forest dwellers, however, were a different story. Although Rayner held some esteem in their eyes, each individual claimed their hunted game as their own. Unlike the communal distribution practiced in Bear East Valley, this militaristic rhythm of advancement posed a challenge for the forest dwellers to adapt. Initially, they managed to maintain momentum, but soon they abandoned the formation, reverting to their habitual scattered and chaotic style. Pay them no mind. Let us maintain our formation. Rayner diligently followed behind the main group, constantly reminding the bear folk not to be swayed by the erratic tempo of the forest dwellers. In essence, despite the differing methods of distribution, the elongated battle line sweeping through yielded greater rewards. I have felled a stag, I shall come to your side. You have taken a porcupine, I will move towards you. Thus, through mutual exchanges, the overall yield remained relatively comparable. However, during the hunt, the probability of downing prey increased, leading to a fundamental rise in individual harvests. The forest dwellers lacked foresight, failing to grasp this point, and Rayner could do little to alter their perspective. Nevertheless, the bear folk numbered over 100. With only 10 tasked with transporting goods back to Bear East Valley, while the remaining 90 could stretch their formation to nearly a kilometer. The scale was sufficiently grand. My lord, we have captured another wild boar. My lord, I shall return this badger first. The bear folk, shouldering their game and securing squirrels or rabbits at their waists with ropes, greeted Rayner cheerfully as they passed by. Be cautious on the road, Rayner responded with a smile. This expedition into the mountains for hunting would extend for many days. Rayner, too, found himself slowing down, gradually distancing from the main group. Fortunately, he occasionally encountered bear folk making the rounds to transport goods, affirming that he had not strayed off course. What a bountiful harvest! Though weary, the sight of each captured prey being returned filled Rayner with immense joy, and as he gazed ahead at the forest, he could not help but marvel at the day's accomplishments. Such a method of hunting could only be conceived by a genius like Lord Rayner. Tom was flattering nearby. The day's haul of prey likely equated to what would have taken 2 or 3 days together. Dick, upon analysis, concluded that Renault's ideas often proved unexpected yet remarkably effective. As dusk began to settle, only Tom remained by Renault's side, while Dick stood guard. And even Barnes had joined the group tasked with transporting the spoils. All 3 of them were hopelessly directionally challenged. When they lost their way, they would pause to rest, waiting for any bearfolk returning from Bear East Valley, only to follow them for a stretch before continuing on. An hour later, on the mountain path, Renault, panting heavily, leaned against a large tree to catch his breath. It's getting dark so early, everyone should have ceased hunting by now. Our main party must be just ahead. My lord, please hang in there. You can do it. Tom encouraged Renault. I can't go on, My legs are cramping. I've walked 20 kilometers today. Setting a record, Renault gestured dismissively, gasping against the tree. The mountain path is truly treacherous. My lord, in truth, we've only covered about 10 kilometers today. Perhaps that last stretch was simply too steep, Tom explained to Renault. Indeed. It's all the fault of this cursed mountain, Renault exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Accompanied by the tremor, a bloody human hand fell from the tree above Renault, landing in the midst of the three. Chapter 62. The invisible ghost. Renault lifted his gaze, and there before him hung the lifeless body of a forest dweller, draped in animal skins. Tonight. The moon was a mere ghost in a sparse sky. Under its pale light, the half-figure of the forest dweller dangled high from the treetops, resembling a human skewered like a roasted squirrel. The corpse, illuminated by the moonlight, emitted an eerie blue glow, creating an unsettling spectacle. What a horrifying scene! Renault exclaimed, retrieving a hefty 20-pound black radish from his backpack. The bear shield and dragon tooth were too cumbersome. The radish, both hard and substantial, served as both a weapon for self-defense and a potential source of sustenance in times of need. The blood had yet to congeal. This forest dweller had only recently met his demise. Tom picked up a severed hand from the ground and scrutinized it closely. This was not the work of a beast. There are enemies lurking in the forest. Stay alert. Protect the master. Dick suddenly drew his longsword from his waist, scanning his surroundings with a look of panic. Tom remained composed, while Dick was clearly distressed. Renault, however, patted his chest, calming his racing heart as he hoisted the black radish onto his shoulder. You nearly frightened me. Who would cleave a man in two and hang him from a tree? Out of boredom. If the intent was to intimidate me, why not leave the corpse on the path? Or simply hurl it at my face? In truth, Renault had never anticipated that he would need to engage in battle during this winter hunt. He had envisioned numerous dire scenarios. Yet he had not foreseen such a bizarre occurrence. Had he not stamped his foot beneath the tree, causing the branches to tremble, the severed hand would not have fallen before the trio. Moreover, had he not paused to rest, the three would not have noticed the half-figure above. I suspect a beast attacked. This hand was bitten off. The marks suggest sharp teeth, Tom theorized as he examined the severed limb. But what could have caused the forest dweller to be cleaved in two? Was it that mountain speech Batu? Dick inched closer to Renault, gripping his small shield in one hand while tightly clutching his longsword with the other, leaning against Renault for support. Though he shouted to protect the master, young Dick found solace in the proximity to Renault, seeking a semblance of safety. Why was it not discarded on the ground but rather hung from the tree? If not by chance, we would never have discovered this body, would we? Renault inquired. The trio pondered from distinctly different perspectives, yet none arrived at a definitive answer. However, one thing was abundantly clear. The enemy was present and had already struck. The night forest was eerily silent. The fallen forest dweller had not uttered a single cry, indicating he had been killed almost instantaneously and without a sound. Truly, a chilling foe. Renault advanced, paying no further heed to the corpse above. At that moment, he felt invigorated, shedding his earlier lethargy. Regardless, the priority was to reunite with the main group. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the forest, the bearfolk and the forest dwellers sat by a campfire, resting and quietly awaiting the arrival of Renault and his companions. Have all the members arrived? Barn emerged slowly from the forest, bearing the lifeless body of a mountain wolf upon his shoulder. The creature's neck had been brutally snapped by Barn's bare hands, and now it lay discarded on the ground for the bearfolk to attend to. The first squad had assembled, followed promptly by the second, and eventually the 10th. Out of 100 bearfolk, 10 spoke up. These were the squad leaders appointed by Reina. Each group consisted of 10 members, with one bear serving as the squad leader, while Barn held the position of the overall commander. In total, there were 101 bearfolk gathered, awaiting only the arrival of Rainer, Tom, and Dick. Very well, everyone take a moment to rest, but remain vigilant for any lurking mountain wolves. I have already encountered one, Barn declared, gesturing toward the skinned carcass of the wolf on the ground. His heroic efforts during the night battle at sea had solidified his reputation, and the title of Iron Bear was steadily gaining esteem among the bear folk. No one disputed his leadership as the overall commander, and the bear folk exhibited remarkable discipline. In stark contrast, the forest dwellers were scattered in small groups, igniting flickering campfires to roast the fruits of their day's hunt. Some had returned with bountiful spoils, while others had come back empty-handed. As their leader, Leon distributed portions of meat to the ravenous forest warriors who had been less fortunate, though the portions were meager. The disparity between the forest dwellers, who shared their food, and the bear folk was striking. At that moment, just as Leon took a mouthful of roasted meat, a forest warrior hurried to him, his face etched with concern. Leon! It's bad. Rodo is in trouble. We shot a wild boar, and while chasing it, Rodo fell behind us. When we finally dispatched the boar with our spears, we discovered that Rodo was left with only half of his body. The implication was clear. To be half a person was to be dead. At that moment, 3 other forest warriors appeared, dragging the corpse of a wild boar behind them. Leon's expression darkened. Didn't he? We agree not to hunt after dark. Have you forgotten about the wolf spirit that roams these woods? Leon! The warrior pleaded. We have a bounty. If we divide this wild boar among us, we can survive this winter without issue. We want to go back. Leon retorted angrily. If you were to return with the boar alone, you might indeed survive the winter, but can the 4 of you share it? And will it last your families for even half a month? Moreover, Rodo died in the pursuit of prey. Shouldn't his family receive a share of the boar? After a moment of silence, the forest warrior shook his head. The wolf spirit is too terrifying. And it's not just the wolf spirit. I sense there are other entities in these mountains. Leon, Rodo was cleaved in two. Perhaps we have angered the mountain god. Regardless, we must return. The forest warriors, though fierce, were nonetheless human, harboring a fear of the unknown. Being cleaved in two was a dreadful fate, and while they could endure the thought of being killed by a wolf, the notion of a person being split in half was utterly bizarre. Batu is the wolf spirit, not some mountain god. What is it that you fear? Leon demanded with ire. Forgive us, but we must return, they replied. The forest warriors uttered a brief remark, casting their gazes toward the 3 companions dragging a wild boar. Their eyes met, and with a subtle nod, they silently aligned their long spears and bound the boar with ropes. Subsequently, they hoisted the animal and set off toward the direction of their mountain tribe. The night was fraught with peril, yet the 4 warriors yearned solely to return home. There were other ominous creatures lurking in the forest, and they were reluctant to linger for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, in the shadowy woods, Reno and his 2 companions pressed forward with urgency. Are there any large animals on Bear Island? Perhaps elephants? Or some wild creatures I am unfamiliar with? Reno inquired. His curiosity piqued. This world is home to dragons, giants, and tree spirits. Even in my past life, peculiar new species were often discovered. It stands to reason that there are wild animals here that Reno has yet to encounter. There are indeed bears, and they inhabit the oasis surrounding the central volcano. Tom replied without much contemplation. A volcano on Bear Island. Reno paused, then realized the folly of his question. The origin of any island is invariably tied to volcanic eruptions caused by tectonic shifts. Yes, the central oasis is teeming with strange life forms, including volcanoes and hot springs. Even in winter, it remains quite warm. Snow from above melts upon the volcano, forming a river that flows into the marshes of the oasis. Tom reminisced about the tales shared by his ancestors. There are also unclothed marsh spirits residing in the oasis, Dick added. Volcanoes are common and do not constitute a special resource, hence they are not marked in the detailed geography of the Northern Territories. The brothers spoke with such conviction, as if they had witnessed these wonders firsthand. Is that so? Why must they be unclothed spirit maidens? Reno found it somewhat amusing. While volcanoes and oases might indeed exist, the notion of spirit maidens seemed purely fanciful. Because they must entice men to stay and assist in procreation, giving birth to more little spirits, Dick remarked. A hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he seemed to succumb to a peculiar daydream. At that moment, ahead in the valley, 4 forest warriors advanced under the moonlight, their spears prodding the wild boar as they descended. Reno halted, his heart filled with disdain for the forest dwellers who hunted and fled. Everyone knew that wolves roamed the mountains, and given the forest dwellers' erratic nature, it was highly probable that these 4 warriors would not return to join the campaign against Xiangyu Betu. Let us disregard them and continue, Reno said, turning his head. Eager to press onward, the direction from which the 4 warriors came likely led to the assembly of the bear folk. It appeared that Reno and his companions were drawing close to the main forces. Just then, a resounding sound echoed through the night. Thump! Thump thump! Thump thump thump! One of the forest warriors at the rear suddenly lost his head, which seemed to roll from his shoulders and crash to the ground, subsequently striking the rocks and bouncing several times before plummeting into the depths of the valley. The night was eerily quiet, and the sound of the head bouncing within the hollow was starkly audible. In the next instant, the headless corpse thudded to the ground, and with it, The wild boar slung over the shoulder of the warrior collapsed due to the loss of support. Ha! The forest warrior, bearing the boar, abruptly turned around, sensing something amiss. Eager to discern the source of the disturbance. But in a dizzying whirl, he found himself staring at his own lifeless body headless. Did my head just fly away? This fleeting thought marked the final moment of his existence, and then, silence enveloped all. 2 heads tumbled to the ground. The 2 warriors ahead, alert to the unusual occurrence, swiftly turned back, only to be met with a chilling breath that brushed against their faces. It was as if an invisible specter of death was extending its frigid tongue to caress their necks. Splurt! The fountain of severed necks erupted, and 2 more heads soared into the air. In an instant, 4 forest warriors had lost their heads amidst the valley. The entire event unfolded with such rapidity that not only did the 4 present fail to react, but even the distant onlookers, Reno and his companions, were taken aback. From afar, Reno squinted, his pupils dilating as he strained to observe the scene. Finally, he spoke calmly, "Tom, Dick, let us return home." Tom clenched his fists, palms flake with cold sweat, his heart racing. "Why yes, we must escape." Dick's face had turned pale, his body stiffening, rendering him speechless. A ghost? An unseen specter had silently claimed the heads of the 4 warriors. As the first fell, Reno's eyes widened, searching for the assailant. Yet, he could not discern where the enemy lurked, how they struck, or their size or nature. Nothing was visible, only death. But death resembled the starry sky. He could see it, yet could not comprehend it. Haunted, Reno murmured, "It must be either an invisible ghost or a hidden reaper." Chapter 63, Death in Harvest. How does one confront an invisible enemy? A sense of trepidation enveloped Reynold. Could the shapeshifters manipulate phantoms or possess some other arcane power? It was utterly incomprehensible. Reynold muttered softly, wiping the cold sweat from his palms with his trousers. At that moment, he grasped the feeling others experienced upon witnessing alchemy. He longed to retreat to the safety of Bear East Valley, to find solace within the sturdy fortress. Yet reason dictated that retreat was not an option. A full day had been spent on the journey, and returning would require just as long. Furthermore, he could not abandon Barn and the 100 bearfolk atop the mountain ahead. "Master, shall we retreat?" Tom slowly drew his longsword and removed his shield from his back. Cold sweat trickled down, his heartbeat quickened, and panic began to ensue. "Press on. We must rendezvous with Barn and the others." Reynold gritted his teeth, making the most rational decision. Meanwhile, a mountain wolf was skewered on a wooden stick. 4 branches crossed and plunged into the earth, forming a rudimentary grill. The bearfolk rotated the spit, and the wolf sizzled over the flames like a roasted lamb, filling the forest with the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat. Once a layer was cooked, they sliced and savored it, exposing the raw flesh for further roasting. Eating while cooking brought a certain pleasure. Where are the masters? Could they have lost their way or encountered danger? One bearfolk glanced at Barn. "Fear not. Master Reynold is far more formidable than you can imagine," Barn replied calmly, his gaze ever vigilant, scanning the forest. He was a cautious man. For one could not traverse the frozen continent alone without such vigilance. Beyond his formidable combat prowess, Reynold possessed extraordinary means. And Barn did not believe that encountering a pack of wolves would render him helpless. The mountain dwellers were situated nearby. There remained an unbridgeable chasm between the 2 groups. Thus, even while resting and kindling a fire, they maintained their distance. Nonetheless, Barn remained attentive to the stirrings of the mountain dwellers. What transpired over there? Just then, a disturbance arose among the mountain folk, prompting Barn to rise and gaze intently. A mountain warrior rushed frantically to Lion's side, exclaiming loudly, "They are all dead. Young clan leader! They have perished." Lion's expression turned grim. What has happened? Earlier, he had permitted 4 mountain dwellers to depart. Among them was one who shared a close bond with the departed, and after their departure, this warrior had intended to persuade them to return. To his shock, he now returned with harrowing news. "They have lost their heads. I know not what transpired. I followed at a distance, hoping to coax them back, but suddenly, their heads fell." The mountain warrior's expression was frantic, his speech disjointed. But Lion understood. An enemy had emerged. The 4 who had departed met a fate akin to that of Rodo, who had been cleaved in 2. They had just departed. If they were to engage in battle, there would surely be sounds. Lion was perplexed. What manner of foe could silently eliminate 4 individuals in an instant? The forest warrior before him spoke of an enemy that was invisible. Had he lost his sanity? Was he paralyzed by fear? Had he mistaken what he saw? Or was it true that the enemy was indeed unseen? How could there exist an invisible adversary? Everyone, be on high alert. Arm yourselves. In a moment of clarity, Lyanna seized the spear from the ground and raised it high. In the next instant, the forest warriors abandoned their food. The remaining 45 men grasped their weapons. Some brandishing torches, others scanning their surroundings. Was a wolf approaching? The expressions of the forest warriors turned grave. Baru of the wilds, I shall sever your head, shouted one warrior, who had lost family members in a previous wolf attack, his voice a fierce cry to the heavens. At that time, Reno had been unable to save everyone, and thus among those present, several harbored deep-seated enmity toward Baru. The 45 warriors armed themselves, prepared for battle. Yet not all were able to grasp their weapons. As the campfire flickered, a chilling breath brushed against the face of a hastily standing forest warrior. He had just grasped his spear, intending to rise, but stumbled and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, terror filled his eyes as he bellowed at Lyanna, "Lyanna! There's something here." Lyanna turned, only to witness the fallen warrior calling for help, and then a line of blood appeared across his neck, a precise, diagonal cut. Blood droplets emerged, and due to gravity, his head tilted and fell to the ground. A life extinguished without a sound. The campfire swayed, as if a vague specter danced within the shadows. Lyanna felt a wave of suffocation. It was not the sight of a comrade being slain that he could not accept, but rather the inability to comprehend who was wielding the weapon. He was incapable of issuing commands or directing his brothers in arms to adopt any defensive stance against an unknown assailant. In the silence, something round struck Lyanna's back. He turned sharply, only to be horrified to find that the very forest warrior who had just reported the enemy's appearance had also lost his head, which had collided with his back. The two had been mere steps apart. Lyanna, seasoned in battle, was nonetheless taken aback. How had a companion been slain behind him without a sound? Meanwhile, Barn, ever vigilant of the forest dwellers' movements, observed with a grave expression as heads began to fall among them. He spoke softly, "The enemy has arrived. Everyone, throw all the firewood into the campfire. Then stand back to back, holding torches." Rustling sounds emerged from the bushes. Barn grasped his spear and looked on alert, only to see a colossal figure emerging, wielding a black root and sweeping aside the thorny underbrush as it advanced steadily. "Barn, have you ever encountered such an invisible specter?" Reno emerged from the thicket, disheveled, having overheard Barn's orders to the forest folk. Behind him stood the brothers Tom and Dick. "My lord, you have finally arrived." The bear folk, having witnessed a series of mysterious deaths among the forest dwellers, felt a wave of reassurance wash over them at the sight of Reynold, their gazes filled with fervent hope. Reynold always exuded a profound sense of security. "Those are not specters. I encountered them in the frozen continent, where the wild men would light torches and stand back to back to see them," Barn reminisced. The frozen continent was home to peculiar creatures, giants, elves, and wights. And the Shanyu Betu were indeed the wild men hailing from that icy realm. "Barn, it is fortunate that you are here this time." Reynold sighed with relief upon realizing that the beings were not phantoms but rather exotic entities from the frozen continent. The supernatural always instilled a sense of unease. Though Reynold was somewhat timid, the knowledge that they were merely unusual beings and not malevolent spirits dispelled his fears. Moreover, Barn possessed a method to perceive those eerie creatures. Chapter 64, The Wolf Spirit House at the Moon, Part 1. With torches held aloft and their backs pressed together, could this truly allow them to see it? Reynold pondered. This seemingly mundane action, was it some sort of ritual? It was not strictly necessary, but it was said to fear the light, and the wild men always performed it this way. Barn recalled past tales and began to explain. "So, it is a creature that shuns the light." Reynold comprehended. The two standing back to back was merely a nearly all-encompassing defensive posture. It was not a requirement to be back to back in order to perceive the monstrous entity. With this thought, Reynold seized a burning branch and waved it before him, scrutinizing the bear folk for any signs of abnormality. Shadows danced around them, all appearing normal except for Tom's shadow. "Tom!" Barn sensed the anomaly, tightening his grip on the spear, subtly warning Tom without raising his voice. All eyes turned to Tom, fear flickering in their gazes. "What is wrong?" Tom's body stiffened, a chill creeping along the nape of his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. From Reynold's perspective, Tom's shadow swayed in rhythm with the flickering flames of the torch. Yet, within that sway, another shadow intertwined, a shadow that was not human. "Tom! Get down!" Reynold roared, one hand clutching the torch while the other wielded a 20-pound black carrot, bending towards Tom. In the next instant, A thunderous crash echoed as Reynolds' feet crashed into the ground, creating 2 shallow craters. His massive physique unleashed tremendous force, hurtling towards Tom like a meteor. Bam! The black carrot, wielded as a makeshift club, struck forcefully towards Tom's back. Reynolds felt a jolt of resistance in his palm, akin to striking the thick hide of a wild beast. A shadow darted away, a gust of wind rushing towards the thicket. In that fleeting moment, Barn too thrust his spear at the shadow. Crack! A cold glimmer flickered in the darkness. After piercing the air, Barn's spear unexpectedly shattered into 2 pieces. The scene unfolded too swiftly. The onlookers merely witnessed a blur as the shadow bolted from behind Tom, and then tranquility returned. Did you see it clearly? Reynolds furrowed his brow, gazing at Barn. I'm sorry, my lord, it was incredibly swift, like an arrow. I could not discern its form, Barn replied, discarding the broken spear fragment and retrieving the spearhead from the ground. The break in the spear was clean, as if cut by an indomitable dagger. At that moment, Leon, accompanied by the remaining 43 woodland warriors, approached Reynolds, torches raised. His expression was grave. Reynolds, the enemy has appeared. In a mere moment, they had lost 2 companions. Within a single day in the mountains, 7 warriors had perished at the hands of the enigmatic shadow creature. Lion's heart was in turmoil. Reynolds lifted the black carrot before him, plucking several strands of dark hair from its surface. It seems I struck it. Lion was taken aback. Have you encountered that creature as well? Barn and Dick approached, their gazes fixed upon the black fur held by Reynolds. The hair was enigmatic. Reynolds placed the dark tuft under the torch, and it immediately shimmered with a captivating glow. However, when distanced from the torchlight, it blended seamlessly into the shadows, as if it were non-existent. It is a wild animal. From the sensation I experienced when striking it, its weight and size seem to range between 100 to 200 pounds, yet it possesses remarkable resilience. Reynolds shook the black tuft in his hand, assessing the creature's dimensions. A typical mountain wolf would be incapacitated by a single blow from Reynolds. At the very least, it would be momentarily immobilized. Yet, that shadowy beast proved to be even more durable than anticipated. A wild animal. Lion mused, momentarily stunned. I thought it was a ghost. At that moment, young Dick finally remembered to breathe, gasping for air. Has it departed? Tom squatted on the ground, still paralyzed with fear. Tom, stop cowering like a coward and stand up. Reynolds commanded. Now, everyone, raise your torches high. Gather by the bonfire. Add more wood. We need a great blaze. His authoritative voice jolted the bear folk and the mountain dwellers from their fear, prompting them to spring into action. Before long, 10 roaring bonfires illuminated the clearing. If it's merely a beast, then that simplifies matters. I shall personally slay it to avenge my king. Lion's ferocity as a mountain dweller began to resurface. However, this is not so simple. Reynolds replied noncommittally, scratching his head while surveying the surrounding bonfires. That thing is no ordinary creature. It may hail from the frozen continent, and its claws are so sharp they could slice through bone as easily as one would cut through cake. It moves without sound and merges into the darkness. Its claws are unparalleled in sharpness. Each characteristic alone denotes a terrifying entity, and when combined, it truly resembles the Grim Reaper, harvesting heads with the ease of slicing vegetables. I ought to acquire a suit of plate armor next year, when I am granted my title in Bear Eastern Valley, Reynolds mused, stroking his chin. Clad in armor fortified to the teeth, he would present no vulnerabilities, and that peculiar beast would find no means to harm him. Yet, such thoughts were mere fantasies for the time being. With 10 bonfires ablaze, the clearing was brightly lit, and the faces of all present glowed with warmth. The creature lurking in the shadows had yet to reappear and claim a life. In this brief moment of tranquility, no one dared to let their guard down. Armed and vigilant, they scanned their surroundings with trepidation. Reynolds, however, found his composure, blowing gently to send the black fur fluttering away. That creature can only remain invisible in the dark. As long as we keep the bonfires fed with wood, it will not attack. Howl! At that instant, a wolf's howl echoed through the distant woods. Reynolds! Lion shivered at the sound, inching closer to Reynolds and whispering, "Shall we retreat?" "Calm down." Reynolds frowned. One wolf's call had sent Lion into a state of terror. Was this truly the same fierce young chieftain of the mountain tribe? At this moment, retreating from the campfire and the enveloping light, compounded by the scattering of retreating individuals, would be tantamount to seeking death. The creatures that can blend into the shadows are undoubtedly linked to Batu. If, at this juncture, over 100 mountain wolves were to launch an assault, none would survive to witness the dawn of tomorrow. To flee is to invite demise, Only through combat is there a glimmer of hope. Barn! Prepare everyone with the secret weapon. The wolf pack is approaching. Reno commanded. The mountain-dwelling Batu has yet to witness the formidable prowess of the wolf-catching nets. Reno had instructed the bear folk to refer to their secret weapon with discretion. Even the group of forest dwellers from Lyanna remained uninformed of this matter. He feared that Batu, the shapeshifter, might eavesdrop on the bear folk's discussions and uncover the secret of the wolf-catching nets. Let us deliver a shock to Batu. Reno called out, raising his arm high. Everyone, don your protective gear and ready the secret weapons. The wolf pack draws near. Tonight, we shall eradicate the wolf spirit Batu and reign supreme over all the forests of Bear Island. Barn too raised his broken spear. Tribe members, have you been intimidated by a mere savage? Reno proclaimed. That was simply a beast lurking in the shadows. When have we ever feared such creatures? Raise your weapons. The wolf pack approaches. Let us vanquish them. At this moment, Lyanna also shouted, striving to invigorate the spirits of the tribe, which had been shattered by fear. Between fear and reason, one must prevail. Ultimately, Lyanna's reason triumphed over terror. Revenge? Annihilate them. The forest dwellers rekindled their ferocity. Though fear lingered in their hearts, the thought of 7 tribe members slaughtered in a single day ignited their fury. Dick, raise the shield. Tom cautiously positioned himself behind Reno, raising his shield to his chest. What an exhilarating adventure. Sir, if I survive this night, may I request a leave to seek the oasis and discover those unclad swamp spirits? Dick too lifted his shield, standing resolutely behind Reno. Oasis, Reno squinted. Tonight, once we shatter Batu's legs and extract all his teeth, I will personally take you to find the swamp spirits. Making light of the dire situation before the great battle often signifies one's indifference to life and death. Young Dick had evidently resolved to fight to the bitter end. Chapter 65. The Wolf Spirit Holds at the Moon. Part 2. The wolf is upon us. Yet, Shan Yu Batu has revealed his trump card, and its vulnerabilities have been disowned by Reynald. Now, Batu can only incite more wolves to frantically assault the humans, creating a chaotic environment where the invisible monster can thrive. Ultimately, it is but a beast with distinctive fur and razor-sharp claws. If a single blow failed to vanquish it, then a sword shall sever its existence. Reynald, with a fierce growl, addressed Dick. Dick, hand me the sword. My lord, do you know how to wield a sword? Dick queried, skepticism lacing his voice. Yet he still passed over the long sword he held. Better than a black carrot. Reynald retorted, bemused, discarding the black carrot he had previously clutched, and grasping the sword. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances, where Shan Yu Batu had commandeered that invisible monster, this endeavor would have been a straightforward conquest. Reynald had never anticipated he would need to engage directly, and the bear shield and dragon tooth were left behind due to their cumbersome nature. Though he had not brought his dog, Reynald, ever restless, had taken to holding something, hence the black carrot, which had proven somewhat useful earlier. But now, as the moment of reckoning approached, it was no time for frivolity. With the wolf spirit's secrets laid bare, at least he would not be slain without warning. Reynald adjusted the sword in hand and approached the flickering campfire, rolling his neck as he did. His neck was not made of iron. The creature had evolved an ability to become invisible, coupled with claws so sharp they could slice through bone as easily as one would chop vegetables. Thus, its physical resilience could not be exceedingly robust, for that would defy the laws of physics. Just one strike, and I shall cleave it in twain. Reynald gritted his teeth, eyeing the keen blade of the longsword. This fine steel sword had been meticulously maintained and polished. The earlier blow had already revealed the creature's ways to him. Reynald felt confident in his ability to slay it provided he could land a hit. The house of wolves grew ever closer. Among the surrounding thickets, the rustling of animals moving and the sound of fur brushing against branches echoed. Countless pairs of blue eyes began to glimmer in the surrounding darkness, surveying the mountain forest and its inhabitants. Impatient beasts, do you think to kill without delay? Tom, Dick, Barn, Lyanna, they are coming. Reynald bellowed. In a previous encounter with the Wolf King in the forest tribe, he had felt a peculiar friction between their souls as they locked eyes, an extraordinary sensation. Perhaps only perceived by Batu and Reynald. Batu sought to eliminate Reynald, but only when Reynald entered the forest would he have the chance. Now that his trump card was exposed, if he failed to kill Reynald tonight, it is likely that Reynald would never again venture into the forest. Both shapeshifters. Reynald understood Batu's intentions, yet Batu remained oblivious to Reynald's preparations. As the first wolf lunged from the woods, pouncing upon a bear tribesman, the tribesman instinctively hurled his wolf trap. The trap, woven from resilient vines, was crafted from 9 strands of hemp, capable of ensnaring wild boars weighing 3 to 400 pounds. 6 stones were affixed to its corners, and upon being thrown, its momentum would allow the trap to unfurl in mid-air, ensnaring the mountain wolf. The mountain wolf, caught unawares, became ensnared in a vast net. Despite its sharp teeth and long claws, its struggles only tightened the bindings, culminating in a heavy thud as it fell to the ground. On the ground, the wolf attempted to rise, yet the more it struggled, the more entangled it became, its body increasingly restrained. With its limited intellect, it could not fathom the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the bear warriors, armed with spears, thrust their weapons mercilessly into the belly of the wolf ensnared in the net. Thrust! 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 The warriors penetrated the creature thrice, releasing a gory cascade of entrails and blood. 3 gaping wounds appeared on the wolf's abdomen as it whimpered and writhed, unable to break free from the net's grasp. This scene was not isolated. As the first wolf fell, over 100 others, eyes gleaming with ferocity, charged from all directions towards the bear warriors and the forest dwellers. The bear warriors, experienced in fishing, easily cast their nets as the wolves lunged. Should they miss their targets, they would follow Reynolds' earlier guidance, raising their wrists to deliberately present a weakness, enticing the wolves to bite the wooden bracers on their arms. Without the simulated combat training against black bears, the bear warriors would not have maintained such composure in this moment. As a wolf's massive jaws clamped down on a warrior adorned with wooden armor, the warrior retaliated with a spear. This was not a battle. It was an overwhelming slaughter led by the bear warriors. "Scream, you wretched beast!" Reynolds roared, swinging his sword at a wolf lunging towards him. The sharp blade, propelled by Reynolds' immense strength, cleaved the wolf in two, sending it crashing to the ground. In contrast, the forest dwellers lacked the same calmness as the bear warriors. In the dim light of their surroundings, when the wolf pack launched their ambush, the forest dwellers released a volley of arrows, though few found their mark. Many were beset by the wolves, forcing them to abandon their bows and engage with spears in a desperate struggle. At that moment, a chilling distortion rippled through the air. Moving swiftly to one of the forest dwellers, gliding past to carve deep gashes into his abdomen, flesh torn and blood spilling forth, one forest warrior fell shortly thereafter, while another suffered a severed arm at the shoulder. A third warrior's head was violently dislodged, blood gushing like a fountain from the decapitated body. Had the monster emerged? Reynolds turned his gaze towards Lion's direction. It appeared the creature possessed a semblance of intelligence, perhaps possessed by Betu, directly controlling its actions. It seemed to understand that the armored bear warriors were formidable foes, opting instead to target the forest warriors. Reynolds continued his merciless slaughter of the mountain wolves, while the monster mirrored this approach against the forest dwellers. It seemed Betu was aware of this strategy. However, if this continues, the campaign against Betu will incur devastating losses. "Coward, come and fight me!" Raynor roared at the riding shadow. His sudden shout startled the dark figure, which stealthily retreated into the shadow of a forest warrior behind it. The warrior, oblivious to the death lurking close behind him, scanned his surroundings. "I'll deal with it," Raynor declared, striding towards the shadow. "My lord, do not act impulsively," Tom exclaimed in fear. "You stay here," Raynor commanded without looking back, charging towards the forest warrior, or more precisely, the shadow that concealed a lurking threat. In battle, it is not merely the number of allies that counts. Raynor had long understood this principle. In a small-scale skirmish, the appearance of a formidable enemy necessitates the deployment of an equally potent force from one's own side to maintain equilibrium. Otherwise, a situation poised for victory could be overturned by that singular monstrosity. Is he afraid? Of course, Raynor fears death. Yet sometimes, without taking a risk, the alternative is merely a slow demise. Is hiding behind others truly effective? "Foolish Betu, today I am determined to kill you. Anyone who stands in my way shall be cleaved in two." Raynor's eyes blazed with ferocity as he lunged at the forest warrior. With all his might, he aimed to sever both the warrior and the hidden beast behind him in one decisive blow. Raynor's infamous brutality had long echoed throughout Bear Island. He gambled that Betu, through the shapeshifting beast, had heard of his terrifying reputation. "Let us see which of us shapeshifters fears death more." Raynor thundered internally as he abruptly withdrew his sword and redirected its force, slashing at the air before him. Anticipation is fundamentally a gamble, and Raynor staked his very life on this strike. Whoosh! The ghostly shadow twisted and swayed. In the frigid air, the sound of slicing wind erupted. A glint of sharp steel flashed from behind the forest warrior, darting like a meteor towards Raynor's throat. Clang! Sparks flew as metal clashed. Countless blades sliced towards Raynar's substantial form. At that moment, Raynar had already anticipated the unseen foe, wildly hacking at the invisible enemy. Amidst the cacophony of metal collisions, Raynar's sword shattered inch by inch, exploding into fragments that scattered like deadly shrapnel. His corpulent body bore dozens of deep, gruesome wounds across his hands, arms, thighs, and abdomen. In an instant, Raynar had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, his sword rendered useless. Such hard claws, Raynar thought, his pupils constricting as numerous afterimages swirled before him. Whether it was a concussion or excessive blood loss blurring his vision, he staggered back a step, clearly unsteady. But Raynar's gaze fell lower, on the dim, muddy ground. Amidst the shattered sword fragments, lay 6 claws resembling daggers, reflecting a crimson glow in the campfire's light. Raynar's sword was beyond repair. Yet, as the creature unleashed a tempest of assaults, 6 of its razor-sharp claws were severed by Reno. Batu, I know it is you. But a beast is merely a beast. To cleave through this steel-forged sword with your claws is indeed impressive. Yet you no longer possess your claws, do you? A fierce glint flickered in Reno's eyes. Despite his grievous wounds, his body stained crimson, he remained resolute. Ka! Ka! An eerie sound echoed. Out of the shadows emerged a peculiar feline creature, sleek and obsidian. With forelimbs as robust and elongated as an ape's, growling lowly from its throat as it approached Reno. Its 6 front claws had been shattered. If you had not transformed, I would scarcely dare confront this invisible entity. The overly suspicious often prefer to wield the blade themselves. You have perished by your own hand. Ha ha ha! Reno erupted into manic laughter, his body drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of madness. Without its claws, the strange feline creature resembled a sword master deprived of hands. Utterly devoid of menace. When shapeshifters draw near one another, peculiar collisions of souls occur. Although Reno could not see the invisible foe, he could sense the presence of the shapeshifter closing in. Batu's inherent suspicion and penchant for commanding from the fray had been evident in their previous encounter. Now, this very trait had become Batu's fatal flaw. Ka! Ka! The ebony-furred creature, upon hearing Reno's words, displayed a flicker of azure light in its eyes, its beastly face contorting into an expression akin to that of a human. It was laughing. It was grinning wickedly. In the next instant, it unfurled its long, clawless arms, lunging at Reno with its cavernous maw agape. This was a mouth capable of severing a human hand with its razor-sharp teeth. Reno, summoning all his strength, aimed to sever its claws, yet he had forgotten the creature's equally formidable fence. Tom! Protect me! Realizing his folly, Reno's fervor subsided into sheer terror as he retreated hastily. Just as he managed to scream, he was hurled to the ground by the beast. The two, man and monster, became entangled, rolling into the nearby underbrush. Chapter 66, The Howl of the Wolf Spirit, Part 2. As Renault was tackled and tumbled into the thicket, Tom felt a surge of suffocation upon witnessing the scene. Just before Renault was brought down, nearly everyone heard his cries for help. I must rescue the Lord. Barnes, wielding a broken spear, thrust fiercely to fend off a mountain wolf, yet more of the beasts encircled them. The invisible monster has already been slain by Lord Renault. Everyone, unleash your full strength without hesitation. Tom's tactical acumen shone through as he swiftly disseminated false information. Although he was unaware of Renault's precise condition, the battle between man and wolf could not afford any further mishaps. He too young to save Renault, but the encroaching wolf left him feeling overwhelmed. However, Tom's rallying cry nearly turned the tide of battle, proving remarkably effective. The spectre has been vanquished by Renault. Attack! Annihilate them! Eliminate better! The once wary bearfolk and forest dwellers, who had been vigilant against the phantom's ambush, now felt a heavy weight lift from their hearts. They no longer distracted themselves with fears of surprise attacks and focused their efforts on the mountain wolves. Tom, I will assist the Lord. Dick, brandishing a small round shield, picked up a long spear from the ground and charged toward the thicket where Renault and the creature were entangled. The mountain wolves had become a negligible threat. Renault's safety was Dick's foremost concern. Following the trail of their tumultuous struggle, Dick sprinted forward, only to discover he was traversing a downhill slope. The underbrush and saplings had been trampled flat, forming a broad path. Where could they have gone? Dick felt a pang of anxiety. Had they rode too far away? As he pressed on, a sudden slip caused him to lose his footing. He grasped a nearby tree trunk just in time to avert a fall. Before him lay a steep hollow, dark and unfathomable, with the faint sound of flowing water emanating from its depths. Had Renault and the beast plunged down there? Dick's mind buzzed, yet a spark of determination ignited in his gaze. The Lord needs me. Renault had clearly sustained grave injuries, and if he were to perish, Dick could scarcely fathom what path lay ahead of him. Resolute, he raised his shield and, summoning all his strength, leaped into the abyss. Warm waters enveloped Renault's battered form, his wounds stinging as they met the liquid. He jolted awake in the dark currents of the river. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a gaping maw lunging toward his throat. Where am I? What is biting me? Overwhelmed by blood loss and the shock of plummeting into the dark waters, Renault experienced a brief lapse in consciousness. Yet as he felt the imminent threat of the bite, he acted without hesitation, throwing a powerful punch. Splash! Bubbles erupted as his mighty fist struck the creature's head beneath the water, yet it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. The monster, having been struck, merely tilted its head, then revealed a grin reminiscent of humanity, reopening its cavernous maw to viciously bite Renault. Gazing into the creature's azure eyes, Renault felt a jolt of recognition. The shapeshifter, yes. This is the monster possessed by Batu. We were just engaged in battle. A sudden understanding washed over him. Yet, the undercurrents were fierce, and he found himself submerged. Unable to breathe, his body battered and weakened, rendering him unable to summon even a fraction of his strength. Though clarity returned to Renault, he was utterly defenseless. Am I to perish? This water feels surprisingly warm. Could this be an underground spring? With his hands braced against the enemy, Renault tilted his head back, preventing the monster from tearing at his face, yet his mind began to spiral into chaos. This was an omen of collapse. Perhaps it was the suffocating grip of the water, the lack of oxygen clouding his thoughts. As fleeting images of his life flickered through his mind like a lantern's glow, my life has been uprooted, thrust into this unfamiliar world, growing wild and untamed like a weed now. Just as I have managed to take root, am I to be ripped away again by a shapeshifter, sinking like a stone into the depths, doomed to die alone and find eternal rest here? From the depths of despair, a flicker of defiance and madness surged within him. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with azure light. He relinquished his struggle against the monster and seized its head, drawing closer. Their eyes, both radiating the same ethereal blue glow, locked in the dark waters below, as if their souls collided 1,000 times in that fleeting moment. Batu, I shall claim your body. Renault's spirit transformed into a serpentine blue whip, striking fiercely into the monster's essence. The eyes are the windows to the soul. What Renault endeavored was akin to shattering a window, allowing his spirit to escape and crawl into the creature's mind through its eyes. Crack! In a cave, the wood in the campfire split with a sharp sound. An old man clad in animal hides, disheveled and with graying hair, appeared to awaken from the noise, slowly opening his eyes beside the flickering flames. His gaze sparkled with an eerie azure light, akin to a precious gem. His aged limbs felt stiff and cumbersome. The old man sighed, stretching his feet before rising from the ground. Stooped in stature and barefoot, he stepped onto the cold stone floor. Emerging from the cave to the entrance, the mountaintop was clothed in unmelted snow, a thick layer blanketing the terrain. The old man, with hands like gnarled vines, disregarding the chill, swept aside the snow to reveal the blue ice hidden beneath. The full moon reflected its light, casting a hazy silhouette of the old man upon the ice. His skin appeared dull and sallow, a bulbous nose riddled with bumps, while a pair of triangular eyes glimmered with cunning and greed. The shapeshifter had indeed found its way into this old man's body. How peculiar. Observing his reflection in the icy surface, a strange smile curled upon the old man's lips. Batu, so this is your true visage. Your nose resembles that of a clown. Hiding in this cave, do you believe I cannot find you? With those words, he concluded. He raised his head, shouting at the round moon in the sky, Renault! 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 The old man continued to haul towards the heavens, calling out Renault's name. However, with each prolonged cry, the name transformed into Batu, causing the old man to tremble violently. Moments later, as the names of Renault and Batu intertwined, it seemed as though a wolf's howl emerged from a single throat. 3 distinct voices resonated in unison, as if 3 souls were tearing themselves from within the old man's being. The wolf spirit howled at the moon. The beasts of the forest, upon hearing this wolf's cry, became restless and agitated. Meanwhile, the battle between man and wolf was swiftly drawing to a close. The bear folk, with overwhelming force, rapidly captured or slaughtered the mountain wolves, the distinct metallic scent of blood permeating the mountain ravines. One fierce bear woman severed a wolf's head, raising it triumphantly above her head, exclaiming, "This shall be my son's lunch for tomorrow." Ha ha ha! The bear folk erupted in cheers. Some also took down wolf heads, while others, Recalling Reyno's instructions, bound the mountain wolves to take them back as pets. The well-prepared bear folk suffered hardly any casualties. In stark contrast, the woodland warriors faced devastating losses. With dismembered limbs strewn about, and those wounded by the wolves writhed in agony on the ground. Observing this scene, Lion felt an indescribable mixture of emotions. When did the once weak bear folk become so formidable? At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed through the sky, mingled with the names of Reyno and Betu. It's the adult. He is alive. He is guiding us towards Betu. Tom's eyes brightened, his long sword pointing towards the source of the howl in the forest. Following Tom's command, half of the bear folk surged towards the sound, while Tom and Barn remained behind, leading the remaining bear folk and woodland warriors in search of Reyno and his brother Dick. Yet, apart from the traces on the ground, they found nothing. In the days that followed, Tom organized a rescue team, following the dark river winding through the mountain hollows in their search, even seeking reinforcements from Bear Fortress. The number of rescuers swelling to over 1,000. Yet, there was still no sign of Reyno or Dick. It was as if they had vanished from the earth. Time passed, and in a flowing green river, a splash erupted. The surface of the water burst forth with a wave as two severed six-fingered, bare black-furred paws emerged. Lunging towards the bank, the monstrous feline beast, its eyes filled with terror, frantically clawed at the ground, trying to ascend the shore. However, its body was only partially out of the water when a robust human hand suddenly grasped its tail, dragging it back into the green waters. It thrashed at the bank, but without its claws, it could not gain purchase, and the tugging at its tail signaled the imminent end of its life. With a defiant roar, the creature was abruptly pulled beneath the surface, leaving behind two elongated claw marks on the shore. Amidst the surging waters, a bloom of red, a blood flower, spread and diffused within the green river. Amidst the river, tainted with copious blood, the corpulent head of Reyno slowly emerged from the water's surface. His visage was pallid, his expression dark and brooding, and his mouth was laden with coarse black fur. With a sudden splatter, Reyno expelled the monstrous hair from his mouth and turned to glance behind him. A creature, its body covered in bite marks, with its trachea gruesomely torn, began to convulse and gradually floated to the surface, bubbles forming around it. Alongside the grotesque beast, a disheveled yet handsome young man also surfaced from the water. Reyno cleared his mouth of the black fur with a series of coughs and inquired of the striking youth, "Little Dick, where are we?" Dick, slowly climbing onto the shore, surveyed his surroundings. The most striking sight was a distant volcano. The area was lush and verdant, adorned with banana leaves that seemed impossible for Bear Island to harbor, laden with plump bananas that appeared unusually heavy. An oasis. My lord, this is an oasis, Dick exclaimed, a jolt of realization coursing through him as he turned to Reyno. Reyno, however, remained in the water. The heat of the water enveloped him like a warm bath. Yet his body was battered and bruised from the fierce struggle against the beast. He had fought valiantly, ultimately slaying the creature. Yet, Reyno's physical state had reached its limit. With a sudden splash, he lost consciousness, toppling backward into the water. Chapter 67, Swamp Spirits Annihilate the Humans. Exterminate them all. The furious roar of Reyno resonated, his bloodshot eyes widening as he awakened abruptly from his stupor. He found himself submerged in warm water, instinctively plunging his head beneath the surface, eyes wide open, scanning the surroundings for enemies. Splash! There were no foes in the water. Reyno's massive form resurfaced, creating a cascade of waves. Fragments of memories flooded his mind. He recalled that he had slain the monster lurking in the depths. Abandoning his humanity, he had succumbed to his primal instincts, viciously tearing the creature apart. Master, you had another nightmare? Dick inquired softly from the shore. Where are we? Reyno surveyed his surroundings. We've been brought to an oasis by the dark river. Right at the heart of Bear Island, Dick exclaimed. Indeed, I am House Mormont, and you are Dick Best. Ho ho ho. Reyno chuckled as if he had just met Dick anew. Though Reyno laughed, Dick's expression bore a hint of sorrow, and he remained silent. Suddenly, fatigue washed over Reyno once more. I think I shall rest now. Tomorrow, we must set off for Bear East Valley, right? Is that one-eyed fellow still loitering near the harbor? I've heard Bear East Valley is quite barren. Remember to procure ample food. Everyone says there's a delicious black carrot. Let us buy one. As Reyno spoke, his weariness deepened, and he slipped back into a profound slumber beneath the water. In the depths, Reyno closed his eyes, his breathing steady, resembling a child at peace. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a skirt of banana leaves, adorned in vibrant green, approached slowly from the path behind, coming to stand beside Dick. Is he all right? The elder held a bunch of bananas, gently offering them to Dick. It's been 3 days. He has lost his memory, raved incoherently, sometimes believing himself to be a wolf, at other times a cat, and occasionally referring to himself as Betu. But today, he seems somewhat better, though his memories remain trapped in the moments before our departure. Dick spoke, his voice heavy with emotion. For 3 days, each time Raynor awakened from a nightmare, he instinctively submerged himself in search of the monster. The creature's corpse had been cold for 3 days, yet Raynor consistently forgot this grim reality. The more this transpired, the more heart-wrenching it became for Dick to witness. Poor Lord Raynor, who has sacrificed everything for the victory of this battle, even his very soul. He will recover. The hot springs of the sacred mountain possess miraculous healing properties. Look at the scars on his body, they have begun to scab over. The elder pointed at Raynor's pale, pudgy form beneath the water. In 3 days, numerous scars had congealed into a tapestry of wounds. The unknown, corpulent youth before them appeared to have endured a harrowing ordeal. The elder sighed, patting Dick on the shoulder before turning and swaying away slowly. Dick watched the elder's retreating figure, then gradually peeled a banana, consuming it. However, as he ate, tears began to flow uncontrollably. He fought to suppress his sobs, yet the more he resisted, the more tears streamed down his face. Ultimately, he buried his head in his knees, unable to contain his grief any longer. He recalled that Reynolds had promised to personally guide him to the oasis after the battle. The battle had concluded, and the oasis had been discovered, yet Reynolds' soul was lost. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, Reynolds emerged from the water, brimming with vitality and radiance. His skin, softened by the hot springs, glowed with a rosy hue, and the scars had faded into delicate pink marks. The miraculous spring water, when combined with enhancement, was akin to a decade of cultivation achieved in just a single day. Standing at the water's edge, Reynolds assessed the enchanting spring below him. "Are you well, sir?" Dick inquired, offering him a large garment fashioned from banana leaves. Reynolds' attire had been tattered during the battle, and without any suitable clothing available, he was compelled to don this peculiar outfit made of green banana leaves. "I am fine. When have I ever been unwell?" Reynolds chuckled, adjusting his damp hair as he accepted the bizarre green garment from Dick. "Where am I? Why does everyone wear such large leaves as clothing?" "The oasis. As I previously mentioned," Dick replied. "Very well," Reynolds conceded, albeit reluctantly, not wishing to remain unclad. He donned the awkward banana leaf attire, and moments later, he appeared quite verdant, resembling a large green watermelon from a distance. "So, I departed from Bear Fortress, endured numerous experiences, and ultimately engaged in battle with an invisible cat. Arriving at this place, though Reynolds had lost his memories, Dick had recounted his adventures to him in detail over the past 3 days. Will my memories return?" Dick voiced his most pressing concern. "Perhaps," Reynolds mused. "Recently, I have been plagued by a chaotic array of recollections, featuring wolves, an old man, a cat, and a rotund individual who might very well be me. I need to sift through and discern the authenticity of these memories. I require time." He pondered, somewhat perplexed. It seemed that prior to arriving in this place called the Oasis, he had forcibly inhabited a human body in a dire predicament. The notion of having usurped a physical form was unsettling, and it appeared to have resulted in some dire side effects. However, Reynolds was not one to dwell on such matters. Now clad in leaves, he chose to wander aimlessly along a path. After 6 days of soaking in the verdant, mysterious springs, Reynolds finally set foot ashore to explore his surroundings. He found himself in a basin, encircled by steep, towering cliffs. The climate was peculiar. Although it was snowing above, the precipitation transformed into rain upon reaching this place. The flora surrounding him seemed alien to Bear Island. There were no pine forests or oak trees, only bamboo groves, abundant coconut and banana trees, as well as durian and mango trees, reminiscent of a tropical paradise. Barefoot, Reynolds felt the ground beneath him occasionally radiate heat, as if he were treading upon smoldering coals. Not far away, a village came into view, comprising hundreds of simple triangular tents. These tents were supported by 3 bamboo poles, their combined strength providing sturdy shelter, and were covered with banana leaves to shield against the rain. In a secluded tent, a group of individuals, some appearing to be in their 70s or 80s, and even a centenarian, huddled together, munching on bananas. Within the oasis, there were the elderly of the old mountain forest, the old bear folk from Bear North Bay, the old bear inhabitants of Bear East Valley, as well as ancient wild men. Dick recounted to Reno the tidings he had gathered over the past 6 days. These people, under normal circumstances, would never coexist peacefully in one space. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had all found themselves here, and with age diminishing their combative tendencies, they lived harmoniously within the oasis. How many souls inhabit this place? Reno, savoring his banana, continued his walk. Approximately 200. All elderly. After a moment's contemplation, Dick provided his answer. So many indeed. Reno mused, gazing at the banana in his hand, marveling at the abundance of resources in this locale. According to the memories from detailed geography of the northern realms, the impoverished old bear folk typically chose to venture away from Bear East Valley to fend for themselves as winter approached. It seemed some elders, by a twist of fate, had arrived here. The eldest among them had surpassed a century in age. In the passage of time, the capacity of this oasis to harbor and sustain such a multitude is indeed remarkable. Perhaps the secret to longevity lies intertwined with the miraculous green springs. At that moment, rain began to fall from the heavens. Dick procured a large banana leaf to use as an umbrella, walking alongside Reno, serenely strolling in the rain. He had heard that walking could bring tranquility, perhaps aiding this disoriented adult in recovering his memories. With the daylight brief and the nights long, it was not long before darkness enveloped them. Reno's body began to ache once more, clearly indicating that his injuries had yet to heal. To recuperate, it seemed they would have to continue soaking in the hot springs. The two arrived at a different hot spring, not the one they had previously visited. But this place had numerous springs, each appearing quite similar. "Young man, do not wear a frown, brighter days are ahead," Reno exclaimed, stripping off his clothes and grinning at the equally unclad Dick. "When I was in my 40s, I was still in the frozen continent, and managing to eat half a potato each day was a luxury. Now, soaking in hot springs and enjoying bananas, life is delightful." Why the long face? With that, Reno boldly leaped into the warm waters with a splash. Dick, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, joined him, sinking into the comforting warmth, and lamented, "Sir, this may not be your memory. You are but 15. In your 40s, still in the frozen continent, that must be the youthful recollections of Shang-Yu-Betu." Reno scratched his head, chuckling. "Is that so? Then I shall find a way to forget these memories." "Memories are not so easily discarded." Dick's countenance remained troubled, unable to mirror Reno's radiant smile. Just then, an elderly bear woman approached the hot spring, her bare form exposed. Upon seeing two vigorous young men in the water, her expression held no hesitation. With a gentle demeanor, she nodded at Reno and Tom, slowly descending into the spring. "Young ones, this is the spring of longevity. Soak often. I have been soaking for 30 years. Now at 97, if you begin now, perhaps you shall live to be 200. Oasis. Swamp sprite. Unclothed. Luring men to beget little sprites." Fragments of memories began to surface in Reno's mind, as if Dick had once murmured these whimsical tales beside him. "Little Dick, the swamp sprite you desired has arrived," Reno chuckled mischievously. The words rang harshly, leaving Dick momentarily speechless, until he finally awkwardly remarked, "Mocking others is a poor virtue, my lord." With that, Dick felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Reno's memories were muddled, yet his knack for derision remained unscathed. In terms of character, at least, Reno had not changed much. He was still the same, not transformed into someone else. "Dick, do not wear such a crestfallen expression." Reno laughed, splashing water at Dick. In his youth, Reno had harbored dreams of entering a mixed-gender bathhouse. However, when he finally ventured in, he was met with a throng of elderly women, which left him quite startled, resulting in a prolonged period of despondency and mental disarray. Yet, he eventually came to terms with it. As one ages, particularly upon reaching the twilight of life, the distinctions of gender become entirely blurred. Not to mention this individual, who at 97, could still be regarded with reverence. Chapter 68, Fortification. "Young ones, from whence do you hail?" The kindly visage of the old bear woman beamed upon Reno and Dick. For 30 years, this oasis had never witnessed the presence of youth. "From where do you come?" Reno retorted with a question of his own. "Bear East Valley, what of you?" The old bear woman gazed eastward. "Just as you." Reno narrowed his eyes. "Oh, is all well there?" The old bear woman inquired with a hint of anticipation. "Quite well. It is said a grand statue of a great bear has been erected. The bear folk are hunting, and they intend to burn the pine forest to sell winter potatoes." Reno recounted the tales he had heard from Dick. "Dear grandmother, do you wish to return?" The new lord of the Great Bear East Valley has established a relief home where the elderly are treated kindly and receive meals daily. Dick asked with curiosity. Is that so? The old bear woman listened intently to Dick's account of the details from Bear East Valley, her joy blossoming. Yet she ultimately shook her head. I shall not return to trouble the great new lord. This place is delightful. There are bananas to eat every day. You should stay here too, away from strife. How wonderful it is. This place does not belong to me. Dick shook his head resolutely and said, How might one live here? Is it still through that dark river? You cannot leave. The old bear woman's expression turned helpless as she gazed skyward at the moon slowly rising. The snow had fallen and ceased, and at this moment, the sky cleared to reveal a flawless full moon. If one can enter, surely one can exit. How could there be a path that cannot be traversed? Reno shook his head in disagreement. The old bear woman slowly turned to face Reno. There are two ways to leave this place. One is to scale those cliffs. The other is to swim back through the dark river. But such feats are impossible unless you are an eagle or a shark. The cliffs rise 1,000 meters high, and the dark river stretches several hundred meters long. Climbing the cliffs could cost you your life, and swimming across the dark river in one breath is beyond human capability. Both options sound utterly absurd. Sir, I shall inquire tomorrow. Perhaps the elders here know of a secret passage that allows entry and exit from this oasis. Dick expressed his anxiety. He was merely 14, and Reno was but 15. They could not possibly spend their entire lives here in retirement. Reno fell into deep contemplation. To leave this place by scaling the sheer 1,000-meter cliffs would be a death-defying act. Yet swimming through the several hundred meters of dark river without the chance to breathe was an impossible task. The average person can hold their breath for 3 to 5 minutes. The world record might extend to 12 or 20 minutes, but that is merely breath-holding, not swimming. To hold one's breath for several hundred meters is quite unfathomable. Moreover, this dark river flows against the current into the oasis. Dick, would you care to join me in challenging the trials of life? A smile spread across Reno's face. I would rather not. Dick's heart sank. Sensing that Reno might be entertaining another reckless notion, Sir, please remain calm. Tomorrow I shall consult the elders here. Surely there must be a secret passage to exit. He feared Reno might act on his wild impulses. After speaking, Dick swiftly climbed ashore, donned his clothes, and hurried towards the village to inquire about an exit. In contrast, Raynor calmly adorned himself with the ludicrous banana leaves, waved farewell to the old bear woman, and then picked up a stone, meandering beneath the moonlight. He sought a spring of suitable length for swimming, where he could inscribe the constellation diagram of the 12 zodiac signs at the bottom. This would enable him to enhance his swimming through alchemy. A moment later, the display before him flickered with light. Alchemy materials, Raynor. Hot spring synthesis progress. 0 synthesis result. Raynor capable of swimming 1,000 kilometers start-stop under the moonlight. Raynor remained tranquil, immersed in the hot spring. After a thorough search in the oasis, he ultimately selected this narrow yet lengthy spring. It was quite satisfactory for swimming, and the water was not deep. So he thought to commence. As he spoke, the panel before him illuminated with a white glow, and waves began to surge in the elongated spring. Raynor felt as though his entire physical strength was being drained away, receding like the tide. Yet, the miraculous spring simultaneously nourished his body and spirit. The weariness dissipated swiftly, replaced by a warm surge of vitality. However, he felt a pang of hunger. Bananas. Raynor reached for the bananas on the shore, peeled 5 of them, and then gazed at the constellation diagram at the bottom of the water. Commence. Synthesis progress. 1 synthesis progress. 2 synthesis progress. 3. Synthesis progress. 10 minutes later, Raynor ceased the enhancement. During this interval, he had consumed 20 bunches of bananas, his stomach now round and taut. Fearing that any more would lead to discomfort, the spring's healing properties had left him free from notable fatigue, and his muscles were not sore. Yet, he felt an emptiness within, an intense hunger despite having eaten substantially. It seemed that the bottleneck lay in the absorption of food. Raynor pondered deeply. Nevertheless, this presented a positive aspect. In times of excessive hunger, the body self-regulates, prompting fat stores to supply energy. The deficit of energy not covered by bananas was something Raynor had ample reserves of. Fat would continue to provide sustenance. Sir, I bear a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? At that moment, Dick approached Raynor, appearing dejected after gathering information. Good news? Raynor raised an eyebrow in surprise. The good news is that there is no bad news, Dick replied with a wry smile. You truly are a master of dry humor. Raynor chuckled, gesturing for Dick to join him. Let us grow stronger together. To grow stronger. Dick recalled the transformation of his brother Tom, the names of those impressive wrestling moves etched in his memory. Yes, to grow stronger. And then to leave this place. Raynor continued to beckon. A tattered notebook had dried by now. It was discovered in the pocket of Raynor's ragged clothing, accompanied by a quill pen. Within the pages, there lay some of his previously inscribed development plans for Xiongdong Valley and his business acumen. These writings could aid him in reclaiming certain lost memories. At that moment, Reno was fervently jotting down the training regimen for himself and Dick. On the first day, swim 20 kilometers. On the second day, climb 10 meters 2000 times. On the third day, throw a spear 20,000 times. On the fourth day, wrestle with Dick for 2000 rounds. On the fifth day, engage in swordplay with Dick for 2000 rounds. It was uncertain at which iteration they would be able to depart from this place. After speaking, Reno absent-mindedly patted his ample belly. Such excess weight posed a significant hindrance to both climbing and diving. It was high time to shed some pounds. Sir, is this our training volume for an entire year? Dick craned his neck, peering curiously at Reno's notebook. 5 days. This oasis is extraordinary, with miraculous healing springs. Perhaps in the future, a training ground could be established here to cultivate a cadre of elite warriors. Reno gestured expansively, his imagination unfurling visions of the future. 5 days. Dick was rendered speechless. If it were not for Reno's constant discourse about constructing training grounds and elite warriors, Dick might have suspected that Reno's thoughts were once again dominated by the musings of Xiang Yubetu, leading him to devise new forms of self-torture. Time flew by. And before they knew it, several weeks had elapsed. During this period, both Reno and Dick underwent notable transformations, particularly Reno. As the days passed, a multitude of old memories began to resurface in his mind, including chaotic recollections of the Wolf King, Betu, and that monstrous entity. However, Reno had ample time to sort through his thoughts. The most striking change was in his physique. The layer of fat around his waist was diminishing rapidly, while fist-sized abdominal muscles were emerging with impressive definition. His figure transitioned from that of a portly individual to one of a robust stature, with a broad chest, substantial bone structure, and pronounced muscles. His jawline, chin, and sideburns began to sprout a thick, dark stubble, and his Adam's apple became more prominent, giving his voice a richer timbre. With the development of his body and a notable increase in height, Reno appeared significantly slimmer, while his muscles grew denser and his bone density increased. His height had surpassed 2 meters. Chapter 69. The elderly mindset. Fat, often regarded as a burdensome excess on the human body, is in fact a precious reservoir of energy, particularly in harsh environments where it becomes an invaluable source of sustenance. On the towering cliffs formed from volcanic basalt, Reno, adorned in banana leaves, ascends like a colossal green spider, his limbs outstretched, fingers interlocked, and toes gripping the rock face with the tenacity of iron hooks. Dick follows closely behind, albeit at a slower pace. Reno frequently pauses for breath, allowing Dick to catch up. Beyond their climbing speed, their physical disparity is pronounced. If Reno resembles an oversized tarantula, then Dick is akin to a diminutive garden spider. As they ascend beyond 200 meters, Reno continues to climb before executing a graceful inversion, anchoring himself with 3 limbs to the basalt while freeing one hand to consult his notebook. Dick, from the 200-meter mark onward, the volcanic rock is loose and crumbling. We cannot proceed. We must turn back. The notebook chronicles their rigorous training regimen, over 50 days, swimming 1,000 kilometers, scaling 1,000 meters, throwing spears 100,000 times, wrestling 100,000 rounds, and fencing 100,000 bouts. Unlike Reno, who possesses a significant reserve of fat, Dick struggles to keep pace with the training intensity, and has become emaciated, his eyes sunken and devoid of vitality. Although the area is abundant in fruits and vegetables, the absence of meat results in inadequate nutrition. Both have reached their limits. Further exertion may be counterproductive. Reno believes that returning home to replenish and rest would ultimately strengthen their bodies. Thus, on this, the 51st day since their arrival at the oasis, they opt to descend. However, fate takes an unexpected turn. The towering cliff presents solid basalt below 200 meters. But above it lies a treacherous expanse of loose volcanic ash and rock. It appears that time has yet to solidify this mountain range adequately. Climbing on the unstable volcanic rock poses a significant risk of fatal falls. We must return. It seems our only option is to swim across that dark river. Like a spider, Reno hands upside down, descending with caution, a scene reminiscent of a horror film from a past life. My goodness, you truly are a humanoid beast. Dick finds himself at a loss for words to describe Reno, settling on the term monster. No one on Bear Island can rival my climbing skills. Reno flashes a confident smile, his pace swift as he soon reaches Dick, even finding the leisure to review the escape plan inscribed in his notebook. Plan 1, climb. Plan 2, swim. No, you must be the strongest man in the world. Dick cannot fathom another being of such immense size and muscularity who can so effortlessly scale steep cliffs like a spider. This seems beyond the realm of human capability. Do not be arrogant, Dick. There are many formidable individuals in this world. Until I have vanquished them, do not foolishly label me the strongest. Renault articulated what he considered to be humble words. In truth, during these 50 days, he could have augmented his training regimen. But the nutritional value of the available food was insufficient. He subsisted solely on bananas, akin to a monkey. In the absence of adequate nourishment, mere exertion does not equate to becoming stronger. Furthermore, Renault's mental energy and time were predominantly consumed by sifting through the overwhelming and convoluted memories residing within his mind. Most of the memories related to cats and dogs were relatively straightforward, encompassing trivialities such as hunting, preying, playing with their quarry, procreation, frolicking, and slumber. However, the recollections belonging to Betu, the old savage, were profoundly intricate. In his youth, he had a twin brother, and the two were raised on the frozen continent until they encountered a dying shape-shifting savage who abducted them. Along with them, dozens of other children were also captured. The shapeshifter subjected these children to harsh trials, forcing them to endure the biting cold, scale icy mountains, and battle ferocious beasts, seemingly selecting the strongest among them. Years later, as the shapeshifter grew weaker, Betu's twin brother, at the tender age of 7, managed to slay an Arctic wolf with nothing but a dagger. In a fit of excitement, the shapeshifter brought Betu's brother into a cave. Betu stealthily followed and witnessed his brother being fed a peculiar plant juice by the savage. Shortly thereafter, the savage consumed some as well and perished. 3 days later, his brother awoke, transformed into a being unrecognizable to Betu. Deep down, Betu understood that the one who had awakened was not his brother, but rather the savage who had usurped his brother's body. The true essence of his brother had likely returned to the old gods. In the ensuing years, Betu encountered various experiences and, through serendipity, became a shapeshifter himself. Learning of the whereabouts of the shapeshifter that had occupied his brother's body, the adversary resided on Bear Island, lurking within the tribal forests. 2 days later, whoosh! A simple green bamboo spear was hurled from Dick's hand, soaring like a dragon. Above the oasis, in the tranquil night sky, a seagull was circling when, unexpectedly, it was pierced and plummeted to the ground. Sir, the air bladders are nearly prepared. We can exchange breath 10 times. I believe we should be able to swim across that dark river. Dick jogged to retrieve the seagull, disemboweling it to extract the unique air sacs from its avian anatomy. Collecting these sacs would allow both of them to breathe while traversing the dark river. A handful of firewood was ignited, and the seagull was placed upon the grill. Renault sat cross-legged, his hands alternating, his long black hair cascading down, his eyes half open and half closed, adopting an eccentric meditative posture as he focused on contending with Betu's thoughts within his mind. However, clad in banana leaves and assuming this meditative position, he appeared quite comical. Regrettably, there were no beasts in this area, or else he could have fashioned a balloon from their entrails. Renault's gaze gradually regained its vigor as he looked towards the distant green river. High in mineral content, the water shimmered with a verdant hue. This was the same river they had traversed earlier. Although not a hot spring, its temperature hovered around a pleasant 10 degrees Celsius, marking the confluence between the outside world and the oasis. Now, the dawn lingers for but an hour or two each day. Alas, dear adult, it seems we are nearing December, when perpetual night shall envelop us, devoid of sunlight. Each year, at the onset of December, a fierce blizzard descends upon Bear Island. Dick reminded Reno. Are you suggesting that in a few days, the waters of this dark river will swell with greater ferocity, rendering our escape all the more arduous? Reno discerned Dick's implication. He was inherently averse to relocating. Once ensconced in a place, he found it difficult to contemplate departure. Having lain in a state akin to a vegetable for a decade, Bear Island would continue its course in his absence. However, the inhabitants of Bear East Valley would fare rather poorly, though survival was not beyond their reach. Here, the mountains are verdant, the waters clear, sustenance abundant, and the climate temperate throughout the seasons. Life, albeit monotonous, is not devoid of serenity. Initially discomfited, Reno gradually entertained the notion of permanent residence. This idea, in Dick's estimation, was perilous. Perhaps Reno's life, punctuated by the absurdities and tribulations of Betu, had rendered him somewhat indifferent to his surroundings. Perhaps he had truly allowed Betu's perspective to cloud his judgment. In any case, Reno had recently grown increasingly reluctant to depart from this place, his thoughts aligning with those of an elderly individual. Chapter 70, Unaware of one's strength, my lord, we must depart. Awaken to reality. The alluring noblewomen outside await our presence. Dick, observing Reno's demeanor, felt a surge of impatience and grasped a bamboo stick. My lord, let us engage in practical training. Allow me to dislodge the youthful spirit from within your mind. You have encountered the swamp sprites, and now you yearn for the noble ladies outside. Reno chuckled softly, stretching languorously, his body bending gracefully like an arched bridge. Ultimately, he inverted himself, balancing on his fingertips while retrieving the bamboo stick with his other hand. Light and agile, he stood on 2 fingers, resembling an elegant yet muscular green swan. Reno was indeed a formidable contradiction. A bout may awaken the youthful vigor within you. Dick summoned his courage, brandishing the bamboo rod in challenge to Reno. In truth, we have never truly engaged in combat. Reno also waved the bamboo in his hand. Memories of countless duels with Dick flooding his mind. For him, striking an opponent with the bamboo equated to victory. Such was his imagined version of swordplay. Not that it differed greatly from actual combat. Most of the time, his recollections involved evasion and defense, commonly referred to as forging one's skills. Naturally, this was all under the condition of controlled power, for it was only through deliberate and pure technique-based contests that one could enhance their skills. Nothing more than that. Dick had never emerged victorious. After countless encounters, while Reno's strength remained uncertain, Dick only felt himself growing weaker. My lord, beware of your knees. Dick grunted, feigning a strike towards Reno's knee, but instead aimed for his throat. Oh! Reno merely tilted his head, evading the blow, and as he advanced a step, he lightly tripped Dick, who stumbled and fell to the ground. Awakening one's youthful vitality through battle. Observing Dick sprawled on the ground, Reno scratched his head. They were far too familiar with each other. A mere blink from Dick was enough for Reno to anticipate his next move. Yet, it seemed this did not evoke much vitality at all. He was even too lethargic to strike Dick with the bamboo. Why do I receive the blessings of the bear god daily, feeling increasingly strong, yet when it comes to actual combat, I seem to grow weaker? Dick lay on the ground, exasperated like a child. Have you truly become stronger? Reno stroked his chin, uncertain himself. Perhaps you have indeed grown stronger, making my progress seem like a regression in contrast. Dick, regaining composure, articulated a theory that approached the truth. Or perhaps we have consumed too many bananas and devolved into monkeys. However, I have slimmed down considerably now. With these air sacs, swimming across the dark river to escape here should not pose a challenge. Reno assessed the current situation in his mind. Dick's attacks were weak and clumsy. Reno himself was feeble, devoid of fighting spirit and with a scattered will. Nevertheless, the immense training burden weighed heavily upon him. After 50 days of frenzied practice, Reno had indeed shed considerable weight, free from the resistance of an overweight body. He now possesses the confidence to traverse the murky river. Dear friend, let us return and indulge in some crispy fries. Here, we are surrounded only by bananas. Do you truly wish to feast on bananas for eternity? Dick rose, striving to awaken Reno and ignite his fighting spirit. Fries, very well, let us venture out for fries. Upon hearing the mention of food, a flicker of emotion stirred within Reno's otherwise placid heart. The current weather was inexorably leaning toward the long night, with a diminishing sense of today or tomorrow. The two had come to a mutual agreement and began to gather their air sacs, heading towards the shadowy river. At that moment, a ferocious roar echoed from the river bank. 3 brown bears, each weighing over 300 pounds, had inexplicably fallen into the dark current and were now brought to the oasis. The bears climbed ashore, vigorously shaking off their soaked fur, sending droplets flying in all directions. Reno and Dick, leaning on the green bamboo, approached in a manner reminiscent of destitute beggars. Humans, equivalent to food. In an instant, all 3 bears fixed their gaze upon the frail Dick, perceiving Reno as a more formidable beast. However, the diminutive Dick appeared more like a meal. This is your small bamboo pouch, and this is mine. Let us place the air sacs within. When the 9th air sac is punctured and filled with air, they must swim until exhaustion sets in. If they have not escaped the dark river by then, They should abandon the effort and use the final air sac to return to the oasis, remember. Reno handed his small bamboo pouch to Dick. This pouch had been woven from bamboo skin by the old bear matriarch residing here. Each person had 10 bird-shaped air sacs, filled to capacity and secured with vine knots, all contained within the bamboo pouch. If they needed to breathe, they could retrieve an air sac from the water, hold it in their mouths, and puncture it with their teeth. Ideally, both would emerge from the water. Of course, if only one managed to escape, he could return for reinforcements, bringing back ample ropes to extract those left in the oasis. The worst-case scenario would be excessive stubbornness leading to suffocation in the dark river and imprudent fate. As they prepared to depart, Reno reminded him of the importance of relinquishing the pursuit at times, as it could signify a form of victory. I understand, Dick replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. As they were about to leave, Dick's haughty demeanor began to resurface. Let us return. If Tom follows my plan to burn down the pine forest and plant winter potatoes, it will be a delightful time to return and see everyone as winter harvest. Reno endeavored to fill his mind with pleasant visions, lest the haunting memories of Betu resurface at a critical moment. He maneuvered through the trio of brown bears and, upon checking his small bamboo pouch at his waist, plunged into the emerald waters without hesitation, swimming forward. He brushed past the bears, maintaining an impassive expression, not sparing them a glance. Watching Reno disappear beneath the surface, Dick clenched his teeth and motivated himself. In 3 months, I shall become a knight and seek a noble maiden as my beloved. He leaned on the green bamboo and stepped toward the verdant river. The 3 brown bears immediately revealed their fangs. The bears, fierce and unyielding, regarded Reno as a formidable beast, too intimidating to provoke. Yet, the frail Dick disregarded their presence, inciting the already ravenous trio of brown bears to a state of fury. With a collective roar, the 3 bears lunged toward Dick. He merely sidestepped their attack, instinctively raising a bamboo stick and, in a mere flick of his fingers, striking 6 precise blows. His feet remained in motion, his gaze fixed upon the verdant surface of the river. Subsequently, he discarded the bloodied bamboo and began to shed his clothing, recognizing that diving without attire would diminish resistance. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted behind him. As Dick removed his garments, the sound of distress jolted him back to reality. He turned to witness 3 dark figures, their black fur blending into the night, scattering in frantic disarray. Had the bears truly charged at him moments ago? Or had he merely blinded them with his tracks? Was it all an illusion? A certain dullness clouded Dick's expression. Perhaps, as Reno had suggested, an overindulgence in bananas could lead to a regression akin to that of a monkey. At the very least, Dick sensed a sluggishness in his thoughts and senses. Little did he know, after countless bouts of fencing with Reno, certain attacks had become instinctual, ingrained within him. In comparison to Reno, Dick appeared clumsy and slow, perhaps even regressing. Yet, this was merely a testament to Reno's unparalleled prowess. The memories of 100,000 grappling matches, of real combat experiences, had transformed Dick into a weapon of human form, solely attuned to the art of killing and fighting. His vast reservoir of combat memories remained partially undigested within his mind, a lengthy process yet to unfold. Strong, yet blissfully unaware, the two had endured over 50 days of trials in the oasis, elevating their bodies and minds to an entirely new realm. Chapter 71, The Funeral of Reynard, Part 1, in early December, following a fierce snowstorm. The surface of the icebound bay had solidified into impenetrable ice. Clink, clink, clink. In the bare North Bay, 2 young bear cubs departed from the shores and ventured onto the frozen expanse, each dragging a rusty, dull iron sword behind them, producing a jarring and grating sound. In their hands, alongside the corroded blaze, they clutched delicate white heather flowers, exuding a peculiar fragrance. They walked in silence. Upon reaching the center of the sea, the 2 cubs used their rusty swords to carve out depressions in the ice, subsequently casting the heather flowers into the hollows. Lord Reynard, may you rest beneath the snowy ice. One child thrust his rusted sword into the ice, clasped his hands in prayer. May you find peace beneath the azure ice. O ferocious bear Reynard, when I grow up, I shall be as formidable as you. The other cub joined in prayer. Despite Reynard's fearsome reputation as a brutal bear, he had once been a hero of Bear North Bay. The 2 cubs, having heard recent rumors of Reynard's demise, reportedly at the jaws of a shark 2 months prior, felt compelled to offer prayers and pay their respects. In the ice pit, 2 handfuls of heather flowers swayed with the chilling wind. Winter, indeed, brought little in the way of blooming flora. The oddly scented heather had become the sole choice for the children. The pristine ice surface embodied the essence of a coffin, A notion steeped in poetic imagery. White. The ice is unmistakably blue, as the sea is blue. Do not speak nonsense. The ice is white. What does it have to do with the sea? Moments ago, the two cubs had been in good spirits, yet now they bickered fiercely over the color of the ice. Their argument escalated, culminating in a flurry of blows as they brandished their rusty swords against one another. Clink, clink. The clash of blades sent sparks flying amid the tumultuous sea. Bear cubs from Bear Island were known for their tempestuous nature, often engaging in life-and-death struggles over trivial matters. A fervor that would persist into adulthood. Beyond the age of 16, their temperament would temper significantly, evolving into either taciturnity or the tendency to gossip behind closed doors as they matured. Reynard was at that pivotal age, teetering between the fervor of youth and the reserve of maturity. Rumble, rumble. At the moment when the two cubs were embroiled in their dispute over color, a violent tremor rippled across the distant ice. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, dark figures surged forth from the far reaches of the ice. At this juncture, Icebound Bay had succumbed to the biting cold. Pirates were no longer a threat. However, it was during such times that ravenous wild men would traverse the ice, descending upon Bear Island to pillage and plunder. Wild men. The wild men are coming. The bear cubs ceased their fighting, and upon discerning the approaching shadows, they instinctively raised their rusty swords, adopting a stance of defiance. Standing tall, the bear folk would not retreat. Die! A wild man, leading the charge, brandished a long knife and, emerging from the snowstorm, swung violently at the head of the nearest cub. When the wild man engaged in slaughter, mercy was a foreign concept. Even when faced with children, regardless of the insignificance of their rusty swords, in the eyes of the wild man, these children were nothing more than adversaries, and even potential sustenance. I am not afraid of you. The enraged child brandished a rusted sword, striking at the towering wild man before him. With a sickening thud, the wild man's neck twisted, and he collapsed to the ground, blood splattering across the child's face. Squinting down, the child was horrified to discover that a vibrant green, unidentified plant had somehow lodged itself in the wild man's neck. Arteries severed, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the child's innocent features. This peculiar plant, known as bamboo, was unfamiliar to the child from Bear Island, rendering him oblivious to its nature. I thought I had killed him, the child murmured softly. Such a day would come, echoed the voice of Reynard beside him. The child turned. Through the swirling snow, a massive green creature approached, draped in banana leaves, its head adorned with a banana hat, and its face concealed by a mask of foliage. This towering figure glided towards him on skates crafted from bamboo. May I borrow your sword? Reynard inquired, gently ruffling the child's hair. Here you go, green sprite, the child replied bashfully, handing over the rusted sword. I have another companion who also requires a sword, Reynard continued, glancing at another child. All right, blue sprite, the second child offered his rusted sword as well. Clutching the two blades, Reynard turned and, standing on his bamboo skis, moved methodically into the storm, charging towards the wild man advancing with heavy strides towards Bear North Bay. Within the gaze of the two children, after the immense green sprite departed, another diminutive green sprite appeared, also on skis. They stood side by side, swords in hand, fearless as they prepared to confront the dozen wild men amidst the snowstorm. Shadows danced chaotically, and cries of anguish echoed across the sea in the tempest. Though the figures were indistinct from a distance, their outlines suggested that the wild men were falling one by one. As the final scream pierced the air, silence enveloped the world. In the snowstorm, only two peculiar figures remained standing on the ice. Dick, you hopeless navigator. This is clearly Bear North Bay. Look beneath the ice at the dock. ISNT, there a whaling ship half submerged, its mast still visible. ISNT, that the vessel we reclaimed? Reynard's voice rose in frustration against the driving snow. It's all because I was holding my breath. It muddled my thoughts, or else I would certainly recognize the way. Calm down, sir. We must press on, Dick replied with a steadiness that surpassed Reynard's. Press on? If we continue wandering aimlessly like this, who knows if we might end up in the frozen continent? Reynard questioned with skepticism. Following the coastline is never wrong, Dick asserted confidently. Amidst the storm, the two green beings bickered as they faded from the children's sight. Great blue sprite, one child clasped his hands in prayer towards the direction Reynard had departed. That is clearly green. The other child retorted angrily. Nonsense. It is undoubtedly blue. Two unruly children once again quarreled over colors, ultimately flailing their fists and grappling in the midst of the sea. From that day forth, a legend emerged in Bear North Bay, recounting how the blue and green sprites vanquished the wild men and rescued the children. In Bear East Valley, before the statue of the Great Bear, a clearing held a towering wooden frame, stacked high with timber reaching 5 meters. Atop this structure lay a windbreak bed, crafted personally by Reno, now resting serenely at the pinnacle of the woodpile. It was evident that a cremation was imminent. Fate, indeed, was at play. Tom knelt upon the ground, pounding his chest and wailing to the heavens, gazing at the windbreak bed that Reno had once fashioned for him, now transformed into Reno's own coffin. Tears streamed down Tom's face, overwhelmed by a profound sense of destiny. Initially, when Reno went missing, Tom firmly believed that the rotund young lord possessed a tenacious spirit and would not succumb easily to death. He tirelessly searched for 10 days, shedding secret tears along the way. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, there was no trace of either his brother or Reno. Subsequently, he ventured to Bear Southport in search of reinforcements, with the rescue party swelling to over 1,000 individuals. During the quiet winter days, all the tenant farmers of Bear Island were dispatched by the acting Countess Maggie to scour the forests for Reno and Dick. Alas, both were still missing, leaving no remains behind, as if they had been silently consumed by the entire Bear Island. After a period of utter despair, Tom regained his resolve and directed his energy towards the construction endeavors in Bear East Valley, a task that Reno had often spoken of. The laborious work provided a temporary respite from his anguish. Gradually, it seemed as though Reno had been forgotten. However, just days ago, the unwilling Daisy, dragging her injured body, returned from the forest after a month-long search with a frozen figure of a hefty man. The man's features were obscured, his body encased in ice, and his skin bore a purple-black hue. Standing around 6 feet tall, he did not resemble Reno at all. Upon hearing the news, acting Countess Maggie hurried to the scene, enlisting the expertise of 2 elder scholars from Bear Castle and Bear North Bay for identification. The scholars confirmed that this indeed was Reno's corpse. Due to the freezing conditions, his massive frame had somewhat shriveled, a natural phenomenon as articulated by both scholars. The others could merely accept this grim reality. The confirmation of Reno's death sent shockwaves through the crowd. Daisy fainted in disbelief, while Maggie stumbled and accidentally struck her head, falling unconscious as well. Everyone had underestimated Reno's significance in the heart of this lady countess. The bear folk of Bear East Valley wept daily, their faces stained with tears. Meanwhile, the pirates captured by Reno rejoiced at the news, clapping and shouting, "He is dead! He is dead! Hooray!" In the newly excavated cellar, where Reno's captives were held, the pirates, led by Franz, celebrated with laughter, song, and dance upon hearing of Reno's demise. Occasionally, the 13 noble youths would enter to deliver a beating, but soon after, the pirates would resume their revelry. Human nature is diverse. When a crowd gathers and there is no one to maintain order in Bear East Valley, chaos ensues. Just then, as Tom was engulfed in sorrow, the situation began to unravel. A group of forest dwellers stormed into Bear East Valley, their momentum unstoppable as they arrived at the cremation ceremony. At the forefront stood a young girl from the forest tribe, her face ablaze with fury, wielding a spear as she ascended the 5-meter-high pile of wood, standing atop the coffin. "Reynold is my husband. I must take him back for a sky burial. Cremation is an affront to the deceased, otherwise, his soul shall never find peace." The forest girl brandished her spear, pointing at the surrounding bayfolk, ultimately resting the spear's tip upon Tom's head. "Sky burial? I've heard that forest dwellers allow eagles to feast upon the bodies of the dead. You forest folk shall not take Lord Reynolds' remains." Tom, transforming his sorrow into rage, instinctively reached for his waist, only to discover that he bore no sword. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as Daisy kicked down the door of Reynolds' wood shop. Amidst the swirling dust, Daisy, claws at the ready and her eyes bloodshot, raised her blade towards the forest girl atop the coffin, exclaiming, "Vile forest dweller, remove your filthy feet from Reynolds. No one shall take his body today." On the other side of Bear Island, amid the vast ocean, Dick mused, "Life is perpetually absurd. We endeavor to savor existence, yet life incessantly plays tricks on us." Reynolds stood upon the icy surface, gazing at the distant town on the shore, sighing within. This town, he had never seen before. It must be Bear West Town. The two seemed to have taken a longer route. "At least we haven't strayed off course," Dick reassured Reynolds. "Indeed. You truly thought this through, circling Bear Island on ice." Reynolds managed a wry smile. However, now that he had slimmed down, his stamina exceeded that of previous days. Ice skating did not seem to exhaust him much. "Let us return." I merely wish to go back to Bare East Valley and lie in my windbreak bed for a restful slumber. Reynolds longed dearly for the superior soundproofing of his cherished windbreak bed. Chapter 70, The Funeral of Raynor, Part R. The forest dwellers, who had caused the disturbance, were swiftly subdued by the soldiers of Bear Fortress clad in exquisite armor. The leading girl was forcefully pinned to the ground by Daisy, her face smeared with mud. Shoes! The cremation shall commence, Daisy commanded, her eyes brimming with tears as she sat astride the forest girl's back. Yes! Shoes sighed deeply, brandishing a torch to ignite the towering pile of timber, 5 meters high, before casting his gaze upon the coffin above. Raynor's body had been recovered, yet his brother Dick remained unaccounted for. The terrifying mountain spirit, Betu, an invisible monster, had united the forest dwellers and the bearfolk against the onslaught of 100 wolves. That night, harrowing events unfolded. Although the bearfolk emerged victorious, the death of their lord Raynor rendered this victory hollow and devoid of joy. My husband Raynor. You cannot incinerate him. His soul shall never find peace. He must have a sty burial. The cremation will summon vengeful spirits. Among the forest dwellers, 6 maidens appeared frenzied and anguished. They were the girls who had danced around Raynor's bonfire that fateful night, including the sisters Elaine and Aina. Silence them. Gag their mouths. The voice of Countess Maddie echoed, filled with fury as she emerged from within the great bear statue, striding towards the pyre. Gazing at the flames, which intensified and danced with ferocity, her face bore profound sorrow. Raynor, if this cremation will awaken your vengeful spirit, then come before me. I must personally apologize to you. Her voice grew increasingly faint. With that, she fell to her knees, no longer the resilient countess, but rather a frail ant, tears of remorse cascading down her cheeks. If given another chance, she would not have tested Raynor's heart with trials and tribulations, bringing this plump nephew to Bare East Valley. Indeed, she should have relinquished the position of regent count from the outset, allowing Raynor to assume it. The barren Bare East Valley thrived under Raynor's governance, flourishing under his stewardship. He had even erected a 30-meter-tall statue of the Great Bear, designating the ground floor as a relief hall, ensuring that no bearfolk would succumb to starvation in the wilderness. Here, the bearfolk, regardless of gender, had become valiant warriors. Although few in number, the bearfolk of Bare East Valley had cultivated a formidable fighting force. All of this was the fruit of Raynor's labor. Had he been entrusted with the governance of Bear Island, it was likely that the entire island would no longer suffer the indignities of savages and pirates. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. At this moment, the only recourse for Maggie was to weep. The flames leapt higher, reaching for the heavens. The corpulent body lay quietly within the coffin, consumed by the fire. At this juncture, even if the forest dwellers descended into madness, seeking to seize Raynor's remains, it was futile. Daisy detached herself from the forest girl and approached the towering funeral pyre, withdrawing her longsword. Raynor! This sword was meant to be sent to the abyssal great wall, but you awakened, so it was intended for you. Yet now, it is of no use. Tears fell upon the Valyrian steel. The blade, impervious to fire and water, repelled the tears at the moment of contact, causing them to cascade to the ground. The long sword, much like death, is merciless. My cousin Alyssa, a girl of rugged features and formidable physique, possesses deft hands. It was she who crafted the white rabbit fur cloak for Reynolds. Now, a grey wolfskin cloak cradled in Alina's arms is cast heavily into the pyre before her. Reynolds, rest in peace. From this day forth, the Mormont household on Bear Island shall be comprised solely of women, and I shall safeguard our lineage. My other cousin, Jorah, with delicate features and a pallid countenance that speaks of frailty, clutches a frozen guiding bird, which she tosses into the cremation pile. Reynolds, may the soul of this little bird guide you home. In an instant, the frozen guiding bird, upon being cast into the flames, flutters its wings and ascends towards the sky, cawing, Reynolds, Reynolds, Reynolds. The seemingly lifeless bird has deceived the innocent Jorah and regained its freedom, soaring towards the southern horizon. A moment of stunned silence envelopes the crowd, followed by a bitter smile. It appears Reynolds' spirit will not benefit from the bird's guidance. The youngest cousin, Lyanna, tosses a game of dragon chess into the fire, heartlessly remarking, this game is far too complex for me. I still cannot grasp the rules. Reynolds, when my time comes, I shall seek you out for a game of dragon chess. If you reside in heaven, I shall ascend to heaven. If you dwell in hell, I shall venture there as well. The innocent words of the little bear girl bring forth fresh tears from Maggie. There are no longer any Mormont men on Bear Island. At that moment, Barn, Yvette, Arthur, Juan, Gillette, G-Bam, and Bobby. These denizens of Bare East Valley begin to form a long line, heads bowed in mourning for Reynald, clutching heather flowers. They pass by, casting the blooms into the pyre. The fragrant blossoms shall serve as the final tribute to their lord. In no time, the air is perfumed with the scent of heather, enveloping the entirety of Bare East Valley. Meanwhile, within the newly constructed cellar of Bare East Valley, 61 pirates, led by Franz and Marlin, join hands, forming a circle, their faces alight with joy, as they leap and dance. La la la, he is dead. Hooray! Our daily curses have finally vanquished that corpulent demon. Freedom awaits us. Good men of the sea, we have merely faced a minor setback. Long live the Laffy family. House Mormont shall soon be reduced to ashes. The pirates rejoice in song and dance. In the corner, apart from the revelry, a red-nosed old wild man curls up on the ground, observing the captive pirates with a mocking expression. Shall you Batu, who, in a moment of despair, forcibly inhabited the body of the hidden monster, unexpectedly awakened within it that fateful night, after the wolf spirit howled at the moon. The bear folk captured him alive and brought him back, where he has since remained imprisoned in the newly built cellar, due to the wolf spirit's mysterious and fearsome nature. And Reynald's prolonged absence, the bear folk have only dared to send him a potato each day to sustain his life, never approaching him or daring to speak. Old wild man, what are you mocking? Franz's weathered visage beamed with delight upon witnessing Batu's expression in the corner, igniting a furious blaze within him that halted his dance. Dance on, foolish pirate, continue your revelry. The corpulent wolf spirit shall soon return, so while foolishness still clouds your minds, keep dancing and laughing. Batu sneered ominously. After the bear folk had presented their flowers, 13 noble youths stepped forward, offering wild blooms they had gathered. Had Reynald captured these noble boys? Meiji, observing this scene, felt a surge of confusion and rose slowly, promising the youths that she would return them home once the spring thaw melted the icy seas. However, the boys recounted the tale of how their forebears had been deceived by the Lafia family, revealing that they could never return home. Meiji's heart burned with fury. As she listened, she chastised the foolishness of these boys' ancestors, yet, as the story unfolded, she realized she was, in fact, one of those foolish elders. Overwhelmed, she slumped to the ground, weeping more vehemently. The pangs of regret pierced her like needles, causing unbearable anguish. At that moment, a tall man draped in banana leaves, his body glistening green, pushed past Meiji and tossed 2 potatoes into the pyre. Meiji glanced at this oddly attired bear folk, then at the 2 potatoes by the fire. Reynald, do you see? The bear folk hold you dear, the potatoes are their sole sustenance. Yet they willingly offer them as sacrifices for your funeral. The towering bear folk turned his head to look down at Meiji. A peculiar and perplexed expression crossed Reynald's face. Funeral? What does that mean? I'm merely hungry and wish to roast a potato. Aren't you hosting a barbecue? Why is everyone crying? Is this some special ritual of Bear Island? Must we light a great fire every December and shed tears, not wanting to appear out of place? Reynald squinted, yet found himself unable to cry. Then, as he lifted his gaze and spotted his windbreak lying atop the pyre, an uncontrollable fury erupted within him. What audacity! Who dared to burn my windbreak? Tom, whose idea was it to destroy my treasure? Do you seek a beating? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at the peculiar green figure beside Meiji. The green forest creature was roaring. But how did this forest spirit possess Reynald's head? The soul! It is my cousin's soul. The guiding bird has returned his spirit, exclaimed Chirue, who had released the guiding bird. This is the fate of cremation. My husband Reynald has transformed into an enraged green wraith. The young forest women began to clamor. Is it a Sasquatch? Tom murmured, retrieving his long sword, gripping it tightly as he approached Reynald with a fierce expression. In those nights lost within the forest, Lord Reynald would tell terrifying tales, including that of the Sasquatch, who devoured human heads and transformed them. Initially, he believed Reynald was merely spinning tales to frighten Dick. It now appears that the Sasquatch is indeed a tangible reality, manifesting before our very eyes. Stand guard. Protect Lady Maggie. Hux drew his longsword and rushed towards Maggie. Cease at once, commanded Maggie, and everyone froze in place. She then approached Rainer, raising her hands to cradle his face, gazing up at him with affection. Rainer, your spirit has finally chosen to return for this final glimpse. Just look at how gaunt you have become in the depths of hell. It was the first time Aunt Maggie had shown such tenderness. Rainer felt a twinge of discomfort as she cupped his face, a sense of unease washing over him. Hell! It's not so dreadful, really. It's merely that there are patches of molten lava that can scorch the soles of your feet, leaving blisters if you step on them. The hell described in ancient tomes seems quite akin to this, with lava flowing everywhere. Might you find it in your heart to forgive me? I am but a misguided elder, yet my intentions were for your benefit, albeit through flawed methods. Tears, like glistening pearls, fell from Maggie's eyes. But there is no remedy for regret in this world. If given a second chance, I would relinquish the title of Count from the very start, allowing you to inherit it and govern Bear Island. I am so sorry, so very sorry, Raynor. With that, she embraced him tightly. Raynor felt even more uncomfortable. Yet he heartily accepted his aunt's apology. In truth, I have never truly harbored hatred towards you. Let us agree on this. Come March next year, I shall journey to Winterfell to be bestowed with my title, the title of Count. Chapter 73. The greatest farce. It appears that even in death, you remain steadfast in your pursuit of power. The acting Countess Maggie chuckled, caressing Reynolds' cheek. So, what you said earlier holds no weight. Reynolds narrowed his eyes. No. I believe you would make a splendid lord. However, you are already dead, Maggie replied, her eyes reddening once more. Perhaps the recent upheavals had overwhelmed her. Her mind buzzed with confusion, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Indeed, Maggie felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Am I dead? Reynolds paused, stepping back and surveying his surroundings. Do you all truly believe I have perished? Yet why then do you ignite a great bonfire in celebration? My lord. This is a cremation, not a celebration, Tom replied, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. The Sasquatch's mimicry was alarmingly reminiscent of Reynolds. But Reynolds was certainly not so gaunt. The voice was also incorrect. This green-hued creature towered over Reynolds. Cremation? Whose funeral is this? Reynolds glanced at the windbreak bed within the flames. My lord, may your soul find peace, Tom said, though his skepticism lingered. He was compelled to believe that Reynolds had returned. It is the bear god. The bear god has permitted Lord Reynolds' spirit to visit us. A bear citizen exclaimed with sudden realization. The bear god has once again bestowed a miracle. Arthur felt a profound shock within, unable to resist glancing at the colossal statue of the bear god behind him. My lord, it is my fault. Had I been braver that night during the battle against the invisible monster, perhaps you would not have perished. A bear woman wept as she approached Reynolds. My lord, should there be a next life, I wish to serve you once more. Yvette also emerged from the crowd. My lord, please rest in peace. Varn knelt before Reynolds, bowing his head. May you find eternal rest. Please, rest in peace. The bear citizens gradually knelt upon the ground. Strange. Why does it seem that everyone believes I am dead? Reynolds mused in disbelief. After finally returning, how fortuitous it is to arrive just in time for my own funeral. It is now the perpetual twilight of December, a frigid winter devoid of sunlight for 24 hours. Perhaps these individuals are so burdened with despair that they cannot discern the fact that I am very much alive. My lord, may I inquire if my brother still resides in hell? Tom looked up at Reynolds. When we passed through Bear Southport, he was utterly exhausted. So I sent him back to the best family to rest. He may not return for several days. As Reynolds spoke, he gazed at the corpse upon the pyre. So, whose remains are being burned? It turned out that Dick's spirit had gone to visit his father, Tom confessed, lowering his gaze. The body upon the pyre was corpulent. And as it burned, the fat splattered, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely. Reynolds, I discovered your body 3 days ago, Daisy hurriedly approached, recounting her discovery of Reynolds' corpse and the scholar's identification process, though she dared not come too close. She glanced at her haggard cousin and then at the charred figure engulfed in flames. Reynolds looked down at his own attire, wrapped in a cloak of banana leaves. The interior was lavishly filled with a multitude of soft tree fibers for warmth against the chill. His head, too, was shrouded in foliage, resembling a colossal green creature. Coupled with the dim light of the night, one might perceive him as a great, green mountain spirit. Just then, Misha burst forth from the crowd, her eyes locking onto Reno, and she let out a fierce roar as she lunged toward him. In the 2 months since their last encounter, Misha had transformed into an impressively hefty dog, tipping the scales at over 100 pounds. The bond between man and dog was palpable. You've grown and become quite plump, haven't you? Reno chuckled as he enveloped the hefty Misha in his arms. Misha nuzzled her head affectionately against the banana leaves. It seemed as though everyone present had misconstrued the situation. Reno was about to shed his ludicrous attire to reveal his true self and dispel any misunderstandings when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a group of forest dwellers, along with 6 forest maidens. They've all arrived. A sudden dread gripped Reno's heart. The most troublesome of predicaments had finally come to pass. Although he had merely danced beneath the moonlight with the 6 maidens, in the customs of the forest folk, he had unwittingly become the husband of all 6. In truth, it wouldn't be all that bad to perish. Reno murmured. Sir, why do you say that? Are you leaving? Tom inquired. Reno, you may rest in peace. I shall take care of everyone, declared the bear girl, Lyanna. The second decision-making assembly of Bear East Valley convened within the council hall. After Reno had shed his verdant garments and donned a simple yet dignified tunic, thereby affirming his identity, the attendees were first taken aback, and then tears of joy flowed freely. Naturally, aside from the bears, the pirates who learned of Reno as survival also shed tears of relief. Upon discovering that Dick had not perished but had returned home, Tom embraced Shields, both weeping with emotion. The emotional journey of the bear populace present was intricate and profound. Reno considered it merely a holiday, yet everyone else had endured far too much. The sound of rustling filled the air as Reno grasped a piece of quartz chalk and inscribed 5 key terms upon 3 wooden boards: marriage, food, wraith, savages, psychology. Just as he completed his writing, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The 5 members of the Mormon family, Maggie, Daisy, Alyssa, Jojo, and Lyanna, took their seats in succession, followed by Tom, Dick, and several notable knights from Bear Fort. Next came 10 bearfolk from Bear East Valley, along with 13 noble youths who settled in as well. Reno, there are matters we can discuss privately. There is no need to gather such a crowd. Maggie expressed her discontent at Reno's call for a meeting, particularly with the presence of the 13 noble young men. Both Reno and Maggie were considered bearfolk in attendance, but the 13 youths were not. They are all allies, and there is nothing to conceal. I prefer to speak candidly, Reno remarked, his gaze drifting to his aunt, who, moments ago, had been teary-eyed but now exhibited a resilient demeanor, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. Maggie wished to say something, but upon recalling her decision to renounce the title of countess, she chose to remain silent, surrendering everything to the transformed Raynor before her. Raynor nodded in satisfaction at Maggie, the two of them having reached a point of resolution. Come in, my fiancé. Yes, Raynor called out, glancing toward the entrance of the assembly hall. As his words echoed, 6 forest maidens entered. Please, take a seat. Raynor gestured for the 6 young women to sit. The leading girl surveyed the room, suddenly feeling uneasy under the gaze of numerous eyes. Yet, the countess occupied a position beneath Raynor, and to the girls, it was evident that their husband had gained a voice on Bear Island. The 6 wild forest maidens sat awkwardly on the benches. Raynor then gently nodded, pointing to the word marriage inscribed on the wooden board, declaring, as the future count, my domestic matters are also of great concern to Bear Island. The issues lie before us, and we shall address them one by one. First, I will take them as my wives, as I once promised. Maggie frowned and interjected. Raynor Mormont, if your intention is to gain the favor of those natives through marriage, then it is unnecessary. If you were still the small lord of Bear East Valley, I could understand your actions, but you are to become the Count of Bear Island. At the very least, you should wed a daughter of noble birth. Her words caused the 6 forest maidens to lower their heads. In the woods, they were free-spirited fawns, but in the presence of these nobles and knights, they became exceedingly timid. The notions of civilization and class acted like a cage, constraining the free spirits of the mountains. A sense of inferiority washed over them, a feeling they had never experienced in their tribal existence. Furthermore, Lady Maggie's assertion held some merit. A hero of Raynor's caliber, the future Count of Bear Island, ought to marry a lady of noble lineage, rather than a wild forest girl. The focus of this meeting is participation. Does anyone have any opinions regarding my union with the 6 forest maidens? Raynor remained unfazed by Lady Maggie's remarks. To suppress others' voices during a meeting is a foolish act for a host. Raynor, why not simply marry me as well? Daisy suggested with a bright smile. My lord, while marrying 6 girls may face no opposition, it contravenes the laws of Westeros. Such a union is illegal, remarked a noble youth. Illegal? Marriage does not fall under the common laws of Westeros. A lord may enforce his own laws, such as polygamy, corrected another youth who appeared well-versed in legal matters. However, should the ruling class embrace polygamy, the status of women would plummet, reducing them to mere commodities. Perhaps this is acceptable elsewhere, but on Bear Island, the bear women are not inferior to men. You would jeopardize half of the public sentiment, my lord. Another noble youth, seemingly astute in matters of public opinion and governance, cautioned. My lord, I have heard that on the continent of Essos, polygamy is permitted, which starkly contrasts with Westeros, reminded an older noble youth. Indeed, as long as Lord Reynold claims his ancestry to be of the Essos lineage, he can gallantly take numerous wives. Young Finks, at the helm of his companions, conceived a brilliant notion: to declare oneself an Essos. Do you wish to tarnish the reputation of the Mormont family? Cousin Alyson turned, her eyes blazing with fury at the youth behind her. I have a solution. Marry one wife, then divorce, marry another, and divorce again. By going through this cycle 6 times, it would be akin to having wed 6 individuals. Tom suddenly had a flash of inspiration, glancing at Reynold, eagerly awaiting praise. Such a meeting truly elicited a sense of despair. Meg sighed at this moment, choosing to remain silent. The youthful flights of fancy were somewhat beyond her comprehension. In her view, when a lord convenes a meeting, it is typically with his loyal arms and devoted subordinates, each presenting a proposal. Yet, in truth, the lord has already formed a resolution in his heart. Those whose suggestions align with the lord's thoughts are the ones likely to be accepted. However, to Meg, Reynolds' assembly appeared to be an exercise in folly. All suggestions are commendable, thank you all. Reynold expressed his gratitude after listening to the various proposals, then gestured to the word marriage on the board and calmly stated, to hastily take multiple wives would violate the law. Furthermore, implementing a new policy of polygamy on Bear Island would alienate the majority of the Bear women. Naturally, marrying and divorcing 6 times would also tarnish my future reputation. Therefore, to balance the diverse opinions, I am about to announce a new decree, that is, polyandry and polygamy. Absurd. Ridiculous beyond belief. Everyone questioned their hearing. Tom, well aware of Reynolds' usual eccentricities, never anticipated that having just crawled back from the depths of despair, Reynold would embark on an even more outrageous venture. At this moment, Tom had his hands clasped over his head, fingers shielding his eyes, while his thumbs plugged his ears, unwilling to witness the reactions of others or listen to their discussions. Tom felt a twinge of resentment. Why should that rascal Dick be able to rest at home while he had to endure this torment? As he had predicted, the assembly hall fell into a profound silence, followed by an eruption of emotions, akin to a tempest unleashed within everyone's hearts. Chapter 74. The future is before us. Polygamy. How does this differ from remaining unmarried? Once a child is born, with the father's identity unknown, the child must take the mother's surname, inevitably leading us back to a matriarchal dominance, gradually transforming into polyandry. This fundamentally undermines the very foundation of our current patriarchal society. Upon the announcement of the new policy by Reno, as he anticipated, the crowd erupted in chaos. However, to his astonishment, the most incensed were the usually genteel noble youths. They divided into fervent loyalists of Reno and rationalists possessing a broader perspective. Within mere minutes, the discussion escalated from spirited debate to mutual accusations, culminating in a physical altercation. Let them fight, Reno observed, narrowing his eyes as he watched the unfolding drama. A butcher, notorious for his brutal deeds, rescuing a stray cat may be misjudged as a benevolent soul. Similarly, a tyrant imposing his will may, upon counsel, retract his cruelty, thus transforming his tyranny into mere personal transgressions, leading the populace to admire his wisdom. Reno, polygamy is an utterly absurd institution. While I shall not obstruct your desire to marry as many as you wish, such a decree must never be permitted on Bear Island. And Maggie ultimately voiced her stance. Sensing that the uproar had somewhat subsided, Reno displayed a resigned expression. Since so many oppose it, I shall reluctantly concede. Let us each take a step back. The new decree on polygamy is revoked, yet I must marry them, as it was my prior commitment. With Reno's declaration, the crowd quieted. Maggie nodded, affirming, your ability to think rationally and make concessions is commendable. I shall help you bear the external pressures when the time comes. Previously, Reno found the life of an emperor to be quite comfortable, allowing him to pursue his whims. However, as he matured, he realized that even as an emperor, he was not free to act as he pleased. A multitude of ministers restrained him, binding his hands. Through emotional manipulation and subtle control over public sentiment, he managed to resolve the marital issue. Determined to shift the conversation before anyone could fully process the previous turmoil, Reno pointed to the second keyword, food. The yield of winter potatoes has not met my expectations. In the pine forest, we have 5,000 acres of arable land, yet only 2,000 acres were planted, yielding a meager 180 pounds per acre, totaling 360,000 pounds of potatoes. As he spoke, he opened a small notebook, scrutinizing the figures inscribed within. In modern agriculture, the yield of potatoes per acre should be at least 2,000 pounds. The yield from the potatoes in Bear East Valley is less than 1/10 of that. Sir, the planting of potatoes has been delayed due to the need to send people to search for your body, Tom explained with a helpless gesture. The Lord's absence has left everyone somewhat distracted, the village chief, Wang, added. Reno, do not harbor unrealistic expectations. Without sunlight, relying solely on manure as fertilizer, achieving a potato crop in winter is already a blessing from the old gods. Maggie, overseeing 1,000 tenant farmers, though perhaps not adept at lordship, possessed an intimate knowledge of agriculture. Let us not dwell on the past. These potatoes are sufficient for the bear folk of Xiongdonggu to endure the winter. Yet their reserves are certainly depleted. Therefore, come spring, I shall require a greater number of tenant farmers. Reynolds turned his gaze toward Meiji. There remain 4 years of relentless winter. Reynolds' decade-long grain storage plan has met with failure in its inaugural year. The influx of outside tenant farmers poses a risk of unrest, as their loyalties are uncertain. At this moment, an astute young noble well-versed in domestic affairs offered his counsel. Indeed. Thus, Reynolds' finger rested upon the fourth keyword, savages. The chilling waters of the winter ice bay may have quelled the threat of pirate raids. Yet the savages are capable of traversing the frozen sea to assault Bear Island. But why do we not proactively freeze the coastal waters, or even the mainland? To capture these savages. Capturing savages. Transforming them into tenant farmers. It appears to promise a swift resolution to multiple issues, yet it is as fantastical as polygamy. Why do your thoughts dwell upon such madness? Meiji, akin to Tom, covered her head with her hands. Reynolds, like a sower of discord, always managed to shift the burdensome matters onto others, causing them distress. Great Bear Jorah was already quite mad. Having descended into the depths of human trafficking to appease his greedy wife, ultimately becoming a fugitive. Ironically, his brother Reynolds proved to be an even more deranged individual. How did you previously handle the savages that attacked Bear North Bay and Bear West Town? I find it hard to believe you slaughtered them all. Reynolds regarded Meiji. This ant, though quick to anger, was not a cruel person. Savages are still human, they too experience fear, and they are not invincible. If defeated, they may surrender and become captives. Reynolds could never bring himself to kill all captives, nor did he believe Meiji capable of such an act. The savages were imprisoned in the hills of Bear Southport, where there existed cellars for grain storage, yet they were always filled to capacity each winter. I shall retain some who appear feeble as tenant farmers, but the majority of the savages, I would previously entrust to the Raphael family. They would assist us in managing them, Meiji contemplated. This winter, a grand prison shall be constructed on Bear Island, and I shall devise methods to tame these savages. Reynolds proclaimed, as he took out a piece of quartz chalk, striking through the words marriage, food, and savages. If you can manage those savages, then I shall leave it all to you. I trust that in the hands of the Raphael family, they too shall meet an unfortunate fate. At this moment, Meiji understood that beneath the veneer of the Raphael family's good reputation lay a far more sinister nature. Bear Island serves as a natural trap for savages. Reynolds' mind brimmed with ideas. He had been awaiting his aunt's response. With 5 keywords in total, 3 had been crossed out, leaving only Raphael and psychology. At this juncture, Reynolds pointed to the word Raphael. Tom, I have been away for 2 months. How much does that old fool Franz owe us now? Tom pondered. This morning, after the pirates collected the potatoes, I wrote another IOU for Franz to sign. Altogether, it amounts to approximately 110,000 silver deer. 110,000 silver deer. Meiji was rendered speechless. It appears that Franz's extortion attempt against Renault has backfired, resulting in Renault retaliating with a 10-fold counter-extortion. By the time spring arrives, there may be debts amounting to 200,000 or even 300,000. Such a sum is staggering. The Stark family of Winterfell, guardians of the North, would never acknowledge such underhanded dealings. Moreover, the Riverlands do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Starks. The Riverlands, properly known as the Kingdom of the Isles, is officially titled the Kingdom of the Riverlands and the Iron Islands. Among the 7 kingdoms and their 9 noble houses, the Kingdom of the Isles occupies 2 positions. Do you wish to declare an all-out war against the Laffy family? We do not possess such an abundance of ships. Even if we were to exhaust our resources to procure 3 warships, it would incite the Iron Islands' ire, severing the crucial trade routes between Bear Island and the mainland. Meiji furrowed her brow, aware that the long-standing enmity between the 2 factions would stifle any nascent naval endeavors on Bear Island. While the Bear folk may fearlessly roam the land, they would face dire consequences if their maritime routes were cut off, leading to the eventual decline of Bear Island, with the Stark family ultimately mediating the situation. At that juncture, someone must bear the cost. And it is highly improbable that it would be the Laffy family or even the Iron Islands. Rather, it would likely be Renault himself. The death notes in Renault's possession seem like a frivolous jest. Power is power. The notes are mere tricks that cannot triumph against overwhelming strength. An all-out war. Perhaps. But not from Bear Island. As Renault spoke, he sketched a rudimentary map. An island symbolized Bear Island, encircled by the frigid waters of Ice Bay. A vast expanse of land represented the Wolf Forest, with 2 points within denoting the White Mountain family and the Forest clan. Next year, Renault would embark from the southern port of Bear Island, arriving at the port of the Forest clan, traversing the boundless Wolf Forest before finally reaching Winterfell to receive his title. The Forest clan has always been a trading partner of Bear Island, serving as a vital link between the island and the continent of Westeros. Aside from the wildlings, we have only 2 neighbors, who, ironically, are bitter rivals. Renault drew lines connecting Bear East Valley, the Forest clan, and the White Mountain family, forming a triangle with his quartz chalk. These ancient families have endured for far too long, and the passage of time inevitably casts shadows of animosity. They possess only shrimp boats and fishing vessels, lacking even whaling ships. Daisy recalled the naval battle of that night. Bear Island at least boasted whaling ships, which could offer some resistance against pirates with their harpoons. Those 2 families may have once basked in glory a millennium ago, but they are now pitifully weak. The Ice Bay Triangular Alliance, this is my preliminary thought. I do not require their strength, I merely wish to borrow their names. Much like the pirates under the Laffy family's command, who pillage and plunder under the guise of others, while the Laffy family reaps the rewards of reputation and wealth from behind the scenes. Renault pushed open the window, gazing at the darkened seaside dock. Renault, you are quite the jester, Daisy chuckled. What do you mean? Renault turned back. At least the future you speak of sounds delightful to my ears. Daisy did not perceive Renault's words as particularly pragmatic. Listening to Renault's confident visions of the future brought Daisy immense joy. I am not indulging in fanciful dreams, the dawn has long since passed. And everyone finds themselves with ample leisure time to invent and create. With unwavering confidence, Renault turned to Daisy, proclaiming, So, Daisy, we shall depart in an hour to summon all the blacksmiths from Bear North Bay. Shoes, gather every blacksmith from Bear West Town. Tom, take 100 bear folk to guard Bear North Bay and apprehend the pirates. Barn, you shall accompany him. The forest no longer poses a threat. And Bear East Valley requires no guardians. Let us find some tasks for the bear folk. And please arrange for all the tenants to transport the copper and iron ore from Bear West Town to Bear East Valley. You have no objections to this? After issuing a flurry of commands, Renault glanced at Maggie. Maggie shook her head. You may proceed as you wish. But what do you need the blacksmiths and those ores for? From December to February, Bear Island witnesses the thawing of ice. In 3 months, when the ice of Cold Ice Bay melts, the pirate ships of the Raphael family will aggressively set their sights on Bear Island. Yet, 3 months is ample time for Renault. He would not allow himself to remain idle. What will we create? Weapons, bows and arrows, crossbows, large catapults, cargo ships, warships, aspirin, vodka, high-purity alcohol. Renault chuckled as he spoke. I understood only half of that, but I shall cooperate with you. When you speak, you exude an air of confidence. Maggie nodded. It had been many years since she had witnessed such self-assurance in the men of the Mormont family. Renault did not intend to purchase warships. Instead, he would forge them himself. Though she was unsure where Renault derived his confidence, she believed that sometimes youth must encounter setbacks and hardships to mature. This, too, is part of the journey of growth. Maggie was convinced that after this winter, Renault would become more tempered. The future is bright, and it is within reach. Renault forcefully struck through the word Raphael on the wooden board, then pointed to his heart. The darkness seemed endless. Recently, I have felt a heavy weight within. And I believe others share this sentiment. Renault indicated his heart. In past lives, the Norse people often grappled with melancholia, with depression being prevalent. A condition not unconnected to their oppressive environment. Without sunlight, the cold is biting. Even a flickering campfire amidst darkness can uplift the spirit. Humanity craves sunlight, otherwise, despair festers. With the new year approaching, a grand and inspiring celebration is imperative. Renault flipped over 3 wooden boards, revealing inscriptions on their reverse sides. The first World's Strongest Wrestling Championship. The first World's Strongest Shooting Championship. The first World's Strongest Fencing Championship. The first World's Strongest Martial Arts Championship. The World's Strongest Combat Power Rankings. Beneath these captivating titles lay blank spaces, awaiting the names of formidable warriors from around the globe. Merely gazing upon these titles ignited a flicker of anticipation within me. Tom flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. The World's Strongest. Shoes narrowed his eyes, his usually composed demeanor giving way to an exhilarating pulse in his heart. No warrior can resist the allure of the title of the strongest in the world. Even Barn clenched his fists. The term Bear Island will one day be synonymous with the strongest, Reno remarked, gazing downward, and gestured with his hand. The competition for the Bear Island sub-region will take place in Bear East Valley at the end of this year. Now, the meeting is adjourned. Humanity displays myriad forms, and the crowd departed from the Great Bear statue, each harboring their own thoughts. Maggie quietly nodded. Today she witnessed Reno's prowess, particularly in the realm of inspiration, where this nephew truly excels. As for shipbuilding, she would lend her full cooperation until Reno realized it was an impractical daydream. Once everyone had left, Tom pulled Reno aside. His fingers spread wide as if cradling an invisible object, addressing Reno. My lord, Mountain Speech Betu wishes to meet you. And this is his gift. Reno, somewhat puzzled, chuckled. Tom, when did you learn the art of illusion? Though Tom held nothing tangible, he appeared to be manipulating something, akin to a master of sophisticated sleight of hand. The young shadow lynx, upon opening its eyes, will recognize the first human or animal it encounters as its master. Originally, it was meant to be that creature. Now, its master shall be the great Reno Mormont. Tom cautiously extended his hands, cradling the invisible air before Reno. Reno furrowed his brow and reached out, as if grasping something soft and yielding. It felt cat-like, yet its limbs were elongated like those of an ape, rendering it nearly invisible in the darkness, resembling an ethereal specter.